Dead. None of my business, none of my business. Zhao Dalai muttered to himself in the dense forest of Tuofeng Mountain Changhe village. He stumbled and scrambled out of the woods in panic. He had only accidentally pushed that little girl, never expecting it would lead to death. Among the rock piles deep in the forest, the girl lying motionless on the ground, face covered in blood, suddenly moved her fingers. Meanwhile, Zhao Dalai, who had just rushed out of the forest, looked back at the dense woods behind him. A surge of malice rose in his heart. Since the girl was already dead, he couldn't leave any evidence that would bring him to prison. Not far from the forest was a bottomless abyss. Zhao Dalai mustered his courage and retraced his steps. Returning to the spot, he reached out to drag the girl on the ground, intending to throw her body down the cliff. Don't blame me, blame your bad luck. Who told you to run? If you want revenge, go find Wang Jiaojiao. Just as Zhao Dalai's hand reached out, the girl on the ground suddenly opened her eyes. Qin Ruo focused her mind, and a sharp dagger appeared in her hand. Get lost. She rolled to the side, avoiding his filthy hand. Zhao Dalai was startled at first, then a lewd smile spread across his face. Oh, still alive. Too bad, today you'll die anyway. Better let me have a taste, at least I'll give you a quick death. His fear had vanished, replaced by a burning lust in his belly, his eyes gleaming with excitement. The girl before him was nothing but a lamb to be slaughtered. Seeing that Qin Ruo remained silent, Zhao Dalai grew even more arrogant. Without a second thought, he lunged at her. Die! A cold voice rang out. Qin Ruo leaped up from the ground like a carp. A flash of cold light and blood gushed from Zhao Dalai's neck. He fell to the ground, clutching his neck in terror, making strange gurgling sounds. Zhao Dalai tried to get up, but fell back with a thud, gradually losing all signs of life. Even in death, his eyes, filled with fear and despair, remained wide open. Qin Ruo glanced coldly at the corpse, then sat down on the ground, eyes closed, gasping heavily. At this moment, her mind continued to digest the unfamiliar memories that had just been received. Reluctant as she was, she had to accept that she had transmigrated. She had traveled from a highly developed modern era to an alternate historical dynasty, the Great Sheng Dynasty. The original owner was a girl named Qiuxi, daughter of a hunter in Changhe village, only 15 years old. The man she had just killed was called Zhao Dalai, a notorious village bully in Changhe village. Today, the original owner, Qiuxi, still recovering from a cold, had intended to check the traps she had set on the back mountain. But on the way, she encountered this disgusting man. Zhao Dalai first flirted with her, then attempted to assault her. The original owner had some martial arts skills, usually enough to handle 2 or 3 ordinary men. But at that time, she was sick and weak, no match for Zhao Dalai. She was forced to flee into this dense forest. In the struggle, she was pushed and hit a huge rock, losing her life. Trash! Qin Ruo cursed softly, slowly standing up. She felt a dull pain in her head, and when she touched it, her hand came away covered in blood. The next moment, Qin Ruo focused her mind, and a medicine bottle, without any label, appeared in her hand. Guided by instinct, she applied the hemostatic powder to the painful wound, then tore a long strip of cloth from the inner hem of her coarse skirt and wrapped it roughly around her head. Then, relying on the original owner's memory, she took out a piece of cold, hard wild grass cake and wolfed it down without changing expression. After feeling some strength return to her body, she stood up and prepared to leave the forest. When passing by Zhao Dalai's corpse, Qin Ruo stopped again, a cold glint in her eyes. With a sneer, a small bone flute appeared in her hand. Qin Ruo, holding the bone flute, slowly retreated to the edge of the forest, and a low, ethereal flute sound began to rise. It was like weeping, like telling, barely audible, yet strangely eerie. In the span of a breath, a large pack of wolves suddenly appeared at the other end of the forest. Dozens of hungry wolves rushed out, devouring Zhao Dalai's body in minutes, leaving no bones behind. After the wolves had devoured the body, they quickly disappeared back into the forest. Except for the bloodstains on the ground and the torn clothes, everything that had happened was like a dream. No sooner had the wolves left than hundreds of snakes of all sizes and patterns rustled in from all directions. The snakes hissed over the bloodstained ground, circled a few times, and then dispersed. Suddenly, Qin Ruo seemed to sense something. Her sharp eyes quickly swept over the other end of the forest. Then she withdrew her gaze, put the bone flute back into her space, and swiftly hid behind a towering ancient tree. Just as Qin Ruo hit, a young man in a moon-white silk robe with an extraordinarily handsome face walked out slowly. Beside him was a round-faced guard in blue holding a long sword. "My God, Master, we almost got caught. That little girl is ruthless." The round-faced guard looked at the bloodstains on the ground, recalling the wolves and snakes, and shuddered. "Ruthless? It's just self-preservation." The man addressed as Master, his peach blossom eyes shining, revealed a lazy smile, stunningly beautiful. "Speaking of which, how are their snakes in this winter? That girl is quite something. Should we report to the authorities?" The blue-clad guard, talkative, continued to ask. "Qiuxi, why so many questions? Got nothing better to do. Everyone has their own fate." The man toyed with the jade pendant at his waist, glancing at Qiuxi, his expression enigmatic. The blue-clad guard immediately shut his mouth and stood to the side. But in his heart, he was thinking, "Master, we came to find herbs. Look at what you're doing now. Aren't you being just as idle?" The young man said nothing more, just looked around. After a moment, he and Qiuxi left, and the forest returned to silence. Qin Ruo came out from behind the tree, looking in the direction the two had left, feeling annoyed. Careless. She didn't like potential trouble and danger. This dense forest was also known as the Death Forest by the villagers of Changhe village. Usually the villagers hardly dared to set foot in it. If Zhao Dalai hadn't been chasing the original owner today, he wouldn't have dared to come near this place, even if he had 10 times the courage. The two men, just now judging by their clothes, were not ordinary people. She had only sensed the presence of those two when she played the bone flute to summon the wolves. So she pretended to leave, hiding nearby to observe. Just as Qin Ruo was considering whether to kill them to silence them, the man in white led his guard away. The forest returned to tranquility. Elimination was out of the question. With this frail body of the original owner, confronting the other party would be like offering oneself as a lamb to the slaughter. Though he hadn't witnessed the other's skills, anyone who dared appear in this desolate wilderness was certainly no ordinary person. He had no idea how much the other had seen. The thought of this hidden explosive made Qin Ruo exceedingly agitated. After emerging from the dense forest, she headed straight down the mountain. On the way down, she spotted the bamboo basket and a fish spear scattered on the grass by the roadside, the very items the original owner had dropped while being chased. Qin Ruo bent down and picked them up with a casual motion. Only after picking them up did she realize it was an instinctive reaction from the original owner. Qin Ruo was instantly exasperated. The information she had absorbed from the original owner in the forest was far from pleasant. The Qin family was a bottomless pit, a colossal one at that. Calling it a sinkhole wouldn't be an exaggeration. She had no desire to be entangled with them in any meaningful way. Qin Ruo's mind was filled with thoughts of how to return to her own world. Despite her reluctance, she still shouldered the bamboo basket, picked up the fish spear, and continued down the mountain. After all, since she was already here, she couldn't leave anytime soon. When Qin Ruo reached the pool at the foot of the mountain, a boy of about 10 years old, red-eyed, staggered toward her. Seeing the terrifying bloodstains on Qin Ruo's face, tears instantly streamed down his cheeks. He threw himself onto Qin Ruo, without a care, his voice trembling slightly. "Elder sister. Blood. Blood. What happened to you? Elder sister. Shut up. You're so noisy. Your tears and snot are all over me. Get lost." Qin Ruo glanced at the tear-streaked little boy before her and snapped impatiently. This little boy was the original owner's younger brother, Qin Zimu. After breakfast that day, Qin Zimu had followed the original owner, Qin Qiuxi, into the mountains. The original owner's main purpose was to fish at the mountain pool. Upon reaching the base, she first went up the mountain to check the trap set for wild game. This led to the events that followed, including Qin Ruo's transmigration. Qin Zimu, meanwhile, was tasked with foraging for wild vegetables near the pool. They had agreed to meet at the pool's edge afterward. He had finished gathering vegetables and waited by the pool for a long time, but Qin Qiuxi never showed. Just as anxiety began to set in, a few wolf howls echoed from Tuofing Mountain. Qin Zimu immediately rushed up the mountain and ran right into the descending Qin Ruo. "What are you staring at? Are we going or not?" Qin Ruo, still unsettled by her transmigration, was in a foul mood. A gust of wind blew and Qin Ruo sneezed several times in a row. "Oh, okay. Qin Zimu snapped out of it and quickly let go of Qin Ruo. Then, flustered, he unfastened his shabby thin outer coat, intending to drape it over Qin Ruo. "Put it on. Who wants your clothes? They're filthy. Seeing Qin Zimu already thinly clad, shivering and red-faced after removing his coat, Qin Ruo furrowed her brow in irritation. Qin Ruo's nature was indifferent, and she found the sudden concern from this brother extremely awkward. Qin Zimu looked at her cold eyes as if he were used to it. He smiled ingratiatingly at Qin Ruo and obediently put the coat back on. The original owner was taciturn, unsociable, and preferred solitude. Qin Zimu had a stuttering problem, and their relationship was not close. Over the years, Qin Zimu had grown accustomed to the original owner's personality and didn't notice that Qin Qiuxi had been replaced. I'm not cold. You'd better take care of yourself. Don't cause me trouble. Let's go home. Regaining some strength, Qin Ruo, seeing the at-a-loss adolescent standing nearby, couldn't help but relent. Her words were still harsh, but her tone was noticeably less cold than before. Was sister actually caring about him? All right. The previously dejected Qin Zimu's eyes instantly lit up, a slight smile tugging at his lips as his steps grew lighter. He carried the basket full of wild vegetables and silently followed Qin Ruo. Qin Ruo didn't head back immediately. Instead, she walked to the pool, crouched down, and splashed the icy water on her face. Staring at the thin, unfamiliar reflection in the water, her irritation surged again. Standing behind Qin Ruo, Qin Zimu saw the blood seeping through the cloth on her head and panicked. Sister, hurry, let's go back and find a doctor. A doctor to look at it. When Qin Zimu was anxious, his speech became even more halting. He even forgot Qin Ruo's earlier attitude toward him, grabbed her hand, and started rushing down the mountain in a frantic hurry. It's nothing, just a bump. Qin Ruo waved dismissively at Qin Zimu. She sat down on the spot and directed him to pick the sherway grass growing in the crevices of the rocks by the pool. Sherway grass resembled large-leaf orchids, and its crushed leaves could stop bleeding. In truth, such an injury was trivial for the past life Qin Ruo. She had excellent medicine in her space, but seeing the worry and anxiety in Qin Zimu's eyes, she couldn't bear to disappoint him. Moreover, even if it wasn't bleeding, it was still necessary to put on a show. Qin Zimu had seen villagers treat injuries by either seeing a doctor or using charcoal powder to stop bleeding. This wild grass was everywhere, but he had never heard of it being used to stop bleeding. Still, he obediently picked what Qin Ruo indicated and carefully placed it into the basket. Qin Zimu ran back and forth several times. Fool! Was he afraid the medicine wouldn't be enough? Looking at the boy standing before her with a large handful of sherway grass, his hands covered in frostbite, Qin Ruo felt a complex mix of emotions. On the way back, Qin Ruo had Qin Zimu gather some other herbs. Though puzzled, he dared not ask, and simply followed her instructions. About 3/4 of an hour later, Qin Ruo and Qin Zimu returned to the Qin family home in Changhe village. Qin Ruo stopped at the entrance and surveyed the house. Before her stood 2 low, shabby huts with a half-collapsed bamboo fence. Sister, it's cold outside. Hurry inside. Seeing Qin Ruo standing still, Qin Zimu urged her. Hearing the commotion outside, a young man of about 14 or 15 hurried out of the house. Without even glancing at Qin Ruo or Qin Zimu, he began rummaging through the basket on Qin Zimu's back. Big brother. Qin Zimu called out timidly. Where's the fish? You've been out half the day and come back empty-handed. Seeing nothing but a handful of wild vegetables and weeds in the basket, Qin Zian's face darkened instantly. He angrily grabbed the contents and threw them all on the ground. Pick them up. Qin Ruo glared coldly at Qin Zian, who was clad in a thick blue cotton robe and new cotton shoes, his expression gloomy. Recalling the various incidents from the original owner's memories, her anger flared. The original owner had been a docile pushover, but she had no obligation to indulge this person. What did you say? Are you ordering me? Have you grown a pair of bear's gall and leopard's courage? Qin Zian couldn't believe his ears. In his eyes, Qin Qiuxi had always been taciturn, clad in a drab gray outfit day after day. She was virtually invisible save for silently toiling away. When had she ever dared to raise her voice at him like this? Deaf. I told you to pick it up. Do I need to remind you again? Qin Ruo glanced down at her own worn cloth shoes, the heels scuffed thin. Then she looked at Qin Zimu standing nearby, his toes red and cracked, exposed through holes in his broken shoes. Her voice turned even colder. She felt a deep indignation for Qiuxi, who had gone to the back mountain in the bitter cold just because this person mentioned wanting to eat fish for lunch, and ended up losing her life. And this so-called younger brother, whose own sister's head was still wrapped in medicinal herbs, hadn't uttered a single word of concern. Instead, he threw a tantrum over missing his midday fish, a sheer ingrate. "Big sister, I'll pick it up, I'll pick it up." Qin Zimu hurried over, stooping to retrieve the items Qin Zian had thrown on the ground. Compared to his sister Qin Ruo, Qin Zimu was clearly more afraid of Qin Zian. "Stop! Did I tell you to pick it up?" Qin Ruo grabbed Qin Zimu by the collar and pulled him aside. Qin Zimu dared not struggle, frozen in place, silent. As another invisible member of the family, Qin Zimu was terrified of offending anyone. "Useless wretch, can't even catch a single fish. What's gotten into you? Who do you think you are?" Qin Zian snorted, dismissing Qin Ruo with contempt, and turned to walk inside. Qin Ruo strode forward in 3 quick steps, swept her leg in a horizontal kick, and sent Qin Zian crashing to the ground. She had made up her mind. Since she was here, she would make the best of it. Live as comfortably as possible, for she would leave eventually anyway. This kind of abuse she would not endure. "Qiuxi, have you lost your mind? How dare you hit me?" Qin Zian struggled to his feet, pain etched across his face, his eyes bloodshot as he roared. The physical pain was far less unbearable than the humiliation of losing face. Enraged, Qin Zian charged straight at Qin Ruo, determined to teach her a brutal lesson. Brother, stop. Don't hit big sister." Qin Zimu was now truly crying in panic. Overcome by fear, he rushed over and clung to Qin Zian's leg, refusing to let him move forward. "Get off." Qin Zian flung Qin Zimu aside violently, his eyes brimming with malice. Due to excessive blood loss, Qin Ruo was already feeling unwell. Seeing Qin Zimu shoved to the ground, she lost all patience. Without a word, she delivered 2 more kicks to Qin Zian. Though the original body was frail and small, it was accustomed to farm labor and possessed considerable strength. Even with her head injury and not yet fully recovered, dealing with a useless wretch like Qin Zian, who could neither shoulder a load nor carry a basket, was effortless. The former Qin Ruo could have crushed him with a single finger. Talk is cheap if you're unconvinced. Fight. What brother? Bah, that was the original's brother, not hers. Qin Ruo would not go easy on him. Someone like Qin Zian. Only old Madame Qin in this family treasured him as a jewel. Kicked to the ground again, Qin Zian's face twisted in agony, his pride utterly shattered. A scholar who had passed the county-level exam at 13, wasn't he worshipped like a god in this household? Had this invisible wretch taken the wrong medicine today, daring to actually lay hands on him? "Pick it up." Qin Ruo narrowed her eyes, her voice dripping with frost. "And if I don't, what can you do to me?" Though his pride had taken a severe blow, Qin Zian met Qin Ruo's icy gaze with a stiff neck, refusing to show any sign of submission despite trembling inside. "Oh heavens! What a sin! What a sin! You wretched girl, are you rebelling against the sky? How dare you lay a hand on Dalai? You?" Old Madame Qin, returning from outside, had just reached the doorstep when she witnessed Qin Ruo kicking Qin Zian to the ground. She scrambled and frantically, heartsick with worry. This eldest grandson was the sole hope of the Qin family. What if he got hurt? Seeing old Madame Qin appear, Qin Zian seemed to regain his courage. Just as he was about to get up, a fish spear whistled past his cheek, missing by inches. Simultaneously, Qin Ruo's cold voice rang out, "If you don't pick it up, then die." Having been pampered all his life, Qin Zian had never encountered such a scene. His face pale, he collapsed to the ground, drenched in cold sweat. He finally understood. Qiuxi was not only unafraid of him, but also unafraid of old Madame Qin. This ordinarily quiet person truly dared to kill him. Qin Ruo's action terrified not only Qin Zian, but also old Madame Qin, who fell to the ground in shock. The curses she had intended to hurl died in her throat. The usually domineering old Madame Qin, faced with this granddaughter radiating chilling coldness, felt her legs go weak for the first time. With old Madame Qin unable to help, Qin Zian dared not cause further trouble. Swallowing his pain and humiliation, he picked up the medicinal herbs and wild vegetables from the ground and threw them forcefully into the bamboo basket. Then, without looking back, he limped toward his own room. Dalong. Old Madame Qin, snapping out of her shock, chased after him, calling his name several times, but Qin Zian didn't answer her even once. Old Madame Qin turned back to scold Qin Ruo, but when she met the girl's calm pitch-black eyes, she opened her mouth, but no words came out. This granddaughter acting like a madwoman today sent a chill down old Madame Qin's spine. Qin Ruo ignored her, turned without a word, and walked into the house. Qin Zimu wiped his tears, got up from the ground, and silently carried the basket inside. Only then did old Madame Qin notice the abnormality about Qin Ruo. Her pallid complexion, the mottled bloodstains on her clothes, and the cloth wrapped around her head. "You wretched girl, where have you been gallivanting this time?" Got into a fight. Temporarily setting aside her concern for Qin Zian, old Madame Qin clamored after her, hollering anxiously. Annoyed by old Madame Qin's loud voice, Qin Ruo slammed the door shut with a bang. "Qiuxi!" Old Madame Qin, nearly hit in the nose by the door, stamped her feet in fury, muttering curses as she turned to go find a doctor. It wasn't that old Madame Qin cared much for this granddaughter. She was worried that if Qin Ruo fell ill, no one would manage the household affairs. After all, the family's main source of income depended on the original Qin Qiuxi. Inside the room, Qin Ruo had changed into clean clothes. She surveyed the original's empty room. A wooden bed, a thin quilt full of patches, and an old wooden chest in the corner, not even a table. Qin Ruo pursed her lips, her resolve to leave as soon as possible strengthened. Willing to be a beast of burden was the original, not her. She had no interest in staying as the Qin family's drudge. Her head still dizzy, Qin Ruo simply lay down on the bed and closed her eyes to sort through the chaotic memories swirling in her mind. The original owner's family was the sole hunting household in Changhe village, and her father was named Qin Huaijing. Qin Huaijing knew some martial arts and was skilled at hunting. Each trip into the mountains yielded considerable profits, so life was reasonably comfortable. Qin Huaijing had an elderly mother, Granny Qin, above him, and 2 sons and a daughter below. The eldest was Qin Qiuxi, the original owner. The second child, Qin Zian, was the twin brother born 15 minutes before the original owner. The youngest son, Qin Erlang, also known as Qin Zimu, had just turned 11. As for the original owner's mother, Madame Shun, she had passed away from illness a few years after giving birth to Qin Zimu. Since Qin Huaijing disappeared while hunting in the mountains 3 years ago, the Qin family had lost their primary breadwinner, and their standard of living had plummeted. On top of covering daily expenses, they also had to support Qin Zian's studies as a scholar, which was a heavy burden. The current state of the Qin household could be described as having nothing but bare walls, which was no exaggeration. Sister, sister. The shouting and knocking outside the door interrupted Qin Ruo's thoughts. Qin Ruo got up from the bed and opened the door to see Qin Zimu standing at the doorway, nervously fidgeting with his clothes. I heated some warm water. Would you like to take a bath, sister?" Qin Zimu gave Qin Ruo a flattering smile. Qin Zimu's deliberately ingratiating and cautious smile revealed a maturity beyond his years. This made Qin Ruo feel particularly uncomfortable, with a hint of sadness, as if she saw herself from her previous world. "All right, I understand." Qin Ruo kept a stern expression and threw out those words before heading toward the kitchen. Seeing that Qin Ruo had not refused, Qin Zimu was delighted inside and quickly followed after her. Although the original owner was cold toward Qin Zimu, she would always stand in front of him whenever the village children bullied him. This was also the reason why Qin Zimu had always liked following the original owner since childhood. By the time Qin Ruo finished bathing and came out, Granny Qin had returned carrying several large bags of medicine. The 3 courses of herbal medicine cost 30 coins, and Granny Qin's heart ached with every step along the way. She constantly cursed Qin Ruo as a troublemaker for wasting 30 coins unnecessarily. Those 30 coins could have bought nearly a gene of pork to satisfy a craving. "This medicine is for applying to the head. Don't let the wound touch water these few days. Take this bag of herbs and boil it yourself. There's a lot of work waiting to be done, so don't think about being lazy." Granny Qin, unhappy in her heart, threw several bags of medicine onto the table and began scolding Qin Ruo. Qin Zian had barely returned home after a few days off, and she was counting on Qin Qiuxi to hunt more game in the mountains to nourish Dalang's body. Then she would prepare some food for Dalang to take with him when he left. Qin Qiuxi had caught a cold a few days ago and had rested for several days without entering the mountains, and when she finally did go, she got injured. Granny Qin even suspected that Qin Ruo had done it on purpose. Not needed. Qin Ruo threw out a sentence and turned to leave. Not to mention the medicine she already had, the hemostatic effect of Qiuxi was quite good, so she did not really need the medicines Granny Qin was holding. As for the herbal medicine to treat the cold, she had gathered it on the way back. At this moment Qin Zimu was in the kitchen volunteering to brew the medicine for her. Just listen to what Granny Qin was saying. She probably still thought the original owner was intentionally trying to be lazy. Whatever Granny Qin was thinking, Qin Ruo could roughly guess. So she did not want to owe her any favors at all. The original owner's death, while not directly caused by Granny Qin, could not be said to be entirely unrelated either. If Granny Qin had shown even a little more care for the original owner, she would not have forced her to go fishing with a body still recovering from the cold just to satisfy Qin Zian's appetite. At noon, Granny Qin had been so scared by Qin Ruo's fish fork that she fell to the ground and lost face. Feeling diminished in front of her granddaughter, she wanted to regain some dignity, but Qin Ruo simply ignored her. "You brat, what are you throwing a tantrum for? Can't I say a few words to you?" This granddaughter was opposing her at every turn today, as if possessed, making Granny Qin very displeased. Qin Ruo ignored Granny Qin, finished the medicine Qin Zimu had prepared, and fell into a drowsy sleep. But her dreams were filled with scenes from her past life, special missions, battles, pursuits, and blood. When she woke up again, it was already evening. After sleeping, Qin Ruo felt much more energetic, and the drowsy feeling was finally gone. Meanwhile, Granny Qin had already finished making dinner. She had specially killed a chicken eager to nourish her precious grandchild. After the conflict with Qin Ruo, at noon, Qin Zian had locked himself in his room and refused to eat lunch in a huff. Only after dinner was ready did Granny Qin coax and beg him until she finally got him to come out of his room. When Qin Ruo arrived in the main hall, Qin Zian was already seated at the dining table. Seeing Qin Ruo, his face turned cold. Qin Ruo did not care about Qin Zian's expression. Looking at such a useless person, even once more she feared she would not be able to hold back her fists. On the table was a pot of stewed chicken soup, a dish of leek, an egg, and a bowl of pickled cabbage. Such a meal could only be seen when Qin Zian was home. Qin Zian sat still without moving while Qin Zimu voluntarily helped serve rice beside him, a gesture that showed he did this often. In front of Qin Ruo, Granny Qin and Qin Zimu were bowls of thin porridge made with wild vegetables and brown rice. But in front of Qin Zian was a bowl of white rice. Granny Qin always said Dalai studied hard and should not go hungry, preferring that she and the family eat less rather than let Qin Zian's meals be neglected. This was the Qin family's only hope for future glory. When the original owner was alive, this was simply an ordinary matter. But today, with Qin Ruo in place, this meal was destined to be turbulent. Like usual, Granny Qin picked up 2 chicken legs with her spoon and was about to put them in Qin Zian's bowl when Qin Ruo stopped her with a chopstick. She first put 1 chicken leg in her own bowl and gave the other to Qin Zimu. It was not that Qin Ruo loved chicken legs so much as she simply did not like Granny Qin's behavior. Looking at the chicken leg in his bowl, Qin Zimu glanced nervously at Granny Qin first, then secretly at Qin Zian. Seeing Qin Zian's dark expression, nearly dripping with water, he panicked immediately. Normally, when the family killed a chicken, the chicken legs belonged exclusively to Qin Zian, and Qin Zimu never dared to hope for any. Qin Zimu picked up the chicken leg with his chopsticks, about to put it in Qin Zian's bowl. "If you do not eat it, I will throw it out to feed the wild cats." Qin Ruo took a bite of the chicken leg without even lifting her eyelids. Facing Granny Qin's shocked expression and Qin Zian's dark look, she acted as if she saw nothing. Qin Zimu held the large chicken leg, unsure whether to eat it or not, and simply put down his chopsticks. "Qin Qiuxi, what do you mean? Are you deliberately opposing me?" Qin Zian, whose dignity and privilege had been challenged again, abruptly stood up and stared at Qin Ruo, his eyes filled with rage. In Qin Zian's eyes, this chicken leg had always belonged to him. It had always been this way before, and he did not see any problem with it. "I caught the wild chicken, and I will give it to whoever I want to eat it. You have not even gathered a single stick of firewood, you worthless person who has not earned a single copper coin for this family. What right do you have to speak?" Qin Ruo spoke coldly, thoroughly disgusted by Qin Zian. So when she said harsh words, she had no psychological burden at all. "Qiuxi, what are you saying? Are you out of your mind? You would compete with Dalai for food. He is our Qin family scholar. Grandmother Qin, who always doted on Qin Zian, and could not bear to see her eldest grandson suffer. Even the slightest grievance immediately flew into a rage. Qin Ruo picked up the chicken leg, tore off a piece of meat, and chewed slowly before speaking in a measured tone. So what if he is a scholar? Is education not meant to teach one to discern right from wrong, to understand honor and disgrace, to practice restraint and humility? Is learning meant to make one arrogant, looking down on others simply because one can read and write, so that one can shamelessly sit idle and reap the rewards of others' labor? Who is shameless? You are simply incomprehensible. Qin Zian's face flushed red, and after a long pause he managed to blurt out these words. He felt deeply wronged. Qiuxi, she had never been like this before. Is it not you who have never earned a single copper coin, who takes rice at every meal and new clothes every year for granted, completely unbothered? What? Disgruntled. Erlang was working the fields at 6 and gathering firewood and wild vegetables in the mountains at 8. His hands and feet cracked from the bitter winter cold, yet he still washed your clothes. And what have you been doing? Do you truly believe you are so important? Qin Zimu kept his head bowed quietly, tucking his hands into his sleeves. He was taken aback that Qin Ruo would speak up for him even at the cost of clashing with their elder brother. Qin Zimu's eyes grew warm. Qin Ruo pretended not to notice Qin Zimu's gesture. She was not advocating for Qin Zimu on his behalf. She simply could not stand the sight of Qin Zian, who carried himself with the airs of a scholar, yet contributed nothing of value. Gratitude one moment, scorn the next. What kind of person is Qin Zian if not exactly that? Grandmother Qin, whose heart was set on seeing her favorite grandson pursue an official career, granted him every wish without hesitation. Whether food or clothing, he was always given priority. Without realizing it, she had fostered in Qin Zian a nature both cold and selfish. A worthless man who took everything and gave nothing in return. He remained aloof from household affairs, contributing not a drop of effort. And worse still, he harbored a deep disdain in his heart for his older and younger siblings who toiled like beasts of burden to fund his studies. Has he not swallowed all that learning like it was meant for a dog? In truth, Qin Zimu had also attended village school for 2 years, but since the original owner's father passed away, grandmother Qin had made the final call and pulled him out of school. His excuse was that the family could barely afford to educate one scholar. Afterward, Qin Zimu fell in with the original owner, handling whatever chores around the house they could manage. Because Qin Zian used his position as the elder brother to suppress him at every turn, compounded by grandmother Qin's favoritism, Qin Zimu gradually developed a timid, cowardly nature, constantly seeking approval to avoid conflict. Did I ask you to do any of this? You chose to do it yourselves. What does it concern me? Having lost face, Qin Zian blurted out these words without a hint of remorse. Indeed, you never begged anyone. Only that fool Qiuxi, she would throw herself into servitude for you year after year, month after month, risking her life hunting in the mountains just to pay for your tuition, brushes, ink, and paper. Qin Ruo gave a scornful smile, then fell silent and focused on eating her chicken leg. Though grandmother Qin's cooking left something to be desired, and the chicken soup still carried an earthy aftertaste. But the original owner's body needed it, so they had no choice but to make do. Years of chronic malnutrition coupled with relentless toil had left not only Qin Zimu stunted and gaunt, appearing no older than 8 or 9, but also the original owner, 15 years old, yet physically resembling a 12 or 13-year-old, small and thin. Fortunately, she had inherited her parents' fine features, and upon closer inspection her appearance was quite striking. Influenced by her father, the original Qiuxi, she had grown deeply passionate about hunting, accompanying him into the mountains since she was 6. By the time she reached 11, she had nearly mastered her father's hunting techniques. After Qin Huaijing disappeared, Qiuxi, she took up her father's mantle, shouldering the primary responsibility for the family's income. Beyond tending the fields, she devoted all her free time to hunting in the mountains to earn money. The person who contributed most to this family could scarcely afford to eat their fill or keep warm. Her only winter garment had been made from the quilts Qin Zian had discarded, complaining they were too heavy and insufficiently warm. Grandmother Qin bore no guilt whatsoever. There was only one scholar in the family, so he had to be prioritized. The rest of the household could go without new clothes or bedding, enduring the winter as best they could, but her beloved grandson was exempt. Grandmother Qin saw nothing wrong with it. Did every girl in Changhe village not live this way? But her grandson was different. A scholar must maintain his dignity. He could not be allowed to lack decent food or clothing. She could not let Qin Zian lose face before his classmates or face their exclusion. The family would trim every expense possible. Nothing mattered more than Qin Zian's affairs. The original owner was inherently quiet and submissive. Even when resentment surfaced, Grandmother Qin's forceful authority crushed it before it could ripple outward. Over time, she had simply grown numb. Qin Ruo resolved to regain her strength first, then seize an opportunity to leave. With the survival skills she had cultivated in her past life, she was confident she could survive on her own. There was no need to waste her youth trapped within four walls for the sake of some so-called scholar. The original owner was the original owner. She was herself. She would never again serve as a beast of burden, plying herself to Qin Zian's every whim as the original owner had. Qin Zian glanced at Qin Ruo, her head bowed over her meal, and thought of how he was usually the center of attention in this household, yet now he was being treated this way. The crushing weight of his wounded pride only fueled his anger the more he thought about it. With a slammed bowl, he rose and stormed out. Grandmother Qin, who had been unable to interject throughout the exchange, worried that her favorite grandson had not eaten all day. Unable to care any more about scolding Qin Ruo, she ladled a bowl of food and hurried after him, leaving only Qin Zimu and Qin Ruo behind. Qin Zimu kept his head bowed, gnawing on the chicken leg, tears welling in his eyes. Since their father's death, he could not remember how long it had been since he last tasted a chicken leg. In ordinary times, anything his sister hunted was taken to the market to be sold for coin. Only occasionally, when their elder brother returned, would they buy some meat to improve their meals, though most of it invariably ended up in his stomach. Even when they slaughtered a chicken, it was divided into two portions. Apart from the portions specially reserved for Qin Zian, they were fortunate to receive mere scraps. And yet today they were actually eating chicken legs. Why are you crying? One chicken leg and you're in tears. Show some spine. Qin Ruo glanced at Qin Zimu with open disdain, then casually added another scoop of chicken to his bowl. The firewood had been gathered by Qin Zimu, the pheasant caught by the original owner. Why should she spare herself if not for family? Thank you, sister, Qin Zimu murmured softly. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future to eat until you're sick of it, Qin Ruo said offhandedly, offering Qin Zimu an empty promise. Eat until sick. How many chickens would that take? For all his maturity, Qin Zimu was still a child, and upon hearing Qin Ruo's words, his eyes instantly brightened. He began silently counting in his mind how many chickens it would take to achieve that state. When old lady Qin returned with the empty bowl, the dining table was already bare. She dipped the ladle into the soup pot and scraped it around, and another wave of chest tightness and shortness of breath overwhelmed her. How dare you? How can you not crave it to death? I made this specially to nourish Dalang's health, and you want to deliberately anger your old grandmother to death. Is this how an elder sister should behave? Not showing the slightest care for your younger brother, running around like a madwoman. Is that any way to conduct yourself? Old lady Qin's curses rose higher and higher, loud enough for Qin Ruo to hear clearly from inside her room. She paid no mind to it, pulled the quilt over her head, and fell into a deep sleep. Hearing the old woman's curses, Qin Zian felt a surge of satisfaction in his heart. At the same time, he felt that old lady Qin's loud and rowdy behavior was no different from those shrews in the same village, which was rather embarrassing. Furthermore, he had told old lady Qin many times before that she should not call him by his childhood nickname, as it was undignified, but she simply had no memory. A trace of annoyance appeared in Qin Zian's eyes as he slammed the window shut with a bang. Old lady Qin remained unaware that her beloved grandson had dismissed her. After cursing a few more times and hearing no response from Qin Ruo, she assumed her granddaughter was simply afraid. Only then did she feel like a victorious rooster and begin eating her dinner. After finishing her meal and waiting, still seeing no sign of Qin Ruo coming out to clear the table, she grew furious once again. In the past, after meals, her granddaughter would proactively come out to clear the dishes and clean the kitchen. But today there wasn't even a shadow of her, so lazy and greedy that the elderly Qin could no longer tolerate it. Old lady Qin's face was twisted with fury when she stepped outside and saw Qin Zimu emerge from the room. Grandma, sister, Sister is injured, I'll wash the dishes. Qin Zimu stood before the old woman and spoke softly. It's just a minor injury. Ask any family in Changhe village which girl would be this delicate. Why can't you do a little housework? I think you've learned bad habits from that foul-mouthed girl. Upon hearing this, the old woman's anger flared, immediately planting her hands on her hips and staring with eyes wide as copper bells. Qin Zimu's words only added fuel to the fire. Old Lady Qin's thoughts were entirely consumed by Qin Zian. She could coax and placate him with patience, but she simply didn't have that same patience for Qin Zimu. Qin Zimu didn't dare respond, and quietly went inside to clear the bowls and chopsticks from the table. The capable ones refuse to act, and the incapable ones insist on showing off here. Put it down. Go boil some water for your eldest brother to use for bathing later. The old lady glanced at Qin Zimu's hands covered in frostbite sores, and grew increasingly irritated the more she looked. Qin Zimu obediently set down the dishes, walked to the stove, and squatted to stuff dry firewood into the firebox. As night deepened, everything in the Qin household settled into peace. At this moment, Qin Ruo suddenly sprang out of bed. When she focused her attention and entered her own space, her expression split apart inch by inch like lightning striking. Where was her little villa? What about all the weapons and supplies she had hoarded before? The medicine fields? The spiritual spring? Qin Ruo now stood in the open area at the space entrance, gazing blankly at the single backpack lying there alone, her expression dull and lifeless. Previously an endless expanse of space, now except for this roughly 100 square meter open area at the entrance, everything surrounding was pitch black. Qin Ruo lost her composure and attempted to walk 2 steps toward the darkness, only to be blocked by an invisible barrier. What the hell is this messing around? Qin Ruo instantly snapped. She had already accepted being transported to this wretched place, but the empire she had built within her space had actually shrunk. What kind of nonsense was this? Qin Ruo picked up the backpack she normally used for travel, opened it, and glanced inside. Aside from 2 bottles of water, about a dozen chocolate bars, a dagger, and some medicine, there was nothing else. She scanned the area around the space entrance once more and noticed a large boulder had appeared beside the entrance, emitting a faint glow. Only when Qin Ruo approached did she clearly make out a map appearing on the flat surface of the boulder. The map clearly divided the entrance, medicine fields, spirit spring, warehouse, and villa area, along with a blank section. This map was precisely of her own space region. Except for the entrance area, the entire map was rendered in vivid color. The other areas appeared in gray, each marked with a lock icon, and the label unlocked. Qin Ruo was completely flustered. So she would have to reconquer the empire she had built by her own efforts. She ground her teeth and tried calling out Tao Tao. But the surroundings remained silent with no response whatsoever. Maintaining her composure, Qin Ruo surveyed the area one more time before speaking again. Qin Tao Tao, if you don't show yourself within 3 counts, I'll tear you apart. No sooner had she finished speaking than a little boy of about 5 or 6 years old with a cute, dazed expression and messy hair hopped out from behind the giant boulder. The little boy glanced around in all directions, planted his hands on his hips, and called out loudly, Who called this young master? But when he spotted Qin Ruo, he thought he was hallucinating and quickly rubbed his eyes. Ugly girl. Who are you? Why are you here? Explain yourself quickly, or else. You've got some nerve, Qin Tao Tao. Who are you calling ugly? Qin Ruo raised an eyebrow, crossed her arms, and stared directly at the little boy before her. Master. The moment Tao Tao heard that, his bravado vanished instantly, and he scurried over to Qin Ruo's side on his short legs, craning his neck to get a better look. The familiar aura hit him like a wave. Even though her appearance had changed, the person before him was unmistakably his young master. He had just called her an ugly girl. Master, you're finally back? How did you end up like this? Tao Tao missed you so much. Qin Tao Tao immediately felt guilty, his eyes darting around as he wrapped his arms around Qin Ruo's thigh and let out a pitiful wail. Enough, stop acting. Tell me what's going on with this space. Qin Ruo, her expression unreadable, pried Tao Tao's hands off her and grabbed his collar to pull him aside. Master, I don't know either. At that moment I was just sitting at home playing match 3, about to clear level 108. You wouldn't believe how difficult that stage was. Get to the point. All right, here's the thing. You went on a mission yesterday, right? You told me to stay home, and I was just playing when suddenly I was pulled back here. When I came back, the space had already changed. Qin Ruo dove right into his role, opening his mouth and spilling out everything that happened in rapid succession. That's basically it. I got pulled back into the space and can't get out. There's nothing here. Your empire is gone, and my grand warehouse is gone too. And my match 3 game. I barely made it to level 108. The little boy was genuinely heartbroken, now plopping down on the ground and wailing for real. Qin Ruo. So after all that questioning, had she really asked for nothing? After briefly explaining their current situation to Tio, she asked hopefully, Tio, do you know of any way back? According to what Tio had told her before, typically, when the master perished, the space would automatically detach. Given the current circumstances, did that mean there was still a chance to return? Master, you can't go back. Tiao sniffled softly, pouting as he answered Qin Ruo. He too wanted to return, longing for modern hot pot ice cream match 3 games cartoons. What? Say that again. Qin Ruo could hardly believe her ears. You're dead. Blown to pieces, Tiao added gloomily. With a wave of his small hand, Tiao conjured a replay of the scene before Qin Ruo's eyes. That night, after completing her mission, she had closed her eyes for just a moment on the way back, when her car suddenly exploded. It happened too fast, she didn't even have a chance to hide in the space. After arriving in the dashing Dynasty, her memories only went as far as the moment she last closed her eyes. Qin Ruo's expression froze again. Dead? Seriously? Then what's the point of going back? Since she was shattered into pieces, what good would it do, even if she found the way back? Would she have to return to that world as a ghost? Master, get me a big bed and a silk quilt. This stone is way too hard, Tiao said pitifully to Qin Ruo. If I had known this would happen, I would have built my main storage at this entrance instead, and now I have to sleep on stones. Tiao drooped his head and sighed. Qin Ruo ignored him, turning her head away. Undeterred, Tiao sat down opposite her again. Resting his elbows on his knees and cupping his cheeks, he blinked his big eyes at Qin Ruo, trying to be cute. Being cute won't work. I'm still sleeping on a shabby little bed with a shabby little quilt. A big bed. Silk quilt. Dream on. Why don't you fly to the sky? Qin Ruo pushed away the little head that leaned and looking disgusted. With a thought, she returned to the original owner's room. She was in no mood to coax this little creature who had lived for over 1,000 years. Tiao came with the space. When she obtained it, Tiao was already there. According to Tiao, they called themselves artifact spirits. As for himself, he didn't remember how many previous masters he had. Whenever the previous master fell, he would bind to the next fated person. Although Tiao looked only 5 or 6 years old, he was a little creature who had lived for over 1,000 years. Because of his lively personality, Qin Ruo simply named him Tiao, which means bouncy, and he took her surname Qin. Over the years they spent together, Qin Ruo had long regarded Tiao as family. She didn't restrict him, she brought him to the world. She lived in letting him live like a normal person. She even kept up with the trend and sent him to kindergarten. When Qin Ruo returned to her room, Tiao was still shouting incessantly, so she simply blocked his voice. Since things had already been settled, she could only take things step by step. After changing her medicine, she fell asleep. Early the next morning, Qin Ruo woke up, or rather was woken up by the cold. One corner of the original owner's worn-out wooden bed with a broken leg was propped up by a few stones picked up from the riverbank. Beneath the bedding was a thick layer of straw. The tattered quilt was stuffed with reed flowers, willow catkins, and thatch, offering very poor insulation. Unable to sleep, Qin Ruo simply got up. Glancing at the sky outside, it was about 6 o'clock. She touched the back of her head and felt something strange. This body of the original owner had a slight similarity to her past life self. That was that wounds healed faster than ordinary people. In just one night, the wound had mostly healed. This gave Qin Ruo some comfort. Although the original owner's body was somewhat thin, its overall quality was acceptable and wouldn't be too much of a burden. After washing up, Qin Ruo went to the kitchen to prepare some food. After sorting through the original owner's memories last night, she realized that the original owner was penniless. Although she usually did odd jobs and hunted wild game, all the money was handed over to old lady Qin, who controlled the finances. The original owner didn't even have a single coin to her name. For breakfast, Qin Ruo cooked a small pot of white rice porridge, made a bowl of steamed egg custard, and a plate of pickled cabbage. She was not one to mistreat herself. Although earning money was important, now nourishing her body was even more crucial. The second person to get up was Qin Ruo. Seeing the food on the table and Qin Ruo eating heartily, his heart tightened. On ordinary days, having white rice porridge for breakfast in the Qin family was impossible. Usually they ate coarse rice or rice bran with some wild vegetables added. Luxuries like eggs were only for the elder brother to enjoy. Now seeing eggs and white rice porridge on the breakfast table felt like a dream. Qin Ruo could almost imagine old lady Qin flying into a rage. "Sis, shouldn't we wait for Grandma and Big Brother?" Qin Ruo stammered when nervous, finally squeezing out these words. "Sit down and eat, or get out," Qin Ruo said indifferently, not even looking up at Qin Ruo. As for breakfast, she had no intention of making it for old lady Qin and Qin Ruo. They had hands and feet, but refused to support themselves, so let them starve. Qin Ruo stood still. When Big Brother was at home, Grandma wouldn't allow anyone else to start eating before he sat down. "Maybe I'll go call Grandma and Big Brother." "Stop. I made the breakfast, why are you worrying?" Qin Ruo frowned, thinking this younger brother might be a fool. One held all the family's financial power, the other's clothing and food were far better than his. How could they be afraid of having nothing to eat? Seeing Qin Ruo's expression turn sour, Qin Ruo quickly sat down. At first he was a bit restrained, but as he ate he loosened up. The egg custard was tender and smooth, golden in color, fragrant, and sprinkled with a few chopped green onions. Even the pickled vegetables were crisper and tastier than usual. Qin Ruo wolfed down his food, casting aside all distractions to focus on eating. Old lady Qin had been awake for a while, but she only began to dress and get up slowly after hearing the commotion from the kitchen. Old lady Qin didn't go straight to the kitchen. She first washed up slowly in the courtyard, then went to call Qin Ruo to get up. "Dalong, time to get up. Your sister has already made breakfast," old lady Qin called out a few times from outside Qin Ruo's window. Soon Qin Ruo opened his door. Last night, out of spite, he had only eaten one bowl of rice and was now starving. Old lady Qin offered a way out, and he took it. "Dalong, Grandma scolded your sister last night. She knows she was wrong. See, she got up early to make breakfast for you. Don't be angry with her. Grandma will stand up for you." Seeing that Qin Ruo still wore a sullen face, old lady Qin quickly put on a smile to coax her precious darling. When the grandmother and grandson arrived at the kitchen, Qin Ruo happened to be pouring the last bit of egg custard into Qin Ruo's bowl. Old lady Qin immediately spotted the eggshells on the stove, her face turning green. "Are you crazy? Eating eggs early in the morning, and you cracked 4. How much wealth do you have to squander like this? You wasteful creature, you even used polished rice to make porridge. That was bought especially for Dalong." Old lady Qin counted the eggshells on the stove, then looked at the clay pot with white rice stuck to its side, her voice cracking with anger. When her eyes moved to the 2 empty bowls on the table, old lady Qin finally realized that Qin Ruo hadn't made breakfast for her and Qin Ruo. "Wretch! Wretch!" Old lady Qin clutched her chest, swaying as if about to fall. The Qin family's farmland was already meager, amounting to merely 5 or 6 mu. With poor harvests and taxes owed to the imperial court, barely enough grain remained to see them through the winter. How could eggs be considered a rarity? That very dough of rice had been purchased only on the assumption that Qin Ruo would return home. But now it had gone down Qin Ruo's belly instead, and old Madame Qin could barely suppress the urge to beat the girl to death. Qin Ruo paid no mind to old Madame Qin's wrath. Having finished her meal, she set down her bowl and chopsticks and rose to leave. Qin Ruo was also satisfied. Ever since Qin Huaijing had disappeared, he could hardly recall the last time he had enjoyed such a hearty breakfast, let alone eaten his fill. Qin Ruo rubbed his full belly with satisfaction and let out a burp, quickly covering his mouth with a guilty expression. Noticing no one had taken heed, he quietly trailed after Qin Ruo and slipped out of the kitchen. "You damn nuisance, stop right there. Setting aside your thieving of rice and eggs, tell me, why did you refuse to make breakfast? Did you deliberately intend for Dalai to go hungry?" Old Madame Qin was accustomed to wielding authority in this household, and her word was law. Qin Ruo's actions that morning struck her as nothing short of outright defiance. "Thieving. This month I earned over a tael of silver from hunting in the mountains and odd jobs, not to mention the 600 when I brought home. A stone of rice costs only 601. What am I not entitled to a bowl of white rice and a few eggs? As for making breakfast, everyone here has hands and feet. Must I feed you all at the mouth? If Qiuxi were truly dead, would you all simply starve to death? Qin Ruo's eyes held not a trace of warmth as she stared straight at old Madame Qin. Stop twisting words. Doesn't the household require money for everything? Dalang's tuition brushes and paper clothes and gifts for social obligations. Where does the money not need to go? Old Madame Qin shot back indignantly, yet immediately sensed her response was ill-advised. The mention of that tale of silver made her somewhat uneasy. For Qin Ruo's account was the truth. Those game animals and wages had brought in well over a tale of silver. Upon receiving the money, old Madame Qin had purchased a dough of white rice, 2 dough of brown rice, and some cooking oil and salt. She had then rushed about equipping Qin Zian with new winter clothes and shoes. Yet she had entirely failed to think of purchasing winter garments for Qin Qiuxi and Qin Zimu. What does that have to do with me? Did the money go to Qin Qiuxi or to Erlang? Qin Ruo asked with a mocking expression. Qin Zian stood by observing coldly. Such matters never required his intervention. Old Madame Qin would always step forward herself. Yet with each glance at Qin Ruo, he felt an increasingly strange sensation. The face before him was familiar, yet somehow unrecognizable. Old Madame Qin's expression was filled with grievance, yet she had no retort. Once Dalang obtained his scholarly degree and formally entered officialdom, he would become the family's greatest pillar of support. What had he done wrong? Even among families without scholars, priority was always given to the brothers. Hadn't all the girls in Changle village grown up this way? Her own daughter, having ventured into the mountains the day before as though possessed, had contradicted her at every turn and opposed Dalang. Old Madame Qin had just boasted before Qin Zian that Qin Qiuxi had acknowledged her mistakes and willingly took up breakfast duty. To be so swiftly contradicted now, old Madame Qin felt utterly humiliated. Qin Ruo had no intention of continuing the argument. After eating, she returned to her room to resume playing dead. Old Madame Qin could do nothing with Qin Ruo and stifled her anger, reluctantly preparing breakfast for Qin Zian instead. Having risen at dawn only to go without breakfast, Qin Zian's mood was far from pleasant. Seeing old Madame Qin take the worst of it, he curled his lip and turned back to his own room. For all her fury, old Madame Qin was equally helpless against Qin Ruo's stubborn defiance. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Old Madame Qin voluntarily resumed cooking duties. She feared Qin Ruo would waste the food, and she dared not prepare a special meal for Qin Zian either. For Qin Ruo had made her demands clear: whatever Qin Zian ate, she would eat as well. Otherwise no one would eat at all. Old Madame Qin had originally planned to secretly slaughter those 2 remaining pheasants for Qin Zian. But Qin Ruo, expressionless, had snapped the necks of both pheasants right before her eyes. Then she fixed Qin Zian with a chilling stare for what seemed an eternity. Old Madame Qin abandoned all such thoughts at once. Just recalling Qin Ruo's gaze sent chills down her spine. She feared even more that if Qin Ruo walked away and refused to hunt again, the family would lose their sole source of income. Qin Ruo paid no mind to old Madame Qin's thoughts. Each day she ate, slept, and slept again, embracing complete resignation. 3 days later, Qin Ruo's wounds had fully healed. She decided to venture outside. The weather grew ever colder, and that thin old quilt provided little warmth. It was time to earn money. As Qin Ruo prepared to leave, old Madame Qin furtively produced a pair of cloth shoes and offered them to her. "Child, I bought these for you yesterday at the township market for over a dozen won." Qin Ruo did not take them. Instead, she cast a glance at Qin Zimu standing nearby. His eyes held not only envy but a hint of melancholy. "Erlang, he has some too. They're in the room. I'll fetch them now." Seeing Qin Ruo still unmoving, old Madame Qin hurried indoors and produced another pair of new shoes for Qin Zimu. Qin Zimu murmured a quiet thank you and bolted back to his room with the shoes. Only then did Qin Ruo accept the pair from old Madame Qin. Why would she refuse new shoes and continue wearing those tattered holes? She was hardly a masochist. Qin Ruo slipped on the shoes and walked straight out the door. Old Madame Qin, carrying the basket and hunting tools, watched her retreating figure with eyes nearly popping from her head. So the cursed girl never intended to enter the mountains after all. Old Madame Qin began to believe Qin Ruo was merely throwing a fit. She responded to kindness, not cruelty. Coaxing would soon mend things. That is why she had specially purchased a pair of new shoes when visiting the county the day before. She had thought bending low and offering the girl new shoes would compel her to suggest entering the mountains today. Instead, the cursed girl would have none of it. 12 when wasted for nothing. She had produced the basket and tools, yet Qin Ruo merely played dumb impervious to all pleas. In the past, the slightest kindness had made her utterly obedient. What madness had seized that cursed girl today? Only when Qin Ruo's figure had vanished from sight did old Madame Qin raise her voice in curses. All day long you saunter about oblivious that our household barely has enough to eat. That wicked girl, you're begging for a beating. After venting her frustration, old Madame Qin felt somewhat relieved. Turning around, she was startled to find Qin Zimu standing silently behind her. You little brat trying to give me a heart attack. What's with that look? If you dare tattle on me for cursing your sister, I'll flay you alive. Old Madame Qin glared guiltily at Qin Zimu and turned back into the house. Soon after, she emerged once more and impatiently pressed 2 candies into Qin Zimu's hand. Take these. Keep your mouth shut and don't speak carelessly. Qiuxi stepped out of the house and wandered along the path through the village. Changhe Village was located in Datong Township, Taya County, under Ganzhou Prefecture in the northwest of the Great Sheng Dynasty. It was a remote place with mountains upon mountains stacked close together. The undulating mountains formed a basin-like terrain. In the present season, everywhere in Changhe Village the vegetation was tinged with autumn colors and fallen leaves drifted in the wind. The entire Changhe Village had only about 100 households, neither large nor small. After making a round, Qiuxi had a good grasp of the village's situation. Just as Qiuxi was about to head back, several people suddenly jumped out from the roadside and blocked her way. The leading woman, with a gaunt figure, sharp cheekbones, and a harsh-looking face, was none other than Zhao Dalai's mother, Madame Zhu. Following behind her were several women known in the village for their love of gossip. Madame Zhu turned back and exchanged a glance with Wang Jiaojiao, who was hiding in the crowd, then immediately pointed at Qiuxi and began cursing aggressively. You shameless little slut. 3 days ago you seduced my Baojin into going into the mountains with you. Now he's gone missing. Tell me, did you hide him away? Madame Zhu's eyes rolled, and she lunged ferociously, trying to tear at Qiuxi's clothes. Qiuxi frowned slightly and nimbly dodged Madame Zhu's attack. You little slut, you still dare to dodge. Why did you come back while my Baojin hasn't returned? What did you do to him? Receiving Wang Jiaojiao's encouraging look, Madame Zhu became even more energized. The women watching sneered at Madame Zhu's words, but who didn't love some drama? Zhao Dalai's original name was Zhao Baojin, who, just hearing his nickname, told you he was no good. The Zhao family's previous daughter-in-law had been worn down to death by Zhao Dalai and his mother. Those who knew the Zhao family's background would never willingly marry their daughter into that household. The Qin girl was notoriously meek and soft-tempered. If she got entangled by Madame Zhu today, it was possible that Zhao Dalai might end up getting a wife for free. Qiuxi, you're also to blame. You and Baojin were clearly of one mind, so why did you put on airs before? You refused when the Zhao family proposed, and now you've hidden Baojin away. Seeing this, Tianshi, the daughter-in-law of old Sun at the village head, immediately squeezed out from the crowd and spoke with a hand covering her mouth, a smirk on her face. The schadenfreude in her eyes was unmistakable. Everyone knew that Madame Zhu had once gone to the Qin house with half a caddy of pastries to propose marriage, only to be beaten out by old Madame Qin. She was deliberately stirring up trouble to disgust people. Tianshi thought of Qiuxi's mother, Sheng, who had been as beautiful as a fox spirit and had constantly bewitched the village men, and her anger flared up. Thankfully, heaven had eyes. Sheng had died of illness. As for that short-lived Qin Huaijing, he wasn't a good man either. When he was alive and caught game, he never offered any to her family. While he went into the mountains and never came back, served him right. Even old Madame Qin was a hateful old thing. Whenever she mentioned Qin Dalong, she would turn up her nose as if her grandson had already become a high official. She wanted to see how old Madame Qin would face anyone after Qiuxi's scandal. Tianshi understood Madame Zhu's scheme perfectly. If it could make the Qin family lose face, she didn't mind helping Madame Zhu. You little slut, if you don't hand over my Baojin today, I'll make sure you regret it. Seeing that someone was backing her up, Madame Zhu's confidence grew, and she lunged again recklessly. Hearing Madame Zhu repeatedly call her a slut, and recalling Zhao Dalai's behavior, Qiuxi's eyes suddenly turned cold. She raised her foot and kicked hard. Madame Zhu's entire body was sent flying, crashing to the ground and howling in pain. Murder! Murder! Qin's little. Qiuxi stood nearby, looking down at Madame Zhu with a cold, sharp gaze, cutting her off. If someone's missing, go report to the authorities. If you accuse me of hiding him, bring proof. Maybe he's been taken by heaven for his misdeeds. You dare scheme against me? Weigh yourself. Do you have the ability? Madame Zhu was momentarily stunned. The words of abuse and bluster churned in her mouth, but she dared not utter them. That morning, Wang Jiaojiao, the niece of the village head, had secretly come to her and whispered something. Wang Jiaojiao told her that 3 days ago she had personally seen her Baojin and Qiuxi go into the mountains together. A lone man and woman going into the mountains together. Who knew what might happen? Since Baojin hadn't returned, it was better to first make the matter stick. The Qin family couldn't afford to lose face. They would surely marry Qiuxi into the family. Madame Zhu knew very well what her son was like. He must have taken a fancy to the Qin girl. Since the opportunity was handed to her on a platter, how could she refuse? Previously, Madame Zhu had shamelessly gone to the Qin house to propose marriage for her son Zhao Dalai. Her thinking at the time was that the Qin family had a scholar. If that Qin Zian passed the imperial examinations, his rapid rise to prominence was only a matter of time. If her Zhao Dalai married Qiuxi, with that connection, her family would surely benefit. Even getting Baojin a minor official post wouldn't be a problem. If Qin Zian didn't pass, it didn't matter. The Qin girl was an excellent hunter and could earn money. Most importantly, she was weak-willed. Once she married into the family and Madame Zhu got a handle on Qiuxi, that would mean controlling the entire Qin household. The more Madame Zhu thought about it, the more pleased she became, so she hurried to the Qin house to propose marriage right after the girl's coming-of-age ceremony. But before she could even finish the opening words, old Madame Qin beat her out, making her a laughingstock among the villagers. Feeling humiliated, Madame Zhu had long wanted to find an opportunity to retaliate. When Wang Jiaojiao approached her to stir up trouble at the Qin house, she agreed without a second thought. Her son was never home. Anyway, it was common for him to fool around outside and not return for 3 to 5 days. Having not seen him for a few days, Madame Zhu wasn't worried at all, completely unaware that Zhao Baojin had long since been devoured by wolves. She was still daydreaming. At this moment, however, her heart was pounding. That Qin girl's gaze was terrifying. It was as if she were looking at a corpse, extremely eerie. Normally, in front of Madame Zhu, she wouldn't dare to even breathe a word, no matter how much she was insulted. The women watching this scene dared not make a sound. Tianshi's face shifted colors several times, and she quietly stepped back. She never imagined Qiuxi would actually lay hands on Madame Zhu. She was simply insane. Madame Tian, you say Zhao Dalai and I are of one mind. Did you see it yourself? If you're so blind, you might as well not have those eyes. Trying to ruin my reputation. I'm not Li Chengkai. Heaven just told me that you've done too many evil deeds, and your good days are over. Qiuxi approached Tianshi, pointing upward, her eyes filled with an indescribable chill. Tianshi's words just now had been all about trying to cement the relationship between her and that Zhao Dalai. With a single mouth, they destroy a person's reputation and drive them to the brink, just as ignorant and vicious as Madame Zhu. A few months ago, Madame Zhu and Tianshi had used the same tactics to drive Li Qiuxi, the eldest daughter of the Li family, to her death. Tianshi's eyes darted away, not daring to meet Qiuxi's gaze. The mention of Li Chengkai made her look guilty. Li Chengkai took her own life. What does it have to do with me? Don't talk nonsense. Filled with fear, Tianshi pushed through the crowd and fled. She lost one of her shoes in the process, but didn't dare to turn back and pick it up. Wang Jiaojiao gnashed her teeth, cursing Madame Zhu and Tianshi for their uselessness. She stamped her foot hard, then quietly slipped out of the crowd. Qiuxi glanced at Wang Jiaojiao's retreating figure and strode away triumphantly. She paid no heed to Madame Zhu still lying on the ground, nor to the women standing there stunned. As Qin Ruo departed, Qiuxi scrambled to her feet amidst a chorus of jeers, sprinting toward her home. Having suffered a humiliating defeat, she felt as though heavy stones pressed upon her chest, suffocating her with indignation. Zhu Shi, a bully who feared the strong, had dared not retaliate when Qin Ruo kicked her, but the more she brooded, the angrier she grew. Not only had she failed in her mission, but she had also endured a kick for nothing. Once home, she felt aches everywhere. She resolved to demand compensation for medical expenses from the Qin family, vowing not to settle for less than 3 or 5 taels of silver. While Zhu Shi lay in bed scheming against Qin Ruo, Tan Shi, who had returned home earlier, found herself inexplicably unsettled by Qin Ruo's words. Even when her mother-in-law Sun Daniu scolded her upon entering, she remained unresponsive. Her mind was consumed by the memory of Li Chuancao's pale, contorted face after she had hanged herself months ago. Qin Ruo, returning from outside, replayed the memories of the Li family tragedy left by her original body, the murderous intent in her eyes growing ever stronger. Months earlier, when Li Chuanqiao had gone alone to gather firewood on the outskirts of the back mountain, she was followed and harassed by Zhu Shi's son Zhao Dalai, but was fortunately rescued by a passing villager. Afterward, the Li family, unable to swallow the injustice, sought justice at Zhao's doorstep. Zhu Shi doted on her only son Zhao Dalai, as if he were the apple of her eye. When old Zhao was still alive, he could somewhat restrain Zhu Shi and Zhao Dalai. But after his death a few years ago, Zhu Shi grew increasingly indulgent, and Zhao Dalai's behavior became more outrageous. Thus, when the Li family came to confront her, Zhu Shi predictably turned the tables, claiming Li Chuanqiao had shamelessly seduced her son and thrown herself at him. Determined to make the Li family swallow this loss, Zhu Shi brazenly declared that Li Chuanqiao was already ruined, her reputation thoroughly tarnished. Out of neighborly goodwill, she would reluctantly allow Li Chuanqiao to marry into her family, but only if the Li family provided 2 taels of silver as a dowry. As for a betrothal gift, since her family was already the aggrieved party, she would not offer one. The Li family trembled with rage at Zhu Shi's shamelessness, but could do nothing against such a brazen, obstinate woman. And Tan Shi, who always loved to meddle in any commotion, had accepted bribes from Zhu Shi and spread exaggerated tales accusing Li Chuanqiao of being a wanton woman. She even claimed that Li Chuanqiao and Zhao Dalai had long been secretly involved, and that the Li family was merely putting on a show. Her words were so vivid, as if she had witnessed it herself, and the rumors grew increasingly absurd. Zhao Dalai too was not idle. He deliberately lingered near the Li family's home every few days, telling everyone he was visiting his in-laws. In the end, rumors even spread that Li Chuanqiao was pregnant with Zhao Dalai's child. In this oppressive feudal era, a woman's chastity was paramount. Li Chuanqiao, unable to defend herself and unable to bear the villagers' pointing fingers, felt both shame and fury. In a moment of despair, she hanged herself while the house was empty. By the time her parents discovered her body had already grown cold. Even though Li Chuanqiao's parents were honest and simple people, they were enraged by this tragedy. In their grief and anger, they carried her body to the Zhu family to demand justice, but were violently driven away by Zhu Shi and her son. With the village head Wang Lijing mediating half-heartedly, and the Li family being of humble status and without influence, they could only accept their misfortune. The matter was eventually dropped. Today, Zhu Shi and Tan Shi were merely repeating their old tricks, attempting to use the same tactics against Qin Ruo that they had used against Li Chuanqiao. Since these people considered human life as worthless as grass, Qin Ruo decided she would grant them their just deserts. Zhao Dalai was already dead and gone, as Zhu Shi and Tan Shi, as well as Wang Jiaojiao, who had indirectly caused the original body's death, would be dealt with one by one. That day, faced with Qin Ruo's chilling demeanor, old Madame Qin dared not provoke her. She stayed home, oblivious to the day's events outside. Dinner passed in rare peace. Qin Zian, having suffered repeated setbacks, dared not stir up trouble for now. Qin Zimu, perceptive, kept his distance from Qin Ruo. That night, the Qin family members retired early while Tan Shi tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep. Thinking of her past actions and recalling Qin Ruo's words that their good days were over, she grew even more uneasy. Her husband had gone to the county for work a few days ago and had not returned. Only Tan Shi's mother-in-law Sun Daniu and her 2 children were left at home. After returning from the outhouse, Tan Shi gazed at the pitch-black night and felt an inexplicable panic. She hurried toward her room, but tripped over a stone, falling heavily to the ground. Tan Shi let out a series of agonized wails. Sun Danyu, awakened by Tian Shi's commotion, came over with a lamp, cursing under her breath. Seeing Tian Shi sprawled on the ground, hair disheveled and mouth covered in blood, she was startled. Regaining her composure, Sun Danyu erupted in fury, scolding, "I've told you time and again to watch your tongue and show some restraint. Look at you. That Qin girl was right. This is your comeuppance." Sun Danyu had never liked her lazy, troublemaking daughter-in-law. Having lived in Changhe village for decades, Sun Danyu was always kind to others, and her son was an honest, simple man. But thanks to Tian Shi's gossiping, she had offended nearly everyone in the village. Sun Danyu's greatest regret was that she had misjudged Tian Shi, allowing the seemingly docile woman to marry into the Sun family. Recalling the Li family tragedy, Sun Danyu had spent countless sleepless nights blaming herself for failing her late husband. Today, a few gossipy women came to her smugly reporting that Tian Shi had once again teamed up with Zhu Shi to provoke the Qin girl. They vividly described the conflict, and Sun Danyu's temples throbbed with rage. The visitors sarcastically remarked that Tian Shi must have made a tidy profit from picking a fight with the Qin girl, insinuating that the Sun family was about to strike it rich. Sun Danyu was mortified, feeling that her and her husband's lifelong reputation had been squandered by Tian Shi. First the Li family, now the Qin family. Who knew what disaster someone as reckless as Tian Shi might cause next? She resolved that as soon as her son returned from the county, she would divorce Tian Shi. "If you're not dead, get up, clean yourself, and go back to your room. What are you wailing about in the middle of the night? If you keep it up, go back to your own family." The more Sun Danyu thought, the angrier she became. She turned and went back to her room, not even bothering to glance at Tian Shi, who was still on the ground. At Sun Danyu's words, Tian Shi immediately stopped wailing. She was somewhat afraid of her mother-in-law. Though she harbored resentment, her mother-in-law held the reins of the household, so she dared not speak up. After spitting out a few mouthfuls of bloody saliva, she wiped her face with her sleeve, limped in the dark, and crawled into bed. Lying down, she silently cursed Li Chunxiao and Qin Ruo. As she cursed, she suddenly felt as if something had stung her eyelids, and her eyes began to burn with a searing pain. Half an hour later, a piercing scream came from her room. "Mother! Mother, come quickly! Help! My eyes hurt so much. I can't see anything." By early morning, news had spread throughout Changhe village that Mrs. Tian had lost 2 front teeth overnight and gone blind from poisonous insect bites. When the news reached Qin Ruo's ears, she felt not the slightest surprise. It was merely a minor scheme. Mrs. Tian had gotten precisely what she deserved. After finishing her morning meal, Qin Ruo took her hunting bow and arrows along with a 3-pronged spear and stepped out of the house. Qin Zimu carried a basket on his back and followed Qin Ruo out of the house. The old matriarch Qin's patience with Qin Ruo had worn dangerously thin these past few days. She longed to scold her, yet upon seeing Qin Ruo dressed for the mountains, she swallowed her words once more. Qin Ruo, armed with hunting tools, headed straight for the foothills of Tuofing Mountain. Qin Zimu trailed silently behind her at an unassuming distance. Most villagers of Changhe village made their living through farming or seasonal odd jobs in nearby towns. A hunting family like the Qins was something of a rarity. After all, the livelihood of a hunter was not one everyone could afford. The mountains were treacherous and complex, where a single moment's carelessness could cost one's life. Times were hard for everyone these days, yet few dared to venture deep into the mountains. Since Qin Huaijing's incident, the villagers of Changhe village had grown all the more fearful at the mere mention of Tuofing Mountain. They contented themselves with gathering mushrooms and fungi around the mountain's periphery, picking wild fruits, and digging up wild vegetables. As winter approached and farming activities waned amid the biting cold, Qin Ruo and Qin Zinu barely encountered another soul along the way. Having spent years alongside the original host, Qin Zimu had observed much and could construct simple traps himself, occasionally catching pheasants or hares. Though success was exceedingly rare, Qin Zimu had grown accustomed to checking them every few days. Upon entering the mountains, he made his way straight to the trap sites, only to find nothing. Qin Zimu let out a heavy sigh, his young face twisted in dejection. He too wished to hunt like his older sister, so their family's hardships might ease somewhat. What's with that sigh? With traps built like that, what did you expect to catch? Stay at the periphery and gather whatever edible plants you can find. Qin Ruo cast a disdainful glance at those roughly meter-deep pits, their bottoms studded with sharpened bamboo stakes. Only the dullest of beasts would stumble into such a snare. You needn't wait for me. I'll finish collecting and return on my own. After giving Qin Zimu his instructions, Qin Ruo prepared to press deeper. The original host usually hunted a bit further into the outer woods, but today Qin Ruo had no intention of merely wandering about. Since she had come this far, she would not return empty-handed. Qin Zimu looked at her with pleading eyes. His desire to follow was written plain on his face. Qin Ruo pretended not to notice and set off. An extra person would only hinder her movements and disrupt her focus. Sister Qiuxi, Zimu, are you heading into the mountains today? A startled cry echoed from the path ahead. A boy of roughly Qin Zimu's age came sprinting toward them, followed by a slightly older youth. They were the Zhou brothers, Zhou Daju and Zhou Erju, from Changhe village. Zhou Daju was 13 this year, while Zhou Erju shared the same age as Qin Zimu. The two Zhou brothers counted among Qin Zimu's few close friends. Because of this bond, the original host had always shown special consideration for the Zhou brothers, teaching them how to craft animal traps, allowing them the occasional bounty to sell for a small profit and supplement their household's income. Today the brothers had entered the mountains to check their traps and gather wild vegetables for the return journey. Regrettably, their traps, too, had yielded nothing. Upon spotting Qin Ruo and her brother, the two boys hurried over to greet them. Both Zhou brothers beamed at the sight of Qin Ruo, for it meant they could follow her deeper into the mountain. That meant a chance to find something valuable. Even wild vegetables and fruits were far more plentiful the further in they went. In times past, the original host had silently permitted the Zhou brothers to accompany them into the forest, provided they stayed within safe boundaries. Typically, the original host handled the hunting, while the two brothers gathered wild fruits and vegetables nearby. Though young, the brothers were remarkably worldly wise. A portion of every harvest of wild fruits and vegetables was invariably set aside for the original host. It had always been their custom. Qin Ruo gave a slight nod, saying nothing. The original host, Qin Qiuxi, had never been a woman of many words, and the Zhou brothers paid it no mind. Soon they fell into step behind Qin Ruo. Qin Zimu, having received Qin Ruo's permission, followed along as well. Her earlier refusal had not been born of coldness, but rather concern that she would need to divide her attention to keep watch over him. Now that the Zhou brothers had joined, Qin Ruo felt no such worry. Zhou Daju was steady and earnest, while Zhou Erju was clever and lively. With the two of them keeping Qin Zimu company, Qin Ruo felt confident no accidents would occur. She knew this mountain intimately, having visited it countless times through the original host's memories. Tuofeng Mountain rose majestically, its rugged ridges winding into the distance. Ancient trees towered overhead, while tangled undergrowth blanketed the slopes, a vast expanse stretching dozens of li, truly breathtaking. Drawing from the original host's memories, Qin Ruo soon located a familiar wooded area on the mountain's gentle slopes. Upon arriving, however, she did not linger. Instead, she strode purposefully toward another direction within the forest. Sister Qiuxi, are we going still further? Zhou Erju asked curiously, noting that Qin Ruo showed no sign of stopping here. We're changing locations today. Just keep up. Qin Ruo, her gaze fixed on the tracks upon the ground, did not look back. The restlessness within her, the anomaly she had brought across, was already shouting alerts. It seemed heaven itself was not entirely unkind to her. The ability to sense animals and gauge their direction and distance had traveled with her across time. Qin Ruo spoke softly, and the Zhou brothers and Qin Zimu fell into silent pursuit behind her. They obeyed Qin Ruo without question. After approximately a quarter of an hour, Qin Ruo, who had been leading the way, finally came to a halt. She turned and signaled for silence, drawing the arrow from her back, nocking it, and drawing the bowstring taut. Against the shrubbery ahead, 3 arrows whistled forth in rapid succession. Only after loosing all 3 did Qin Ruo advance. There, lying in the grass, were 3 pheasants, each weighing some 3 or 4 jin. Sister, pheasants, you hit them. Qin Zimu and the Zhou brothers gathered around, their voices bursting with excitement. Qin Ruo's display in that single moment won the complete admiration of the 3 boys, each of whom regarded her with stars in their eyes. In years past, they had accompanied the original Qin Qiuxi into the mountains, but witnessing archery firsthand was altogether another matter. What made it even more astonishing was that all 3 arrows had found their mark. Qin Ruo smiled faintly, and the restlessness that had plagued her since crossing over began to dissolve. She retrieved the arrows from the pheasants and extended her senses carefully into the surrounding area, then designated a bounded zone where they could safely move. Stay here and gather mushrooms. Leave the small ones for next time. Do not wander far. If anything happens, call out loudly. With those instructions, Qin Ruo pressed onward into the deeper woods. The Zhao brothers and Qin Zimu, their attention still fixed upon the pheasants, only realized the surroundings after Qin Ruo had finished speaking. In ancient forest, they had never before entered, towering trees casting shadowy canopies and dense undergrowth everywhere. Clusters of wild mushrooms grew luxuriantly across the forest floor. Qin Zimu and the others were elated. On ordinary days, because there were many people going to the outskirts of Tuofing mountain mushrooms, and such had already been mostly picked clean. Even the newly sprouted ones had not been spared. They had never seen such an abundance of mushrooms before. Each person could probably gather at least 8 to 10 jin. Jackpot, jackpot. Qin Zimu and the Zhao brothers' eyes gleamed as they rapidly picked mushrooms. Qin Ruo, holding her bow and arrow, followed her intuition and walked toward another part of the forest. By the time Qin Zimu and the Zhao brothers had filled their baskets, half an hour had passed. The large winter mushrooms had all been gathered, leaving only small ones. They sat together chatting and laughing, waiting for Qin Ruo to return. Another hour passed, but Qin Ruo was nowhere to be seen. Why hasn't my elder sister come back yet? Could she have run into danger? Qin Zimu thought of how his father had disappeared in this mountain a few years ago, and he immediately became restless. Elder sister is still injured. What if she really encounters a wolf? I have to go find her. Qin Zimu stood up, a vague unease in his heart. Second brother, don't be impulsive. Let's first call out to see if Sister Qiuxi is nearby. Otherwise, if we get separated, Sister Qiu, she will have to find us. Zhao Dalai, being older, said with a composed expression. But in truth, he was also panicking. Everyone in Changhe village knew that there were wolves on Tuofing mountain. Elder sister. Sister Qiuxi. Qin Zimu and the Zhao brothers shouted loudly at the same time, but disappointingly they received no response from Qin Ruo. Just as they were about to call out again, several wolf howls suddenly sounded from the other end of the forest. Zhao Dalai's face changed abruptly. Oh no, we've really encountered wolves today? Second brother Erju, you two immediately go down the mountain following the markers we made along the way. I'll go find Sister Qiuxi. Despite his fear, Zhao Dalai decided to arrange for his younger brother and Qin Zimu to leave first. I'm not going back. I have to find elder sister. I'm not going back either. I'll go with second brother to find Sister Qiuxi. Qin Zimu and Zhao Erju spoke almost in unison. Having said that, they picked up a dead branch from the ground and rushed toward the forest where the wolf howls had been heard. Unable to stop them, Zhao Dalai had no choice but to quickly follow. If you're going, you must listen to me. Without much persuasion, Zhao Dalai took the lead and charged ahead. The deeper they went, the denser the vegetation and the clearer the wolf howls became. Sister Qiu, she seems to be over there. Hurry. Zhao Dalai pointed to the forest not far away, his feet moving as if windborne. Zhao Erju and Qin Zimu, both accustomed to heavy labor, had decent stamina and did not fall far behind Zhao Dalai. In the forest on the other side, Qin Ruo was pulling a sharp dagger out of a wolf's flank. The wolf struggled a few times and then lay still. Qin Ruo, disheveled, sat on the ground, panting heavily. Her hands and clothes were splattered with blood, the wolf's blood. Qin Ruo had overestimated the physical condition of this body. If not for her past life's instinctive reaction to danger, she would have nearly become the wolf's meal. Careless. Second brother Erju, come over here. I'm here. Hearing the voices of the Zhao brothers and Qin Zimu, Qin Ruo called out in response. She casually tossed the dagger back into her own space. Perfect timing. Isn't this free labor? Her space was usable, but it was a life-saving trump card, so she needed to be cautious. This place was not safe to linger. She had to leave quickly. If she encountered a wolf pack, she could hide in the space, but as for Qin Zimu and the others, they would only become a wolf snack. If the things in her space were still there, any single weapon would make dealing with a pack of wolves effortless. Qin Ruo sighed silently. An hour earlier, relying on the sensing skill from her past life, Qin Ruo had quickly harvested a batch of game. Just as she was about to leave, a wild wolf drawn by the scent of blood quietly approached her from behind. Thanks to her keen sense of danger, she immediately rolled on the ground to evade the wolf's attack. Seeing the wolf eyeing her menacingly, ready to pounce at any moment, there was no time to draw her bow. She would have to engage in close combat. Qin Ruo drew a dagger, and the moment the wolf lunged, she seized the opportunity and plunged the dagger directly into the wolf's neck. The wounded wolf did not die immediately, but became even more ferocious. Baring its sharp fangs, it leaped, intending to bite Qin Ruo's neck. But Qin Ruo dodged again with a swift sidestep. After a dozen exchanges, the shortcomings of this body gradually became apparent. She nearly got scratched by the wolf's claws several times. Qin Ruo was never one to give up, and the wolf's ferocity only stirred her fighting spirit. She had no intention of hiding in the space. In her past life, at the age of 15, she had undergone hellish training in the tropical rainforest, brushing shoulders with death countless times. She hadn't felt such an exhilarating sensation in a long time. Just as her strength was nearly spent, she finally found an opportunity and drove the dagger fiercely into the wolf's belly again. The wolf finally stilled. Fearing it wasn't dead, Qin Ruo stabbed it a few more times before stopping. When Qin Zimu and the Zhou brothers arrived following the sound, they saw Qin Ruo sitting on the ground covered in blood with a dead gray wolf lying beside her. Elder sister, Sister Qiuxi, the Zhou brothers, and Qin Zimu rushed forward anxiously, surrounding Qin Ruo. The concern and tension in the young boy's eyes warmed Qin Ruo's heart slightly. I'm fine. The blood on me is all from the wolf. It's good that you're here. This place isn't safe to linger. Let's carry these things back first. Qin Ruo pointed to a full bag of game beside her, along with 2 wild rabbits scattered on the ground that hadn't been gathered yet. Seeing Qin Ruo was safe, Qin Zimu and the others sighed in relief and quickly packed up the items. Zhou Erju and Qin Zimu carried the sack of game and started walking back along the path they came from. Sister Qiuxi, I'll carry the wolf. You take the rabbits. Zhou Daju placed the rabbits beside Qin Ruo and hoisted the dead wolf onto his shoulder. The wolf's pelt was damaged and wouldn't sell for much, so Qin Ruo didn't really want it. Wolf meat isn't tasty anyway, forget it, Qin Ruo said casually. Sister Qiuxi, have you forgotten? The county office issued a notice in autumn offering a bounty of 2 taels of silver for killing a wolf, and the pelt goes to the hunter. Qin Ruo then recalled that it was true. In the past year or two, several villages near Changhe village, including Changhe itself, had suffered varying degrees of wolf attacks. Domestic livestock became the wolves' primary targets. There had even been incidents of human casualties in nearby villages, causing the authorities much distress. The Yamen had organized several hunting expeditions into the mountains, but to little effect. Instead, they lost several constables. Left with no other option, they issued a bounty to the public for killing wild wolves. Who would dare to provoke a wolf without some skill? Wouldn't that be like walking into a trap? Even if one coveted the bounty, one had to live to spend it. Qin Ruo, however, had a new plan. She could take on this job. After all, completing tasks was her old trade, and it paid faster than hunting. In this great Sheng dynasty, prices seemed quite high. A jin of pork cost nearly 41, and a jin of salt was over 101. 1 tael of silver really didn't go far. Having made up her mind, she didn't object to Zhou Daju carrying the wolf down the mountain. Qin Ruo slung her bow and arrows over her back, picked up the 2 rabbits, and followed behind Zhou Daju on the way back. When they reached the spot where the Zhou brothers and Qin Zimu had been picking mushrooms, they gathered their things and quickly descended the mountain. The group finally halted by the water pool. Qin Ruo took the opportunity to wash her face and scrub the bloodstains from her hands before beginning to tally the game hunted that day. Including the 3 pheasants shot earlier at the mushroom gathering spot, Qin Ruo had bagged a total of 12 pheasants, 6 hares, and 1 roe deer. Yes, and 1 wolf. Daju Erju, take these chickens and hares home. You saw what happened there today. Do not venture in alone. After speaking, Qin Ruo selected 2 pheasants and a plump rabbit weighing 5 or 6 jin, pressing them into the Zhou brothers' hands. Considering their help carrying game and gathering mushrooms, she was hardly stingy with these provisions. She had inspected everyone's bamboo baskets. The one Zimu carried weighed roughly the same as the Zhou brothers, approximately 12 or 13 jin. No need to ask. Those had been portioned over from the Zhou brothers. Moreover, knowing a wolf lurked nearby, they still dared seek her out. She appreciated their kindness. How could the Zhou brothers dare accept? Meat was precious, and the brothers knew it well. They had already been content with the day's bountiful mushroom harvest. Without Qin Ruo, how would there have been any spoils today? Sister Qiuxi, we cannot accept this. It is far too valuable. The brothers protested in unison, waving their hands frantically. Stop your fussing. Take what I offer. I dislike all this back and forth. With Qin Ruo's words spoken, the Zhou brothers dared not refuse further. Thank you, Sister Qiuxi. Zhou Daju was already 13, long past childish ways. His eyes glistened, and he bowed deeply to Qin Ruo. Zhou Erju quickly followed his brother's lead, bowing and chirping his thanks. The Zhou household was large, 8 souls in all. The Zhou parents had 4 children, 2 sons and 2 daughters. The family also housed 2 elderly grandparents, old Granny Zhou and Grandpa Zhou. For them, eating meat was a considerable luxury. Zimu stood beside her, grinning foolishly, feeling as though his elder sister were radiating light. With so many pheasants and hares and a wolf slain, as well, he felt his sister had suddenly grown formidable. After distributing the goods, Qin Ruo and the others descended the mountain. As for the wolf, they would still need to notify the county yamen. They simply left it near the pool, concealed beneath dry grass. Qin Ruo planned to visit the county town tomorrow, sell the game, and then summon the yamen officials. Hardly had she departed when 2 figures appeared on another path, heading straight for where the wolf lay. The newcomers were Wang Lauer, the district head's younger brother, and his son Wang Fugui. We've struck it rich. A wolf. 2 tails of silver are ours, ha. Wang Lauer parted the weeds, his eyes gleaming as he stared at the wolf carcass. Wang Fugui was equally overjoyed, dancing about with delight. Today, Wang Lauer had originally intended to scout the mountains with his son, more accurately to simply pick up game from traps others had laid. After circling the hillsides, father and son had found nothing. As they returned grumbling, they spotted Qin Ruo and her party lingering among the grasses near the water pool, apparently concealing something. Once Qin Ruo had departed, the 2 crept forward stealthily to investigate. To their surprise, there was indeed a considerable prize hidden. Quick, go quickly. Hitch the donkey cart and fetch someone from the county yamen immediately. Afraid that delays might cause trouble, Wang Lauer hurriedly sent Wang Fugui ahead to summon the officials. Meanwhile, he secretly relocated the dead wolf and planted some evidence. Worried others might arrive and discover it, Wang Lauer decided to stay and guard it himself. Qin Ruo had no idea that the wolf she had battled to the death and dragged down the mountain was already being targeted. After descending the mountain, the Zhou brothers did not part ways, but instead helped deliver the game to the Qin residence. Elder Qin was in the courtyard cursing as she washed clothes. She complained that Qin Ruo and Zimu had learned to shirk their duties. On ordinary days, even when entering the mountains, the 2 would first wash their clothes before departing. Hearing the commotion of Qin Ruo's party approaching, Elder Qin was about to reprimand the siblings. But looking up, she saw the Zhou brothers carrying a large cloth sack into their courtyard with a faint scent of blood in the air. Qin Ruo and Zimu followed behind, bearing baskets and hunting tools. Those baskets looked rather heavy. Could Qiuxi's girl have hunted something good again? Elder Qin's eyes sparkled with excitement, and she forgot to scold Qin Ruo about her laundry. She quickly rose and hurried over. As soon as the Zhou brothers set down their load, she impatiently reached forward to open the sack. Pheasants, hares, roetter. Elder Qin grew ever more excited with each item. Her mind was already spinning with ideas about what more she could extract from Qin Zian. She barely acknowledged the Zhou brothers when they greeted her. The Zhou brothers were long accustomed to this. They touched their noses and stood aside in silence. Daju Erju, thank you. Just leave the things here, you can head back now. Qin Ruo ignored Elder Qin and told the Zhou brothers they could return home. No need for thanks, Sister Qiuxi. It was the least we could do. Zhou Daju scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed. Compared to the effort Qin Ruo had contributed, the game she gave was nothing. Sister Qiuxi, when will you enter the mountains next time? Can we still go with you? In Zhou Erju's eyes burned an intense enthusiasm as he gazed unblinking at Qin Ruo. Every boy possessed an innate admiration for martial prowess. Today he had been thoroughly conquered by the skill Qin Ruo had displayed. It was not only Zhou Erju, both Zhou Daju and Zi Mu shared the same hunger in their eyes. For a moment, 3 pairs of eyes all fixed upon Qin Ruo, awaiting her answer. If I go into the mountains again, I'll have Erling notify you in advance. Qin Ruo smiled faintly and agreed on the spot. The Zhou brothers and Zi Mu erupted in cheers. At this moment, Elder Qin had already finished counting the pile of game on the ground. As she straightened up, her sharp eyes caught sight of a small tuft of chicken feathers protruding from the heavy basket behind Zhou Daju. Daju, where did these pheasants and hares come from? Elder Qin walked behind Zhou Daju, and without waiting for an explanation began pulling away the layer of wild grass covering the basket. When she clearly saw what was inside, her heart sank with each pulse of regret. On ordinary occasions, this brat would secretly share her game with the Zhou family, and she had been scolded countless times, but never changed her ways. Now she had actually given them 2 pheasants and a hare. Such reckless generosity was unacceptable. What fortune could she squander like this? Selling these items for money to spend on Dalong would surely be better than giving them away for free. Elder Qin's brows knitted together so tightly they seemed ready to crush flies, her tone unconsciously acquiring an interrogatory quality. Grandma Qin, this is. Zhou Daju regretted his carelessness, fearing his oversight might bring trouble upon Qin Ruo. He knew his Grandma Qin's nature all too well. She would surely make things difficult for Sister Qiuxi. I gave them to Grandma Zhou's family. Do you have a problem with that? Qin Ruo spoke coldly, too indifferent to even offer an explanation. The Zhou family also lived at the end of the village not far from the Qin residence. After Qin Huaixing's incident, Grandma Zhou had noticed the former master and Zimu suffering from irregular meals and had secretly helped them often. Sometimes it was a wild vegetable pancake, sometimes a coarse grain bun. When the former master had contracted the wind-cold, old lady Zhou had even dispatched her youngest grandson Zhou Erju to deliver several eggs to nourish her body. Although those eggs had ultimately ended up in Ziyan's stomach for the help the Zhou family had shown the former master, and since she now inhabited the former master's body, Qin Ruo did not mind repaying them in some measure. This is something of our Qin family. What right do you have to act on your own? You're just being generously foolish. Being directly exposed by Qin Ruo, old Madame Qin was almost fuming with rage. She abandoned all pretense of dignity, her voice rising sharply. You're wrong. This is my belonging, and I can give it to whomever I please. You have no say in the matter. Qin Ruo replied to old Madame Qin coolly. She was not the original Qin Qiuxi, who was meek and submissive. That was never her nature. Qin Ruo had made up her mind to live as she pleased. Old Madame Qin was momentarily choked with anger. She simply turned and walked back into the house, not even bothering with the pile of game on the ground. Mainly because there were outsiders present, and she feared Qin Ruo might say something even more unpleasant, causing her to lose face. The Zhou brothers felt even more guilty toward Qin Ruo, knowing their carelessness had caused her trouble. But Qin Ruo waved her hand, dismissively telling them to go back. Though she had returned indoors, old Madame Qin kept an eye on the outside. As soon as the Zhou brothers left, she stormed out like a whirlwind. Tomorrow Dalong will be returning to the academy. Tonight stew a wild chicken to eat. In the morning stew another one for Dalong to take back. Sell the rest to buy Dalong an extra winter coat. Old Madame Qin spoke with a stern face, arranging the disposal of the game. Qin Ruo paid no heed to old Madame Qin's words. She neatly arranged the game into a large basket, picked out the 2 plumpest wild chickens and a rabbit, and told Qin Zimu to boil water. In Changhe village, people generally ate 2 meals a day with no such thing as lunch. But Qin Ruo was unwilling to starve herself. She aimed to first build up her strength. Seeing Qin Ruo silent, old Madame Qin felt her authority returning, and even her back straightened a little. She had no idea that Qin Ruo simply couldn't be bothered to respond. What can't stand the hunger? What time is it now? Can't you cook in the evening? First wash Dalong's clothes. He needs to take them back tomorrow. When old Madame Qin saw Qin Ruo take the things inside, but then sit motionless on a stool in the yard, showing no intention of washing the basin of clothes, she grew anxious again. She felt she had been too indulgent with Qin Ruo, who had turned out both greedy and lazy. Clearly she had told her to kill 2 wild chickens, yet she insisted on eating an extra rabbit as well. After returning, she had no sense of initiative. Dalang's clothes were plainly set out, but she pretended not to see them. What could be more important than Dalang's affairs? Does Qin Zian have no hands or feet? He's not born to a life of luxury, yet he acts like a spoiled rich kid. The great Sheng dynasty values agriculture. Everyone in the realm knows that even the emperor led the officials to till the fields. Not to mention far-off examples, even the village scholar goes to the fields as usual. What face does a mere student like him have to demand servants for washing clothes? Qin Zian sat in the room, holding a book, unaware that he had been holding it upside down. He had long heard the commotion in the yard, but didn't want to go out. He felt that the current Qiuxi was off in every way, as if she had become a different person. Previously, Qiuxi never dared to talk back to grandmother, never showed the slightest discontent, and certainly never competed with him for food. This Qiuxi, could she be an imposter? She'd better not leave me any evidence to catch. Qin Zian stared at Qin Ruo's figure with a gloomy expression. Old Madame Qin failed to command Qin Ruo, and instead got a face full of indifference, only then realizing she had overestimated herself. This granddaughter was clearly someone who wouldn't listen to reason, so she had no choice but to go back and continue washing the unfinished clothes. Of course, she knew the scholar Qin Ruo mentioned. But how could her Dalong compare to that Qin fellow who had failed the imperial examinations 3 times and stopped at the scholar level? Her Dalong was destined to become a high official. How could he soil his hands with such coarse work? It would be too degrading. Qin Ruo keenly sensed a gaze behind her. She abruptly turned around, looking toward the slightly ajar window of Qin Zian's room. Qin Zian was not worth her concern. As long as he didn't provoke her, they could coexist under the same roof for now. If Qin Zian proved tactless, she wouldn't be blamed. The person in the room broke out in a cold sweat, his heart pounding violently. That gaze just now was too piercing. It was as if Qiuxi had eyes in the back of her head, knowing he was watching her. The oppressive force made it difficult for Qin Zian to breathe. Who was this Qiuxi? His mind in turmoil, he simply closed the window, out of sight, out of mind. Qin Ruo prepared the chicken and rabbit, cooking a mushroom chicken soup and a braised rabbit stew. Old Madame Qin washed with a pang of pain. Wasn't she using far too much oil without any cost? How precious oil was, did this wretched girl not know? At this rate of consumption, how much wealth could sustain such a lifestyle? And cooking white rice at noon. Which household could afford such extravagance? What a waste. A sheer waste. Despite her dissatisfaction, old Madame Qin dared not say anything. This brat had been rather eerie these past 2 days, with a temper that flared up at the slightest provocation. She didn't want to court trouble again. Thinking of last night's incident, old Madame Qin refrained from adding food to Qin Zian's bowl. During the meal, however, she subtly pushed the dishes in his direction. Qin Ruo was almost amused. The table was so small, what difference did pushing it a little make? Qin Zian ate in silence, occasionally sneaking glances at Qin Ruo. When he clearly saw the teardrop mole under Qin Ruo's eye, he was momentarily bewildered. Perhaps he was overthinking. How could 2 people in this world be so similar? Even the position and size of the teardrop mole were identical. Besides, the Qin family had nothing. If this Qiuxi was a fake, what could the imposter possibly gain? Qin Ruo ignored Qin Zian's probing glances. After all, whether open or covert, all schemes were paper tigers before true strength. After the meal, old Madame Qin surprisingly said nothing about Qin Ruo not clearing the table. When Qin Zimu started to clean up, old Madame Qin impatiently shooed him away. Once alone in the kitchen, she furtively glanced toward the door. Then she quickly grabbed the leftover white rice, a few eggs, and a small jar of lard, moving them from the stove area into a cabinet. After doing this, she wore a satisfied smile. Just as she was about to leave the kitchen, she suddenly thought of something. She hurried back to her room, fetched a wooden lock, and secured the cabinet, finally at ease. The cabinet in the kitchen had never been locked before, but after the previous incident, old Madame Qin dared not be careless. Now the person she had to guard against was Qiuxi. Old Madame Qin feared that that damned girl would squander these good things recklessly. Qin Ruo had already fallen asleep in her room. Killing that wolf had drained her energy, and she needed to recover. She was completely unaware of old Madame Qin's later actions. This nap lasted nearly an hour. Wang Fugue was leading 5 or 6 yamen runners toward the village. The villagers of Changhe village were momentarily bewildered upon seeing the officials arrive, assuming someone in the village had committed some offense. After some inquiry, they learned that Wang Lauer and his son had actually hunted and killed a wolf in the back hills. The villagers' thoughts varied. A single wolf could be exchanged for 2 taels of silver, not to mention the free wolf pelt. The Wang father and son's luck was nothing short of extraordinary. What was more, they heard the wolf had fallen into a trap first, and was severely wounded before the Wang father and son claimed it. This made everyone feel even more that the Wang's fortune was truly defying the heavens. Some people secretly refused to believe it. Would the cowardly Wang father and son dare to hunt a wild wolf? It was more likely to happen than a sow climbing a tree. Nonetheless, the news of the Wang's wolf hunt spread rapidly throughout the village. Villagers who caught wind of it all rushed over, some simply following along to watch the spectacle. The Zhou brothers also received the news and immediately sensed something unusual about the situation. Something was wrong here. How could such a coincidental thing possibly happen? The 2 brothers spared no time for anything else, exchanged a few words with their father and mother, and hurried off toward the Qin residence. Upon arriving at the Qin home, they ran into Qin Ruo and Qin Zimu, who were just about to step out. A quarter hour earlier, Qin Zimu, who had just returned from outside, had knocked on her door. He told her that Wang Fuguei was leading Yamen runners toward the back hills, supposedly after hunting a wolf. Sister Qiuxi, the Wang family. No need to say more. Let's go see what's happening. Qin Ruo cut Zhou Dalai off with a stern expression. She didn't believe for a single word that the Wang father and son had hunted a wolf. Both men were idle, shiftless, and terrified of danger. When they encountered a wolf, they'd run as far away as possible. Most likely the wolf she herself had killed today had been appropriated by the Wang father and son. What belonged to her would not be so easily taken away. Qin Ruo sneered and led the way out. The Zhou brothers and Qin Zimu followed closely behind. By the time they arrived at the pond, several Yamen runners were preparing to shoulder the wolf and carry it back. Meanwhile, the Wang father and son were standing proudly, foam flying from their mouths, as they spun an elaborate tale for the crowd of villagers about how they alone had hunted the wolf. Qin Ruo spotted the wolf being carried by the Yamen runners at a glance. It was the very one she had hunted. Her eyes turned ice cold in an instant. Although the Zhou brothers also recognized that wolf, they still clung to a faint shred of hope and rushed straight to the spot near the pond where they had hidden it. They pushed aside the grass, but it was completely empty. The 2 brothers exchanged a glance, their hearts sinking deeper and deeper. These Wang Lauer and Wang Fuguei had no shame whatsoever. This was clearly the wolf Annie Qiuxi had hunted, and now they were openly trying to claim the credit. You're lying. This wolf was clearly caught by Annie Qiuxi. This is outright robbery. Zhou Erju pushed through the crowd and charged up to the Wang father and son, shouting loudly. Boy Zhou, I advise you to stop talking nonsense. Who do you claim hunted this wolf? That filthy little girl from the Qin family. Who would believe that? Wang Fuguei stared at Zhou Erju with murderous eyes, his tone laced with menace. At that moment, both Wang Lauer and Wang Fuguei noticed the newly arrived Qin Ruo. Neither gave the scrawny, willowy girl a second thought. That girl from the Qin family never said a word. The quietest sort who wouldn't even wheeze a complaint if hit with 3 sticks. No doubt she wouldn't dare to make a move. Those 2 taels of silver were already as good as his. I was under the impression that the wolf I hunted had become yours at some point, Qin Ruo said, stepping forward and fixing Wang Fuguei with a stare, her voice utterly emotionless. A stir rippled through the crowd. The Qin family came from a line of hunters. It was entirely possible that this wolf had been hunted by the Qin girl. But the Wang father and son were burly men, or it seemed more plausible that the 2 of them together had taken down a severely wounded wolf. Several Yamen runners looked confused and uncertain, exchanging glances before turning their eyes toward Qin Ruo, standing nearby. The young girl before them was slim and slight. She hardly looked like someone capable of killing a wild wolf. Noticing the Yamen runner's reaction, the Wang father and son exchanged glances and shared a smug smile. They had already dealt with the wolf beforehand and were unafraid of any confrontation. The lead Yamen runner, a man of about 30, raised his hand to signal everyone to be quiet, then beckoned Qin Ruo to come forward and speak. Young lady, step forward. You claim this wolf was hunted by you. Do you have any proof? The lead runner was named Yang. Some inexplicable impulse made him want to hear Qin Ruo's side of the story. The young girl may have looked slight, but her gaze was resolute and her eyes clear. She didn't appear to be the type who deliberately sought trouble. Sir, don't listen to that woman's nonsense. With that scrawny frame of hers, if she ever actually ran into a wolf, she'd barely make a meal for it. Seeing Yang's attitude seemed to shift, Wang Fugui panicked instantly. Although the wolf had already been processed, he wanted to avoid any further complications and was eager to send everyone away so he could collect his reward at the yamen the next day. Silence. I didn't ask you. Yang's expression darkened. On the way here, he had already harbored doubts about Wang Fugui's words. Wang Fugui looked sloppy and shiftless. From any angle, he didn't resemble someone capable of hunting a wolf, and Yang knew very well how cunning wolves could be. It was only upon arriving at the scene and seeing the wolf in person that things matched Wang Fugui's description. The head was smashed to pieces by a rock, and the belly and neck bore more than a dozen stab wounds. On the surface, it did look consistent with what the Wang father and son had described. Yang could only temporarily suppress the lingering doubts and uneasy feeling in his heart. Just as he was about to leave, unexpectedly Qin Ruo and her companion stepped forward. Since there was a dispute over the wolf's ownership, Yang naturally could not turn a blind eye. This was precisely why he had asked Qin Ruo to come forward and speak. Esteemed sir, my foolish son has spoken improperly and offended you. I offer my sincere apologies here. I was merely afraid that you might be deceived by the Qin girl and waste your precious time. Before Qin Ruo could even open her mouth, Wang Lauer was already grinning ingratiatingly and bowing deeply, positioning himself in front of Yang. Yang had served in the yamen for over a decade. How could he fail to see through Wang Lauer's little scheme? The Wang father and son had repeatedly tried to prevent him from questioning Qin Ruo, which clearly indicated they had something to hide. Yang's instincts had already leaned toward believing that Qin Ruo was the one who had actually hunted the wolf. Who caught this wolf I will determine for myself. Are you instructing me on how to do my job? Yang's face hardened as he spoke in a sharp rebuke. Seeing this, several yamen runners with broadswords at their waists immediately surged forward aggressively, surrounding Wang Lauer and Wang Fugui. The two men fell silent at once, too scared to speak further, though they couldn't resist shooting furious glares at Qin Ruo. That glare plainly warned her not to speak carelessly, but Qin Ruo didn't even spare the Wang father and son a glance. She stepped forward, swept her eyes over them, and spoke calmly. This wolf was hunted and killed by me in the mountains. I had planned to visit the county yamen tomorrow, but instead someone has stolen credit for the wolf I hunted. Qin Ruo calmly recounted to Yang the full story of how she had hunted the wild wolf and the process of concealing its carcass. Yes, that wolf was killed by Sister Qiuxi, and my eldest brother helped carry it down. Also, Erlang was with us, we can testify. After we carried the wolf down the mountain, we initially placed it in that patch of grass. It must have been Wang Lauer and Wang Fugui who saw it and stole it, trying to steal Sister Qiuxi's credit. As soon as Qin Ruo finished speaking, Zhou Erju stepped forward loudly to bear witness. He had no fear of the Wang family. Clearly the wolf was killed by Sister Qiuxi. The Wangs were shameless. Injustice, Your Honor. Do not believe these ruffians. They must be blinded by greed, colluding to bully us father and son. If you don't believe me, ask anyone here. The village head of Changha village is my elder brother. He can vouch for me. Your Honor, take a closer look. This wolf fell into a trap on the mountain and was already severely wounded. We father and son exhausted ourselves to barely kill it. There are still wounds from the trap's sharp edges on its belly. After Wang Lauer finished speaking, fearing that Yang might not believe him, he quickly added another sentence. The surrounding villagers, hearing Wang Lauer mention the village head Wang, all fell silent and quietly stepped back a few paces. Avoiding trouble is better than courting it. Offending village head Wang would only bring disaster upon oneself. Bullshit. Wang Lauer, don't try to intimidate us with the village head. Do I not know my own daughter? She never lies. In all of Changha village, my Qin family is the only household of hunters. If you two had seen a wolf, you'd have wet your pants in fear. Bah! Shameless wretches. The old Madame Qin, who had arrived later, listened for a while, understood the situation, and could no longer contain herself. She pushed through the crowd, rushed forward, and with hands on her hips launched into a tirade against the Wang father and son. In her youth, old Madame Qin was a formidable figure whose sharp tongue made her unrivaled in Changhe village. Even in her old age, she remained undiminished. No matter how she treated Qin Qiuxi in daily life, she was fiercely protective of her family in public. In truth, she was only half convinced by Qin Ruo's words. But compared to the Wang father and son, she was more willing to believe that her own granddaughter had killed the wolf. More importantly, this was two tales of silver. She couldn't let the Wangs get away with it. A burst of laughter erupted from the crowd. Wang Lauer and Wang Fugui's faces flushed red with shame. Seeing the silver slipping away tormented them immensely. Brother, come out quickly. Judge this for us. Wang Lauer spotted village head Wang hiding among the crowd, and as if finding a pillar of support waved and shouted at him. Village head Wang wished he could kill Wang Lauer on the spot. He knew all too well what kind of people his younger brother and nephew were. He wasn't sure who had killed the wolf, but he would never believe it was Wang Lauer and Wang Fugui. However, Wang Lauer was his own blood brother, so he could only resign himself to cleaning up the mess. Your Honor, these two are my younger brother and nephew. They are honest folks of Changhe village who I believe they would not dare to lie. Wolves are cunning creatures. Even several adults struggle to subdue one, let alone a young girl from the Qin family. Village head Wang stepped forward and bowed to Yu Xingyang, choosing his words carefully and leaving room for ambiguity. Yet every word insinuated that Qin Ruo was lying. Village head Wang thought to first fob off these Yamen runners. As for what came later with him stepping in the Qin family, wouldn't dare to cause trouble. Qin girl, I know your family lives in hardship. How about this? I'll make the decision today. After the Wangs collect the reward, they'll share 100 coppers with you as assistance. What do you say? Village head Wang cleared his throat, putting on an air of righteousness. Huh. Assistance. Not good enough. What? Is village head Wang today going to pervert the truth and abuse your power? Are you so certain that this wolf was killed by Wang Lauer and his son? Qin Ruo sneered, her tone laden with meaning. If they wanted to covet what was hers, they'd better see if they had the ability. I am only making a judgment based on my past experience. As to whom the wolf truly belongs to, we must await the thorough investigation of the Yamen runners, sir, before making a decision. Village head Wang did not directly respond to Qin Ruo, fearing he might overreach and lose face later. He simply kicked the ball back to Yu Xingyang. At the same time, he was inwardly furious at Qin Ruo's lack of tact. He had already offered her 100 coppers, yet the girl refused to let go. Was she showing him the village head no respect? Village head Wang silently noted a grudge against the Qin family. Yu Xingyang said nothing, but he had already formed his judgment. This village head was clearly biased. Yet he wanted to see what the young girl would say next. He felt that this Qin girl had a trick up her sleeve. Young lady, is there anything else you wish to say? Yu Xingyang gestured for Qin Ruo to continue. I've said all I need to say, but I have one question for the Wang family. Qin Ruo showed no sign of panic, calmly clutching the two wolf fangs in her sleeve. Granted. Go ahead and ask. Yu Xingyang didn't even give the Wang father and son a chance to speak before directly agreeing to Qin Ruo's request. When Wang Lauer saw that village head Wang had stepped in on his behalf, he was no longer anxious. He had tampered with the wolf and was confident the Yamen runners would not detect it. If you have something to ask quickly. Don't waste everyone's time. Wang Lauer patted his chest, putting on an air of a clear conscience. You claim that you and your son killed this wolf, after which you sent Wang Fugui to notify the Yamen. You stayed here the entire time, never leaving, and no one else handled it. Is that correct? Qin Ruo cut straight to the point without wasting words. Wang Fugui wanted to speak, but Wang Lauer held him back. His son was rash and dim-witted. He feared a single word would give them away. That's right. The wolf was discovered by me and Fugui in the trap, and we killed it together. After killing it, I immediately sent Fugui to the county office to notify them while I stayed here the whole time. Wang Lauer believed his story was watertight. When the Yamen runners arrived, the wolf was still in the trap, a fact everyone had witnessed. The bloodstains where Qin Ruo had hidden the wolf earlier had long been cleaned away by him. He was certain Qin Ruo had no chance to turn the tables. Little did he know that he had already fallen into her trap. Oh, is that so? Then what is this? Qin Ruo sneered, extending her hand, and slowly opening her palm. Two wolf fangs came into everyone's view. This beast tried to bite off my neck, so I had no choice but to fight for my life. I am a petty person quick to take revenge. I found those two fangs rather annoying, so I knocked them out as a souvenir. Several Yamen runners, sir, why not check if the wolf's mouth is missing two teeth? Qin Ruo rubbed the two fangs in her hand, speaking with an air of nonchalance. Yet everyone present felt a chill run down their necks. This Qin girl, usually quiet, turned out to be quite ruthless. Without waiting for the other runners to act, Yu Xingyang strode over and lifted the wolf's mouth. Indeed, two sharp teeth were missing. Where the teeth had been, two bloody holes were clearly visible. Yu Xingyang's attention had been entirely focused on the wolf's wound, and he had indeed overlooked the fact that the wolf was missing two teeth. What could be more direct evidence than this? The wolf's ownership was now crystal clear. Wang Lao, Wang Fugue. Yu Xingyang turned around and fixed his gaze on the father and son of the Wang family. To dare to fool him right under his nose. Did these two really think he was a pushover? Outrageous. How dare you brazenly deceive the officer? I was almost fooled myself. Confess your guilt at once. Village head Wang, sensing the situation was going awry, stepped forward and kicked Wang Lao in the leg, taking the initiative to preempt. This matter would not be easy to settle today. He had to extricate himself first. Your Honor, I was wrong. I should not have been bewitched by greed and given in to a moment of avarice. Please spare me, Your Honor. Wang Lao was filled with regret. If only he had known that the Qin girl had a card up her sleeve, he would not have been so careless. The tide had turned. Since village head Wang had spoken, Wang Lao dared not argue further. He immediately pressed Wang Fugue down to kneel with him and confessed every detail. How he had discovered that Qin Ruo and the Zhou brothers had hidden the wolf, and how he had fabricated the evidence. Wang Fugue was forced to kneel, his head bowed, a flash of venomous light flickering in his eyes. He could not swallow this humiliation. He would find a chance to teach Qin Ruo a lesson. Unlawfully appropriating another's property is punishable as theft, and harboring a criminal is also subject to detention. Village head Wang, I assume you are somewhat familiar with the law. What do you think? Yu Xingyang said sternly. He remained unmoved by the Wang father and son's pitiful pleas on the ground. This incident would serve as a warning to others. Yu Xingyang knew such matters were common in the great Sheng dynasty. If not Wang Lao, there would be Li Lao, Lin Lao, Zhang Lao. But since he had encountered it, he would not stand idly by. Hearing that they might face punishment, the Wang father and son were so terrified they collapsed to the ground. The father and son crawled over on hands and knees, clutching village head Wang's legs, weeping bitterly. Big brother, save me, I was wrong. You are the village head, quickly plead with the officer. Uncle. Village head Wang was now at his wits' end, wishing he could kick Wang Lao and his son aside. A guilty conscience needs no accuser. Were these two fools trying to put him on the fire? He was indeed the village head of Changha village, but didn't these imbeciles see the occasion? Officer, it was my negligence. I would never dare to show favoritism or harbor any intent to conceal. The father and son did wrong, and indeed deserve punishment. I am willing to pay silver on behalf of Wang Lao and his son to commute the punishment. Village head Wang's heart bled as he said this. He was destined to lose money today. If he had known this would happen, he should have stayed at home. Why had he come to join the excitement? The great Sheng dynasty did allow monetary redemption for punishment, so Yu Xingyang naturally had no objection. Yu Xingyang gave Qin Ruo a few more detailed instructions, telling her to go to the Yamen tomorrow to collect the reward. Then he left with the other officers. As soon as they were gone, old Madame Qin eagerly jumped out. You wretched girl, do you have a death wish? You dare to provoke a wolf. Have you forgotten how your father died? She angrily stretched out her finger, intending to poke Qin Ruo's head. Seeing the other's pitch black and different eyes, she withdrew her hand even as it was extended. Remembering how Qin Ruo had just described killing the wolf as casually as eating a meal, old Madame Qin's heart fluttered with unease. That old Madame Qin had stepped forward to speak for her was something Qin Ruo had not expected. I know what I'm doing. Qin Ruo did not retort to old Madame Qin this time. She left a word and turned to go home. With everything settled, the Zhou brothers and Qin Zimu quickly caught up. They had thought Sister Qiuxi would have to swallow the loss today, but unexpectedly the situation took a turn. The group's mysterious admiration for Qin Ruo deepened once again. Hey, what do you mean you know what you're doing? If you knew, would you dare to go against a wolf? You wicked girl, you're deliberately trying to infuriate me, aren't you? The now roused old Madame Qin, seeing the cheerful figures ahead, stomped her feet in anger. Muttering to herself, old Madame Qin hurriedly chased after them. She completely failed to notice Qin Zian, who was standing behind her with a furious expression. The fact that old Madame Qin had stood up for Qin Ruo made Qin Zian unhappy. He had been there for a long time, yet old Madame Qin had not even noticed him and was instead running after Qin Qiuxi. Usually grandmother always protected him as if he were the apple of her eye. But today, because of Qin Qiuxi, he was overlooked. The more Qin Zian thought about it, the angrier he became. Since when had Qin Qiuxi become so important? Just because of 2 taels of reward. Moreover, that Qin Qiuxi had actually killed a wolf was something that surprised him. It was true that Qin Qiuxi knew how to hunt, but her ability to kill a wolf was likely suspicious. Qin Qiuxi must have lied. He would certainly find an opportunity to expose her. When Qin Ruo confronted the Wang father and son, Qin Zian had watched with the mentality of enjoying a show, eagerly waiting for Qin Ruo to be slapped in the face so that he could feel avenged. But unexpectedly, Qin Ruo had been steady and strategic, remaining unflappable before village head Wang and the officers, and even turning the tables completely. The former Qin Qiuxi, where had she such courage and wisdom? The thought that he had barely managed to dispel, that Qin Qiuxi might be an impostor, now resurfaced. But at present, Qin Zian's attention was more focused on old Madame Qin's attitude toward Qin Ruo, leaving him feeling both irritable and awkward. He deliberately slowed his pace, taking nearly half an hour to return home. Just as he entered the courtyard, he bumped directly into old Madame Qin, who was coming out of the house. Dalong, where have you been? Old Madame Qin asked casually. Qin Zian felt even more choked. He had deliberately dawdled, taking half an hour to get home. He had expected that old Madame Qin would have noticed his absence by now and would be anxious to come looking for him. But to his surprise, she had not even known he had left. Nowhere. Just taking a walk. And stop calling me Dalong. You should call me by my school name from now on. If my classmates hear it, I don't know how they'll mock me. Qin Zian was annoyed, his tone cold and stiff. Having said that, he stepped into the house. Hey Dalong. Zian, what's wrong with you, child? Who upset you now? Old Madame Qin, seeing her eldest grandson's displeased expression, quickly followed him. Grandma, can you stop following me all the time? I'm going to study. Qin Zian dismissed old Madame Qin impatiently. Old Madame Qin's face stiffened, and she stopped in her tracks. Staring at Qin Zian's retreating figure, she was deeply hurt. Was this old woman being rejected? Old Madame Qin felt wounded by her eldest grandson's attitude. She lost all energy for anything and began sighing mournfully after returning to her room. Qin Ruo had clearly seen the scene in the courtyard, but she had no intention of intervening. Old Madame Qin never learned from her mistakes. Given her nature, she would surely revert to her old ways within a day. The grandmother and grandson, one willingly strikes, the other willingly takes it. She might as well just watch the show. Qin Zian's petty schemes were something Qin Ruo could read like an open book. Even earlier at the back mountain, she had already spotted him squeezing to the rear of the crowd to gawk at the drama. As the eldest son of the household, whose parents had both passed away, Qin Zian had shirked every filial duty. When his family faced scrutiny and threats, he chose to stand idly, by secretly hoping for things to spiral further out of control. Such conduct was precisely the sort one would expect from someone like Qin Zian. Fortunately, Qin Ruo held no regard for him, or for grandmother Qin for that matter. Relying on others was futile, but one could only depend on oneself. Qin Ruo had no interest in mediating the petty squabbles between grandmother Qin and her grandson. Upon returning, she set about preparing dinner, while Qin Zimu tended the fire. The wooden lock that grandmother Qin had fastened to the kitchen cabinet proved as useless as nothing in Qin Ruo's nimble hands, and she had it pried open in moments. Was she guarding against thieves? Guarding against thieves within their own home. If Qin Zian could eat, why couldn't she? Qin Ruo refused to be bound by such nonsense. White rice needed cooking, and meat needed eating. Once she sold these game animals, tomorrow, combined with the reward from the yamen, the silver, would be hers. Qin Zimu stoked the fire nearby, stealing occasional glances at Qin Ruo. If a day ago Qin Zimu had felt uneasy about Qin Ruo's ambitious cooking, he had now gradually grown accustomed to it. The plain white rice was delicious, the wild pheasant and mushroom soup fragrant and rich, and the rabbit meat exceedingly tender. Qin Ruo was in high spirits, feeling as though he had fallen into a nest of blessings over these past 2 days. At dinner, upon seeing the same dishes as at noon alongside the nearly empty rice sack, grandmother Qin had opened her mouth to say something, but swallowed her words. She still needed Qin Ruo to sell the game tomorrow and bring back silver to purchase new winter garments for Dalong. Grandmother Qin was calculating the yamen reward and how much would remain after fulfilling Dalong's needs from the sale of wild game. Meanwhile, at Magistrate Wang's residence, the dinner atmosphere was far from tranquil. Who could remain cheerful after losing 5 taels of silver without cause? The Wang family had not yet divided their household. Were it not for his fear that his mother would launch into another performance of weeping, wailing, and threatening suicide, thereby drawing village gossip, Magistrate Wang would not have given Wang Lauer and his son a second thought. Watching Wang Lauer and his son behaving without restraint, and Wang Lauer's wife cursing the Qin family endlessly from the sidelines, Magistrate Wang's head throbbed with pain. Wang Lauer's wife, shut your mouth. You too, Lauer Fugue. Also keep yourselves in check. Cause no more trouble, or don't blame me, your elder brother, for losing my temper. Could you possibly use those pig brains to think before acting? If you had merely executed things cleanly and without a trace, I would not have scolded you once. Instead, you let someone seize the evidence against you. Do you think I've had it too comfortable? Magistrate Wang silenced Wang Lauer's wife and began reprimanding Lauer and his son without mercy. As for those 5 taels of silver, figure it out yourselves. Do not expect me to clean up your messes. The more Magistrate Wang thought about it, the angrier he grew. Wang Lauer's household was trouble incarnate, and even his young niece was no pushover. By leveraging his position as village head, he had indeed reaped considerable personal benefits over the years. But all of it had been conducted in secret. He understood well that tall trees catch the wind. This was not the first time Magistrate Wang had cleaned up the messes made by Wang Lauer's branch of the family. In the past, thanks to his status as village head, he had at least been able to suppress matters. Now, however, the matter had been dragged before the yamen officials. Hadn't this effectively placed evidence of his corrupt conduct as village head on public display? Just recalling the official's words from that day sent shivers down Magistrate Wang's spine. He resented the Qin family for denying him face, and even more so for Wang Lauer and his son's reckless arrogance. Upon hearing they would need to produce the silver from their own pockets, Wang Lauer and his wife rose simultaneously in alarm. Brother, where would I get the money? Brother. Yet upon catching sight of Magistrate Wang's dark, foreboding gaze, neither dared speak further. They still harbored a measure of fear for their eldest brother's methods. Thus they kept shooting pleading looks at Aunt Wang seated nearby, hoping she would come to their rescue. Aunt Wang had long grown weary of listening to Magistrate Wang's reprimand. She rose to her feet, pointed at him, and launched into a furious tirade. Elder brother, what sort of talk is that? Those are your own flesh and blood, your younger brother and nephew. If it weren't for that vile girl from the Qin family stepping forward, none of this would have happened. In my view, we ought to teach the Qin family a lesson. Otherwise, that wench will think she can climb to the heavens. Aren't you the village head of Changhe village? Are you afraid of her? We cannot simply swallow this humiliation. That 5 taels of silver should come from the Qin family. Aunt Wang waved dismissively, cutting off Magistrate Wang's reply. She already had a plan formed in her mind. Her son was the village head. Far from the emperor's gaze here, the Wang family was the sky of Changhe village. Which villager dared oppose the Wangs on any given day? Yet that accursed girl from the Qin family, a degraded household, still dared provoke the Wangs. If they did not teach her a lesson, she would come to believe that Changhe village belonged to the Qin surname. Aunt Wang considered handling the Qin family to be child's play, nothing more. She glared resentfully at Magistrate Wang, silently cursing her eldest son for being so cowardly. That little whore actually dared to swindle our family out of silver. Tomorrow I will seek her out. Why should we fear the Qin family? You overthink things, uncle. Wang Jiao rose from her seat, slamming her hand on the table, her face contorted with fury. She and Qin Qiuxi had never seen eye to eye. Qin Qiuxi was soft-spoken and timorous. No matter how viciously Wang Jiao abused her with words, that little wench never dared to retort. The notion that the Wang family had been outmaneuvered by Qiuxi was something she found scarcely believable. Last time with Madame Zhu, she had thought Qiuxi possessed merely a sharp tongue and nothing more. As for the affair at the Tian household, although she had caught wind of it, she had paid it no mind at all. Madame Tian had simply been unfortunate, colliding with a poisonous insect by chance. She never believed Qiuxi possessed any real power capable of making anything come true with merely a few words. Wang Jiaojiao attributed it to her own absence. Had she personally intervened, she guaranteed Qiuxi would be kneeling on the ground begging for mercy. Aunt Wang cast an approving glance at Wang Jiaojiao. Watching her parents and brother nod feverishly in agreement, Wang Jiaojiao's sense of triumph only grew. Fine. I'm done interfering. Do whatever you please. Gazing upon the toxic, suffocating family, before him Magistrate Wang felt his heart turn to ashes. Hopeless. Completely hopeless. At that moment, the desperate urge to divide the household surged overwhelmingly within Magistrate Wang. Having lost all appetite for dinner, he turned and strode out the door. Sure Magistrate Wang's wife opened her mouth as if to speak, but stayed silent. In such gatherings, she was never afforded a single word. Within this household, although her husband held the position of village head, she had never wielded any real authority. Seeing Magistrate Wang leave, she rose and followed him in silence. The moment he was gone, Wang Laoer's wife's eyes darted as she hurried to Aunt Wang's side, massaging her shoulders with oily flattery. Mother, if you ask me, it is your excellent management of this household that matters. As for those 5 taels of silver, what is all this rushing about? Your elder brother will handle the matter of silver. Aunt Wang waved her hand impatiently, cutting off Wang Laoer's wife mid-sentence. She found Wang Laoer's wife's flattery rather pleasing nonetheless. Wang Laoer had been smooth-tongued and good at winning favor since childhood, and Aunt Wang had always harbored a particular favoritism toward his household. Mother, our eldest brother is simply stubborn. Our family is not short of silver, yet we persist in pretending to be poor, associating daily with common riffraff. That tarnishes the Wang family's standing. How many years has it been since all this transpired? What is there to fear? I say we should simply produce that money. Wang Laoer, shut your mouth. Aunt Wang's countenance shifted abruptly, and she cut off his words with a sharp rebuke. Thereafter Aunt Wang and Wang Laoer's household conferred within the main hall for quite some time, plotting how best to deal with the Qin family. In the end, they all exchanged knowing smiles. Particularly Wang Jiaojiao, whose delight was written plainly across her face, impossible to conceal. She could almost foresee Qin Ruo's imminent downfall. And because she imagined Qin Ruo's tragic fate, with such vivid satisfaction, Wang Jiaojiao's spirits soared. Qin Ruo was unaware that the Wang family was plotting a malicious scheme against her. Even if she had known, it would not have affected her. She would simply counter whatever came her way with equal measure. The next day, she rose at the break of dawn, preparing to go to Datong Township to sell the game. She had hunted and purchased some winter clothing and bedding. Since it was winter, the game would not spoil even after being left overnight. Qin Zimu also got up, as Qin Ruo had promised to take him along the previous night. Just as they were about to leave, Zhao Dalai arrived, having come specifically to help Qin Ruo carry her belongings. He also intended to go to Datong Township today, planning to sell the mushrooms he had picked yesterday and buy some grain and oil. Zhou had wanted to join as well, but old lady Zhou stopped him. It took half an hour to travel from Changhe village to Datong Township. On ordinary days, the villagers relied on walking or riding the Yang family's donkey cart at the village entrance to get back and forth. A round trip on the donkey cart cost 6 copper coins, and for 2 people, it would be 12. Old lady Zhou could not bear to waste an extra 6 copper coins. After exchanging greetings with Qin Ruo and her brother Zhou Dalai, took the initiative to swap Qin Zimu's basket for his own, and they all headed toward the village entrance. Qin Ruo did not stand on ceremony with Zhou Dalai, as being too polite would only create distance between them. The Yang family's donkey cart was parked at the village entrance. Qin Ruo and her companions had arrived early before any other villagers. Qiuxi, good morning. Off to the county office to collect the reward today, are you? Old Yang, who was driving the cart, greeted Qin Ruo with a cheerful smile and helped her load the baskets onto the cart. The baskets were quite heavy, although he did not know what was inside. He guessed they were full of good things. Yesterday, he had driven the cart to Datong Township, and only learned about the incident in the back mountain upon his return. The Qin family girl had gone into the mountain and even killed a wolf. Her haul was likely substantial. But old Yang did not intend to pry. One earned a living by one's own skills, others could not envy that, and he simply minded his own business. Good morning, Uncle Yang. Yes, and I'll also pick up some supplies. Qin Ruo replied with a smile. Old Yang had only asked casually, not expecting Qin Ruo to answer him. In the past, this girl seldom spoke. When greeted, she would at most give a grunt. Today was somewhat unusual. Old Yang chuckled a few times, but did not dwell on it. Qin Ruo climbed onto the donkey cart, found a seat, and closed her eyes to rest, while Zhao Dalai and Qin Zimu chatted in low voices. Before long, villagers heading to the market in Datong arrived one after another, and soon the cart was full. Oh, Qiuxi is here too. I must say Qiuxi is incredibly lucky. 2 taels of silver, just like that. Not like my man who works his fingers to the bone in town all day and barely earns a few copper coins. The speaker was Zhang Dalai, wife of Chun Laosan from Changhe village. Her words dripped with sour envy. As soon as Zhang Dalai spoke, several women who had just boarded the cart had envy flashing in their eyes. 2 taels of silver. But none of them said a word. With someone starting the fire, they were content to watch the spectacle. Qin Ruo did not even flutter an eyelid. She knew exactly what Zhang Dalai meant without having to think. This woman was notorious in Changhe village for her big mouth. Just like Tian Shi, she loved to stir up trouble and was especially fond of taking advantage of others. When it came down to it, it was all just jealousy. The classic case of fearing others have more and mocking those who have less. Come to think of it, that Zhang Dalai was even present the day Zhu Shi blocked the road. Seeing that Qin Ruo ignored her, Zhang Dalai grew resentful and silently cursed her. She noticed the large baskets at Qin Ruo's feet covered with some wild grass, hiding what was inside. Her eyes darted and she stealthily nudged one of the baskets with her foot. Quite heavy. Delight bloomed in Zhang Dalai's heart. There would be meat for dinner tonight. It was common knowledge that the Qin girl had followed in her father's footsteps, occasionally hunting wild game from the back mountain and selling it in the township. Pretending to adjust her shoes, Zhang Dalai bent down and quietly pulled aside the layer of wild grass covering the basket. When she saw a full load of pheasants and rabbits, a greedy gleam flashed in her eyes. You? What are you doing? Put that down. Qin Zimu grew anxious when he saw Zhang Dalai grabbing a pheasant and a rabbit. What are you doing? How can you touch someone else's things? Zhao Dalai hurriedly stopped her, reaching out to take the items back. They're going to be sold anyway. Why can't I buy them? It's not like I'm not paying. Zhang Dalai glared fiercely at Zhao Dalai and shouted with complete self-righteousness. As for Qin Zimu, she paid him no mind at all. Here, 10 copper coins for you. Zhang Dalai quickly fished 10 copper coins from her pocket, tossed them directly at Qin Zimu, and placed a pheasant and a rabbit into her own basket. She deliberately glanced at Qin Ruo, thinking to herself that Tian Shi and Zhu Shi were both cowards. Did they really think that wretched Qin girl was so formidable? Look, now she doesn't even dare to let out a fart. The other women, seeing the basket full of game, had long been red-eyed with envy. Seeing that Zhang Dalai had gotten a pheasant and a rabbit for just 10 copper coins, they ignored the bumpy ride on the donkey cart and lunged forward. Such a huge bargain could not be Zhang Dalai's alone. 5 coppers each. I'll buy 2, I'll buy. I want 2. Don't grab, I want the rabbit. Zhao Dalai and Qin Zimu tried to block them, but they could not stop everyone, and they were on the verge of tears. Old Yang, who was driving, heard the commotion behind him and grew furious. Wasn't this blatant bullying? 10 coppers for a pheasant and a rabbit. Why not just rob someone? No, they were already robbing. Stop. Put everything back. We're all from the same village. How can you bully people like this? If you don't stop, all of you get off this cart. Old Yang halted the donkey cart and bellowed. At that moment, he was both annoyed and frustrated with Qin Ruo. This girl was far too meek. How could she stay silent while being bullied like this? Where was the courage she had shown yesterday in the back mountain when she stood up to village head Wang's family? We're not refusing to pay. One of the women muttered discontentedly. Exactly. You just drive your cart, Old Yang, and mind your own business. Qin Ruo finally opened her eyes, sweeping her gaze over Zhang Dalai and the few women who had grabbed her things. Did I say I was selling to you? 5 coppers for a pheasant. 5 coppers for a rabbit. You really have some nerve. Even the city wall isn't as thick as your faces. Put them back. Zhang Dahua had not expected Qin Ruo to dare scold her. Embarrassed, she was the first to raise her voice. You little bitch, who are you calling names? Ha! Game from the back mountain costs nothing. Giving you 5 coppers each is already a favor. Old Yang was about to defend Qin Ruo when he saw Zhang Dahua, who was sitting on the outermost edge, get kicked off the cart by Qin Ruo in one swift motion. Old Yang silently swallowed the words he was about to say. So robbery is justified now. I'm going to the county office anyway, so I might as well ask what punishment robbery carries. I wonder how many years in prison you'll serve and whether your families, you Qin family and you, have enough silver for a commutation. Qin Ruo sneered, pointing her finger at each of the village women who had grabbed her things. Changhe village had over 100 households, most of whom were law-abiding. Yet inevitably there were a few bad apples like Zhu Shitian, Shi the Wang family, and Zhang Dahua, and these women were clearly used to being shameless and unreasonable. Against such people, nothing worked better than a good fist. Zhang Dahua scrambled to her feet, still intending to throw a tantrum, but at the mention of the county jail and the sight of Qin Ruo's imposing demeanor, her legs gave way. Wang Lauer and Wang Fuguei had been arrogant, yet they still had to pay out 5 taels of silver. If this little wretch truly took them to court, not to mention that they couldn't come up with 5 taels. Even 50 coppers would have cost them a beating from their husbands and mothers-in-law. The few women, now terrified, quickly abandoned their schemes and fumbled to return the items to Qin Ruo's basket, not daring to breathe. Each of them tried to make themselves as inconspicuous as possible. Zhou Daju seized the opportunity to retrieve the chicken and rabbit that Zhang Dahua had bought by force from her own basket. I'm not one for reasoning, I prefer to settle things with my fists. I won't trouble others unless they trouble me. If someone crosses me, they'd better weigh carefully whether they rival village head Wang in wealth or power. Qin Ruo's words were a clear warning to the restless women. If I don't fear village head Wang, do you think you're tougher than him? Stop stirring up trouble, or you'll all be thrown off. Calm yourselves. At your age, don't you feel ashamed to cause such a scene? Old Yang's tone was harsh as he glared at the women. Those who had intended to follow Zhang Dahua in taking advantage of the chaos now hung their heads in shame, their faces flushed, unable to speak. Fine, if you won't sell, then don't. But what gives you the right to hit me? No matter. You've injured me, and you must pay me 100 coppers for medicine. No, 2 taels of silver. Not 1 copper less, or I'll never let it go. Seeing she couldn't gain anything, Zhang Dahua devised another scheme, throwing herself to the ground and wailing loudly. This trick had never failed her before. She was certain that wretched Qin girl wouldn't dare do anything to her. But Qin Ruo had run out of patience. She kicked Zhang Dahua's basket off the cart, then picked up the 10 coppers and tossed them down. She turned to old Yang and said, Uncle Yang, it's getting late. Oh, all right. Let's go now. Old Yang snapped out of it and urged the donkey back onto the road. He had always disliked Zhang Dahua's behavior, but since they were from the same village, he had never felt comfortable speaking up. Seeing Qin Ruo teach Zhang Dahua a lesson without suffering any loss, he felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. This move by Qin Ruo was utterly unexpected to Zhang Dahua. By the time she reacted, picked up the coppers from the ground, and straightened out her basket, the donkey cart was already far away. Hey, I haven't gotten on yet. Wait for me, wait for me. Zhang Dahua was dumbfounded. Forgetting her act, she hoisted her basket and chased after the cart. It took half an hour to walk from Changhe village to Datong township. If she had to go on foot, her feet would be ruined. Old Yang, driving the cart ahead, seemed not to hear her. He tugged the reins, and the donkey cart sped up, vanishing around the bend in the path. Zhang Dahua ran after the cart, sweating profusely, but unable to catch up. Finally, she plopped down on the ground and cursed Qin Ruo and old Yang thoroughly. The scene had been witnessed from start to finish by some villagers at the entrance who were also preparing to go to the market. Someone secretly ran to the Qin family to inform old Madame Qin. Old Yang's donkey cart usually made 2 trips on market days. Zhang Dahua had no intention of walking to the market, as she planned to wait for old Yang's second trip. But before old Yang's cart returned, old Madame Qin arrived first. Zhang Dahua, you shameless thing. How dare you set your sights on my Qin family? What nerve you have, trying to buy wild chicken and rabbit for 5 coppers. Even in your dreams you wouldn't dare. And now you want to extort medicine money from my family. Quite capable, aren't you? Asking for 2 taels of silver at the drop of a hat. Why not just rob us? I'm going to your Qin family right now and ask whether this blatant extortion is done on their orders or your own vile idea. Old Madame Qin, brimming with fury, charged at Zhang Dahua and slapped her twice across the face. Caught completely off guard, Zhang Dahua was stunned. When she came to, she screamed and tried to fight back. You old hag, how dare you hit me? I'll kill you. It's you I'm hitting. My son Huijing may be gone, but I, this old woman, am still alive. You think you can bully the Qin family? No way. Old Madame Qin gave her no chance, slapping her twice more. Old Madame Qin was tall and strong, and Zhang Dahua was utterly defenseless. She could only sit on the ground and wail like a fishwife, making the onlookers shake their heads. By now the village entrance had become lively. Those who had witnessed the earlier events whispered to the newcomers, explaining what had happened. Old Madame Qin straightened up, feeling that the morning's grievances had been somewhat soothed. She knew Qin Ruo was going to the market to sell wild game, so she had deliberately withheld the copper coins for the donkey cart the night before. Her plan was that Qin Ruo, carrying 80 or 90 caddies of goods, couldn't possibly walk to Datong Township. To get there, she would have to ask for the coppers, and then old Madame Qin could follow along. That way she could ensure Qin Ruo didn't secretly pocket any money. In the past, she had trusted her granddaughter completely. Every time she sold game, the girl never dared to hide a single copper. But after the events of recent days, old Madame Qin couldn't be sure the girl would remain as obedient. Yet when she got up, Qin Ruo had already left the house. What infuriated old Madame Qin even more was that she had agreed yesterday to keep 1 wild chicken and 1 rabbit for Dalong to take back to the academy, but Qin Ruo had taken everything without leaving a single one. Old Madame Qin was simmering with rage when someone came to report that Zhang Dahua was trying to steal their goods and extort medicine money. Finally, finding an outlet for her anger, she rushed to the village entrance and unleashed a violent tirade on Zhang Dahua. Only after the old woman had finished did the onlookers step in with a few half-hearted words of placation. Most villagers thought Zhang Dahua deserved the beating and were secretly pleased. Zhang Dahua was the kind of person who would swipe a couple of scallions from someone else's vegetable patch even when passing by. Out of neighborly courtesy, many had held their tongues. Today, Qin Ruo and old Madame Qin had vented the villagers' pent-up frustration. Soon Zhang Dahua's mother-in-law and Chun Laosan arrived in a hurry. Laosan, send your wife back to the Zhang family to reflect on her behavior. Our Qin family can't afford such a daughter-in-law. Zhang Dahua's mother-in-law, surnamed Jiang, was a proud woman, and by rare measure a clear-sighted one. Normally the Chun family got along reasonably well with the villagers. But with such a disgraceful daughter-in-law, Jiang had no choice but to order her son with a dark face. That Qin girl, unremarkable as she seemed, had made even village head Wang suffer the day before on the mountain. She was no simpleton. Especially when recounting how she had killed the wolf, the cold detachment in her eyes marked her as a formidable person. Jiang was no short-sighted fool like Zhang Dahua. She knew that with such a person one should at least avoid making an enemy. Zhang Dahua, seeing her mother-in-law and husband arrive, was already terrified. She could not utter a single word in her defense, letting Chun Laosan drag her back home. Having witnessed the earlier incident, those women dared not cause further trouble. They curled up quietly in their seats, not exchanging a single word for the entire journey. The ride was agonizing. The moment they arrived at Datong Township, the women seized their belongings and hurriedly disembarked, as though some terrifying beast were chasing them from behind. Soon the cart held only driver Lao Yang, Qin Ruo, and her brother, along with Zhou Daju and the others. Qin Ruo had made an example of those women, and her do-not-provoke reputation was firmly established that day. Qiuxi, dear, your temperament has always been too soft. What you did today was right. You cannot keep indulging them. Lao Yang couldn't help but sigh. The girl carried herself somewhat like Qin Huijing. When Qin Huijing was still alive, he often brought the original owner along on the Yang family's donkey cart. Whenever anything came up at the Qin household, he would willingly offer a helping hand, and the two families were on good terms. After Qin Huijing met his misfortune in the back mountain, the old Madame Qin's behavior left Lao Yang at a loss for words. He had wanted to look out for the Qin girl, but she was so timid. Whenever she was bullied, she never dared to speak up. Could he protect her one time, and every time after. Frustrated that she wouldn't stand up for herself, Lao Yang eventually gave up and chose to turn a blind eye. Today's Qin Ruo had made a striking impression on him. "Uncle Yang, thank you for always looking out for me. I was foolish before and didn't know how to fight back. It won't happen again." Her tone was sincere as she picked out a wild pheasant from her basket and pressed it into Lao Yang's hands. "Take this pheasant home, Uncle Yang. Consider it payment for today's fare." No, that won't do. A pheasant like this could fetch dozens of cash coins. The fare is hardly worth much. Don't bother." Lao Yang waved his hand magnanimously and urged Qin Ruo to go on her way. "Please accept it. You may find yourself needed again in the future." Qin Ruo handed the pheasant over once more. Lao Yang hesitated a few more times, but seeing her resolute expression, he relented and took it. He watched the group walk away, his heart heavy with emotion. How different Qiuxi had become. If Huizheng were still here, how joyful he would be. After alighting, Qin Ruo led Qin Zimu and Zhou Dalai to the market of Datong Township. Datong Township resembled a modern rural marketplace. Though today was market day and the weather was biting cold, quite a few people were about. Qin Ruo had no intention of staying long in Datong Township. After all, she needed to collect a reward at the Taiha County Magistrate's office. Whatever goods she had in hand would fetch higher prices if taken to Taiha County. The journey from Datong Township to Taiha County was shorter than the ride from Changhe Village to Datong Township, yet the fare was steeper. From Changhe Village to Datong Township was but 3 cash coins, but from Datong Township to Taiha County, it cost 5 per person. Previously, the original owner often accompanied Qin Huizheng to Taiha County. But after Qin Huizheng went missing, the girl made those trips alone. She would sell the game she hunted to a fixed restaurant in Taiha County, and sometimes drop by to deliver money and food to Qin Ziyun, a student at Looming Academy in Taiha County. Later, for certain reasons, the original owner never visited Looming Academy again. So the details of where to catch a cart to Taiha County and how much it cost were all vividly stored in the host's memories. That certainly saved Qin Ruo a great deal of trouble. Qin Zimu was thrilled at the prospect of going to Taiha County. He rarely had the chance to visit Datong Township, let alone Taiha County. Zhou Dalai had never been to Taiha County either, and he secretly longed to see it. But when he realized the round-trip fare was 10 cash coins, he gave up the idea. He couldn't bear to spend that much. Of course, the Qin siblings currently had not a single coin to their names apart from the game in their 2 baskets. To reach Taiha County, they first needed to gather some travel expenses. Qin Ruo was in no rush. She told Zhou Dalai and Qin Zimu to wait where they were, picking up 2 pheasants and finding an open spot to set up her little stall. Winter game was harder to hunt than usual, so there were few vendors selling wild game at the entire market. She had barely set out when someone came and bought her wares. The 2 pheasants, each weighing around 3 jeans, sold for a total of 180 cash coins. In this dynasty, especially in the dead of winter, pheasants were quite popular among households with some means. When Qin Ruo returned with the copper coins tucked away, she saw Zhou Dalai and Qin Zimu standing guard by the basket, eyes wary and fixed on every passerby. Qin Ruo found it both amusing and heartening. She had only casually told them to watch over the goods, yet these children treated it as if their lives depended on it, as though someone might come snatching at any moment. Fortunately, Datong Township maintained decent public order. If they truly had something valuable on display, they would essentially be announcing to the world, "I have treasure here. Come grab it. Daju Erlang, let's go have breakfast first, then we'll head to Taiha County." Qin Ruo smiled and went over to call them. Qin Zimu's eyes had long been bewitched by the various snacks around him. Particularly when waves of aroma drifted his way, his stomach growled even more. Zhou Dalai, having woken early, hadn't eaten either. He had planned to buy 2 buns to stave off hunger. The 2 of them stood up, slung their baskets onto their backs, and followed Qin. When they passed by a steamed bun stall, noticing that Qin Ruo didn't slow down, Zhou Dalai wanted to ask, but hesitated to speak up. Qin Ruo led the 2 of them for a while before choosing a seemingly clean eatery to stop at. "Boss, 3 bowls of pork and cabbage dumplings, please." "Right away, honored guests, just a moment," the eatery owner replied, and turned to busily boil the dumplings. "Sister Qiuxi, I won't eat dumplings. I'll just buy 2 buns over there." A bowl of dumplings cost 10 cash coins. Having passed this eatery several times before, when he came to Datong Township, he had asked about the price each time, but never dared to order. Zhou Daju's scalp tingled, and he frantically waved his hands. Brother, I won't eat either. Buns will do for me. Qin Zimu was equally astonished and hurried to decline. Coming to Datong Township and eating buns was already more than enough for him. Pork and cabbage dumplings were far too expensive. He too couldn't bear the thought of spending that much. He painfully tore his gaze away from the neatly arranged rows of dumplings on the stall. Just eat when I tell you to. Why so many questions? Do you think I'd let you go hungry? Qin Ruo put on an angry face, pretending to be stern. In modern times, Qin Zimu and Zhou Daju would merely be elementary and middle school students, their emotions impossible to conceal. Though they claimed not to want to eat, the longing yet restrained look in their eyes had long betrayed them. Zhou Daju and Qin Zimu dared not refuse further and obediently sat down. Our dumplings feature thin wrappers and generous fillings made with fresh pork only. Honest pricing for all, young or old. 10 cash coins may not be cheap, but it's worth every penny. Since you're both new faces, I'll add 2 extra dumplings to each bowl. Just a small token of appreciation for supporting our humble shop. 15 minutes later, the shopkeeper served 3 bowls of steaming hot dumplings and said warmly. Although Qin Ruo and the others were dressed in worn clothes, the shopkeeper did not look down on them. A businessman's guiding principle was harmony and goodwill. The shopkeeper had once been poor himself and understood the taste of poverty all too well. Thank you, boss. Qin Ruo smiled and expressed her gratitude. This shopkeeper was a perceptive man. His words were tactful, and his eyes held not the slightest trace of disdain. Most importantly, the portions were generous. He was a straightforward, honest man. Qin Zimu was completely captivated by the steaming bowl of dumplings in front of him. The plump crescent-shaped dumplings were neatly piled in the bowl, topped with a sprinkle of finely chopped scallions. He eagerly picked one up with his chopsticks and took a bite. The moment he bit into it, the savory flavor of the pork with its rich broth instantly filled his entire mouth. The dumpling skin was thin and chewy, bursting with savory juices. Qin Zimu winced from the heat, but couldn't bring himself to spit it out. Zhou Daju, being older, ate with much more restraint compared to Qin Zimu. Yet by the end, both of them had finished every last drop of the broth. For Qin Ruo, dumplings were nothing special, just ordinary food to fill the stomach. After they finished eating and paid the bill, they stepped out of the noodle shop. Qin Ruo stopped and turned to Zhou Daju. Daju, I'm heading to Taya County later. Do you want to come along? Zhou Daju's eyes lit up. He had never been to Taya County before. He had no idea what the prices were like there, but he was genuinely tempted. That day, besides the mushrooms he had foraged, his basket also contained some dried goods he had picked and sun-dried in the mountains. Selling them in Taya County would definitely fetch a higher price. But I can't guarantee you'll sell everything there. You might even lose your travel expenses. Qin Ruo added, testing Zhou Daju's courage and decisiveness. She was always one to plan ahead. Hunting was not a long-term solution, and she needed to see if Zhou Daju was reliable. Zhou Daju lowered his head, thought for a moment, and quickly made up his mind. Gritting his teeth, he decided to follow Qin Ruo to Taya County. The worst that could happen was that he couldn't sell his goods and had to carry them back to Datong Township. At most, he would have to walk back, losing only 5 coins. Once the decision was made, Qin Ruo led Zhou Daju and Qin Zimu to find a carriage heading to Taya County. After paying the fare, they set off directly for their destination. The road from Datong Township to Taya County was much smoother, and the carriage was considerably faster than a donkey cart. It was the first time Zhou Daju and Qin Zimu had ridden in a carriage. They were both a little excited, sitting in the carriage and curiously looking around, chatting in hushed tones. After about half an hour, they arrived in Taya County. Qin Zimu and Zhou Daju were the first to jump off the carriage. Gazing at the scene before them, they could hardly tear their eyes away. Taya County was a world apart from Datong Township. The streets were neat and clean, lined with shops on both sides. Eateries and taverns bustled with activity. Even in winter, the streets were crowded with people coming and going. The cries of vendors rose and fell in waves. Food, goods, clothing, everything imaginable was available. Sis, this is Taya County. So many people. Qin Zimu looked left and right, finding everything novel. Qin Ruo felt a pang of emotion. Although the original owner had visited many times and had memories of Taya County. In her previous world, she had visited many ancient cities, but they were all more or less the same. Setting foot on the streets where ancient people lived was an entirely different experience. Every brick and tile here exuded an indescribable charm. Zhao Dalai was also deeply excited. The anxiety that had been hanging over him on the road finally eased. Along the way, he had already noticed that some street vendors were also selling mushrooms and dried goods. Their prices were nearly double those in Datong Township, and the quality of their goods was inferior to his. His heart settled. Zhao Dalai found a vacant spot and laid out his wares. Before long, a steward from a wealthy household bought everything he had. Apart from the half-gene of mushrooms they had eaten the night before, he had sold a total of 12 gene. At 25 coins per gene, he earned 300 coins. As for the 10+ gene of dried wild bamboo shoots, they fetched over 300 coins as well. Zhao Dalai clutched the copper coins as if in a dream. He had originally thought that if he could sell everything for 300 or 400 coins, that would be good enough. The people who came to the market in Datong Township were all from the surrounding villages. Many villagers sold mountain goods, so they were nothing special. In fact, during the winter of the great Sheng Dynasty, apart from the cabbages stored in commoners' cellars, there were no fresh vegetables. Fresh mushrooms were quite popular. Judging by the clothing and demeanor of the passers-by in Taya County, it was clear that their spending power was on a completely different level from Datong Township. Qin Zima's basket of mushrooms was also sold. Apart from what they had eaten and what was left at home, he had brought 10 gene. When he handed over 250 copper coins to Qin Ruo, he felt as if he were walking on air. It was the first time in his life he had held so much money. Qin Ruo had no intention of selling game here, as she planned to bring it to the Fulu restaurant in Taya County. After they had sorted everything out, Qin Ruo led Qin Zian and Zhao Dalai toward the most bustling street in Taya County, East Street. Before long, they arrived at the Fulu restaurant. At that hour, a steady stream of customers was coming and going at the entrance. Relying on the original owner's memories, Qin Ruo walked along a narrow alley and reached the back courtyard of the restaurant. When they reached their destination, they didn't see the steward Chun who had been in charge of procurement. Instead, there was only a slightly plump middle-aged man in a blue cotton jacket directing a few workers as they inspected freshly delivered ingredients. Qin Ruo set down her basket on the ground, stepped forward, and said with a smile, "Excuse me, is Steward Chun here? My surname is Qin, and I'm from Changha Village. I've come to deliver ingredients to the Fulu restaurant. Could you please inform him and ask Steward Chun to come and inspect the goods?" The middle-aged man turned around, glanced at Qin Ruo and her group, frowned, and put down his work to walk over. He waved his hand impatiently at Qin Ruo. Steward Chun was transferred to another place half a month ago, delivering ingredients. Go, go, go. The Fulu restaurant has enough ingredients for today. Take them somewhere else. The new steward, whose surname was Zhang, knew of Qin Ruo. Before leaving, Steward Chun had mentioned that if a young woman named Qin from Datong Township came with mountain goods, and game, the cooperation should continue as before, because they had worked together for many years and she was an honest person. Every time she delivered ingredients, they were exceptionally fresh, much to the delight of the diners. Qin Ruo's expression remained unchanged. She smiled and said, "Steward Zhang, we made a special trip from Datong Township. In the past, Steward Chun and I had a verbal agreement. The past is the past. Now is now. However, since you've come all this way, I'll reluctantly take your things." Steward Zhang said as he stepped forward to rummage through the basket, inspecting the contents. He could tell at a glance that the game Qin Ruo had brought was top-notch, but he was determined to drive down the price, so he deliberately furrowed his brow. "But these goods aren't that great. How about this? 60 coins for each pheasant and 500 coins for this roe deer. I'll take them for 500. The remaining 2 rabbits will be thrown in as a bonus." Qin Ruo almost laughed in exasperation. How could there be such a transaction? Did he take her for a fool? In Datong Township, a pheasant sold for 90 coins. There was no reason for it to sell for only 60 in Taya County. As for the roe deer, even after cleaning, it weighed over 30 gene, 500 coins, and she had to give him 2 rabbits for free. The man was clearly trying to lowball her. Without a word, Qin Ruo turned around, picked up her basket, and walked away. Zhao Dalai and Qin Zimu silently shouldered their baskets and followed behind. Master Zhang watched the retreating figures of Qin Ruo and her party, snorted coldly, and turned back to his task of inspecting the ingredients. In Taiha County, most wealthy households and restaurant establishments all had fixed suppliers. Those country folk had brought quite a quantity of goods. Who else but Fumin Lu could consume all that at one time? If they came crawling back later begging him to purchase from them, it certainly would not be at this price. Master Zhang was certain that Qin Ruo would fail to sell her wares and would inevitably return to him. He had already steeled himself mentally for how he would humiliate and suppress her when that moment came. After the three of them left Fumin Lu, the excitement that Qin Zimu had so easily sold the mushrooms was already gone. He said dejectedly to Qin Ruo, "Sister, our goods are clearly of good quality. That Master Zhang is clearly making things difficult for us on purpose." Zhou Dalai chimed in. "From what I observed, his words were filled with veiled hints, as though demanding some sort of benefit." Qin Ruo gave Zhou Dalai an approving glance. She naturally understood Master Zhang's implied meaning. Before she could speak, she was halted by an urgent call from behind. Miss Qin, please wait." It was Qiuxi, the young waiter from Fumin Lu, hurrying forward. Qiuxi first glanced back warily, and upon finding no anomaly led Qin Ruo and the others to a secluded corner. Only then did he whisper, "Miss Qin, I saw you when I went to the kitchen to urge them to prepare dishes. I quickly seized the opportunity to come out. Manager Chun of Fumin Lu was transferred away some time ago. Before he left, he specifically instructed me, if you came, to let you know." Having said this, Qiuxi glanced at the heavy baskets on Qin Ruo and her companions' backs and sighed again. "The ingredients you brought earlier were suppressed in price, weren't they? Since Master Zhang arrived, he replaced all the merchants and farmers who formerly supplied rice and provisions to Fumin Lu. Fumin Lu is no longer what it once was. Even our servants' lives have grown difficult. Miss Qin, you should make other plans as soon as possible." Qiuxi spoke with a troubled expression, his meaning conveyed obliquely. "Thank you, brother Qiuxi. I understand. You are welcome." Master Zhang cruelly suppressed vegetable farmers and cooperating merchants, abusing his authority to enrich his own pockets. Qin Ruo immediately discerned several layers of meaning. She smiled and thanked Qiuxi again. Qiuxi waved his hand, telling her he could not stay out long, and hurried back to Fumin Lu. Qin Ruo was not anxious. At such a low price, she was unwilling to sell. At worst, she could keep them for herself, and if they could not all be consumed, she could preserve them. As for making money, she would devise another way. After exiting the alley, the group slowly made their way along the bustling street back to where the vendors had gathered earlier. Once Qin Ruo and the others set down their baskets and arranged their goods, they were just about to call out to attract customers. An elderly matron dressed in fine fabric, accompanied by a young maid of about 13 or 14 years old, approached with quick steps. Without saying a word, the matron squatted down to carefully examine the goods before her, nodding repeatedly as she inspected them. The matron's surname was Zhang, and she served as the personal attendant to the old madam of the Xie residence in Taya County. The old madam's health was frail, and after contracting a persistent cough in winter, she had consistently poor appetite and lacked vitality. Master Zhang had grown anxious and restless of late, so much so that a blister had formed at the corner of her mouth. That was precisely why she had come out in person with the maid Mingyue, hoping to find something fresh for the old madam to taste. She had walked several streets without finding what she sought. In the depths of winter, fewer vendors sold game meat. Taihe County had no shortage of wealthy households. There were plenty of people who could afford wild game. Thus, whatever was displayed was basically snapped up the moment it appeared. Master Zhang had wandered through several streets without finding anything to purchase. Just as disappointment was setting in, she happened upon Qin Ruo and her group selling game meat. Pheasant and hare were unremarkable, but the roe deer meat was truly rare. Master Zhang was overjoyed and casually asked about the price. "Miss, how much are you selling this game for?" "The pheasant is 120 cash each, the hare 200 cash, and this roe deer for 2 taels of silver. What do you think?" Qin Ruo, observing the matron's refined attire, knew a major customer had arrived. The prices she quoted were informed by what she had learned along the way. Upon hearing this, Master Zhang found the pricing quite reasonable and agreed to purchase everything from Qin Ruo. Aside from what they would consume themselves, some had already been given to the Zhou family and Uncle Yang, the carriage driver, and the rest had been sold at Datong Township. The remaining 5 pheasants fetched 600 cash, and the 4 hares brought in over 800 cash. The roe deer was sold at the original price of 2 taels of silver. Master Zhang paid with great alacrity, even refraining from bargaining with Qin Ruo. After settling the payment, she asked Qin Ruo to follow her to deliver the goods to the Xie residence. Both the old madam and the young master of the household cherished game meat, making it a rare find in the dead of winter. Qin Ruo quickly organized her baskets, and accompanied by Qin Zimu and Zhou Dalai followed the matron along the way. After passing through several bustling streets, Master Zhang stopped at a side entrance of an impressive mansion. Just leave the goods here. Qiuxi, why are you fussing so unnecessarily? I am old, and having minor ailments is only natural. Why are you running about in this bitter cold? A voice tinged with mild reproach interrupted Master Zhang's words. Qin Ruo looked up and beheld the old madam draped in a dark purple brocade cloak with a crescent moon white fox fur collar around her neck and golden hairpins adorning her hair, radiating an air of noble elegance. Supported by her maid and accompanied by several household servants, she was slowly stepping out from the doorway. Madam, why have you come out? Please return indoors at once. Take care not to catch a chill. Qiuxi, is this how you attend to the old madam? I merely stepped away for a brief moment, and if anything were to happen to her, I will flay you alive. Master Zhang paid no mind to Qin Ruo. She hurried forward to support the old madam and sharply reprimanded Qiuxi, who stood beside Madame Xie. Stop scolding, Qiuxi. It was I. Cough. I insisted on coming out myself. Cough, cough. The old madam covered her mouth with a handkerchief and bent slightly as a violent coughing fit overtook her. Each cough was so forceful she could barely draw breath. Madam, madam, Qiuxi, quick, go fetch the household physician. Master Zhang's expression grew tense as she shouted for Qiuxi to summon the physician, while several servants descended into chaos. Zhou Dalai and Qin Zimu, confronted with such a scene, exchanged a glance and stood frozen in place. This was their first encounter with people of such a prominent household, and they feared inadvertently offending their betters and causing trouble for Qin Ruo. Thus the two of them unconsciously stepped to the side. Qin Ruo set down her basket and hurried forward, gently pressing the Higu acupoint on the old madam's hand. Master Zhang's expression shifted abruptly. She was exceedingly angered by Qin Ruo's inexplicable rudeness. How dare you? But before Master Zhang could finish her reprimand, she noticed the old madam's coughing gradually subsiding. Master Zhang was no fool. Once she understood Qin Ruo's actions, she breathed a sigh of relief. She cast a glance at Qin Ruo, one filled with gratitude tinged with apology. From what I observe, the madam's cough has persisted for some time and is likely accompanied by insomnia. Pressing this acupoint can bring relief. Qin Ruo said calmly. Once Madame Xie's coughing ceased, she voluntarily stepped aside. Young lady, you understand the principles of medicine. Master Zhang was overcome with joy, her voice rising several degrees. Madame Zhang, in her desperation, had been trying every remedy she could lay her hands on. The old madam had been plagued by a persistent cough for quite some time, and each bout would rage on relentlessly. The manor physician had been consulted and doctors from outside clinics had been summoned to the estate, yet there had been little improvement. Enough, child. Look at you, flustered and panicked. Don't go scaring the young miss. I'm perfectly fine, haven't I told you? Having regained her composure, old Madame Xie gently patted Madame Zhang's forearm and then beckoned Qin Ruo forward with a kind smile. Child, come closer. Qin Ruo stepped forward as instructed and offered old Madame Xie a respectful smile. I apologize for my impropriety just now. Please forgive this humble one. What did you wish to ask, old madam? It matters not, child. What you did just now brought me considerable relief. Thank you. From what you said, I gather you understand something of medicine. How do you think this cough of mine should be treated? Old Madame Xie studied the young woman standing before her carefully. The girl wore plain, almost shabby clothing, clearly from a poor rural family in the countryside. Yet facing her, the young girl's eyes held neither fawning nor fear, which piqued the old madam's interest at once. Old Madame Xie gazed at Qin Ruo with keen interest, waiting for her answer. Qin Ruo's lips curled slightly. So the connection had come then. I noticed the lemon leaves in your courtyard look excellent. A handful of fresh lemon leaves boiled with rock sugar. Old madam, you might wish to try it. Qin Ruo pointed toward the courtyard behind the old madam, where the treetop of a lemon tree was faintly visible over the wall, and answered with calm assurance. Those from noble households were all sharp and calculating, with 800 schemes between them. One could not play tricks on an old fox with ordinary tricks. So Qin Ruo did not pretend to be mysterious. She stated her thoughts plainly and simply. She had spotted at a glance that the old madam's condition was the result of excessive warming and tonification. Over-tonification would inevitably aggravate internal heat, intensify the cough, further disturb the spirit, and lead to insomnia. As soon as Qin Ruo had approached the old madam, she could detect a faint aroma of strong medicinal herbs on her. Goodness! Angelica white peony root ginseng rhodiola. How many people could withstand such potent tonic treatment? Especially an elderly person. Do you mean the leaves of the Li Ning tree? That can be used as medicine. And what is rock sugar? Could it be solidified honey? The old madam followed Qin Ruo's finger to gaze at the tree in the courtyard, her eyes wide with surprise. Even Madame Zhang wore a bewildered expression. The manor possessed many precious medicinal herbs. Yet this young girl claimed that the most unassuming thing could cure the old madam's cough. The lemon leaves are what you call Li Ning leaves. Rock sugar is what you call solidified honey. It's merely our countryside way of saying it. Qin Ruo then remembered that the lemon tree here was called Li Ning leaves. As for rock sugar, it had not yet appeared in the great Sheng Dynasty. What existed was only a type of solid brown sugar known to the people of that era as shirmi. Understanding the old madam's query, Qin Ruo kindly elaborated, then stepped aside with a knowing smile. The manor physician was not necessarily lacking in skill. He was simply overly cautious, accustomed to solving problems with conventional thinking. For instance, since the old madam was frail, the physician had to weigh the two concerns, weakness and cough, and choose the lesser harm. Tonics were needed to sustain her frail frame, but once tonification began, the cough worsened from the internal heat. Thus they fell into a vicious cycle. As for boiling lemon leaves in water, the physician likely knew of it as well. But the Xia household was so accustomed to the finest remedies that the simplest had been overlooked. Qiuxi, this child and I seem quite compatible. Invite them inside to rest. A smile never left old Madame Xia's face. She gave the order to Madame Zhang and affectionately took Qin Ruo's hand, leading her into the house. Zhao Dalai and Qin Zimu had not spoken a word from beginning to end, each more nervous than the last. Especially when Madame Zhang had reprimanded Qin Ruo for her impudence, both had nearly had their hearts stuck in their throats. In this cold winter, their palms and foreheads were now perspiring with a thin layer of sweat. The villagers often said that high-ranking officials and nobles regarded common lives as worthless. Killing a powerless poor person was as easy as crushing an ant. Once they offended a noble, there would be no good end. Only when they saw Qin Ruo conversing with complete composure and being invited into the mansion did Qin Zimu and Zhao Dalai finally exhale in relief. Qin Zimu had been watching from the sidelines for quite some time, a mix of excitement and disbelief washing over him. He had no idea when his sister had suddenly acquired such knowledge. But judging by the old madam's demeanor, she clearly trusted his sister quite a bit. He dared not ask Zhao Dalai and cautiously followed behind into the Xia mansion. The Xia mansion was arranged in 3 courtyards. What met the eye were pavilions and terraces, winding bridges over flowing streams, and flying eaves with blue tiles. Servants moved about busily, yet orderly, each attending to their duties. Qin Zimu and Zhao Dalai quietly tugged at their own clothes, feeling utterly out of place in the grand mansion. Both breathed more lightly, their eyes not daring to wander in any direction, following obediently ahead. After a short while, Madame Zhang led Zhao Dalai and Qin Zimu to a side hall to wait, then ordered the maids to serve tea and pastries. Following Madame Zhang's instructions, the maid named Qiuxi, hoping to ease the discomfort of Qin Zimu and Zhao Dalai, served the tea and pastries and promptly withdrew. Madame Zhang herself followed old Madame Xia and Qin Ruo into the back courtyard. Once the old madam and Qin Ruo were seated and the tea was served, Madame Zhang wasted no time with pleasantries. After inquiring from Qin Ruo about the method of boiling lemon leaves with rock sugar, she immediately ordered her senior maid Qiuxi to go pick fresh lemon leaves. Old Madame Xia looked at Qin Ruo and found herself growing more and more fond of the girl. Perhaps due to long-term malnutrition, the girl was rather thin. But upon closer inspection, one could see that her features were exceptionally well proportioned. She spoke with clarity and composure. Since arriving in Taihe County, old Madame Xia had preferred tranquility and seldom ventured out. After winter set in, worried about her health, Madame Zhang practically kept her confined to bed around the clock. Although her nephew had recently come to Taya County, he spent his days wandering the mountains with Songjiu elusive and elusive. She truly felt stifled in the manner. Suddenly encountering an interesting young girl like Qin Ruo brought genuine joy to old Madame Xie's heart. She felt as though her ailments had somehow improved. Upon learning that Qin Ruo was only 15 that year, pity softened her expression. Seeing the girl's slight frame, old Madame Xie had thought she could be no older than 13. Especially when she learned that the game brought to the mansion that day had all been hunted by the girl herself in the mountains, her heart ached even more. Poor children mature early in life in these times was hard enough. Girls from poor families had it even tougher. She held Qin Ruo's slender wrists several times, patting them gently, like a loving elder toward a junior. As their conversation deepened, they found their voices in perfect harmony. When a servant came to report the arrival of the manor physician, the old madam waved her hand and dismissed him. After about the time it takes to burn an incense stick, Mama Zhang personally brought up a bowl of boiled lemon rock sugar water. From afar she could hear the old madam's hearty laughter in the courtyard, and her eyes grew moist. Since arriving in Taihe County, the old madam had been melancholic due to some past affairs. Though she never spoke of it, how could Mama Zhang, who had served her for decades, not know? It had been a long time since she had seen the old madam so lively. Mama Zhang was genuinely delighted that there was a young person with whom the old madam could converse so well. Mama Zhang handed the medicine bowl to Qiuxi beside her, took out her handkerchief, and gently dabbed at the corners of her eyes. Only after confirming that no trace of emotion remained did she take back the bowl of soup and walk over slowly. Old madam, the lemon water is ready. Please have a taste. Miss Qin, don't just talk. Have something to eat first. These pastries are all homemade and not greasy. Mama Zhang stepped forward, smiling as she interrupted the conversation between the old madam and Qin Ruo. Old Madame Xie lifted the bowl, and a refreshing fragrance of lemon leaves wafted into her nostrils. The first sip was subtly sweet, and her dry, itchy throat instantly felt soothed. Good, good, the old madam exclaimed twice in praise, then quickly drained the bowl. Ruo girl, your method is truly excellent. I am grateful to you. It seems this old bones of mine will be able to sleep well tonight. Qin Ruo smiled modestly. You flatter me, old madam. It's just a simple folk remedy from the countryside, nothing worth mentioning. In her modern life, she had dealt with all kinds of people, so she was perfectly at ease with old Madame Xie. Qin Ruo did not deny that her initiative today carried a certain purpose. She was quietly cultivating her own network. In this unfamiliar dynasty, before she grew strong, connections were her backing. As long as she did not intentionally harm others, she saw nothing wrong with her approach. After setting down the bowl, the old madam suddenly felt a bit of an appetite. She ordered a few dishes and told Mama Zhang to have the kitchen prepare them, which filled Mama Zhang with joy. Mama Zhang acknowledged and hurried toward the kitchen, casting an even softer glance back at Qin Ruo. In truth, before serving the bowl of water, she had already had the house physician examine it. Only after confirming it was safe did she bring it to the old madam. It wasn't that she distrusted Qin Ruo. Mama Zhang was simply cautious by nature. When it came to the old madam's health, she dared not be careless in the slightest. A few days earlier, Mama Zhang herself had caught a cold, and her throat had been dry and uncomfortable ever since. She had drunk half a small bowl herself, and after finding it indeed effective, she rushed to bring it over. Even if Qin Ruo knew it would not matter, great households had countless rules and regulations. If it were her facing a stranger who appeared out of nowhere, she would also be somewhat wary. When Mama Zhang returned, Qin Ruo took the opportunity to teach her other wonderful uses of lemon leaves. She told Mama Zhang to wash the picked lemon leaves, dry them, bake them, and cut them into fine shreds to steep in water daily. She also mentioned that adding a few fresh lemon leaves to venison could help stimulate the appetite and cut through the greasiness. Since the old madam had a poor appetite, this method was worth trying. Lemon leaf decoction not only resolves phlegm, stops coughs, and eases wheezing, but also helps to stimulate the appetite and calm the mind. Mama Zhang listened attentively, and old Madame Xie was also quite interested. The three chatted happily in the back courtyard. However, neither of them pressed Qin Ruo on how a country girl could know such things, or who her teacher was. In this world, there were many capable people. Some did not care to inquire about origins, so they refrained from asking. The old madam's health was indeed somewhat frail, After half an hour, fatigue gradually showed in her eyes. Qin Ruo, being perceptive, took her leave. Old Madame Xie initially wanted to keep Qin Ruo for lunch at the Xie residence, but Qin Ruo declined. There would be plenty of time in the future. She would have many more dealings with the Xie household. Old Madame Xie did not insist. After giving a few detailed instructions to Mama Zhang, she retired to her room with Qiuxi's assistance. Meanwhile, in the side hall, Qin Zimu and Zhou Daju were already on pins and needles. Though they were alone in the side hall, neither dared to move around freely. They could only exchange a few words in hushed tones from time to time. Even when sitting on the chairs, they barely perched on the edges. As for the delicate pastries set out on the tea table, they did not dare touch them at all. Eventually, they were so thirsty that they had no choice but to drink a cup of tea. When they realized that as soon as they finished their tea, a maid would immediately step forward to refill it, they became extremely uncomfortable. After that, even if their throats were parched, they simply dared not drink the tea again. Never in their lives had they been attended to by servants. Not to mention themselves, even the village head Wang Lijing had probably never enjoyed such fortune. When Qin Zimu and Zhou Daju saw Qin Ruo emerge, they both stood up in surprise, sighing with relief as if they had been rescued. Mama Zhang personally escorted Qin Ruo and the others to the main gate of the Xie residence and invited Qin Ruo to visit again whenever she had time. Qin Ruo smiled and agreed. At parting, Mama Zhang handed Qin Ruo a large food box. With a smile, she said, "These are homemade pastries, not worth much. Miss Qin, you can eat them on the way." Finally, she took out several exquisite embroidered pouches and asked Qin Ruo and the others to accept them. These were all arranged by the old madam, who in her affection had even prepared small gifts for Qin Zimu and Zhou Daju. "This is a small token from the old madam. Miss Qin, please do not refuse." "Thank you, Mama Zhang." No, we can't." Faced with the pouches, Qin Zimu and Zhou Daju repeatedly waved their hands and quickly stepped back. They understood the principle of not accepting rewards without merit. They had done nothing, so how could they accept gifts from others? "Miss Qin, this is just a small gesture from the old madam. You're being too formal, aren't you?" Mama Zhang, helpless, turned to Qin Ruo and spoke in a faintly angry tone. She could see clearly that the two boys looked to Qin Ruo as their leader. "Please convey my thanks to the old madam. Then we shall accept with gratitude. Daju Erling, come and thank Mama Zhang." Qin Ruo smiled graciously, expressed her thanks, and took the food box and the embroidered pouch from Mama Zhang. Seeing Qin Ruo's words, Qin Zimu dared not refuse any longer and accepted with a red face. Remembering how he had seen the master bow to others when he was in school, Qin Zimu respectfully performed a bow toward Mama Zhang. "Thank you, Mama Zhang." Zhou Daju imitated Qin Zimu's actions and stepped forward to bow and express his thanks. Mama Zhang looked at the two honest, simple young boys whose bowing movements were somewhat inaccurate and could not help but stifle a laugh. After they left the Xie residence, a carriage bearing the Xie family insignia was already waiting outside. Seated on the driver's bench was none other than the Xie household steward Renping. Steward Run, who had been tasked with escorting the guest, harbored curiosity but refrained from asking further questions. Having served in the Xie residence for decades, whether in the capital or in Taya County, he knew that anyone whom Nanny Zhang personally escorted out and who was treated with such distinction by Elder Madame Xie must possess remarkable abilities. Thus, with a genial smile, he placed the bamboo basket onto the carriage before beckoning Qin Ruo and her companions aboard. Then Steward Ren drove the carriage steadily toward the government office. No sooner had Steward Ren's carriage departed than another unmarked carriage slowly appeared from the opposite direction before the Xie residence. The two men seated inside caught a glimpse of Qin Ruo's figure as she boarded the carriage. Master! Look, isn't that the young lady we encountered in the mountains? The driver seems to be Uncle Ping. What was she doing at our Xie residence?" Song Jiu exclaimed in astonishment. "Jiu, are you trying to take advantage of me? I don't have a grandson as old as you." The young man chuckled, offering an evasive reply as he withdrew his gaze from Qin Ruo. Song Jiu was momentarily baffled before realizing his slip. How could this be him taking advantage of the young master? He had clearly made himself the grandson. Enough. Why bother with all that? Perhaps she's a guest of my aunt." Si Hing tapped Song Jiu on the head, leaped lightly from the carriage, and swaggered into the Xie residence. After changing his clothes, he headed straight for the old madam's huffing residence with Song Jiao. Uncle Ping, the decades-long steward of the Xie residence, rarely escorted guests personally. He could count the occasions on one hand. Si Heng was genuinely curious. "And have we received a visitor?" Si Heng's voice preceded him as he stepped into huffing residence. Heng finally remembered to come back. Always disappearing like a dragon, without a tail, dragging Jiao on wild adventures. "You're old enough to be betrothed, yet you still act like a mischievous monkey." Elder Madame Xie, who had already lain down, rose upon hearing his voice. She gazed at the tall, handsome figure standing by the stone table in the courtyard. Her words seemed reproachful, but the joy in her eyes was unmistakable. Song Jiao, following behind, Si Heng, shrank his neck to minimize his presence. "Enough. Jiao, what are you hiding from? Am I going to eat you?" Elder Madame Xie shot another displeased glance at Song Jiao. With a thick-faced Song Jiao stepped out from behind Si Heng and bowed to her. "And I've missed you terribly these past few days," said Si Heng, his honeyed tongue working as he helped her inside. Massaging her shoulders and back, he soon had Elder Madame Xie so charmed that she lost all bearings. In no time, he smoothly extracted the story of Qin Ruo's visit to the Xie residence. After kneading her shoulders for a while, Si Heng plopped down by the table. Gulping down several mouthfuls of water, he began idly toying with the teacup in his hand. Listening to his aunt's praises of Qin Ruo, steady, well-behaved, and so on. He could not reconcile this image with the girl he had encountered in the mountains who had summoned wolves and snakes in an instant. Si Heng silently repeated the name Qin Ruo a few times, then feigning a yawn excused himself. Once outside huffing residence, the smile faded from his face. "Jiao, investigate that Qin person again. Find out her true background. If she's connected to those people in the capital, show no mercy." Si Heng's voice was cold as he slowly extended his hand, making a throat-slitting gesture. One who possessed such uncanny methods and could kill without flinching could never be simple. Encountering her in the mountains a few days ago, and now seeing her at the Xie residence, such a coincidence was too suspicious. Many had secretly sought his life, and from childhood Si Heng had relied on his instincts to evade countless dangers. He had to be suspicious. A country girl who could hunt and had some martial skills was understandable, but the ability to command animals and knowledge of medicine, that was beyond belief. After their encounter in the mountains, curiosity had driven him to send Song Jiao to investigate Qin Ruo. The result was simple. This person, named Qiuxi, had an ordinary background. She was the daughter of a hunter in Changhe village, orphaned, living with her grandmother and two younger brothers, making a living by hunting. After the investigation, he had set the matter aside. Since it had nothing to do with him, Si Heng hadn't paid it much mind. But now that it involved the Xie residence, he had to take it seriously. He wondered, how could someone who had never attended school possess such knowledge and skills? There was only one possibility, unless this Qiuxi was an imposter. Whatever her purpose in approaching the Xie residence, it didn't matter. If she posed any threat to the Xie residence, he would simply kill her. A cruel smile curled on Si Heng's lips. Song Jiao understood his master's words, immediately dropped his own smile, and departed to carry out the order. Inside huffing residence, Elder Madame Xie watched Si Heng's retreating figure. Meeting Nanny Zhang's worried gaze, she shook her head. Si Heng's thoughts could not escape her notice. Though he didn't show it, he must have become suspicious of Qin Ruo. Since he had asked, she pretended not to notice and cooperated, knowing that whether she spoke or not, he would investigate anyway. With decades of life experience, Elder Madame Xie had a knack for judging character. That young lady was composed and of good nature. She only feared that her impulsive nephew might bring unwarranted disaster upon someone else. In their half-hour conversation, she could see that Qin Ruo was principled and independent. She also worried that this incident might cause Qin Ruo to harbor resentment. Although they had only met once, Elder Madame Xie had taken a strong liking to her. At the same time, she felt for her nephew, who had suffered so much since childhood. Qiuxi, that child hunger carries too much weight on his mind. A young man, yet he's like an old man, jumpy at the slightest stir. I feel tired just watching him. Tell Song Jiao to keep an eye on him and not let him do anything reckless. Elder Madame Xie heaved a heavy sigh. In my opinion, you worry too much, madam. I've watched Hunger grow up, and he's always been sensible. He won't act rashly. Nanny Zhang responded with a smile, her words measured. Though elder Madam Xia hadn't specified, she knew the old madam was referring to Qin Ruo. How many times have I told you? Don't call yourself old servant in front of me. It's grating. You've been freed from servitude. You're a free woman now. Elder Madam Xia's face fell as she turned away in displeasure. The old madam was becoming more childlike with age. Nanny Zhang was adept at coaxing her. All right. It's all Qiuxi's fault. Nanny Zhang moved to face elder Madam Xia, and with a smile lightly tapped her own mouth a few times. Enough. Though she knew Nanny Zhang was trying to cheer her up, elder Madam Xia couldn't bear to see her do that, and quickly grabbed her wrist. Meanwhile, Steward Run had already escorted Qin Ruo and the others to the entrance of the county office. The journey from the Xia mansion to the office was not far, and with the carriage's speed they arrived in about a quarter of an hour. Yu Xingyang and several constables were just returning from their patrol when they spotted the Xia mansion's carriage parked at the office entrance from afar, causing their hearts to pound with unease. He naturally recognized the Xia mansion's carriage, let alone the Xia family crest emblazoned on it. He also recognized the coachman Steward Run of the Xia mansion. Almost every day he would lead his men to patrol the area around the Xia mansion. He had a vague impression of the Xia family's servants, even the maids and footmen. Old Madam Xia hailed from the Marquis's residence in the capital and had taken up temporary residence in Taihe County 2 years ago. On the day she arrived, even Magistrate Jiang came out personally to greet her with utmost respect. Afterward, he repeatedly instructed the constables to stay vigilant and keep a close watch on the Xia mansion, fearing that some reckless person might offend them. Although no one knew exactly what background old Madam Xia had, Magistrate Jiang had made it clear that if anything happened to her, not only would his official position be at stake, even his head might not be safe. Fortunately, during the years old Madam Xia had lived in Taihe County, everything had remained peaceful and uneventful. No one was foolish enough to provoke the Xia mansion. Seeing the Xia carriage stop here today, Yu Xingyang wondered if something had happened to the Xia family. He quickly approached with a smile and exchanged pleasantries with Steward Ren. Steward Ren, how have you been lately? Might I ask if there is some important business at your esteemed residence today? I'll go and summon Magistrate Jiang immediately. Captain Yu, you are too kind. There's no need to disturb Magistrate Jiang. Today the old madam instructed me to escort Miss Qin here to handle some matters. So here I am. Steward Ren jumped down from the carriage beaming and clasped his hands toward Yu Xingyang. As his words faded, Captain Yu saw Qin Ruo and the others descending from the carriage one after another. Captain Yu had already been impressed by Qin Ruo's performance at Changhe village yesterday, and now seeing her association with the Xia mansion, he became even more cautious. He courteously invited Qin Ruo into the office, and after following the procedure for fingerprinting, he handed her the two-tail reward silver and the already flayed wolfskin. Qin Zimu and Zhou Daju waited at the office entrance. Inside, Steward Ren accompanied Qin Ruo throughout, and the entire process went quite smoothly. When they were about to leave, Qin Ruo casually asked, Captain Yu, may I ask how one goes about changing the name on the household registration? Qin Ruo had only asked casually, as she felt quite uncomfortable having to bear the original owner's name for the rest of her life. Changing her name was inevitable, and since she was already at the office today, she simply took the opportunity to inquire. Miss Qin, changing the name is not complicated. You just need to register with the village chief, who will then report it to the office. Seeing Qin Ruo's brow furrow slightly, Yu Xingyang glanced at Steward Ren, who stood beside her with a perpetual smile. He immediately changed his tune and added, however, since you're already here, wait a moment. I'll have the registrar handle it for you now, saving you another trip. Changing a name was not a major matter, and since the steward of the Xia mansion had personally come, even Magistrate Jiang would grant this favor. After confirming some of Qin Ruo's household registration details, Yu Xingyang went to find the office registrar to handle it himself. Qin Ruo looked stunned. This was indeed an unexpected delight. She had just been thinking about the unpleasantness with the Wang family and worrying that going through the proper procedure would not be so smooth. Village Chief Wang was clearly a biased man. Having just been fined 5 taels of silver, he was probably scheming to get back at her. She hadn't expected to get it done so quickly, but the turnaround came immediately. After the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, she beheld the name Qin Ruo on the new registration document, and a rare smile of joy appeared on her face. The household registration of the great Sheng dynasty was merely a record kept by the office to confirm the existence of a person in that locality. Unlike modern ID cards, ordinary people did not possess such documents. This was something Qin Ruo had just learned. Nevertheless, she was satisfied. As she walked out of the office, she silently made a wish for Qiuxi in her heart. She wished that the 15-year-old Qiuxi would have eternal happiness, freedom from sorrow, and boundless blessings in her next life. For the original Qiuxi, whose body she had taken and whose traces she had erased, Qin Ruo could only offer a silent apology in her heart. She truly did not wish to live under the name Qiuxi forever. She resolved that if the opportunity arose in the future, she would erect a cenotaph for Qiuxi and hold annual memorial rites. Yu Xingyang escorted Qin Ruo and Steward Ren to the office entrance, and then all the way to the carriage. Suddenly recalling something important, he quickly called out to Qin Ruo, who was about to board the carriage. Miss Qin, some days ago a band of criminal fugitives fled into Taya County. The county office is organizing constables to capture them with full effort. They might escape to the surrounding villages, so be careful when you go into the mountains from now on. As he spoke, he took out several wanted posters from his person and showed them to Qin Ruo. The office had already issued a notice which would be delivered to the townships and villages in a couple of days. His warning was also a gesture of goodwill. Regardless of what Qin Ruo's fate might be in the future, being friendly with this young lady could do no harm. Thank you for the warning, Captain Yu. You've worked hard today. This is a small token of my appreciation. Please have some tea with the constables. Qin Ruo smiled and openly handed Yu Zhengyang a small money pouch. The amount was modest, just 300 won, befitting her current status as a country girl. She had quietly prepared it while waiting for her household registration at the office. She had originally planned to give it when boarding the carriage. Yu Zhengyang repeatedly waved his hand to decline, but Steward Ren interjected, "It's a small gesture from Miss Qin. Captain Yu, if you don't mind, please accept it." Speaking of which, during the old madam's years in Taya County, your office has shown much care to the Xie mansion. When I came today, the old madam specifically asked me to convey her regards to Magistrate Jiang. She also asked me to tell you that if the magistrate's wife is free, she is welcome to visit the Xie mansion for tea with the old madam. Captain Yu and the constables have worked hard to protect the peace of Taya County. What a coincidence. Before we left, the old madam specifically instructed me to treat Captain Yu and the constables to some wine. Beaming, Steward Ren produced a money pouch from his sleeve and pressed it into Yu Xingyang's hand without further ado. With the words brought to this point, Yu Xingyang could no longer refuse. He still accepted Qin Ruo's small money pouch. There was an unwritten rule in the office that one could accept voluntary gratuities, but was not allowed to extort or blackmail. He quickly realized that old Madame Xie was openly supporting Qin Ruo. After thanking Steward Ren and Qin Ruo and exchanging a few pleasantries, he hurried back to the office to report to Magistrate Jiang. Although the old madam had lived in Taya County for several years, she never attended outside banquets. Her invitation to the magistrate's wife was truly rare. Qin Ruo sighed, inwardly admiring Steward Ren's art of speaking. In this regard, she truly could not compare. The group boarded the carriage and set off once more. On the journey there, Steward Ren had already informed Qin Ruo that the old madam had instructed the household to reserve a banquet at the Qingfeng restaurant in Taya County. Qin Ruo and her companions were to dine before returning to Datong Township. Upon arriving at the Qingfeng restaurant, the innkeeper, clearly an acquaintance of Steward Ren, personally greeted them with warmth and enthusiasm. He showed not the slightest hint of disdain or contempt for their modest attire. After ushering them into a private room, he attentively instructed the waiter to serve the dishes. Steward Ren accompanied Qin Ruo to the private room, then excused himself on the pretext of attending to business, saying he would return in half an hour to escort her to Datong Township. Judging by the speed at which the waiters served tea and food, Qin Ruo realized that this meal was far from a spur-of-the-moment arrangement by Steward Ren. It had indeed been prepared in advance. As each dish was brought to the table, the innkeeper personally introduced them. Sautéed shrimp with biluo, squirrel-shaped mandarin fish, roasted goose, 3 delicacy, soup, 8 treasure duck. He described every item in detail, even offering tips on how to best enjoy them. Once all the dishes were served, the innkeeper of Qingfeng restaurant withdrew with courteous grace. After the series of shocks they had endured that day, Qin Zimu and Zhou Dalai were at a loss for words. They exchanged glances. Though their stomachs had long been rumbling with hunger at the sight of the sumptuous feast, neither dared to pick up their chopsticks first. Instead, they turned their gaze toward Qin Ruo. "What are you looking at me for? Eat up. We still have to buy supplies back in the village." With an air of nonchalance, Qin Ruo was the first to pick up her chopsticks and take a piece of fish. The flavors at Qingfeng restaurant were indeed quite impressive. Qin Ruo could guess the reasoning behind the old madam's arrangement. The reason the old madam had not insisted on keeping her for a meal at the Xia mansion, nor even asked steward Ren to stay behind, was not that she feared Qin Ruo would feel uncomfortable. Rather, it was because she worried that Qin Zimu and Zhou Dalai, whom Qin Ruo had brought along, might feel ill at ease. For someone who had only met them once to go to such lengths, Qin Ruo couldn't help but feel a touch of gratitude. Moreover, going to the yamen to claim the reward also carried the implicit backing of the old madam. Although Steward Ren had remained like a shadow throughout the proceedings, uttering barely a few words from start to finish. Yet Qin Ruo understood clearly, if not for Steward Ren, today's matter might not have gone so smoothly. The courtesy shown by Constable Yu was in essence a courtesy extended to the Xia mansion. With Qin Ruo's permission, Qin Zimu and Zhou Dalai cast aside their reserve. The dishes laid out on the table were not only things they had never eaten in their daily lives, they had never even seen them before. Even when the original Qin Qiuxi had accompanied Qin Huaijing to Taihe County and passed by the Fumin restaurant countless times, she had never once stepped inside for a meal. Being able to occasionally visit a food shop for a bowl of mutton soup noodles was already considered a luxury. Usually father and son would spend just 2 coppers on a bowl of tea, eat 2 steamed buns, and call that a meal. Delicious as the dishes at Qingfeng restaurant were, Qin Ruo stopped eating when she was about 70% full. The original body had little to no fatty residue, and suddenly indulging in rich meat and fish might strain the stomach and intestines. She also advised Zhou Dalai and Qin Zimu to eat less to avoid physical discomfort. The two of them, who followed Qin Ruo's words almost without question, put down their chopsticks accordingly. At least 2/3 of the dishes remained on the table. "Eruo Jie, this gift from the old madam is too precious. I can't accept it." Zhou Dalai handed the money pouch, given by Nanny Zhang, to Qin Ruo. He had no objection to changing the address from Qiuxi Jie to Eruo Jie. Though he didn't know why Qin Ruo wanted to change her name to him, Eruo Jie was now an omnipotent deity in his eyes. Whatever she said, he obeyed. That pouch from Nanny Zhang. He had never found a chance to open it along the way. Just before the meal, when he and Qin Zimu excused themselves to go to the latrine, they had already secretly peeked inside. Inside were a handful of silver seeds of full tael in weight. 1 tael of silver. Even his family couldn't earn that much in a month. Zhou Dalai was self-aware enough to know that this tael of silver seeds was entirely due to Qin Ruo's influence. "Jia, mine. Is for you too." Qin Zimu quickly fumbled out his own pouch. He had also looked inside. His pouch contained the same amount of silver seeds identical to Zhou Dalai's. Qin Ruo did not take the pouches from Zhou Dalai and Qin Zimu. "What the old madam gave you, keep for yourselves. Spend it as you see fit. But regarding today's affairs with the Xia mansion, think carefully about what can be said, what cannot, and how to say it." Qin Zimu and Zhou Dalai nodded vigorously like garlic cloves being pounded. Half an hour later, Steward Ren returned as promised. The innkeeper of Qingfeng restaurant had already thoughtfully instructed the waiter to wrap the leftover dishes in oil paper. They tied the package securely with string and placed it into a food basket, making it convenient for Qin Ruo to take with her when she left. By the time they emerged from Qingfeng restaurant, it was already the hour of wei. In modern terms, that meant it was a little past 2 in the afternoon. On the way back to Datong Township, Steward Ren chatted and laughed with Qin Ruo and the others. Though over 50, he was witty and humorous. Even Zhou Dalai and Qin Zimu, who had been too timid to speak much, gradually relaxed under Steward Ren's easygoing manner and occasionally chimed in with a few words. By the time they traveled from Taihe County to Datong Township, the two had already begun addressing Steward Ren as Uncle Ren. About half an hour later, Qin Ruo's group had returned to Datong Township. The old madam had originally instructed Steward Ren to take Qin Ruo all the way back to Changhe village, but Qin Ruo firmly declined. She still had supplies to buy, and it wouldn't do to keep troubling Steward Ren. Steward Ren had to compromise and see Qin Ruo and the others to Datong Township. After getting off the carriage, Qin Ruo bowed to Steward Ren and said, "I am deeply grateful for your kind assistance today. Your esteemed household's generous hospitality is beyond words." Steward Ren smiled and waved his hand. "Miss Qin, you are too polite. This is the old madam's instruction and my duty. Travel safely." Steward Ren noticed that Qin Ruo used the fist and palm salute and found this unconventional young lady rather intriguing. No wonder the old madam held her in such high regard. With that, Qin Ruo took out 2 porcelain bottles and an object wrapped in a plain cloth bag, pressing them into Steward Ren's hands. Courtesy demands reciprocity. During the meal in Taihe County, she had taken the opportunity to excuse herself to the latrine and examine the pouch Nanny Zhang had given her. Inside were a pair of exquisitely crafted high-quality jade and pearl earrings. Not to mention the 10 small ingots of fine silver, each weighing 1 tael, hidden in the secret compartment beneath the food box. "I noticed you rubbing your legs several times while driving the carriage earlier. You must be suffering from arthralgia. The contents of this bottle can dispel cold, unblock meridians, and dissolve stagnation. If you don't mind, please give it a try. The item in the cloth bag is something I obtained in the mountains before. I humbly ask you to pass it to the old madam and thank her for her kindness to this junior today. I noticed that Nanny Zhang's hands show signs of frostbite. This is for her external use. Apply twice a day." Qin Ruo explained in detail to Steward Ren. The young lady had noticed even his own arthralgia and Nanny Zhang's frostbite. This instantly raised Steward Ren's esteem for her even further. He did not stand on ceremony with Qin Ruo. He would accept a token of goodwill from a younger generation. He assumed it wouldn't be anything too valuable, and in any case, he would not refuse such a sincere gesture. After accepting the items, Steward Ren bid farewell to Qin Ruo, and the others then drove the carriage back to Taihe County. After parting with Steward Ren, Qin Ruo led Qin Zimu and Zhou Dezhu to the ready-made clothing shop first. In Datong Village, the styles and colors of clothes sold by various shops were quite similar. Winter weatherproof garments were primarily made of coarse woolen cloth or cotton-padded materials. A few shops displayed fur coats, but these were beyond the reach of ordinary folks, and largely remained unsold. Having walked around, Qin Ruo selected a suitable-looking ready-made clothing shop and stepped inside. At that moment, there were no other customers, and the shopkeeper was dozing off behind the counter. Seeing customers enter, he immediately stood up and greeted them warmly. "Young patrons, what kind of clothes are you looking for? The price is negotiable." He did not treat them disdainfully because of their shabby attire, for the harvest had been poor that year, and ordinary people were struggling to make ends meet. Selling as much as possible was the goal. Any stock left over from the year would have to wait until the next. "How much is that cotton-padded jacket?" Qin Ruo pointed casually at a lake blue men's jacket hanging on the rack. "You have a good eye, young patron. This jacket is made of fine cotton fabric," the shopkeeper replied with a smile. "The padding is genuine cotton, warm and windproof. It costs only 261. Sister." Qin Zimu, hearing the price of 261, was startled and tugged anxiously at Qin Ruo's sleeve. People from Changhe Village seldom bought ready-made clothes, mainly because they found them expensive and not cost-effective. An ordinary bolt of cloth cost only about 200 to 300 won. That amount could make 2 sets of adult clothes, including both top and bottom. The villagers mostly bought cloth and sewed their own garments, padding them with willow catkins reeds or hemp floss for warmth. The original owner knew some simple needlework, but was barely able to make clothes. Qin Ruo, however, was neither skilled nor patient enough for such tasks. Money could be spent, and it could also be earned back. Qin Ruo had no intention of being stingy with food and clothing. The shopkeeper, a keen observer of people, quickly took down another garment from the rack and began to recommend it enthusiastically. "Young patron, this padded jacket is also nice. It's filled with cotton floss, but the price is affordable, only 121. Even 120 when seemed astronomical to Qin Zimu. He took a few steps back, his face flushed, and waved his hands repeatedly at the shopkeeper. Although the old lady had given Qin Ruo a small pouch containing a full tael of silver melon seeds, and Qin Ruo had granted him the freedom to use it, spending 120 won on a winter coat still pained him. Since Qin Huaijing had left, Qin Zimu had not bought new clothes for 3 years, usually wearing hand-me-downs from Qin Zian. Just lower the price on that first one, Qin Ruo said decisively. And this set, that set, I'll take them all. Qin Ruo pointed quickly at several sets of clothes. The shopkeeper, who had little hope left, was overjoyed at the prospect of selling multiple sets. Indeed, one should not judge by appearances. The shopkeeper's attitude became even more attentive. After some bargaining, the cotton-padded jacket was finally sold for 181. Qin Ruo selected 2 sets of winter clothes and 2 pairs of cotton shoes for herself and Qin Zimu. She also bought outer robes, middle garments, and inner clothes outfitting them completely from head to toe. In the blink of an eye, she spent over a tael of silver. Faced with such a generous customer, the shopkeeper was delighted and voluntarily waived the odd change. When they emerged from the clothing shop, Qin Zimu's smile never faded. He had said no earlier because he could not bear to spend the money. But who doesn't like new clothes? Especially a young boy who had not had a new garment in 3 years. He had always envied Qin Zian's new clothes from afar, never imagining he would soon wear new ones himself. Qin Zimu felt a tumult of emotions, wanting to cry and laugh at the same time. Qin Ruo, however, did not notice his mood. Her only thought was to get things done quickly. So after leaving the clothing shop, she went straight to the cloth shop and bought 2 new quilts. Qin Ruo had already planned one for herself, one for Qin Zimu. As for old Madame Qin and Qin Zian, she did not bother about them. After buying the quilts, she went to the general store and picked out an iron wok. She had grown tired of the earthenware pot at home, which could only steam or boil food. Iron woks were indeed expensive in the great Sheng Dynasty, costing a full 600 won. Qin Zimu had gone from initial shock to numbness at Qin Ruo's lavish spending in the clothing shop. Although Zhou Dalai held a substantial sum from the Xian mansion, he did not dare to spend freely. He bought only a few daily necessities and helped Qin Ruo carry her purchases. At their last stop, the grain and oil shop, Qin Ruo bought 1 dan of polished rice, 1 dan of brown rice, and 50 jin each of coarse and fine flour. In addition, she bought 10 jin of oil, 5 jin of salt, 2 jin of sugar, and some condiments like soy sauce. Seeing the weather grow colder and anticipating heavy snow, stockpiling grain and oil was certainly a wise move. If a snowstorm struck, prices would inevitably skyrocket. Qin Ruo's generous purchase made the shopkeeper beam with joy. He courteously arranged for a shop assistant to drive a cart to deliver Qin Ruo's purchases to Changhe village free of charge. After all, most of the surrounding villagers who came to buy grain and oil usually bought brown rice or coarse grains. In those days, filling one's stomach was enough. Polished rice and white flour were bought only in pecks at most. Customers like Qin Ruo were virtually unheard of. By the time she finished shopping, half an hour had passed. The 3 of them rode back to Changhe village on the cart driven by the grain shop assistant. When they reached the village entrance, cooking smoke was already rising from the chimneys. Some villagers were still sitting there chatting. When they saw Qin Ruo and her companions passing by on a cart laden with goods, their eyes widened in astonishment. Their gazes revealed a complex mix of envy and jealousy. Since Qin Huaijing and his wife had passed away, everyone in the village had witnessed the decline of the Qin family. Now a cart full of goods entering the village was impossible to ignore. Most people felt a sour pang in their hearts. Had the Qin family come into money, buying so many things at once? Recalling the morning's incident when Zhang Dalai had provoked Qin Ruo only to be kicked off the donkey cart, and then have her hair grabbed by old Madame Qin, who slapped her repeatedly. Those who felt sour inside mostly kept their distance, not daring to approach and invite trouble. They watched the cart pass by and whispered among themselves. Qin Ruo paid no heed to the various stares. This was just the beginning. Why hide and conceal? Since she chose to be so ostentatious, she was fully prepared to attract jealousy. During these idle days, she might as well settle matters once and for all. It would serve as a warning to others. Speaking of which, that Zhu Shi and Wang Jiaojiao, it was time to deal with them. These people had been buzzing around under her nose, and it was truly irritating. Being bogged down in trivial petty matters was something Qin Ruo found utterly tiresome. When they reached the end of the village, Zhou Dalai got off the cart first and returned to the Zhou residence. The companion from the grain and oil shop continued driving the cart directly into the Qin family's courtyard. After parking the cart, without waiting for Qin Ruo to speak, he diligently helped unload the goods from the cart. At that moment, old Madame Qin was in the kitchen cursing and muttering as she prepared dinner. On previous days, Qiuxi would return early from selling game to help with household chores. The thought that Qin Ruo had deliberately left her behind and taken Qin Zimu to the market alone made old Madame Qin seethe with anger. Qin Zian had returned to the academy in the morning, leaving empty-handed with a dark expression. The memory of his departing face only fueled her irritation. This anger was primarily directed at Qin Ruo. Hearing the commotion in the yard, she rushed out of the kitchen immediately. "You wretched girl." When she saw the cart parked in the yard and the shop assistant moving goods, her throat tightened as if someone had seized her neck, abruptly cutting off the rest of her words. After unloading everything, the grain and oil shop assistant quickly took his leave and drove the cart away. The moment the cart left the Qin family courtyard, old Madame Qin could no longer contain her blazing fury. "Have you lost your mind, wretched girl? Where's the money from selling the goods? Where's the reward from the yamen? Have you spent it all?" Staring at the pile of items on the ground, old Madame Qin's temples throbbed violently. She observed carefully. It looked as if she had emptied the entire grain and oil shop. Didn't she know the family's situation? Could the Qin family afford polished rice and white flour? Then she looked at the 2 brand-new quilts and several sets of ready-made clothes. The more she saw, the colder her heart grew. Thinking of the silver from Qin Ruo's game sales and the yamen reward, which she hadn't even glimpsed a shadow of, she felt certain they had been squandered. Her heart ached so fiercely that her body swayed as if about to collapse. Without even lifting her eyelids, Qin Ruo directly instructed Qin Zimu to carry the things into the house. Seeing that Qin Ruo ignored her, old Madame Qin followed her inside, growing angrier and louder with each word. "Qin Qiuxi, are you even listening? I'm asking you, where's the money? Hand over the rest. These clothes and quilts are useless. You'll take them back to the shop tomorrow. Has the family ever starved you or left you without clothes?" The family's money had always been under her control. Qin Ruo's arbitrary attitude struck a deep sense of crisis in old Madame Qin's heart. Consumed by rage, old Madame Qin nearly forgot how Qin Ruo had treated her in recent days. Qin Zimu shrank back, not daring to speak. "Have you forgotten? I said I won't hand over a single copper coin I earn from now on. Haven't shorted me food or clothes. Did you buy quilts for winter warmth for me and Erlang? In the past 3 years, have you bought us a single new garment? What are Erlang and I outsiders? Don't we bear the surname Qin? Furthermore, I must inform you. From this day forward, there is no longer any Qin Qiuxi in this family, only Qin Ruo. I changed my name at the yamen today. Oh, it's already registered in the records." Qin Ruo straightened up from organizing the items, staring at old Madame Qin without a trace of fear, her expression cold. "What do you mean, yours and mine? Isn't it all part of this household? I eat 2 eggs, and you yell at me for stealing. How is that? The money I earn becomes the family's again. Don't be so hypocritical." Old Madame Qin was dazzled and disoriented by Qin Ruo's words. She didn't understand a bit of what was said. No more Qin Qiuxi in this family, nor what hypocrisy meant. All she gathered was that her granddaughter would no longer hand over her earnings for her to manage. Then, how would Dalong's studies continue? Old Madame Qin's eyes reddened, and she turned away, wiping her tears as she ran out. Unable to argue with Qin Ruo, and having no way to control her, she felt both hurt and aggrieved. It was true that she favored Dalong a little more, but she ate the same as Erlang and Qiuxi. She had neither hidden anything away nor secretly cooked extra for herself. As for what Qin Ruo said about not having new clothes for 3 years, hadn't she herself bought no new clothes during that time? With a scholar in the family, wasn't every copper coin meant to be spent sparingly? Clothes were worn as long as they could be. Wasn't that how poor folks lived? Why did her own girl find it unacceptable? If they endured the bitter days, things would improve when Dalong achieved success. Wouldn't good times await then? Look, that pile of polished rice and white flour. Did that look like someone who knew how to live frugally? The more she brooded, the more wrong she felt. She stopped cooking altogether, returned to her room, buried her face in the quilt, and sobbed. Listening to old Madame Qin's crying from the next room, Qin Ruo's heart remained utterly unmoved. She had deliberately let her grandmother stew, determined to establish her own rules. If everyone wanted to get along peacefully, they would have to follow her rules. Otherwise, old Madame Qin would meddle in everything she did. Not that she couldn't handle it, but it was simply annoying. As for whether old Madame Qin would drive her out of the family, that thought never crossed Qin Ruo's mind. When it was time to leave, she would go of her own accord without needing to be kicked out. Qin Zimu listened to old Madame Qin's voice, a trace of pity flickering in his eyes. Grandmother was angry with sister over money. He touched the purse on him and looked at Qin Ruo with pleading eyes. He wrestled with whether to hand over the 1 liang silver melon seed he had received. Don't ask me. I've said it before. What belongs to you is yours to spend as you please. Qin Ruo found Qin Zimu's cautious movements somewhat amusing. He was kind-hearted and soft, as she wouldn't stop him. Every person's thoughts should be independent. She had never intended to draw Qin Zimu to her side, nor did she want him to oppose old Madame Qin as she did. The reason she was willing to treat Qin Zimu a little better was partly out of a sense of shared suffering. And since he was someone the original owner had been willing to protect, she didn't mind shielding him a bit as long as it didn't violate her own principles. Of course, if one day Qin Zimu turned against her with a blade, she would not hesitate. Hearing Qin Ruo's response, a faint smile spread across his innocent face. The simple-hearted youth ran out joyfully, heading toward old Madame Qin's room. Back in her room, old Madame Qin had initially only feigned crying, but after waiting a long time, without Qin Ruo coming to comfort her, she began to cry for real. Amid her sobs, a sudden realization struck her. She racked her brains, then slapped her forehead as understanding dawned. The amount of money didn't add up. According to her estimation, the proceeds from selling the game, plus the 2 liang reward from the yamen, couldn't possibly have bought so many things. Where did the remaining money come from? Old Madame Qin no longer felt aggrieved as she immediately sat up, intending to confront Qin Ruo for an explanation. Just as she opened the door, she saw Qin Zimu standing hesitantly at the doorway, clutching a small pouch in his hand. In no time, the grandmother and grandson were seated inside the room. Though Qin Zimu stammered, his mind was far from dull. He picked and chose his words, recounting what had happened in Taya County that day. Old Madame Qin listened, her expressions shifting from confusion to surprise. When she heard that Qin Ruo had been harassed by the newly appointed manager of Fulu restaurant, her brows furrowed. But the next moment, hearing that a formidable madam from a wealthy household had appeared and bought all their game in one breath, old Madame Qin's mouth widened to her ears. She didn't blink, urging Qin Zimu to continue. Never before had old Madame Qin felt so strongly that his stammering needed to be cured. It was simply agonizing. When she heard Qin Zimu vividly describe Mama Zhang's sharp rebuke of, "How dare you?" her heart rose to her throat. The very next moment, hearing about how the three had been invited into a noble residence, layer upon layer of smiles spread across old Madame Qin's face. Though she had never been to Taya County, nor knew what the Xiam mansion was like, she listened intently. But from Qin Zimu's description alone, the dozens of servants and maids already left her breathless with astonishment. If one elderly lady's side required dozens of attendants, how powerful must that family be? Hearing that the old madam herself had personally arranged for the steward to see them off, and had even reserved a banquet, old Madame Qin's face glowed with radiant pride. She had never imagined that her unremarkable granddaughter could enjoy such fortune. Qin Ruo had exceptionally keen hearing. Though the grandmother and grandson were speaking in hushed tones in the adjacent room, she caught every word. She nearly burst out laughing. Qin Ruo had never expected Qin Zimu to possess such a side, knowing how to tease and withhold from old Madame Qin, skilled in little schemes of his own. For instance, when old Madame Qin asked how much the game had sold for, he immediately deflected the topic and began describing the imposing air that clung to Mama Zhang. When pressed about what exactly the noble person had gifted Qin Ruo, he would pivot again to praise the magnificent 3 courtyard complexes of the Xiam mansion. Old Madame Qin's emotions soared and plummeted, led entirely by Qin Zimu's storytelling. When Qin Zimu finally returned with 2 large food boxes, old Madame Qin was so overwhelmed she pressed a hand to her chest. Inside were exquisite pastries with unfamiliar names and dishes she had never seen before. Money. She had forgotten all about it. Her normally taciturn granddaughter had actually caught the attention of nobility. For the first time, old Madame Qin felt her granddaughter possessed truly considerable abilities. Qin Ruo's status in her heart instantly rose several rungs. Yet a small pang of regret lingered. What a pity Dalang hadn't stayed longer to bring more back. But such thoughts old Madame Qin dared only entertain in secret, fearing Qin Ruo might overhear and give her another cold look. She gazed at the pastries in the food box, swallowing her saliva again and again. With Qin Zimu still present and fresh from their earlier conflict, she couldn't bring herself to reach for them. "Grandmother, try it. This is delicious." Qin Zimu, observing old Madame Qin's ever-shifting expression, cleverly picked up a strand pastry and held it to her lips. Old Madame Qin put on an air of reserve, offering perfunctory protests before taking a bite. Even the crumbs on her fingers were not spared. She made up her mind to carry the pastries from the Xie mansion early tomorrow when the village was busiest and parade around. Let those short-sighted villagers see that the Qin family was not so shabby after all. Even in Taihe County, they knew people of importance. Old Madame Qin, in 5 quick movements, mentally transferred the pastries gifted by old Madame Xie to Qin Ruo, and then to the Qin family. She had already begun self-hypnosis. By the time Qin Zimu finished his halting account, half an hour had passed. Old Madame Qin sat by the bed, repeatedly stroking the silver coin in her hand. At last, with reluctance, she bit the bullet and pressed the purse back into Qin Zimu's palm. "Since it was a reward from the noble person and your eldest sister told you to keep it for yourself, then keep it. Spend it wisely, don't waste it." As she spoke these words, old Madame Qin felt her heart bleeding. That was one tael of silver. A whole tael. Qin Zimu looked at the purse returned to him, utterly baffled. He couldn't understand his grandmother, who was notoriously fond of money. During the new year, even 1 or 2 cash coins given to him felt like she was cutting her own flesh. Now she was saying she didn't want it. What Qin Zimu did not know was that old Madame Qin had other calculations. She was putting on a show for Qin Ruo. She wanted Qin Ruo to see that she too knew how to conduct herself properly, that she did not value wealth above all else. She had to cast a wide net to catch a big fish. Old Madame Qin kept reassuring herself that girl had caught the noble person's eye today, and her future prospects were enormous. She couldn't lose her sense of proportion over trivial gains. The reason she could treat Erlang so well, but regarded Dalai with such scrutiny, wasn't it simply because Erlang was obedient enough? At most she would smooth things over with that brat from now on. She refused to believe Qin Ruo's heart was made of iron. Old Madame Qin kept building up her psychological defenses, endlessly hypnotizing herself. Seeing Qin Zimu frozen in place, old Madame Qin forced herself not to look at the purse and physically escorted him out of the room. She feared she might chicken out and take it back. Qin Zimu, delighted to have his silver coin found, once more left on a high spirits. By dinner time, old Madame Qin had composed herself. Spent money was spent money. With so much grain and rice, there would be no shortage even if they ate until next year. Though feeling fine, rice between her teeth still hurt, like watching silver melt away. But it tasted divine. Looking at the spread of dishes Qin Ruo had packed back, never had she eaten so richly even during the new year. Though technically leftovers, she felt no disdain at all. This meal was extraordinarily satisfying. Qin Zimu, blessed with new clothes, new shoes, and new quilt, and his hidden stash intact, smiled from ear to ear all night. Qin Ruo understood the art of the firm hand, followed by a sweet reward. After dinner, she carelessly tossed a silver hairpin toward old Madame Qin. "Heavens, is that silver? What a waste of money. It can't be eaten or drunk." Old Madame Qin fumbled to accept the plainly styled silver hairpin, and her old habit resurfaced immediately. She muttered and nagged, though inwardly she was already dancing with joy. Before she could finish her words, Qin Ruo ignored her entirely and rose to leave. Old Madame Qin wanted to offer a few more performative complaints, but found no opening. Old Madame Qin could only offer a grinning smile and obediently shut her mouth. Having confided in Qin Zimu earlier and learned that Qin Ruo had bought Erlang new clothes, shoes, and a quilt, she had harbored a touch of sourness. But once the silver hairpin was in her hand, that lingering sourness vanished like smoke. Swift as lightning, she cleared the kitchen and retreated to her room, where she chuckled aloud at the hairpin. A moment later, like a thief stealing a glance, she checked all around. Confirming no one was in the courtyard, she quickly drew a basin of water and by moonlight happily tried on the silver hairpin. In Qin Ruo's space, Taio was lounging like a lord on the grassy patch, one hand behind his head, the other holding a pastry and taking a bite. Upon seeing Qin Ruo enter the space, he instantly sprang up from the grass, eyeing her warily and clutching his pocket tightly. Master, you're so unfair. You're just targeting me to fleece, aren't you? You've already stripped me bare. Qin Tao met Qin Ruo's half-smiling gaze. The little master that nearly slipped out was cleverly changed to me. During the meal at Qingfeng restaurant, Qin Ruo used the excuse of visiting the restroom to enter the space, intending to bring Qin Tao some pastries from the Xie mansion. Qin Tao didn't actually need to eat daily. Eating was purely for the pleasure of taste. The usually stingy Tao surprisingly tossed her a few ginseng roots after receiving the pastries. Just as Qin Ruo was about to leave, she found a silver hairpin on the space's grass. A moment's thought made it clear. Qin Tao had been hoarding things. So that day's wailing and clinging to her leg was all an act to play on her sympathy. Most of her own space was mysteriously sealed, and she couldn't retrieve the items from before. But Qin Tao himself possessed a small personal space. Moreover, from what she knew of him, he was never the type to put all his eggs in one basket. She knew all too well Qin Tao's nature of only taking in and never giving out. She had known from the very beginning that Tao had his own space. Over the years since she had acquired the space, its contents had been continuously expanding, forming a world of its own: medicinal fields, an armory, a spiritual spring, storehouses, and a living villa. At Qin Tao's request, a special area was allocated for him to store the odd and curious items he had collected. His reasoning was that although he had his own small space, he preferred this larger one. Qin Ruo had always given Qin Tao free rein. She had once brought him to her own world to live a normal life. When Tao first arrived in the modern era, he was curious about everything and wanted to drag everything into his big warehouse. For a while, he turned into a full-blown shopaholic. Packages piled up at home every day containing all sorts of miscellaneous items. Qin Ruo had seen Tao's big warehouse. It could well be called a supermarket. Fortunately, Qin Ruo's financial foundation was solid enough that such petty expenses didn't hurt. She simply linked a supplementary card with an enormous credit limit for him, letting him have his fun. After arriving in the great Sheng Dynasty the first time Qin Ruo entered the space, she found that areas had been mysteriously sealed off. She could barely retrieve anything from inside, and she subconsciously overlooked the fact that Qin Tao had his own space. Not until today, when Tao was uncharacteristically generous and gave her a few ginseng roots. And after finding the silver hairpin, she finally remembered that Tao was a little creature with his own space. Qin Tao, are you going to hand it over yourself, or shall I beat you first, and then you hand it over? Qin Ruo raised an eyebrow and said leisurely, Master. Qin Tao rushed to her and called out pitifully, Fine, this is my last secret stash. You'll have to use it sparingly. Seeing Qin Ruo's unmoved expression, his attempt at being cute failed, and he waved his small hand in a huff. A pile of assorted foodstuffs appeared on the ground, forming a small mountain: cola, sunflower seeds, chips, soda, dried fruit, instant noodles. Even several bottles of red wine. That's it. Qin Ruo didn't believe Tao's stash was only this much. Oh well. Share joys and sorrows, right? You'll have to pay me back when you earn silver in the future. With a pained expression, Qin Tao waved his hand again, and another pile of items materialized on the ground. Lego bricks, remote-controlled toy cars, scooters, all toys. And there was a huge crate whose contents were unknown. Seeing Qin Ruo staring at the crate, the pain in Qin Tao's eyes was almost overflowing. Reluctantly, he stepped forward and opened the crate. Other artifact spirits get to enjoy the good life with their masters. But me, I have to support my master instead. What kind of fate is this? This is my last little kingdom. Qin Tao mimicked the shrewish old women he had seen in the outside world. He stomped his feet, slapped his thighs, and sat on the ground wailing. Qin Ruo ignored the little fellow and proceeded to inspect the contents. You certainly know how to hide things. Qin Ruo was at a loss for words. Decades-old to centuries-old ginseng, lingzhi, snow lotus. Essentially every variety that had been planted in the space's medicinal field was here. At the bottom of the crate were several rows of neatly arranged silver ingots of various sizes, plus dozens of gold bars. The style of the silver and gold clearly indicated that they were gifts from her irresponsible best friend in the modern world, given to Qin Tao as playthings. Qin Tao's love of money was well marked with her best friend. Qin Ruo quickly understood. The silver hairpin must have accidentally mixed in. He must have taken it out to play with when bored and dropped it. Of course. Who am I? Haven't you always said something about preparing for a rainy day? And you said it yourself. Don't put all your eggs in one basket. Too bad my basket has too few eggs. Qin Tao jumped up from the ground, proudly showing off to Qin Ruo. Qin Ruo felt a blow to her spirit. She had been running around tirelessly just to earn a few copper coins. Meanwhile, he was sitting leisurely in the space lord of his little wealth kingdom. After confirming that Tao had only these items, Qin Ruo decided not to dwell on it. Suddenly free from worries about food and clothing, Qin Ruo felt like just lying flat. Even staying in this space would be enough to coast through life. But the thought had barely formed when she dismissed it. Hiding in the space forever wasn't her style. She loved the worldly hustle and bustle. Otherwise, in her past life, even after earning enough to last several lifetimes, she would still pick up tasks now and then to pass the time. They munched on chips and sipped cola, chatting idly. Master, you said that silver and gold can be openly spent in this dynasty after a little processing. So what are you worrying about? Just leave. That old lady of yours is so annoying. Master, can I offer? Go ahead and try. Qin Ruo smacked Qin Tao on the head. In Tao's eyes, there were only people who could be killed and those who couldn't. She had witnessed Tao's lethality firsthand. It had taken Qin Ruo considerable time to correct his worldview and teach him how to abide by the order of the world. She wouldn't keep Qin Tao confined to the space forever. When the right opportunity arose, she would bring him openly into this world. Some rules needed to be made clear first. Old Madame Qin's offenses didn't warrant death, but if some people were rushing to die, she couldn't stop them. The next morning, old Madame Qin Rose took the initiative to prepare breakfast, but did not call Qin Zimu or Qin Ruo. Instead, she wrapped 2 pieces of pastry in a handkerchief and sneaked out. Having spent the night in her space, Qin Ruo observed every furtive move of old Madame Qin through the space. Especially when she saw old Madame Qin repeatedly admiring herself in a basin of water, grinning one moment, and then pretentiously adjusting the silver hairpin in her hair. Qin Ruo's expression was indescribable. Old Madame Qin was unaware that Qin Ruo had witnessed her actions. She cheerfully left the house and headed straight for the village entrance, gravitating toward wherever the crowd was. Last night, many had seen Qin Ruo return with a cartload of goods. Now, upon seeing old Madame Qin, they gathered around to greet her and curry favor. Although the crowd couldn't clearly see what was loaded on the cart last night, the staff from Datong Township's grain and oil shop had personally delivered it to their door. That could only mean one thing: the Qin family had bought a substantial amount of grain and oil. Elder Aunt, have you struck it rich lately? How come you bought so many things all at once? An impatient woman couldn't wait and asked bluntly, what fortune are you talking about? It's just that my girl went to Tai County yesterday and happened to meet a senior maid from a noble family who was out shopping. The old lady of that household took a liking to my girl, and in her joy bestowed a few items. Nothing worth mentioning, nothing worth mentioning. Old Madame Qin lifted her chin, swept her eyes over the crowd, and then declared loudly. Though her words said it was nothing, her hands deliberately touched the hairpin in her hair several times. A noble. My heavens, your girl Qiuxi is truly capable. Did Qiuxi's game sell for a lot of money? What did she hunt in the back mountain? Elder Aunt, have you gotten the details straight? What is the noble's mansion like? I heard they eat meat at every meal. The people surrounding old Madame Qin asked questions in a jumble of voices. Old Madame Qin noticed that no one was paying attention to her hairpin, and she became displeased. She pulled a long face and suddenly lost interest in speaking. She had come out to show off, but these people were fixated on digging into her family's little livelihood. What was that about? As if she couldn't see what they were really after. How much money can game bring? If it were really profitable, wouldn't every one of you have already urged your husbands to go up the mountain? That little bit my girl brought back, it's all from the noble's kindness. Old Madame Qin planted her hands on her hips and resumed her usual, don't mess with me demeanor. The crowd inwardly cursed old Madame Qin as a sly old fox. After all that talk, she hadn't revealed anything. If their own men could hunt, would they need to hear it from that old Qin woman? They would have already swarmed the back mountain. Elder Aunt, that hairpin on your head looks like silver. Is it real or fake? One of the women finally noticed the hairpin tucked in old Madame Qin's hair and spoke with a sour tone. What do you mean real or fake? Qin Ruo brought it back to honor me, a gift from the noble lady of that mansion. The noble was so enthusiastic that my roar couldn't refuse. Old Madame Qin feigned calmness with a light sigh, then took out a handkerchief wrapped around 2 pieces of pastry from her bosom. After showing them around the crowd, she took a small bite and continued speaking slowly. The old lady of that mansion is very considerate. She even had the maids personally make some pastries to bring back for my girl. You know, these things look fancy, but don't fill you up. I don't understand what those nobles are thinking. If it were me, I wouldn't waste money on this. I'd rather have meat, so much more satisfying. The crowd was speechless. Old Madame Qin, having enough of showing off, walked home with her head high and back straight, thoroughly satisfied. Scatter, scatter. That old woman doesn't have a single truthful word. I don't believe any of this noble nonsense. I think that Qiuxi must have found something good on the mountain and sold it for a good price. All fellow villagers only thinking of making money for themselves, never helping the rest of us. Someone spat toward old Madame Qin's retreating back, their words dripping with jealousy. The others dared not respond to that. That Qin girl had said Tian's good days were over, and indeed Tian lost her sight. The Wang family's second son tried to take advantage, but ended up losing 5 taels of silver. Even Zhu, who was always domineering and shrewish, couldn't get the upper hand. Yesterday Zhang Dalai, who tried to take advantage, got beaten. And now they heard old Madame Qin say that even a noble treated her with special regard, though her words seemed half true and half false. But everyone had seen the pastry she brought out and the silver hairpin in her hair. Given old Madame Qin's nature, even if she had money, she wouldn't be willing to spend it on such things. That hairpin must be worth several taels of silver. How could the Qin family afford such a thing? Could it be that the Qin family had really latched onto a noble? In that case, could the Qin girl be under divine protection? The people of Changhe village had a natural reverence for ghosts and gods. With their own thoughts, they quickly dispersed. As for Zhu, having heard last night that the Qin girl had brought back a cartload of goods, she hadn't slept well all night. She had originally planned to use the excuse that she was injured by Qin Ruo's kick to make a scene at the Qin home and demand medical expenses. But she was intimidated by the fierce old Madame Qin and didn't have the courage to go alone. She wanted to wait for Zhao Dalai to return so they could storm the Qin house together. Having not slept a wink all night, by morning Zhu could no longer contain herself. Zhao Dalai had not returned for several days, and Zhu hadn't given it much thought before. But now she couldn't wait any longer and didn't want to. Burning with jealousy all night, she didn't even make breakfast after waking up. Based on her knowledge of her son's daily habits, she hurried to the neighboring village to find the people Zhao Dalai often hung out with. When Zhu arrived at the neighboring village, she couldn't find Zhao Dalai. Upon asking the people he usually hung out with, she learned they hadn't seen him at all these days. Zhu immediately felt a sense of foreboding. The more she thought, the more something seemed off. These were the only people her son usually played with, and everyone said they hadn't seen him. Where could her son be? Could it be that Wang Jiao had been telling the truth that day? Had her son really followed that Qiuxi into the mountains? If it were true that wretched girl had returned, but her son? It had been 4 or 5 full days since her son left home. Mount Tuofeng had wolves. That Qin Huaijing had been taken by wolves. Zhu could no longer care about extorting money from the Qin family. The thought that her only precious son might still be on Mount Tuofeng, his fate unknown, consumed her. Zhu could not calm down at all. Trembling all over, she stumbled back toward Changhe village, determined to find Wang Jiao and ask for the truth. Had her son really gone into the mountains? She fell several times along the way, but paid no heed. When Zhu Shi returned to Changhe village, her face a mess of tears and snot in utter disarray, many people on the road had witnessed her pitiable state. Zhu Shi had always been tyrannical in the village. When had the villagers ever seen her so humiliated? Such a sight was rather rare today. Surely something had happened. The villagers' curiosity burned to an unbearable pitch, and upon seeing Zhu Shi rushing toward Li Zhengwang's residence, they simply fell in behind her and ran after her. In days past, Wang Laoer's family had made full use of Li Zhengwang's position to bully and oppress ordinary villagers in the countryside. Though Li Zhengwang never openly involved himself, he consistently smoothed things over to protect them. The villagers were not fools. If there had not been Li Zhengwang's backing behind the scenes, how would Wang Lao'er's branch have dared to behave so brazenly? Aside from swallowing their grievances and keeping their distance in daily life, they were utterly powerless against the Wang family. As for Zhu Shi and her son, they were nothing more than dogs in service to the Wang family. Wherever Wang Lao'er pointed, the mother and son struck. Just like what had happened to Li Jia's eldest daughter. Whenever Li Zhengwang stepped in to mediate, her death counted for nothing. Now, watching Zhu Shi weeping and sprinting toward the Wang household, most of the villagers were filled with glee at the prospect of witnessing the drama unfold, happily following along to feast their eyes on the spectacle. As they walked, the procession gradually grew larger. Zhu Shi no longer cared about anything else. In previous days, whoever dared to gawk at her misfortune would have faced a scathing tongue-lashing. Upon reaching the Wang residence, Zhu Shi, her voice thick with sobs, pounded on the Wang's double courtyard gates until they thundered. "Wang Jiaojiao! Wang Jiaojiao, come out! Who's there?" Calling out for souls so early in the morning. The Wang family had just finished their morning meal and were all within the house. Upon hearing the commotion outside, grandmother Wang emerged from the room, first her face contorted with rage. After throwing open the door and spotting Zhu Shi alongside the throng of onlookers behind her, she was taken aback. "What do you lot think you're doing gathering around my house like this? Have you all gone mad? And you, Zhu Shi, what are you howling about at my door so early in the morning? If you want to wail, go do it at your own home." Grandmother Wang gave Zhu Shi no chance to speak, planted her hands on her hips, and launched into a fierce tirade. Inside the house, Li Zhengwang heard his mother's reckless words, and veins bulged on his forehead. Rebellion. Could such words truly come from their family? Did she really think themselves emperors? How many heads did the Wang family have that could be chopped off? Suppressing his fury, he bounded forward in 3 quick strides, shoved his mother back into the courtyard, and turned to the crowd. "Friends and neighbors, what seems to be the matter?" The onlookers quietly took a step back, and no one spoke. Zhu Shi had finally seized her opportunity and immediately charged forward, bursting into tears. "Zhengwang, my Baojin, is missing, and I've come looking for Wang Jiaojiao. And Zhu, please calm yourself. Come inside first and tell me the details." Li Zhengwang intended to invite Zhu Shi indoors, believing that once the door was closed, everything could be settled quietly. Zhu Shi mentioned Zhao Dalai was missing and immediately pointed to Wang Jiaojiao. There was a high probability his niece was involved. Yet unfortunately, someone refused to cooperate. He had barely opened his mouth when someone else burst out from the room, interrupting him. "You damn old woman, don't let your mouth run with filth. Your son is missing, yet you come to my daughter. Could my Jiaojiao possibly be hiding your son?" Wang Lao'er's wife, having overheard from inside, caught mention of her own daughter, let out a piercing scream, and charged out to grapple with Zhu Shi. "Second mother-in-law, strike that rotten hussy to death. If she's deliberately trying to ruin our Jiaojiao's reputation, she truly takes us for fools." Fearing the commotion wasn't sufficient, grandmother Wang squeezed past Li Zhengwang, seized Zhu Shi by the hair, and delivered 2 vicious slaps. Zhu Shi refused to sit idle, and the several women instantly tangled into a furious scuffle. "Stop this at once." Li Zhengwang stared at the chaotic scene before him, his head pounding, and bellowed with a grim face. The onlookers, seeing Li Zhengwang lose his temper, edging forward with feigned reluctance, pulled at Zhu Shi and the others who were still engaged in the brawl. In truth, their eyes betrayed barely concealed glee. They wished with all their hearts that Zhu Shi and grandmother Wang's mother-in-law and daughter-in-law feud would escalate even more fiercely. Upon hearing Li Zhengwang's command, grandmother Wang and her daughter-in-law, though unwilling, took the chance to twist Zhu Shi's arm sharply before backing away. Dazed from the beating, Zhu Shi, thinking of her son, who might have met with disaster, forgot all else. She collapsed onto the ground, slapped her own thighs, and began wailing her grievance before the gathered crowd. "Why would it not involve your Wang Jiaojiao? Some days ago she specifically called my Baojin outside and whispered something in his ear. After that day, my Baojin never returned." Zhu Shi knew how to hook the audience's interest. Seeing the eager expressions on everyone's faces, she paused briefly before continuing. "A while back, Wang Jiaojiao sought me out personally, handed me 20 coins, and instructed me to deliberately provoke Qin Qiuxi, swearing that she and Baojin had entered the mountain together in improper company. Wang Zhaojiao promised that if the scheme succeeded, my Baojin would gain a wife for free. If she didn't have a guilty conscience deliberately diverting my attention, then what was it? I don't care. My Baogin's disappearance is certainly connected to her. Never before had Zhu Shi shown such clarity of mind. She stubbornly refused to enter the house. She knew Li Zhengwang's methods too well. She intended to drag the matter into the open before everyone present. Zhu Shi's tearful confession sent shockwaves through the assembled crowd. No wonder Zhu Shi had deliberately sought out the Qin family's girl that day. There was such a hidden layer to the affair. Li Zhengwang cast a sidelong glance at his mother, and Wang Laoer's wife, his expression dark and unsettled. Seeing their furtive, evasive gazes, he knew at once that they were concealing something from him. You foolish old woman, watch your mouth. When have I ever done such a thing? You claim your son entered the mountain with that Qin brat, so why come blaming my family? Wang Zhaojiao strode out of the room with swift steps, her voice laced with threat. Having overheard Zhu Shi's words from inside, she could no longer contain herself. She could not have imagined Zhu Shi so thoroughly foolish as to publicly expose the scheme she had orchestrated to ruin Qin Qiuxi's reputation. Zhao Dalai had taken the money but failed to deliver, and Zhu Shi still had the audacity to storm her door, demanding her son back. Wang Zhaojiao had also harbored a reservoir of pent-up frustration during this period with nowhere to vent it. While vehemently distancing herself from the affair, she made sure to deflect the blame squarely onto the Qin family. Your denial is useless. You've done worse things more than once. You little vixen only wanted to use my Baojin as a pawn to take down Qin Qiuxi. I ask you, what exactly did you make my Baojin do? Did you personally see him enter the mountain? If anything happens to my Baojin, even as a ghost, I will not let you off. Seeing Wang Zhaojiao finally emerge, Zhu Shi, her eyes red and wild like a madwoman, charged forward and grabbed Wang Zhaojiao's wrist with iron strength, her gaze horrifyingly fixed upon Li Zhengwang and the others. Madwoman, let go of me, let go. Go find that Qin family. You stay out of this. I know nothing. Wang Zhaojiao, her wrist torn by the grip, beat furiously at Zhu Shi's hands, cursing her madly. You shameless slut. How dare you fling filth upon the Qin family? Daring to scheme against my girl, and not just once. Fine then. Absolutely lawless. Do you really believe the Wang family are local emperors? Elder Qin skillfully squeezed through the crowd and rushed toward Zhu Shi and Wang Zhaojiao, who were tangled in a struggle. She raised her hand and slapped Wang Zhaojiao twice. Magistrate Wang certainly dared not respond. Though Changhe village was so remote that people whispered such things behind closed doors, having them voiced so openly was something entirely unprecedented. If malicious individuals spread those words, it could cost someone their head. Aunt Qin, why are you squabbling with a mere youth? What local emperor? Your words go too far. Magistrate Wang was both alarmed and furious, yet forced a smile to mediate. Ha! The old ones shamelessly snatch credit, and the young one harbors a vicious heart full of malice. You dare try to pin disgrace upon my girl. Does the Wang family truly believe the Qin family has no defenders? Elder Qin paid no heed to Magistrate Wang's words. After hurling a barrage of veiled insults, she turned and repeatedly slapped Zhu Shi several more times. You wretched old thing. Your heart is as rotten and black as that good-for-nothing son of yours. Want to tarnish my girl's reputation? Dream of scheming to push my daughter into your Zhao household. Huh. Keep dreaming in broad daylight. Didn't I tell you not to provoke my girl? It seems I struck too lightly last time you came to our door. Elder Qin fought without any technique, yet with relentless ferocity. Even the Wang mother-in-law and daughter-in-law who pitted Wang Zhaojiao and tried to pull Elder Qin away ended up receiving several slaps in the chaos. The scene grew increasingly unruly, spiraling beyond control. With Elder Qin's involvement, Magistrate Wang had completely lost control of the situation. When he attempted to separate the fighters, he himself took several blows in the melee, his face burning. Elder Qin was in full battle spirit now, ignoring anyone who approached. She focused solely on attacking Wang Zhaojiao and Zhu Shi. When Grandmother Wang and the second young master's wife tried to intervene, they immediately found themselves targets of Elder Qin's indiscriminate assaults. Screams and cries filled the air. Magistrate Wang was furious beyond measure, and simply gave up trying to restore order. With his face scratched and marred, he stood motionlessly to the side, lost in thought. Once Elder Qin had vented her wrath, she deftly stepped aside. She had never feared the Wang family, nor would she fear Zhu Shi. When Qin Huaizheng was alive, the Wang family, despite their bully ways in the village, dared not provoke the Qins. Now that he was gone, Elder Qin herself stood as a formidable guardian, and the two families kept their distance. But learning that Wang Jiaojiao had conspired with Zhu Shi against her granddaughter sent Elder Qin into a rage. Though Elder Qin might not always show deep concern for her granddaughter, when outsiders bullied her own, she would never turn a blind eye. She had originally gone out to show off, and was preparing to return home in good spirits. Yet before she reached home, she saw a group of people heading toward the Wang residence from another path. On a whim, she turned and followed. Who would have guessed the drama would land on her own doorstep? She was unaware of the earlier confrontation between Zhu Shi Tianshi and Qin Ruo. More importantly, Qin Ruo had not mentioned it upon her return. It was only when Zhu Shi and the Wang family began arguing that she realized her own family was involved. Especially hearing Wang Jiaojiao accusing her granddaughter Elder Qin stopped caring about Zhu Shi or the magistrate's household. She went all out. The onlookers, seeing the magistrate had given up, dropped their pretense of mediating. The villagers were delighted to see Zhu Shi and Magistrate Wang's family turn against each other. Neither family was decent after all. Upon hearing Zhao Dalai had gone missing, everyone wore expressions of quiet satisfaction. Over the years, villagers had clashed with Zhu Shi and her son in various ways. Given Zhu Shi's unreasonable nature and Magistrate Wang's repeated cover-ups, villagers who had suffered at their hands could only blame themselves. Hearing Zhao Dalai was merely missing some felt a touch of regret. Villagers wished Zhao Dalai would never appear in Changhe village again. They did not yet know that someone had already quietly granted that wish. By the time Zhu Shi and the Wang women finally stopped, nearly an incense stick's worth of time had passed. All four, Grandmother Wang, the second young master's wife Wang Jiaojiao, and Zhu Shi, bore scars of varying severity on their bodies and faces. In contrast, Elder Qin was unharmed save for slightly disheveled hair. Outmatched 3-1, Zhu Shi clearly lost ground. When she could no longer fight, she resorted to her usual tactics, crying and wailing. Her message was clear: Wang Jiaojiao must bear responsibility for her son's disappearance. Either Magistrate Wang organized a search party, or she would take the matter to the yamen. Beaten and humiliated, Wang Jiaojiao's eyes bulged, her nostrils flaring with rage, her face contorted. Bloodshot-eyed, she screamed at Magistrate Wang, "Uncle, arrest these reckless commoners and send them all to the yamen. Do not let a single one escape." Wang Jiaojiao's commoners naturally referred to Zhu Shi and Elder Qin. Spoiled by grandmother Wang, Wang Jiaojiao had always gotten her way. For 15 years, this was the first time she had been struck by outsiders. She denied all accusations from Zhu Shi, secretly wishing death upon her. In Wang Jiaojiao's eyes, Zhu Shi and her son were nothing more than dogs of the Wang family. Magistrate Wang had no desire to bring this to the yamen. In his view, it was a trivial matter. But if it reached the courts, the implications would be far-reaching. How clean could the Wang family truly be after all these years? Escalating this would benefit no one. Magistrate Wang had reached his limit with his foolish niece. He raised his hand and delivered a fierce slap to Wang Jiaojiao, the force of it sending her sprawling to the ground. "Silence. Tell us plainly before these villagers. Did you personally see Zhao Baojin follow Qin Qiuxi up to Offing Mountain? Eldest brother, have you lost your mind?" "Brother," one Wang woman cried out as she rushed to support her daughter, while the other pounded relentlessly on Magistrate Wang's back. After helping Wang Jiaojiao up, the second young master's wife wore an expression of discontent and resentment. Grandmother Wang's curses continued unceasingly. Her own son striking at family for strangers was unforgivable. "If you wish her dead, then continue this spectacle," Magistrate Wang said in a low, harsh tone, his back turned to the crowd. Facing his unredeemable family, boundless anger and sorrow welled within him. Grandmother Wang and the other woman stared at Magistrate Wang's chilling gaze, daring not move. Magistrate Wang strode over and grabbed Wang Jiaojiao, dragging her before the assembled crowd. "Speak. Did you or did you not see Zhao Baojin and Qin Qiuxi ascend the mountain together? Life and death are at stake. Think carefully." Magistrate Wang's implication was heavy. He could only pray inwardly that his niece would show some sense and not hold them back. Justice of the Peace Wang pondered over Zhu Shi's reaction today. Oh, it did not seem like she was causing trouble deliberately. 9 times out of 10, that Zhao Dalai had truly gone missing. Looking at the reactions of his second son's wife and daughter, as well as his ever-troublesome old mother Justice of the Peace, Wang could easily guess even if they had not participated directly, they were certainly privy to the matter. If what they had said earlier was true, that Zhao Dalai had genuinely entered the mountains, then he was likely dead by now. Whether it was wolves or not, the blame would squarely fall upon that girl from the Qin family. After all, the dead could not testify. That girl from the Qin family dared to hunt wolves. What harm could there be in adding the murder of Zhao Dalai to her list? If anyone should be blamed, it was the Qin family for being so tone-deaf to the situation. Justice of the Peace Wang's gaze swept over the crowd like a venomous serpent resting on old Madame Qin, who stood there with the smug pride of a victorious rooster. The scene of Qin Ruo's silver tongue before the constable remained vividly etched in Wang's memory. Since the Qin family had shown such ingratitude, perhaps it would be best for the entire Qin household to vanish completely from Changhe village. If a murderer emerged from the Qin family, no amount of scholarly achievement would save Qin Ziyan. His path would surely be severed by association. Better to break his wings while he was still growing them. A cold resolve crystallized within Justice of the Peace Wang, to destroy the Qin family entirely. Master, that magistrate clearly isn't a good man. He's attempting to divert suspicion elsewhere. Master, let me eliminate him for you. Qin Tao watched the unfolding events through the spatial rift, her tiny face scrunched up in indignation. She communicated silently with Qin Ruo through thought. Her thinking was straightforward. Anyone threatening her master should simply be dealt with permanently. Shut up. I know what I'm doing, Qin Ruo replied with visible disdain from behind the crowd. She and old Madame Qin had arrived nearly simultaneously. Though she disliked commotion, some individuals had overstepped their bounds and required correction. All right then. All right, good luck, master. Qin Tao fell silent, afraid Qin Ruo might cut off their mental connection. Spending all day in the spatial dimension was dreadfully boring. Wang Jiaojiao was stunned and sobered by Justice Wang's slap. Meeting his death-cold eyes, she trembled uncontrollably, caught between fear and humiliation. In all previous transgressions, Wang had always covered for her with nothing more than scolding afterward. But this was the first time he had struck her directly. She understood Wang's implication. He wanted her to pin Zhao Baogan's disappearance on Qin Qiuxi. Fear seized her now, amplifying her hatred for Qin Qiuxi, and the words tumbled from her lips before she could think. I saw it with my own eyes. Zhao Dalai entered Tuofeng Mountain alongside Qin Qiuxi. As for his disappearance, who could know better than Qin Qiuxi? Qin Qiuxi knows martial arts and dares to kill wolves. Perhaps she killed Zhao Dalai. In truth, Wang Jiaojiao had never actually witnessed Zhao Dalai entering the mountain. Her testimony served 2 purposes: aligning with Justice Wang to absolve herself and destroying the Qin family. What she didn't realize was that her words happened to be true. Zhao Dalai had indeed died at Qin Ruo's hands. Wang Jiaojiao's hatred for Qin Qiuxi was never rational, simply born of spiteful dislike. Wang Jiaojiao was 15 this year, the same age as the original Qin Qiuxi. In childhood, before her uncle became magistrate, the two had been playmates. After her uncle's appointment as magistrate, contact between the families ceased. The Wang heir household, emboldened by his status, gradually came to look down upon the Qin family's humble hunter background. Jealousy played a role as well. Qin Dalong excelled in his studies and earned frequent praise from scholars, which old Madame Qin would proudly broadcast to anyone who would listen. Wang Lao's own son Wang Fugue was 2 years older than Qin Dalong, but possessed no aptitude for learning. After just 3 days at school, Wang Fugue refused to return, claiming it was unbearable. The two families' complete enmity stemmed from an incident when Wang Jiaojiao was 10. She had tried to snatch the pearl flower hairpin from Qin Qiuxi's head, but Qin Qiuxi refused to yield it. A brief scuffle ensued, but without inquiry, Wang Lao's wife slapped Qin Qiuxi several times. When Qin Huaijing returned from the mountains moments later, he beat Wang Lao severely in front of everyone. He issued a stern warning: if Wang Lauer could not control his wife and child, he should expect daily lessons in discipline. Qin Huaijing was notorious for fiercely protecting his own, and he possessed formidable martial strength. Humiliated by the unprovoked beating, yet too terrified to confront the ferocious Qin Huaijing, Wang Lauer vented his anger entirely on his own wife and daughter. He punished both Wang Jiaojiao and his wife savagely, beating them mercilessly. For nearly half a month afterward, neither mother nor daughter could rise from their beds. From that day forward, Wang Jiaojiao harbored deep resentment toward Qin Qiuxi. Yet she refrained from provoking her, fearing Qin Huaijing's wrath. Only after the Qin couple departed did Wang Jiaojiao's retaliation begin. On good days, she would merely taunt Qin Qiuxi with harsh words. On bad days, slaps, kicks, and punches became routine. Wang Jiaojiao exploited exactly what she knew about Qin Qiuxi's nature: her silence in the face of abuse, her refusal to retaliate, and her fear of approaching old Madame Qin. Even the fatal fever that claimed the original Qin Qiuxi's life was connected to Wang Jiaojiao. That day, after receiving a scolding from Justice Wang over trivial matters, Wang Jiaojiao fled to the rear hillside. There she encountered Qin Qiuxi fishing at the mountain pool. Initially, she deliberately provoked the girl, but Qin Qiuxi ignored her entirely. Emboldened by darkness and isolation, Wang Jiaojiao pushed Qin Qiuxi into the water and fled home. She had no idea that Qin Qiuxi knew how to swim. After being pushed in, Qin Qiuxi climbed out of the pool and returned home on her own. For several days, Wang Jiaojiao feared old Madame Qin would come demanding answers. When she discovered Qin Qiuxi was alive and old Madame Qin had made no complaints, Wang Jiaojiao grew restless once more and plotted again. Though the great Sheng dynasty maintained relatively liberal customs, a woman stripped of her virtue had only two paths: suicide or forced marriage to the man who destroyed her honor. Neither outcome would spare Qin Qiuxi from suffering. Wang Jiaojiao's aim was to condemn her to a life of degradation. So when she witnessed Qin Qiuxi emerge from the village unharmed, she immediately recruited Zhao Dalai the following day, paying him 200 copper coins. Her sole demand was that Zhao Dalai wait for an opportunity when Qin Qiuxi entered the mountains alone and violate her. Being a scoundrel himself, Zhao Dalai agreed without hesitation. This was what allowed Qin Ruo to cross into the great Sheng dynasty. You've heard everything now. Zhao Dalai entered Tuofeng Mountain together with Qin Qiuxi, and now he is gone. Whether that girl Qin Qiuxi murdered him will be revealed through questioning. Send several of you to swiftly bring the Qin family girl here. Justice of the Peace Wang ordered in a chilling tone, dispatching villagers to the Qin residence. Those selected all bore some blood tie to the Wang family. Today, Justice of the Peace Wang was resolved to uproot the Qin family entirely. Wang Jiaojiao, her mother, and Wang Pozi exchanged a glance, their hearts filled with exhilaration. The Wang family had already plotted how to deal with Qin Ruo, but before they could act, an even better opportunity was presented before them. Wang, what do you mean? Do you want my girl to be your scapegoat? Have you no shame? Wasn't that how you eliminated the Wu family back then? In a flash of inspiration, old lady Qin suddenly seemed to recall something and pointed at Wang Lijing, cursing angrily. When the villagers heard the mention of the Wu family from the past, their murmurs died down a little and their expressions varied. The villagers still could not help but sigh over the tragic incident of the Wu family 7 years ago. Go, bring the person here. Don't let them escape. Wang Lijing, having already torn off all pretense, ignored old lady Qin entirely and urged the few men he had named. This is slander, you. No need to trouble yourself, village head Wang. I am here. Qin Ruo quietly squeezed old lady Qin's hand and stepped out calmly from the crowd. Seeing Qin Ruo suddenly appear beside her, old lady Qin breathed a slight sigh of relief, though her heart still pounded with anxiety. Qin Ruo wore the pale blue cotton jacket she had bought yesterday along with new cotton shoes, and her hair was simply pinned back with a wooden hairpin. She was still the same person, her figure still slightly thin, but her entire demeanor seemed transformed. The villagers looked at Qin Ruo and began whispering among themselves. The scene instantly became as noisy as a marketplace, yet Qin Ruo seemed oblivious to the crowd's gazes. She stood there quietly, her expression filled with contempt. Perfect timing. According to the laws of the Sheng Dynasty, murderers must pay with their lives. Qiuxi, do you plead guilty? Wang Lijing stared at Qin Ruo with a dark expression as if victory was already in his grasp. At such a grave accusation hurled at her granddaughter, old lady Qin almost lost her composure. But seeing Qin Ruo's confident expression, she held back. Village head Wang, you indeed put on quite an air of authority. Those who know you might recognize you as the village head of Changhe village. Those who don't might think you are the magistrate of Taya County holding a court session here. Since you are so well versed in the laws of the Dashang Dynasty village, head Wang, you must also be aware of the law of false accusation and retaliation. Those who falsely accuse others without judgment shall be sentenced to 100 strokes of the cane, exiled 3,000 li, and 3 years of hard labor. Does the verdict rely solely on the word of your Wang family? If you wish to pin a murder on me, then please produce some solid evidence. I killed someone. Whom did I kill? Where's the corpse? Qin Ruo sneered and spoke expressionlessly. You? Tough talk won't help. Zhao Dalai entered the mountain with you, and now he's vanished. Dare you say this has nothing to do with you? Wang Lijing was instantly furious, his tone growing harsher. Qin Ruo's sharp tongue made him uneasy, as if something was amiss. First of all, I have no connection whatsoever with Zhao Dalai, and I would never go into the mountains with him. Even if I did, Tuofing Mountain is not my property. Anyone can enter it. Are you saying that if your dog goes into the mountain and disappears, I would be held responsible? Just because I went to Tuofing Mountain. Village head Wang, you are quite something. I wonder how you have managed to stay in your position all these years. As the saying goes, when virtue is inadequate, calamity is sure to follow. Qin Ruo said these words with deep meaning. Her speech stirred the crowd, and they almost burst into applause. Since Wang Datsai became village head, this was the first time someone had confronted him so directly and ruthlessly without sparing any words. And that person was the most inconspicuous girl of the Qin family. Look at what it means to be a fearless newborn calf. The Qin girl truly dared. The villagers silently gave Qin Ruo a thumbs up in their hearts. The only one who dared to jab at Wang Lijing's heart with every word was the Qin girl. Nonsense. You. Wang Lijing was nearly choked with rage. When it came to a war of words, he was no match for Qin Ruo. Seeing Wang Lijing rendered speechless by Qin Ruo's questioning, Wang Jiaojiao could not help but jump out. Qiuxi, your quibbling is useless. I swear I saw with my own eyes that you and Zhao Dalai entered the mountain together. You say you saw Zhao Dalai and me enter the mountain. Tell me, which day did I enter the mountain? Qin Ruo swept her gaze over Wang Jiaojiao, her calm demeanor a stark contrast to Wang Jiaojiao's agitation. I saw it with my own eyes. The day before yesterday you entered the mountain. The day before yesterday. Wang Jiaojiao's eyes darted as she blurted out. Her father had been fined 5 taels of silver precisely because of the wolf Qiuxi had caught after going up the mountain that day. What was so difficult about this question? The day before yesterday, Zhou Dezhu and his brother, as well as my second son, went into the mountain with me. So how could I have killed someone in public? Besides, why would I go into the mountain with Zhao Dalai? No, I was wrong. It was 4 days ago, no 5 days ago. Qiuxi, you bitch, why else? It's because you and Zhao Dalai are having an affair. You still ask me why? Wang Jiaojiao was incoherent, hopping and pointing at Qin Ruo's nose, spewing a stream of foul language. Qin Ruo's figure flickered, and she appeared beside Wang Jiaojiao. Slap, slap. After several crisp sounds, the crowd fell into deathly silence. She shook her slightly numb hand, her face as cold as frost, sending chills down everyone's spine. Wang Jiaojiao, listen carefully. Ever since my father left, seeing that I had no one to rely on, you have seized every opportunity to beat and scold me for the past 3 years. Half a month ago, you maliciously pushed me into a pond trying to take my life. I was lucky to crawl out alive. Then you colluded with Zhu Shi to ruin my reputation, and now you want to frame me for murder. I have yielded step by step, but you have only grown more aggressive. Do I look like a soft persimmon that your Wang family can squeeze at will? Swear. Go ahead, swear an oath for me to see. Old Lady Qin clutched her chest, staring blankly at the girl who spoke, as if recounting events unrelated to herself, her throat tightening. Qin Ruo's words, no one to rely on, struck a sharp pain in her heart, and her body trembled involuntarily. Wang Jiaojiao, stunned by the slaps, was first dazed, then burst into sobs. The Qin Ruo before her completely overturned her previous impression. She had thought Qin Ruo was a soft persimmon to be easily manipulated. But she never expected that Qin Ruo would not only stand up to Wang Lijing without fear, but also dare to hit her in front of everyone. Wang Jiaojiao was both shocked and terrified, her usual arrogance completely gone. She covered her face and sobbed. The women of the Wang family wanted to step forward, but old lady Qin, eyes red, blocked them firmly. Wang Jiaojiao peeked through her fingers at Wang Lijing's expression and stopped crying. Steeling herself, she began to ramble again. I swear, I Wang Jiaojiao, if there is a single false word in what I say, may I be struck by. Today may I be bitten to death by a venomous snake. Wang Jiaojiao raised 2 fingers, altering the original struck by lightning to the latter. In the dead of winter, where could snakes be found in Changhe village? She refused to believe that the little bitch of the Qin family could do anything to her. The villagers of Changhe village held great reverence for spirits and deities. Seeing Wang Jiaojiao voluntarily swear an oath, they had initially harbored some doubts about her. Upon hearing that she dared to swear, they began to waver. However, after listening to the oath, Wang Jiaojiao had just uttered, a look of discomfort akin to constipation spread across everyone's faces. Bitten to death by a venomous snake. And on this very day? Who was she fooling? Where would snakes come from in the dead of winter? If you don't dare to swear, then don't. What kind of oath is that? Shameless. This was said by Zhou Erju, who had come with his family. Qin Ruo was now a godlike figure in his eyes. Seeing Wang Jiaojiao constantly slandering Qin Ruo, he had long wanted to retort. If not for Zhou Deju holding him back, fearing he might cause more harm than good, he would have rushed forward to kick that blabbering Wang Jiaojiao. So, I've sworn the oath. Now you should believe what I said is true, right? Wang Jiaojiao looked at the crowd triumphantly and declared loudly. She shot another fierce glare at Zhou Erju, then turned impatiently to Wang Lijing and shouted, Uncle, have someone arrest that Qin and also the Zhou family. Before she could finish, a rustling sound suddenly reached everyone's ears. Then they witnessed a sight they would never forget. Hundreds of snakes of various sizes suddenly emerged from the roadside grass, slithering rapidly toward Wang Jiaojiao, their tongues flicking. Startled by the sudden scene, Wang Jiaojiao fell to the ground with a thud. Her mind went blank, her eyes filled with terror, and she forgot even to scream for help. Oh, snakes! Snakes! Help! So many snakes! Run! As they watched the endless waves of writhing serpents, the villagers' scalps tingled, and they fled in all directions, shrieking. Wang Lijing reacted quickly enough. He dashed into his own yard and deftly slammed the courtyard gate shut, completely ignoring the prostrate Wang Pozi and Wang Lauer's wife. Qin Ruo stepped back a few paces, pulling along the equally petrified Qin Laodai. By now, the area where the snakes surrounded Wang Jiaojiao had become an empty clearing. Black, white, and multicolored snakes, each more vibrant than the last, vied to pounce on Wang Jiaojiao. In an instant, they coiled around her wrists, ankles, and neck. The villagers watched helplessly as Wang Jiaojiao was completely engulfed by the surging tide of snakes that had appeared out of nowhere. Wang Jiaojiao writhed wildly on the ground, screaming in agony, and soon fell silent. Wang Pozi and Wang Lauer's wife wanted to save her, but dared not approach. Rolling their eyes back, they fainted one after another. In a short while, the snakes dispersed, slithering into the roadside grass and vanishing. The still terrified villagers mustered their courage to return, but only dared to watch from a distance, fearing that the snake swarm might return at any moment. A few bold youths ventured closer to examine the scene. There lay Wang Jiaojiao, her face bloodied, motionless on the ground. Her features were mangled, and the exposed skin showed large patches of purple-black bruises. It was densely covered with snakebite holes from which blood oozed out. Ugh, ugh! Several retching sounds followed as the youths bent over to vomit. In all their years living in Changhe village, they had never seen so many snakes, nor had they ever witnessed a living person being overwhelmed by a swarm of serpents. Heaven's punishment! Heaven's punishment! The gods are angry. The Wang girl has been punished. An elderly man in the crowd fell to his knees, muttering incessantly. More villagers followed suit, kneeling and clasping their hands together. The sounds of kowtowing and praying mingled into a cacophony. Even Qin Laotai knelt devoutly, murmuring, May the gods bless our Qin family, keep us healthy and prosperous. She still pulled Qin Ruo down, forcing her to kneel. Quick, bow and worship. The heavens have opened their eyes. Those petty Wangs deserve their retribution. Qin Laodai turned to whisper to Qin Ruo, then resumed her superstitious muttering. She had seen clearly that although the snakes had appeared suddenly, they had all targeted Wang Jiaojiao alone. Even Wang Pozi and Wang Lao's wife, who were closest to Wang Jiaojiao, had been untouched. Wasn't this a divine manifestation? Qin Ruo was half-kneeling, pulled down by Qin Laotai as her gaze swept over Wang Jiaojiao's corpse not far away. Her eyes were cold and indifferent. Such a death was in a way exactly what she had wished for. Yet with Wang Jiaojiao's body lying nearby, the scene had instantly turned into a grand prayer meeting among the villagers, which struck her as oddly absurd. Qin Taio's cheerful chirping reached Qin Ruo's ears. That Wang Jiaojiao was just asking for death. Master, rest assured, all the snakes have been retrieved, not a single one left. A bunch of ignorant fools. Master, you should teach them a lesson. Annoyed by the noise, Qin Ruo mentally activated a barrier and mercilessly blocked out Qin Taio's endless chatter. Wang Lijing peered through the crack in his courtyard gate, his face as pale as paper. His eyes were filled with fear and lingering dread, and his body trembled uncontrollably. For the first time, he realized that the Qin girl might not be as simple as he had imagined. After today, he might be finished. No, the entire Wang family was finished. Qin Ruo stood up, glanced at the tightly shut courtyard gate of the Wang family, and sneered as she raised her voice. Wang Lijing, won't you come out and see your niece whose oath has just been fulfilled? Are you going to continue the interrogation, or what? Everyone is waiting. The villagers had finished praying and stood up, but no one left. Qin Ruo's voice was not loud, yet it reached the ears of everyone present, including Wang Lijing, who was hiding behind the door. Wang Pozi and Wang Lao's wife had regained consciousness, and upon seeing the horrifying scene began to scream incessantly. Zhu Shi was so terrified that she had wet herself, completely forgetting her original intent to find her son. Wang Lijing opened the door and stepped out. Watching Wang Pozi and Wang Lao's wife wailing over Wang Jiaojiao's corpse, he then glanced at Qin Ruo, standing at the front of the crowd. Suddenly, he remembered Tian Shi, who had gone blind 2 days ago. Thinking it over, all of it was connected to this woman. Wang Lijing's eyes were filled with profound complexity. His lips moved, but he could not utter a single word. He was not one of those superstitious villagers, yet he could not explain these bizarre occurrences. Just then a villager came staggering from afar, carrying a hoe, shouting as he ran. Disaster! Disaster! Wang Lao and Wang Fugue have been bitten by wolves on the back mountain. It seems a wolf pack is coming down the mountain. Lijing, quickly call everyone, report to the authorities. As soon as the messenger finished, the villagers erupted into chaos, surrounding him to ask about the details on the back mountain. One calamity followed another. Wang Lijing staggered, nearly collapsing. In the commotion, Wang Jiaojiao's corpse had already been moved into the Wang family's courtyard under the command of village chief Wang. Meanwhile, the villager stammered as he recounted the incident to the gathered crowd. That morning after breakfast, he shouldered his hoe and headed to the foot of Tuofing Mountain to dig for wild vegetables. There he encountered the Wang father and son, who were about to enter the mountain. He watched as the Wang father and son reached the foot of the mountain without stopping, showing every intention of climbing Tuofing Mountain. Since the day before, the Yamen runners had warned the villagers not to go up the mountain. He had kindly advised them only to be scolded by Wang Lao and his son for meddling in their affairs. The villager had tried to persuade them, but since they wouldn't listen, he could only let it be. However, no sooner had Wang Lao and his son entered Tuofing Mountain than the howls of wolves echoed through the air. Amidst the howls, cries for help from Wang Lao and his son could be heard shouting that there were many, many wolves on the mountain. The weather was even colder than the previous day, so few people had ventured into the mountain. Hearing the wolf pack on the mountain, his legs turned to jelly with fear. He hurried back to report the news, alerting every villager he encountered along the way. Wang Lao and Wang Fugue are probably doomed. If the wolves descend the mountain, our entire village will suffer. Village chief, let's report to the authorities immediately. After speaking, the middle-aged villager added with lingering fear. Village chief Wang's face was ashen. At this point, reporting or not reporting was no longer up to him. He sent someone to Old Yang's house to have him go to Taihe County to inform the authorities. After giving the order, he was about to arrange for the villagers to enter the mountain. Old Madame Wang, who had been wailing, heard that her most beloved grandson and son were in trouble and their fate unknown. Instantly, with tears and snot streaming, she rushed to Wang Zheng and cried, "Eldest son, eldest, hurry and call the men to search the mountain. If anything happens to Lauer and Fugui, I won't live either." Then she shouted at the villagers, "What are you standing there for? My Lauer and Fugui are still on the mountain. You must go and save them." After breakfast, Wang Lauer and his son had clamored to enter the mountain. First, they wanted to check the traps for any luck, and second, they utterly refused to believe that Qin Ruo truly knew how to catch wolves. Both father and son believed Qin Ruo was just a blind chicken that had stumbled upon a dead mouse. She had simply gotten lucky. Last night, they learned that a donkey cart loaded with goods had entered the Qin family's yard, and they felt quite resentful. The Qin girl could only have caught a wolf because it had fallen into a trap and was severely injured. Even if she boasted to the heavens, the Wang father and son didn't believe a single word. They were genuinely envious of those 2 taels of silver. Although being fined 5 taels by the yamen sounded like a lot, as if the Wang family wasn't short of money, the financial power was firmly in the hands of village chief Wang and old Madame Wang. Although the family lacked neither food nor clothing, the 2 of them had little cash on hand. Occasionally, they would coax some silver from old Madame Wang, only to spend it all in no time. The father and son were eager to catch wolves and earn some spending money. When Wang Lauer and his son insisted on entering the mountain, old Madame Wang didn't even try to dissuade them. She simply let them go. Old Madame Wang thought much the same as Wang Lauer and his son. She dismissed Qin Ruo's account of how she caught the wolf, firmly believing that the girl had merely gotten lucky. Now old Madame Wang was filled with regret. If only she had stopped them from entering the mountain. But it was too late to say anything. The villagers exchanged glances, none of them speaking. Village Chief Wang observed the crowd's reaction, then turned to Qin Ruo and said harshly, "Aren't you the one who can catch wolves? You go, and let all the able-bodied men in the family follow. You must bring Wang Lauer and Wang Fugui back." Village Chief Wang spoke with a tone of entitlement, making Qin Ruo want to laugh. "My father disappeared in the mountains 3 years ago. Our Qin family came to you and begged you to organize the villagers to help search the mountain. What did you say back then? If I remember correctly, you said our Qin family made a living by our own skills, and if something happened, it was fate. You told us to accept fate, saying the villagers didn't have the ability to catch wolves. Wasn't that sending people to their deaths, eh? Later, it was my grandmother who went door to door begging the villagers to go up the mountain. Help is a favor, not helping is a choice. I understand that. I remember everyone who helped our Qin family. But I don't recall anyone from the Wang family stepping forward, including you, Village Chief Wang." Qin Ruo's words made most of the villagers lower their heads in shame. "Just now your Wang Jiao falsely accused my daughter of murder and demanded she be arrested. Luckily, heaven has eyes, and she got her comeuppance. Now that your Wang Lauer and Wang Fugui are in trouble, you want my daughter to go to her death. What audacity! Huh? When my Huaijing was in trouble, you played deaf and dumb. Now you're giving orders so smoothly. How thick-skinned can you be?" Old Madame Qin pointed at Village Chief Wang's nose, her face twitching with rage. Village Chief Wang was flushed red by the alternating diatribes of Qin Ruo and old Madame Qin. He tried to put on his usual authoritative air, but found that no one was paying him any attention. A bolder villager ventured, "Village Chief, that's a wolf pack. Maybe we should wait for the yamen constables to arrive." Although no one wanted to offend Village Chief Wang, compared to their own lives, it was a trivial matter. Once one person spoke up, the others followed suit. "Village Chief, the yamen runners told us the other day not to go to the back mountain unless necessary." "Exactly. Why do your Wang Lauer and his son always have to go against the officials?" "Did you all hear that? It's a wolf pack. Isn't that sending us to our deaths?" The crowd buzzed with complaints, each expressing their dissatisfaction. "If you don't go, who will? Those are 2 lives. Aren't you afraid of divine retribution? Even if my Jiao wronged you, she's gone now. Isn't that enough for you?" Old Madame Wang pointed at Qin Ruo, crying hysterically. "That's a wolf pack, not a flock of pheasants or rabbits. I may hunt for a living, but I am human, not a god. If you don't want to die in vain, you'd better wait for the yamen to arrive." Qin Ruo's words were directed at the villagers of Changhe village. After speaking, she stood aside, unmoved and indifferent. With her current abilities, she could certainly go into the mountain. But why should she? Why save two people who deserve to die? Even if she could save them, she wouldn't. People like old Madame Wang's family who turn a blind eye when it's not their concern, but immediately try to morally blackmail others when their own interests are at stake. One shouldn't be so hypocritical. The original Qin Qiuxi on the day Qin Huaijing met with trouble was taken by old Madame Qin to the Wang household. When they begged village chief Wang to intervene, old Madame Wang's behavior was quite different. She had gleefully driven old Madame Qin and the original Qin siblings out, telling them to go home and cry if they wanted to mourn and not to dirty the Wang family's ground. If there was any divine retribution, it would befall the Wang family first. The villagers gradually gathered at Wang Zheng's house. Hearing that the wolf pack might descend the mountain, they were all terrified. Hearing that old Yang had already gone to Taihe County to report to the Yamen, they simply brought their families and waited for the officials to arrive. Qin Ruo did not linger, but turned and made her way back to the Qin residence. Old Madame Qin had intended to keep her there, but upon seeing her depart, stamped her foot and hurried after her. Along the way, old Madame Qin gazed at Qin Ruo's receding figure, words rising to her lips, yet never spoken. Upon reaching the courtyard of the Qin residence, Qin Ruo paused and glanced back at the elderly woman who had closely followed her. Speak plainly, I detest guessing. Old Madame Qin trembled, stepped forward, and seized Qin Ruo's wrist, pulling her into the house. Inside, she poked her head out and scanned the area before deftly closing the main door. Qin Zian had gone to the academy, while Qin Zimu was still with the Zhou brothers and had not yet returned. Within the room, only old Madame Qin and Qin Ruo remained. You stubborn girl, are you hiding something from me? I'm asking you, did you? That Zhao Dalai. Old Madame Qin had finally seized her opportunity, suppressing her voice as she gritted her teeth and uttered the question that had haunted her yet which she had dared not ask. The words Zhu Shi had tearfully recounted at Magistrate Wang's residence had sent shivers through her. Hearing that Magistrate Wang intended to send someone to the Qin residence to bring them in for questioning only deepened her panic, which explained why she had obstructed the matter so vehemently at the time. For old Madame Qin had suddenly remembered the day Zhao Dalai went missing was the very same day Qin Ruo returned from the mountains with a wound upon her head. At that time, traces of blood still clung to her garments. That day she had merely assumed Qin Ruo had gotten into trouble once again. Later, when Qin Zimu said it was an accidental fall, she had not dwelled upon it further. The reason she questioned Qin Ruo thus was that old Madame Qin herself had witnessed Zhao Dalai passing along the path from the Qin residence into the mountains that day. Zhao Dalai had entered the mountain almost in the same breath as Qin Ruo and her siblings. At the time, she had harbored a slight suspicion Zhao Dalai was notoriously lazy. Never mind venturing into the rear mountains to forage, he rarely even tilled his fields. Why then had he suddenly bolted toward the rear mountains? Old Madame Qin had been too busy to ponder it deeply at the time, but now she realized that Zhao Dalai had never appeared in the village since that day. Did all these circumstances not align perfectly? Had this been the former Qin Qiuxi, old Madame Qin would never have believed she capable of taking a life. Yet for the current Qin Ruo, considering all she had witnessed in recent days, she dared not make a judgment. A vague suspicion gnawed at her. Zhao Dalai's disappearance was undoubtedly connected to Qin Ruo in some way. As for Wang Zhao's accusations that Qin Ruo and Zhao Dalai shared an improper relationship, she did not believe a single word. On the day Zhu Shi had come to propose marriage, and she drove him away, Qin Qiuxi had also fought alongside her. In fact, she had fought even more viciously than old Madame Qin herself. It was evident that her eldest daughter despised Zhu Shi and his son to the core. She felt relieved that no one else besides herself had seen Zhao Dalai at that time. What exactly do you wish to ask? Whether Zhao Dalai is dead or alive? Qin Ruo looked straight into old Madame Qin's eyes, her face utterly expressionless. I may as well tell you, he's dead. Devoured by wild wolves, not even bones remain. I killed him. Are you going to report this to the authorities? Hardly had Qin Ruo finished speaking when old Madame Qin's legs buckled, and she grabbed the nearby table to keep from falling. Her lips trembled as she pointed at Qin Ruo and snarled, "How dare you? Have you lost your mind? Do you understand that murder demands the forfeit of one's own life? Of course I understand. Huh. If I had not fought back, do you think you would still have the chance to stand there and scold me? Do you also realize that if Zhao Dalai had lived, Qiuxi, whom you forced into the rear mountains to fish, would have become a wronged spirit, nearly defiled and thrown from the cliff? Does such an outcome satisfy you? Qin Ruo stepped closer to old Madame Qin, her fists clenching involuntarily. Only she herself understood that within this Qin household the 15-year-old Qiuxi had truly perished. At that moment her eyes burned with unshed tears, and an indescribable emotion surged within her chest, born of the original owner's lingering feelings. Old Madame Qin collapsed onto a nearby chair, muttering to herself as tears streamed down her face. How could you not tell me about such danger? If anything had happened to you, how could I ever face your father? Why did you never confide in me, allowing that worthless Wang girl to bully you for 3 whole years? Old Madame Qin covered her face in anguish, tears seeping continuously through her fingers. Did you ever intervene? Or rather, were you even capable of protecting her? Perhaps you should first tend to your precious eldest grandson. Qin Ruo let out a mocking laugh and withdrew her gaze from old Madame Qin. Half a month after Qin Huaizheng disappeared, Qiuxi endured Wang Zhaojiao's first assault of words and blows. Clutching old Madame Qin's teachings, that she must never cause trouble or bring shame upon the Qin family, jeopardizing her eldest brother's future, she had fled home with red eyes, seeking refuge. At that time, old Madame Qin was preoccupied with worries over money for a new set of garments for Qin Zian. Before Qiuxi could even speak, old Madame Qin had seized a broom and beaten her mercilessly. Where have you been again? Don't think your pitiful martial skills give you license to cause trouble all day. If you damage your elder brother's prospects, I'll flay you alive. Your parents are gone. Elders must nurture their juniors. Can you not show some maturity? Instead of running wild outside all day, you ought to be thinking about how to earn money. After that, Qiuxi never sought out old Madame Qin again. She avoided Wang Zhaojiao whenever possible. When escape was impossible, she simply stood and endured the beating, knowing that wounds could always be borne and would eventually heal. In the past, when Qin Huaizheng had been alive, he often taught her, when struck, strike back immediately. Under old Madame Qin's relentless suppression, the original host's sharp edges had long been worn smooth. A ringing filled old Madame Qin's head as memories of all that had transpired since her son and daughter-in-law's passing flooded back. Her heart felt as though struck by a heavy hammer. Her lips trembled, continuously, lost and powerless. Her eldest granddaughter had grown taciturn, and she had always attributed this to a change in personality following Huaizheng's untimely demise. When Qiuxi returned injured from outside, her first thought had been simply that the girl had been disobedient once more. Her eldest son burned the midnight oil, striving for the future of the Qin family. Yet his senior sister wasted her days causing trouble outside. Such sights only fueled her anger. Now, reflecting upon it all, she could not even recall when they had last shared a heartfelt conversation between grandmother and granddaughter. She suddenly realized that Qiuxi had not called out to her affectionately in far too long. Grandmother, grandmother. She had not used such endearing terms in an age. Their daily exchanges were little more than old Madame Qin talking incessantly, with Qiuxi offering only brief, perfunctory responses. Old Madame Qin thought of those bygone days, and her tears fell ceaselessly. If there is nothing else, I shall return to my room. Qin Ruo regarded old Madame Qin's tears with indifference, her tone cold. It was old Madame Qin's inaction and neglect that had indirectly sealed the original host Qiuxi's tragic fate. Now those tears served only to irritate her further. Old Madame Qin rose to her feet and wiped her tears, summoning every ounce of strength to form a complete sentence. She choked out to Qin Ruo in a hoarse whisper, "I was wrong to treat you as I did. Let the matter of Zhao Dalai end with me. Should any trouble arise, I will simply offer my old life in exchange." Old Madame Qin seemed to have aged a dozen years in an instant. Even her once straight back now bore a slight stoop. Qin Ruo remained silent. The death of Zhao Dalai, aside from the 2 men who had suddenly appeared that day, was truly a case with no witnesses left to testify. She did not know how much the 2 men had seen, but since there had been no movement all these days, she let the matter rest. Even if those two unidentified men came forward to accuse her, she had her own ways to extricate herself, so there was no need for worry. The man Qin Ruo had in mind was now sitting upright in the study of the Xian mansion in Taihe County, staring blankly at an over-a-century-old ginseng placed before him. On his way back that day, Steward Ren had examined the items Qin Ruo asked him to deliver to the old madam. When he opened the unassuming cloth bag, his hands trembled several times. Originally, Steward Ren assumed that what Qin Ruo entrusted to him for the old madam was nothing valuable. Following routine, he inspected it first before presenting it to the old madam. When he opened the bag and saw the plump white ginseng with intact roots weighing a full 3 liang, his expression was beyond description. Ginseng was quite scarce in the great Sheng Dynasty, and a centennial ginseng was even more of a rare find. Not to mention the high officials and nobles in the capital. Even in a place like Taihe County, a ginseng of just a few decades could easily fetch 100 taels of silver. A centennial ginseng of such perfect appearance was a treasure rarely encountered. The Xie mansion did have ginseng, but only of younger years. By this calculation, the 10 taels of silver that old Madame Xie had instructed to be hidden in the food box's compartment was nothing compared to Qin Ruo's return gift. When old Madame Xie received the ginseng, she was equally astonished. The reason she had Steward Ren secretly slipped those 10 taels into the food box was not to show generosity, but rather because she felt a kinship with Qin Ruo and pitted her circumstances. Observing Qin Ruo's attire, her slightly frail frame, and her complexion, old Madame Xie could easily guess that the young girl was not living well. 10 taels of silver was a trifling amount for the Xie mansion. Even a decent piece of clothing would cost 8 or 10 taels. She had only extended a small kindness, yet the other party had returned such a generous gift, which surprised old Madame Xie. It seemed the girl was trying to repay a debt of gratitude. That night, for the first time since winter began, old Madame Xie slept soundly. When she woke and Nanny Zhang helped her rise, she still murmured about how effective Qin Ruo's little remedy had been. Sheng scout Song Jiu had not yet returned. He did not know what to make of the ginseng Qin Ruo had sent. The next day, he found a pretext to borrow the ginseng from old Madame Xie. Sheng's expression was unreadable. The old madam had damaged her health in earlier years, leaving a lingering ailment. He had gone to Tuofing Mountain that day precisely to find a crucial medicinal herb for her. Now Qin Ruo stirred in him a thought so absurd that he himself found it ridiculous. That girl might just possess something he needed. But Song Jiu had still not returned, and Sheng was waiting for the results of his investigation. He sat staring at the ginseng for several hours. In Changhe village, dusk had already fallen. Qin Zimu had returned, his small face pale with fright. Accompanying him was Zhou Daju. Zhou Daju had specifically escorted Qin Zimu back. After seeing old Madame Qin and Qin Ruo, he briefly recounted the subsequent events. Head Constable Yu arrived at Changhe village with a dozen constables around the hour of Shun. Once there, he led the men straight to the back mountain. Most of the villagers followed, entering Tuofing Mountain together. He had thought the constables would take some effort to find the men, but Head Constable Yu's party reached the pool and immediately found the father and son Wang. The father and son Wang were lying on the path beside the pool, both turned into mangled, broken corpses ravaged by wolves. All around were mottled bloodstains and chaotic animal footprints. As Zhou Daju described the scene, Qin Zimu ran outside the yard to vomit. Sister Qin, he said, Head Constable Yu said that second Wang and Wang Fugui probably stumbled upon a wolf den, grabbed some cubs, and were chased here by the pack and killed. There were several dead wolf cubs at the scene. Also, Zhao Dalai has likely met with misfortune. After old Madame Qin finished talking with Qin Ruo, she had composed herself. Now when Zhou Daju mentioned Zhao Dalai, old Madame Qin's heart leaped into her throat. She cared little about the fate of the Wang father and son. What worried her more was the matter of Zhao Dalai. After catching his breath, Zhou Daju continued, before Head Constable Yu led the men into the mountain, Zhu Shi wept to him, saying her son was also lost in the mountain, and begged him to search for him. Later, Head Constable Yu took the men up. In the woods not far from the entrance, they found a blood-stained shoe and a few torn pieces of cloth. Zhu Shi recognized them as Zhao Dalai's belongings. According to Head Constable Yu's deduction, Zhao Dalai must have encountered wolves in the mountain and been eaten. Zhou Daju added that upon learning of Zhao Dalai's death, Zhu Shi suddenly went mad. She accused village chief Wang's family of a series of crimes to head constable Yu. She vaguely alluded to the inside story of the sudden deaths of the entire Wu family years ago. Li Chuancao's parents also followed to the county office intending to file a lawsuit against Zhu Shi and village chief Wang. Anyway, village chief Wang and Zhu Shi have both been taken away by head constable Yu. By the way, head constable, Yu asked me to tell you not to go up the mountain for now. He said he would notify you when the county office finalizes the plan and organizes enough men. After saying this, Zhou Daju left. Before leaving, he repeatedly urged Qin Ruo not to go up the mountain and to be sure to lock the doors and windows at night and not go out. After vomiting, Qin Zimu's face remained unnaturally pale. At that moment, he was filled with regret. He should never have been curious enough to follow the others to the back mountain. Even worse, he should not have stepped forward to see the corpses of Wang Er and his father. The sight of blood and flesh, brains and intestines strewn everywhere made him retch every time he recalled it. Old Madame Qin prepared dinner. 2 pieces of silken tofu bought from the village head. The moment Qin Zimu saw the white tender tofu, he dropped his chopsticks and rushed out of the house to vomit again. This provoked a torrent of curses from old Madame Qin. When Qin Zimu returned to the table after vomiting, it was old Madame Qin's turn to rush out. Recalling Zhou Daju's description and seeing Qin Zimu's state, her stomach churned. Before her lay a bowl of fragrant rice and a dish of smooth silken tofu. That night, besides finishing the rice, she could not bring herself to touch the tofu with her chopsticks. At the table, only Qin Ruo ate, as if nothing had happened, eating with great relish. Neither the wolves of the back mountain nor the affairs of Zhu Shi and Wang Lijing's family could affect Qin Ruo in the slightest. That day, after Qin Ruo and old Madame Qin had spoken plainly, old Madame Qin's attitude toward Qin Ruo became visibly different. She always seemed eager to get close, but didn't know how to go about it. Her slightly fawning and accommodating demeanor made Qin Ruo feel quite uncomfortable. Even Qin Zimu felt uneasy with a strange sensation. After dinner, old Madame Qin took the initiative to clear the dishes and then on her own tried to help Qin Ruo wash clothes. Qin Ruo, however, snatched the basin of clothes away and said coldly that she didn't like others washing her garments. Even when old Madame Qin offered to wash Qin Zimu's clothes, he hurriedly refused her. Old Madame Qin felt a bit desolate after being rejected by her grandchildren, appearing dejected all evening. And the people of Changhe village were destined to have a sleepless night. The series of events today had brought an overwhelming impact. They worried that wild wolves might descend the mountain at midnight, while pondering the successive incidents that had occurred in the village recently. Some with quicker wits had already grasped key points. Lately, those who had met with misfortune in Changhe village were all people who had crossed the Qin family or bullied them. It seemed to be connected to that girl of the Qin family. For instance, Tian Shi, who loved to spread rumors and kick others when they were down, had gone blind overnight. Zhu Shi, who had schemed to calculate against the eldest girl of the Qin family, saw her son, Zhao Dalai, become a wolf's meal. As for the Wang family, they had lost 3 members in a single day and in such a horrific manner. Now even Zhu Shi and Wang Lijing had been taken away by the Yamen officers. All in all, it seemed that those who had offended the Qin family met no good end. Everyone in the village knew that Qin Qiuxi had become gloomy and timid ever since Qin Huaijing had left. Yet in recent days, those who had come looking for trouble had suffered heavy losses. Could it be that the Qin family's girl was protected by spirits and had suddenly awakened? Otherwise, how could she have changed so drastically? The more the villagers thought about it, the more uncanny it seemed, and for a time, they became more cautious and in awe of the Qin family. At the same time, they resolved never to offend the Qin family, especially Qin Ruo. The next day, the once desolate Qin household quiet, since Qin Huaijing's departure, received its first visitor, Jiang Shi, the mother-in-law of Zhang Dahua. Jiang Shi, carrying half a basket of homemade steamed buns and a dozen eggs, entered the Qin family's courtyard. Last night, she had ordered her son Chen Laosan to send Zhang Dahua back to her maiden home for reflection overnight. Jiang Shi stated her purpose directly. She had come to apologize on behalf of her daughter-in-law Zhang Dahua. She was polite and sincere in her words. Her meaning was simple: the matter of Zhang Dahua was due to their family's lack of discipline. She hoped that the Qin family would be magnanimous and not take offense. Jiang Shi's words were aimed at Qin Ruo. Qin Ruo, however, was indifferent. People like Zhang Dalai existed in any era. It wasn't such a big deal, and besides, Jiang Shi bore no enmity toward the Qin family. Every grievance has its source. Zhang Dalai had already been taught a lesson, and Qin Ruo hadn't taken it to heart at all. Jiang Shi's visit was undoubtedly due to thoughts of those supernatural matters. Qin Ruo couldn't control what others thought, but as long as they didn't cross her boundaries, she wouldn't easily strike against anyone. She only hoped that each would mind their own business. Old Madame Qin, with her character of never letting go when she had the upper hand, had wanted to make a few cutting remarks upon seeing Jiang Shi arrive. But she glanced back at Qin Ruo's half-smiling expression and grudgingly fell silent. Jiang Shi, understanding the situation, saw Qin Ruo's expression that clearly indicated dismissal and took the initiative to bid farewell, yet insisted on leaving the gifts she had brought. Throughout the entire morning, villagers came one after another to bring gifts to the Qin family. Some brought a jar of homemade pickled vegetables, a small piece of smoked meat, or a handful of green onions pulled from the field. And these people were mostly those who had previously quarreled with the Qin family or had ridiculed the original Qin Qiuxi. Old Madame Qin's smile froze at the corners of her mouth, not from joy. It was because Qin Ruo had thrown her a sentence: leave some leeway in dealing with others. The Qin family's reputation is already bad enough. Because of Qin Ruo's words and her refusal to handle things, old Madame Qin had to force herself to stay alert and deal with the wave after wave of villagers coming to the door. She knew well who these people were coming for. As for the recent changes in Qin Ruo, old Madame Qin dared not think too deeply about them. When old Madame Qin finally forced a smile and saw off the last group of visitors, she was nearly exhausted. She thought to herself, once they had money, she would definitely replace the family's low bamboo fence with a tall blue brick wall. At dusk, the Li family returned. The parents, along with several half-grown children, were both crying and laughing. At the village entrance, they shouted to the onlookers that the magistrate had restored justice for their eldest daughter. After Qiuxi's suicide, the Li family had been shrouded in gloom with no way to redress their grievance. It wasn't that they hadn't thought of going to the yamen, but with a family of both elderly and young, they still had to live in Changhe village and feared retaliation. When the Li family saw that the Wang family had suffered deaths and injuries, and even Wang Lijing had been taken away, and Zhao Dalai had also died in the wolf's mouth, they finally dared to step forward. The Li family harbored a deep hatred for Zhu Shi, Tian Shi, and Wang Lijing's family. But helpless in the face of the harsh world, since Qiuxi's incident, they could only swallow their pride and endure. When Zhu Shi exposed Wang Lijing's crimes, the Li family had quietly asked the constable who had accompanied Captain Yu. The constable told them that if Zhu Shi's words were true, not only would Wang Lijing never return, but the entire Wang family would be implicated. Thus, the Li family seized this opportunity and gathered the courage to come forward. Qiuxi's case was not complicated. When Zhu Shi arrived at the yamen, perhaps due to the shock of Zhao Dalai's incident, she was completely deranged. First, she exposed the Wang Lijing family's heinous deeds over the years, including what role she and Zhao Dalai had played. Zhu Shi had resolved to die when she exposed Wang Lijing, thinking that numerous louse bites wouldn't bother her. Faced with the Li family's accusations, Zhu Shi had no intention of defending herself. Before even being tortured, she confessed in full detail how she had conspired with Tian Shi and her son Zhao Baojun to scheme against Qiuxi and drive her to her death. Zhu Shi, for coercing and humiliating another person and causing death, was sentenced to 100 strokes of the cane and 3 years of penal servitude, and ordered to compensate the Li family with burial expenses. Since Zhu Shi's money was insufficient to cover the compensation, the magistrate ordered that her land be confiscated with part of it given to the Li family as compensation. Matters related to Wang Lijing's case were to be handled separately. However, Zhu Shi died before enduring the 100 strokes. As for Tian Shi, for committing the crime of slander which destroyed a person's reputation and indirectly led to another's death, she was also sentenced to 100 strokes of the cane and 3 years in prison. Tian Shi was relatively fortunate, perhaps because she was younger and in better physical condition than Zhu Shi. Although she was flayed alive, she managed to survive the 100 strokes, but was at death's door. The day after Tian Shi went blind, Sun Damiang called her son, who was working outside, back home. She gave Tianshi a letter of divorce and sent her directly back to her maiden family, thus avoiding any involvement. Wang Lijing was taken away, leaving no man in charge of the household. The funeral affairs for Wang Lauer, his son, and Wang Jiaojiao were handled hastily. It should have been a 3-day wake, but they were buried after just 1 day. Few villagers came to pay their respects apart from some distant relatives of the Wang family. 3 days passed in a blink. During these 3 days, the villagers of Changhe village lived in constant fear. The Wang father and son had died violently in the back mountain, and the villagers feared that the wolf pack would truly descend. At night, every household kept its doors tightly shut, and even during the day, few people worked in the fields. The threat of the wolves remained unresolved. No one knew how many wolves lurked within. How could the villagers focus on anything else? Seeing that 3 days had passed without incident, they finally breathed a slight sigh of relief. However, Tuofing Mountain was still a name that made people turn pale. In their spare time, the families of Zhu Tian and Wang became the hottest topics of gossip among the villagers. 3 days later, the county office sent people again. This time, Yu Butu brought a team of nearly 100 men specifically to eliminate the wolves. These included constables borrowed from neighboring counties and over a dozen experienced hunters recruited from the populace. The team of over 100 men armed with bows, arrows, broadswords, spears, and hunting tools marched grandly into Tuofing Mountain. At first, the journey went smoothly, but when they reached a dense forest on relatively flat terrain, they suddenly found themselves surrounded by a wolf pack. What was even more terrifying was that the pack numbered not just a few, but dozens of wolves. Even the hunters experienced in wolf hunting were shocked. Yu Butu's men numbered only about 100 while the wolves were dozens strong. The disparity in strength left no chance of victory. Several wolves charged forward, first launching an attack. The wolves' appearance was so sudden that Yu Butu and his hunting party had no time to string their bows. They had to engage in close combat. Soon several constables and hunters were injured one after another. Even Yu Butu did not escape. A wolf clawed his arm, leaving it bloodied. Today's team, aside from the recruited hunters, consisted of constables who were adequate for catching petty thieves, but utterly inexperienced in wolf hunting. Just as the group was in despair and preparing to fight to the death, the wolf pack, for some unknown reason, suddenly began an orderly and rapid retreat. In the blink of an eye, the wolves vanished into the forest. The previous siege by the wolf pack seemed like nothing more than a dream to these people. The survivors, disheveled and dismayed, swiftly descended the mountain. Fortunately, although they were injured, the wounds were not serious. Moreover, everyone who had gone up the mountain returned, a blessing in the midst of misfortune. This grand wolf hunting operation could be said to have ended in failure before it truly began. The result that the villagers had eagerly awaited was not that the wolves had been eliminated, but rather that Tuofing Mountain was actually hiding dozens of wolves. Yu Butu and his party had not caught a single wolf and nearly failed to return, causing panic among the people. Yu Butu pacified the villagers with a few words, telling them to wait for notification from the county office, and then hurriedly left with his men. The villagers gathered at the foot of the mountain gradually dispersed, carrying with them an unknown fear. After a quarter of an hour, Qin Ruo leisurely descended Tuofing Mountain. When she returned home, old lady Qin was washing rice in the courtyard, preparing to cook dinner. Qin Zimu was squatting in front of the earthen stove, earnestly lighting a fire. "Roar, where have you been? Did you hear? Just now Yu Butu and his men encountered a wolf pack in the mountain. My goodness, I've lived in Changhe village my whole life and never knew there were so many wolves in our back mountain. Roar. From now on, you'd better not go into that mountain anymore. We should think of another way to make a living." Old lady Qin chattered on and on, as if she had opened a floodgate of words. She had accepted Qin Ruo's name change rather quickly, but she still had trouble adjusting her speech. When old lady Qin recalled that Qin Ruo had visited Tuofing Mountain countless times before, and now it turned out that so many wolves were hiding there, she broke out in a cold sweat in hindsight. Qin Ruo merely uttered a faint without saying anything else, and walked toward her own room. Old lady Qin's hand, which was washing rice, paused, and her aged face fell. After that day, she had intended to mend the relationship between grandmother and granddaughter, but Qin Ruo remained indifferent to her. These days, Qin Ruo kept to herself, doing simple basic exercises in the courtyard morning and evening, and then retreating into her space before sleep to intensify her training. This made old lady Qin, who watched her, mutter to herself in confusion. Although the original Qiuxi had also performed some daily exercises, the sets of movements Qin Ruo had been doing recently were something she had never seen before, and she felt an indescribable strangeness. But now she did not dare to interfere with Qin Ruo. Earlier, old lady Qin's attention had been entirely on the matter of Zhao Dalai. After that incident ended, she belatedly realized that Qin Ruo seemed somewhat different. It was as if she had suddenly obtained the support of some mysterious power and had become assertive. That Qin Ruo understood the laws of the great Sheng Dynasty and was literate did not surprise old lady Qin. That was because the original Qiuxi had also read a few books. 1 year before Qin Huaijing disappeared, he had brought home a mysterious young gentleman of unknown identity who stayed for nearly half a year. Regarding the identity of that young gentleman, Qin Huaijing remained tight-lipped from the beginning. The young gentleman looked like a celestial being, but was a man of few words. Somehow that young gentleman and Qiuxi got along remarkably well, and he personally taught the original owner how to read and write. In those days, the young gentleman even drank the apprentice tea that Qiuxi offered. Old lady Qin was somewhat displeased by this, always feeling that learning such things was useless for a girl. What good was being literate and knowing a bit of martial arts? She couldn't become an official anyway. Wasn't it better to reclaim wasteland and farm, earning some silver? When Qin Huaijing was alive, she only dared to think these words to herself and never voiced them. A married woman follows her husband, and if her husband dies, she follows her son. Old lady Qin was stubbornly orthodox on this point. These days she had been thinking a lot, and what came to mind most was whether that young gentleman had secretly visited Roer again and taught her some new methods. Old lady Qin's thoughts were in turmoil, and even Qin Zimu could see it. However, he pretended not to understand, asking no questions and lowering his head to focus on lighting the fire. Meanwhile, in Qin Ruo's space, the wolf pack that Ubutu and his party had encountered in the mountain was now trembling and cowering around Qin Taotao's feet. The snake swarm that had attacked Wang Jiaojiao was also slithering freely on the grass. Qin Taotao's face was full of frantic expressions, and his little mouth never stopped chattering. Master Snakes and Wolves, can't you stop putting everything in here? You said my silver can't be used openly for now. Why not just hand over these wolves directly? Don't you want that silver? Master, have you fallen out of love with silver? You've degenerated. You've already taken the wolves, and why did you let them out to scare them, then take them back again? Isn't that troublesome? Look, you didn't even get a single copper coin. All this elaborate effort. Are you just bored? Qin Taotao kept babbling, getting more and more excited. Qin Ruo felt that her ears were about to grow calluses. She felt that she instantly saw another version of old lady Qin in Qin Taotao. Qin Ruo paid no mind to Qin Taotao. She had other plans for the wolves within her space. As for why she had collected the wolves while allowing Constable Yu and the villagers to know that real wolves truly haunted Tuofeng Mountain, it was merely a calculated deterrent aimed at the villagers. Carrying secrets within herself, she had no intention of leaving Changhe village before she was sufficiently prepared. Tuofeng Mountain would one day serve as an important stronghold for her. Once too many people began venturing into the back mountain, many matters would become inconvenient to manage. Quietly in her heart, Qin Ruo offered an apology to Constable Yu and those who had suffered only minor injuries. When Constable Yu descended the mountain, she had Zhou Dalai deliver some self-made hemostatic medicine to him. It was something she had hastily prepared just a few days prior, designed to aid wound recovery. When the common folk face wolf troubles, hunting them down to protect the peace of the region is the Yaman's duty. She had anticipated that Constable Yu would bring men to Changhe village these past days. Though she rarely ventured outdoors, she remained fully informed of everything happening in the village. With old lady Qin at home, she would go out and stroll 2 or 3 times daily, swiftly gathering news of any whisper or stir. When Constable Yu's party entered Changhe village, Qin Ruo had already slipped up the mountain and into her space beforehand. The sudden emergence of the wolf pack, their dramatic feigned siege, and subsequent retreat, all of it unfolded precisely within her plan. Qin Ruo admitted she was no good person, yet she certainly did not treat human life as worthless. She could not guarantee the group would emerge completely unscathed, but she could at least minimize the harm. After arriving in the Sheng Dynasty, Qin Ruo discovered that her abilities from her past life had not vanished, such as her perception of distances with animals, her keen hearing, and her skill in commanding creatures. Fighting the wild wolf had merely been a test to gauge how well she synced with this body. When she first learned of the bounty posted for hunting wild wolves, she had indeed briefly considered becoming a bounty hunter. After all, in her previous world, that was precisely the profession by which she had made her living. The only difference was that her targets in her past life had been people across various nations. By the time she reached her later station, accepting or declining missions depended entirely on her personal whims. But in the Sheng Dynasty, her goal was merely the two tails of silver behind the prefecture's bounty order. Qin Ruo had initially embraced the mindset of adapting to local customs, reasoning that times change and one must adjust accordingly. Yet the series of events unfolding these past days made her realize something was amiss. The modern approaches she once relied upon were utterly unsuited for the Sheng Dynasty. In the past, if she grew tired of a place, she simply left. Now, apart from bandits lurking on the roads and the requirement of travel permits for leaving home, without genuine capability, one could not even survive in Qiuxi village. A mere village head could exploit his authority to prey upon neighbors, commit wrongful acts, and leave ordinary folk without any means of resistance. Had she not possessed some capability of her own, she feared she would long since have been manipulated until not even her bones remained. Even in a humble place like Qiuxi village, so many injustices existed. Given her current status, the high-ranking officials and nobles she could not yet reach would prove far more ruthless and sinister. At this stage, it suited her better to use Qiuxi village as her stronghold and gradually strengthen herself. After Wang Lauer and his son fell to the wolves, the notion of handing wolf hunting over to the Yamen for reward money had vanished completely. It was but money, as she would find another way. But the wolves on Tuofing Mountain, she claimed them. What posed a calamity to others would become a formidable weapon in Qin Ruo's hands, wielded well. Much like the snake swarm that had attacked Wang Jiaojiao earlier. Those snakes had been casually collected into her space during that mountain expedition with Zhou Dalai and the others. Wang Jiaojiao could rightfully be called the principal cause of the original host's death. That debt would be settled sooner or later. At first, Qin Ruo had not considered ending Wang Jiaojiao's life in this manner. She had not even wished to draw attention, intending to handle it quietly. But Wang Jiaojiao's constant provocations had worn away her final patience. With her space and Qin Taotao, this great weapon at her disposal, whatever oath Wang Jiaojiao had sworn Qin Ruo would ensure it became reality. Releasing the snakes unseen and commanding the swarm to strike her down was a trivial matter that required no effort from her. For Qin Taotao, it was merely a matter of moving a finger. If this world truly had divine beings offering protection, the original host would have lived well, and there would be no opportunity for her to have transmigrated, including Madame Tian being bitten by poison insects and blinded overnight. Simply administer a small dose of poison, then let the insects follow and scent imperceptible to others. How many such coincidences could truly exist in this world? It was all the work of human design. Master, you cannot seriously intend to remain in this wretched place. What merit does it hold? Having crossed into this world, you should go to the most prosperous places to shine and make your mark. Master, go to the capital. This place does not suit your temperament. Qin Taotao pleaded earnestly, desperately urging Qin Ruo to leave Qiuxi village, working as zealously as a salesman, hawking inspirational platitudes. Qin Ruo laughed at his words. That such a foolish, talkative artifact spirit existed, she could not fathom how his previous master had ever endured him. Qiuxi village suited her quite well at present. Though the Sheng Dynasty could be considered relatively open in its customs, the truly traditional division of men tilling and women weaving did not exist in Qiuxi village. For ordinary folk, filling their bellies was the paramount concern, and women working in the fields were everywhere. Throughout the year, villagers had no path other than carefully tending their crops and hoping for a good harvest. Take the current Qin family, for example. With Qin Huaijingan, Qin Zimu was too young to contribute, while Qin Zian played the hands-off manager. Old Lady Qin could only tend the fields, barely scraping together enough for basic sustenance through the year. That meager income could never support the expenditures of the scholar Qin Zian, who devoured wealth like a ravenous beast. Ironically, the original host skilled in hunting became the very one holding the household together. In Changhe village, excluding people like Magistrate Wang, the disputes were nothing more than petty squabbles over trivial daily matters, chicken feathers and rice oil. On this point, Qin Ruo could tolerate it. In truth, after all that had transpired, who among the reckless would dare provoke her openly? Though the Sheng dynasty's customs were relatively open, women who truly displayed themselves in public remained a minority. The higher the social stratum, the more pronounced this tendency became. She urgently needed to establish her own confidence and backing. Why the rush? Just wait and see. I will go to the capital, of course. It is merely a question of time. You need not keep calling me master. You bear my surname Qin, and I gave you that name myself. Qin Tayo, you must call me sister. How many times do I need to say it? Qin Ruo shot back at Qin Tayo, exasperated. Qin Ruo understood Qin Tayo's nature all too well. After arriving in the Sheng dynasty, he had spent every day idle in her space, and he simply could not endure it. In just these few days, he had already pleaded more than once for her to let him out. She had just complained about his foolishness and incessant chatter, yet her tone now carried a trace of gentle indulgence. Qin Tayo was no mere artifact spirit to Qin Ruo. He was someone who had accompanied her across two realms, an important part of her life. She would not let him remain alone and isolated in her space forever. After Constable Yu returned to the Yamen, he immediately reported the wolf pack near Tuofing Mountain to Magistrate Jiang. The magistrate took it extremely seriously, fearing the wild wolves might descend from the mountains at night and harm the villagers. He then ordered Constable Yu to return to Changhe village with his men and notify the neighboring villages. Upon arriving at Changhe village, Constable Yu organized the villagers to set up traps and defenses near Tuofing Mountain throughout the night. Temporary patrol checkpoints were established with people assigned to guard and patrol. That night, the entire population of Changhe village lived in fear, their hearts clouded with dread. Old Madame Qin, along with Old Madame Zhou and Mother Zhou plus 7 or 8 other village women, over 10 people in total, were busy in the Qin family's courtyard. When Constable Yu returned to Changhe village with his men, Qin Ruo instructed Old Madame Qin to prepare some wheat flour dishes to send to the villagers and officials on patrol at the checkpoint that evening. She also had Zhou Dalai invite Mother Zhou and Old Madame Zhou to come help at the Qin residence. The Zhou family had many mouths to feed, so although they couldn't contribute grain like the Qin family could, they had plenty of strength to offer, and the Zhou family readily agreed. Moreover, their previous experience with Qin Ruo in Taya County had left them deeply grateful. That evening, after Zhou Dalai returned home, the Zhou household was filled with joy and harmony. He handed over the silver earned from selling goods along with the tael of silver he had received from the Xie residence. He also brought back the 2 dishes of pastries and the meal from Qingfeng restaurant that Qin Ruo had given him from the Xie residence. Zhou Dalai briefly recounted what had happened during their trip to Taya County and explained the origin of the money. He stressed that all of this was due to Qin Ruo's influence. With old Madame Zhou now guiding the family, everyone was open-minded and reasonable. What Zhou Dalai did not volunteer, they gracefully did not press him about. They simply felt genuine happiness for Qin Ruo's good fortune. They marveled at how the Qin girl had finally turned her fortunes around after enduring hardship and saw that life was beginning to look brighter. The Zhou family was large and sometimes only went months without meat. The dishes Zhou Dalai had brought back that day were mostly meat. If not for concerns about spoilage, they would not have finished them all at once. Even so, the 8-person household somehow made those meals last 3 days. As for the pastries, they had only dared to try 2 pieces that evening before storing the rest away. The tael of silver Zhou Dalai had brought back proved a godsend for the Zhou family. After winter arrived, they had begun tightening their belts and stretching every coin. No matter how carefully old Madame Zhou budgeted, there was still a shortfall in grain. That windfall had come precisely when needed most, relieving the Zhou family's urgent plight. The Zhou family regarded Qin Ruo as their benefactor from the bottom of their hearts. That is why upon hearing about this, old Madame Zhou and Mother Zhou, mother and daughter-in-law, came straight to the Qin residence without a second thought. No one knew how word spread, but soon village women began arriving with their own pots and pans to help. There were hundreds of people to feed that evening, villagers patrolling Changhe village's defenses plus the arriving officials. No one harbored jealousy over the Qin family's generous provisions. Instead, everyone now completely believed what old Madame Qin had said, that Qin Ruo had earned the favor of someone important. Formerly, many villagers had crossed words with old Madame Qin due to her difficult nature. Now they gathered together at the Qin residence, including Madame Jiang, mother-in-law of Zhang Dahua, and the female relatives from the Lao family. Even Tian Shi's former mother-in-law, old Madame Sun, had come along. Everyone worked around the makeshift stoves in the Qin courtyard, some stoking fires while others kneaded dough. With laughter and chatter filling the air, the atmosphere was surprisingly harmonious. Yet old Madame Qin felt uneasy about Qin Ruo's seemingly wasteful generosity in distributing noodles so freely. She believed wolf defense was the entire village's responsibility, not solely the Qin family's. Wasn't Qin Ruo being too extravagant? Even though the grain purchased last time had been substantial, it had been bought with real silver, not something obtained easily. Old Madame Qin agonized over the grain usage, especially since Qin Ruo had specifically requested all white flour. But at this critical moment, she chose to endure rather than risk damaging her relationship with her granddaughter further. Throughout the evening, old Madame Qin maintained a smile while her heart ached. Meanwhile, Qin Ruo's thoughts were complicated as she understood clearly that these efforts would ultimately prove fruitless. With no turning back, now she could only offer small compensations from the sidelines. The women who came to help found Qin Ruo's demeanor genuinely kind, as if any past tensions had never existed. After kneading the dough, Qin Ruo took a portion and shaped it into an oval form. Positioning herself before the boiling pot, she used a knife to shave off thin slices directly into the water. Once she had demonstrated the technique, she handed the task over to Mother Zhou and several other village women. Miss Qin, your method of making noodles is quite novel. What do you call this dish? The other village women, now free from their tasks, gathered around marveling at the technique. In the village, making dough pieces, porridge, or flatbreads remained the most common approaches to preparing flour-based foods. I devised it myself thinking it would be more efficient this way, so I have named it knife-cut noodles, Qin Ruo replied with a smile. She had only realized upon arriving in the Sheng Dynasty that the popular knife-cut noodles from her modern world simply did not exist here. Those who came to help were highly curious about this novel technique and eagerly tried it themselves. Though it appeared straightforward, whenever they attempted to shave the noodles, the slices turned out either too thin or too thick. None could match Qin Ruo's precision in achieving thin, even strips. Mother Zhou initially struggled with the motion, but after practicing with a piece of dough, she began to get the hang of it. Once the noodles were cooked, Qin Ruo added finely chopped, fragrant stir-fried, minced pork followed by a generous sprinkling of scallions. The pork had been purchased during the trip to Taya County and stored in the space afterward. The space served as a natural preserver, ensuring nothing would spoil. At the time, she had simply thought it wise to stock up while she was there. Watching from the sidelines, old Madame Qin felt her heart ache as though pierced by needles. Using refined grain to this extent was already pushing boundaries. What household in Changhe village would willingly consume white flour so liberally? Yet here was her headstrong granddaughter, now adding several caddies of meat to the dish. Old Madame Qin slumped in despair. Without Qin Xian's return, the family could barely manage meat twice a month. In the Qin courtyard, the makeshift stoves continued burning, their aromas filling the entire compound. The women helping could barely resist, instinctively swallowing their saliva. Despite the temptation, no one dared touch the pots. Zhou Daju, having received word from Qin Zimu, led several villagers toward the Qin courtyard to collect the food. To everyone's surprise, Constable Yu arrived in person. Upon learning the Qin family intended to provide food for that night's patrols, he came to express his gratitude directly. Beholding the pots of noodles, Constable Yu felt a surge of emotion. Miss Qin, you should not have gone to such expense. We are undeserving of such kindness. Constable Yu stepped forward and offered a respectful salute to Qin Ruo. Constable Yu is too kind, Qin Ruo replied with a smile. The Qin family is part of this village as well. We are merely doing our small part. Constable Yu did not linger long. After thanking Qin Ruo once more, he returned to the village patrol point. When the noodles reached the mountain foot, the villagers gazed at the numerous full pots with mixed feelings. The noodles from the Qin family were made entirely of white flour with minced meat in the broth, a thing they had not expected. Had it been their own, they truly would have hesitated to spend so freely. Hearing the villagers praise the Qin family's kindness and generosity, old Madame Qin's lips curled upward. She sat up straight at once, suddenly convinced that the white flour and meat spent that evening were worth every bit of it. The villagers responsible for fetching the food ran back and forth twice before all the flour-based dishes were delivered to the patrol station. As the women who had come to help at the Qin household finished cleaning up and shouldered the pots, pans, and utensils they had brought from home, Qin Ruo called them back. She brought out a pot of extra noodles cooked specially for them and divided it among the helpers, each receiving a small bowl to take home. Though modest in quantity, everyone left deeply satisfied. The villagers who had come to assist were overjoyed, repeatedly thanking both Qin Ruo and old Madame Qin. This year's harvest had been poor and few households held much in reserve. All were pinning their hopes on next season's yield. Each family rationed their cooking strictly by the day. Even coarse rice porridge mixed with wild vegetables was eaten with restraint, never to one's fill. But tonight the Qin household had prepared noodles with white flour laced with minced meat. For the villagers this was as fine a meal as one could hope for. Qin Ruo had specially reserved an extra pot for them precisely because she knew every helping hand came from families with elderly and young to feed. Having them eat here would surely leave them uneasy. It was better to let them carry it home and share with their families. Even those portions delivered to the patrol post went uneaten, saved instead for later. In the end, they would take it home for the children and elders. Qin Ruo was a person who clearly distinguished kindness from obligation, and since she had sparked this whole affair, she felt it right to make amends. She harbored no resistance toward those who had willingly extended goodwill to her and the Qin household. On the contrary, she accepted it readily and responded in kind through her actions. The night grew deep, and all creation fell silent. Yet at Changhe Village's patrol station, flames flickered and danced. Villagers and constables took turns standing watch at their appointed posts. Every one of them stayed sharp-eyed, daring not the slightest lapse in vigilance. In the bitter winter chill, a bowl of the noodle soup the Qin family had sent warmed their bodies almost instantly. That endless night suddenly seemed less grueling. Overnight, the villagers' perception of the Qin household shifted considerably. Old Madame Qin, like most others, slept poorly throughout. Even moments before sleep, she had asked Qin Ruo more than once whether the wolves would descend the mountain. Qin Ruo merely brushed it off, saying whether they came or not was not within her control. But if the wolves intended to come down, they would have done so long ago. Old Madame Qin could not fathom the meaning hidden beneath Qin Ruo's words, which only deepened her restlessness. By morning, dark circles shadowed her eyes. The anti-wolf deployment primarily covered the nighttime hours, for the likelihood of wolves descending during daylight was exceedingly slim. At dawn the following day, Constable Yu left a portion of the constables behind at Changhe Village as a precaution, while he himself returned to the yamen to report on the previous night's events. When he re-entered the village in the evening, Constable Yu brought a batch of provisions directly to the Qin household. Among the supplies he brought were oil, rice, and flour. He made it clear to Qin Ruo that this was the magistrate's arrangement. Magistrate Jiang expressed his deep gratitude for the Qin family's charitable act. In these times, the common folk already struggled enough with the poor harvest. They should not bear the cost. Thus, the magistrate ordered him to return the food the Qin family had provided the day before. Besides returning the grain to the Qin household, the remainder was used for this defensive deployment. Bringing the provisions to the Qin household was meant to enlist their help in arranging meals for the coming days. He also informed the villagers that each participant in the patrol would receive a daily stipend of 21. 21 may seem modest, but the villagers of Changhe Village were thrilled nonetheless. For those who ventured out for odd jobs, daily earnings barely reached a few dozen won. Soon villagers began volunteering to join the patrol. Nothing made old Madame Qin happier. Just the day before, her emotions had swung wildly over those tins of gene of white flour and meat. Tonight, the magistrate's compensation had arrived. Entrusting such an important task to the Qin household was a blessing. It showed the county magistrate's trust in them, and old Madame Qin praised him as a righteous official. In her heart, she believed this fortune had come through Qin Ruo. After piecing it all together in her mind, old Madame Qin stood triumphant and worked with even greater fervor. The women who came to help prepare food at the Qin household remained the same group from the day before. After several days together, the awkwardness they had felt upon first visiting had entirely faded. Qin Ruo could not refuse the grain constable Yu returned, so she accepted it reluctantly. For the Yaman's modest commission, she arranged everything flawlessly. Each day, she continued her customary practice of preparing food for the helpers to take home, using her own provisions, of course. The village women initially hesitated to accept, but once they realized Qin Ruo disliked such formal politeness, they relaxed and took it without reservation. Grateful, they worked with even more dedication. The Yamen officers and villagers guarded Changha village for 5 days straight. Sister, are you just watching them waste their time every day? When will this ever end? Qin Tao, observing all that had happened over these days through her spatial awareness, grew even more anxious than Qin Ruo. Soon, likely within these 2 days, Qin Ruo replied. She had indeed considered having Constable Yu and his men in the pointless watch as early as possible, but she had not yet found the suitable moment. 2 days later, carrying a trace of guilt, Qin Ruo approached Constable Yu in person. Citing her familiarity with Tuofing Mountain, she offered to lead the way and persuaded Constable Yu to organize another expedition into the mountain. She told Constable Yu that continuing this vigilance would have too great an impact on the villagers' livelihoods. Only by assessing the situation sooner could the villagers resume their daily lives in an orderly manner. Constable Yu was convinced. The next day, under Qin Ruo's guidance, he led a team back up to Tuofing Mountain. Nowhere did they spot so much as a wolf, or even small game like pheasants or hares. What stood out most were the rows of wolf tracks and scat stretching across the ground toward the far side of the forest. They followed the trail forward, but the footprints vanished where the path led deeper into the dense woods. Constable Yu and the recruited hunters agreed that the wolves had disappeared because the game on Tuofing Mountain had grown scarce. Driven by necessity, the pack had no choice but to migrate to new territory in search of food. Whether they would return was uncertain, but at least not in the near future. The Yamen was already short-staffed. They could not afford to station all their forces at Changha village. After confirming the situation, Constable Yu led his men to withdraw from Changha village that same day. With the Yamen personnel gone, the villagers finally let their guarded hearts settle. Daily life gradually resumed, and more people returned to working in the fields. Of course, no one dared approach Tuofing Mountain just yet. Changha village had more than one mountain. If need be, they could simply venture farther away. The wolf crisis had subsided, but the matter of village head Wang's family resurfaced in the villagers' consciousness. Ever since the Wang family's troubles arose, only 3 women remained at home: Granny Wang, the wife of Wang Lauer, and Chen Shi. With village head Wang taken away and the Yamen yet to announce any results, uncertainty hung heavy. The Wang household kept to themselves, too cowed to even step outside. Not a single member of the family appeared during those days of anti-wolf deployment. No one could have predicted that just 2 days prior, the entire Wang family had been taken away by Yamen officials. Several collateral branches of the Wang household were arrested alongside them. Previously, Zhu Shi had publicly accused village head Wang of oppressing the people and committing homicide before Constable Yu and the assembled crowd. Yet she had never revealed the specifics in public. Now, as members of the Wang family were apprehended one after another, the dark secrets of the Wang household gradually came to light. Shortly after the Wang family members were taken away, Captain Yu arrived at the Wang residence with his constables and coroner. The courtyard was now packed with villagers who had come to gawk at the spectacle, forming layers of onlookers both inside and out. Captain Yu and his men moved with clear purpose, heading straight for the abandoned cellar on the Wang property. Half an hour later, the constables who had descended into the cellar unearthed 3 skeletons reduced to white bones. They also discovered several hundred silver taels and nearly 100 pieces of valuable gold, silver, and jade objects from within village head Wang's home. Captain Yu and his team took the skeletons and the seized valuables back to the Yamen. The crowd of onlookers was in an uproar, each speculating on the identities of the 3 skeletons. News of the Wang family reached Changha village again 3 days later. The 3 skeletons unearthed from the Wang cellar that day were identified as those of Merchant Lu, a traveling trader from afar, and his 2 servants who had gone missing in Taya County 7 years ago. 7 years ago, Merchant Lu, hailing from Shengzhou, was passing through Taya County with a batch of gold, silver, and Jade accompanied by 2 servants on his way to conduct business in Ganzhou. Upon reaching Taya County, they learned that the overland route to Ganzhou had become unsafe due to recent bandit activity, so the trio decided to switch to the waterway. But when they arrived in Taihe County, they encountered several days of heavy rain, causing the water levels to rise and boats to be grounded. Forced to stay in Taihe for several days, Merchant Lu grew bored of the inn and took his 2 servants to Datong Township to experience the local towns and villages. Thus, Merchant Lu caught the attention of village head Wang, who was in Datong, to purchase supplies. In his first year as village head of Changhe, Wang Dezai had followed the rules and performed his duties diligently. But in the second year, his greed began to swell. Though he had used his position as village head to secure some benefits for the Wang family, these petty gains could no longer satisfy his lust for wealth. When village head Wang saw Merchant Lu and his servants dressed in fine clothes and spending freely with a foreign accent, he grew covetous. When Merchant Lu encountered trouble with a dishonest peddler, village head Wang immediately stepped forward to help. After successfully ingratiating himself with Merchant Lu, he learned that the merchant was headed to Shenzhou to do business, and greed took root in his heart. Merchant Lu was a generous man who loved making friends. On his first venture far from home, he had no suspicion of the seemingly righteous village head Wang. Village head Wang warmly invited him to his home, and Merchant Lu gladly went with his servants driving their carriage. That night, however, became the last supper for Merchant Lu and his 2 servants. After Merchant Lu and his servants entered the Wang residence, Wang Dezai secretly instructed Wang Lauer and his wife to add poison to the wine. Once the 3 were dead, village head Wang indeed found a large amount of valuables in their luggage. After poisoning them, village head Wang buried the bodies in his own cellar. To divert suspicion, the next day, he chose the busiest time at the village entrance to personally drive Merchant Lu's carriage, pretending to see them off. Villagers who witnessed it that day still remember the scene. On that day, the carriage curtains were drawn back as it passed through the village entrance. The villagers present could not see anyone inside the carriage, but they all smelled a strong odor of alcohol wafting from the vehicle. What made the impression so vivid was that the carriage moved very slowly past the village entrance. From inside came sounds of vomiting, followed by several empty wine jars rolling out. Many villagers had seen Merchant Lu's carriage enter the village. Now, watching village head Wang see them off, they simply assumed that the carriage held a drunken Merchant Lu and his servants. Little did they know it was merely a clever ruse by village head Wang. The only ones inside the carriage were Wang Lauer and his son. After the murder, village head Wang secretly sold the horse and carriage to a peddler in a neighboring township. He dared not touch the gold, silver, and jade, and could find no opportunity to dispose of them. He had considered fleeing Changhe village with his family, but feared that doing so would only draw attention. After keeping a low profile for a while, and seeing that all was calm, no one from the Lu family came looking, he gradually became bolder. First, he sent Wang Lauer and his son to loiter around Taihe County every day, giving the villagers the impression that the Wang family had other business ventures outside. The villagers rarely ventured beyond Datong Township, let alone to Taihe County. So when village head Wang casually revealed that the Wangs were doing small business with someone in Taihe, there was no way to verify it. Half a year later, the Wang family's spending suddenly became lavish. They first built a new house next to the old one and hired carpenters to craft a set of new furniture. Wang Lauer and his son still dressed smartly and went out every day. The villagers were envious, but dared not harbor any ill intentions toward the Wangs. Only now did the villagers understand why the Wang family had suddenly become so wealthy back then. On the surface, village head Wang still appeared kind and friendly. Who could have imagined he was the mastermind behind it all? A wave of terror washed over them. They had been living beside a murderer responsible for multiple deaths, and the entire family had been accomplices. Village head Wang, having conspired with Wang Posey and Wang Lauer and his wife to murder Merchant Lu and his 2 servants, and later killing Wu Changxing's family of 4 to cover his tracks, was sentenced to death by Lingqi. Wang Posey and Wang Lauer's wife as accessories were sentenced to beheading. As for Qiuxi, the village head's wife, who had been neglected for bearing only daughters and no sons. Before the crime was discovered, village head Wang had sent her back to her parents' home on some pretext. Even so, Qiuxi was implicated, and after the magistrate's report, was sentenced to exile. Wang Lauer's son Zhao Dalai had already died and was dealt with separately. As for the collateral branches of the Wang family, they were imprisoned for various crimes village head Wang had committed while in office, such as abusing his power for personal gain and oppressing the villagers. Some of the Wangs died, others were jailed. After this upheaval, the Wang family virtually vanished from Changhe village. Ever since Wang Datsai became village head, the Wangs had lorded it over others like the proverbial one man who attains the way and brings his chickens and dogs to heaven. Changhe village was vast and sparsely populated with only a small amount of fertile farmland and mostly unreclaimed wild hills and wasteland. When the previous village head was still in office, there had been an unwritten rule that whoever reclaimed wasteland could claim it as their own. In his second year as village head, Wang Datsai forcibly took back the land that villagers had reclaimed. Through a series of maneuvers, he then sold it at extremely low prices to the collateral branches of the Wang family. Villagers who voiced their discontent soon faced retaliation from village head Wang. For example, he would deduct grain seeds distributed by the government on various pretexts and allocate the poorest fields to them. The villagers depended on their harvests for their livelihood all year round. A village head Wang's actions were no different from killing them. After being thus beaten down, they realized they couldn't fight the powerful and had no choice but to swallow their misfortune. Over time, no one in Changhe village dared to reclaim wasteland anymore. In recent years, the villagers' lives had grown increasingly difficult, and village head Wang was largely to blame. The villagers all clapped their hands and cheered at the downfall of village head Wang's family. Ruo, my girl, did you hear? The Wang family is finished. Finished? I always felt something was off. How could Wu Changsheng have the audacity to commit murder and arson? I knew I was right. It was indeed that Wang Datsai who struck the fatal blow. It's just a pity about the Wu family of four. Old Lady Qin sat in her own courtyard smugly pouring out her brilliant insights to Qin Ruo. Finally, she let out a sigh. If you ask me, that merchant and his servant were also pitiable. Their first long journey, and they lost their lives. A venomous wretch like Wang Datsai deserves to die 100 times over. Earlier, Wang Datsai was clearly targeting our Qin family. Thank the ancestors for their blessings. Our family turned misfortune into fortune. As old Lady Qin recalled the truth behind the Wu family's deaths, her heart trembled. Back then, when Wang Datsai sent someone to summon Qin Ruo to the Wang residence, wasn't the method exactly the same as what he had done to Wu Changsheng? Qin Ruo had no interest in old Lady Qin's belated hindsight. The Wang village chief and his family were merely courting their own destruction. If she hadn't transmigrated here and killed Zhao Dalai, triggering a chain of events, who knew when this old case would have seen the light of day? As for the so-called ancestral blessings, in truth, the one who had ensured the Qin family's safety was herself. Qin Ruo had already guessed 7 or 8 parts of village chief Wang's scheme that day. It was roughly the same method he had used against Wu Changsheng now turned on her. What a pity. He had crossed paths with Qin Ruo, not Qin Qiuxi. Our Taihe County magistrate ruled well. Truly a great and kind man. With Wang Datsai and that troublemaker Zhu gone from Changhe village, life will finally be peaceful. Old Lady Qin was in high spirits and paid no heed to whether Qin Ruo responded, chattering on and on. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, her eyes darted, and she cupped her hand to whisper, "Ruo, my girl, now that Wang Datsai is gone, can the villagers go back to clearing the wasteland? From what you Butu said, the wolves on the mountain might have moved elsewhere. But what if they're still hiding in the hills? No, it's too dangerous. You're not to go to that mountain anymore. It's settled. Tomorrow you Zimu, and I will go clear the wasteland. By the time spring comes next year, we can sow the seeds. Maybe our family's grain harvest will double." Old Lady Qin dreamed blissfully of life without village chief Wang stirring up trouble. She imagined the granaries full, the days when they could eat their fill at every meal, and smiled so wide her eyes crinkled. Qin Ruo watched the gesticulating old woman on the stool, her expression unreadable. If village chief Wang and his ilk were the troublemakers, then were she and the rest of Changhe village the filth they stirred. Qin Ruo stood in the courtyard, emotions churning within her. Everything that had happened since she transmigrated was somehow tied to the Wang family. Toward the sanctimonious village chief Wang, she had mostly maintained a live and let live attitude. Only now, with the old case unearthed, did she realize how venomous village chief Wang's methods were. Through the original owner's memories, Qin Ruo scraped together some impressions of the Wu Chongqing family. The Wu family were outsiders, a young couple who had fled their hometown after a flood and settled in Changhe village. At that time, the village chief of Changhe was not yet Wang Dicai. The previous village chief was a righteous and kind-hearted man. Seeing Wu Chongqing and his wife ragged and gaunt begging for food in Changhe village, he took pity on them. Having learned that during their flight all their close relatives had died or scattered, leaving only the two of them, the chief was moved by compassion and took them in. He allowed them to settle in Changhe village, clear the wasteland, and farm to support themselves. And so the young couple settled down in Changhe village. They lived there for nearly 10 years, raising a son and a daughter. The husband worked outside, the wife managed the home. Both were diligent and hardworking. In the beginning, life was tolerable. At that time, not only the Wu family, but the entire village of Changhe enjoyed a relatively stable existence. In the second year after Wang Dicai became village chief, he began forcibly seizing the lands the villagers had previously cleared. From then on, the Wu family's life turned harsh. Although the old chief had allotted them some fertile fields, the grain was still insufficient to feed a family of 4. Having the land they cleared suddenly taken away was a devastating blow to the Wu couple. The common folk's hope in life is simply to have enough to eat and wear. Wu Chongqing and his wife did not die on the road of famine, but perished because of village chief Wang's selfish desires. After the reclaimed fields were confiscated, the Wu family could barely endure any longer. They had no choice but to beg the Wang family, hoping village chief Wang would relent and return some of the land. Yet they inadvertently stumbled upon the Wang family's secret, which cost them their lives. 3 months after village chief Wang built his new house, Wu Chongqing visited him. During the visit, Wang Lauer provoked him with words. In a fit of rage, Wu Chongqing brawled with Wang Lauer and accidentally fell into the Wang family's abandoned cellar. Inside were still some items of the merchant Lu and his servants that had not been disposed of. Fearing exposure, village chief Wang decided to finish the job. He killed Wu Chongqing outright and dumped the body into the village's Long River. Even more sinister, afraid that a single spark could start a prairie fire, village chief Wang went a step further to uproot the family. After killing Wu Chongqing, he sent Wang Lauer and his son to the Wu home quietly. Under the pretext that Wu Chongqing had suddenly fallen ill at the Wang residence, they lured his wife out, strangled her to death, and then staged it as a suicide by hanging. They then forced poison down the throats of Wu Chongqing's son and daughter. When the deed was done, village chief Wang timed it perfectly and personally set fire to the thatched hut of a widower who had once clashed with Wu Chongqing. He summoned the villagers and let them witness the evidence at the fire scene, pointing to Wu Chongqing. The entire scheme was meticulously interlinked. By dawn the next day, village chief Wang guided the villagers to happen upon Wu Chongqing's body in the river. Afterward, he made the final pronouncement. He claimed that Wu Chongqing, after setting the fire, had jumped into the river to drown himself. As for his wife and children, fearing collective punishment, they had also chosen to end their lives. Afterward, village chief Wang insisted on not reporting the case to the authorities, arguing that the murder would tarnish Changhe village's reputation and affect the marriage prospects of the villagers. Village chief Wang told the villagers that the widower had no children, no relatives, and no one to file a complaint. The Wu family had received their just deserts, and the matter was closed. The villagers naturally dared not raise any objection. Changhe village was poor, and since their own interests were at stake, they all tacitly acquiesced to village chief Wang's decision. The next day, under village chief Wang's direction, the bodies of the Wu family and the widower were wrapped in straw mats and carried to the back hills for burial. Village chief Wang's family and Zhao Dalai thus enjoyed 7 years of impunity. Qin Ruo's heart ached as she thought of all this. Since Qin Ruo's transmigration turmoil had been incessant. With the matter of village head Wang settled, her days suddenly fell into idleness. Old Madame Qin clamored about reclaiming wasteland, but it was merely lip service. In Changhe village, wasteland and fertile fields each accounted for half, with barren slopes scattered everywhere. During the tenure of the previous village head, when villagers faced grain shortages, all were eager to reclaim wasteland, especially those with abundant labor. Changhe village was remote and beyond official reach. Reclaiming land within its boundaries invited no government oversight nor taxes. Though the initial harvests paled in comparison to fertile fields, every scrap counted, and the villagers managed to scrape by. Yet after years of effort to enrich the soil, the land was suddenly seized back. The affected villagers were struck as by a thunderbolt from a clear sky, their hearts filled with despair. Once bitten, twice shy. Haunted by village head Wang's land confiscation, the villagers now showed little enthusiasm for reclamation. With no one taking the lead, everyone adopted a wait-and-see attitude. When old Madame Qin saw no movement from the villagers, she hoisted her homemade around and returned cursing. Having spent 3 idle days at home, Qin Ruo meticulously calculated her accounts. The silver from the previous sale of wild game, including the reward from the yamen, had been largely spent on supplies in Datong Township, leaving only about 2 taels. The 10 taels from the Madam of the Xia residence remained untouched. As for the chest of silver in Qin Taotao's space, Qin Ruo later learned it was utterly inaccessible. In the Great Sheng Dynasty, silver was not a circulating currency. The silver usable directly was Sai-Si stamped with official marks, commonly known as official silver. Silver without official marks was called loose silver by the common folk. In the Great Sheng Dynasty, aside from official silver, loose silver could not be used directly. Except for some shady establishments, ordinary shops dared not accept it for fear of trouble. It had to be exchanged for copper coins at government-designated locations. Unlike the scenes in films and television where characters casually toss a few taels to buy goods, that chest of silver, even if broken into small pieces, carried great risk. One careless move could land one in prison. Calculating thus, Qin Ruo realized she was still a pauper save for the 10 taels from the Xia residence. With only outflows and no inflows, eventually she would eat through her savings. After much deliberation, Qin Ruo decided to buy a piece of wasteland first. After all, she yearned to experience the joy of nurturing wealth firsthand. According to the laws of the Great Sheng Dynasty, reclaiming wasteland actually required official approval. Previously, due to Changhe village's remoteness and poor soil, no one had bothered to enforce this. To forestall future troubles, Qin Ruo decided to go to Taihe County again. No one tills the wasteland, but when tilled, others contend for it. The villagers had suffered before because they lacked land deeds, leaving them at village head Wang's mercy. Qin Ruo had no intention of recklessly reclaiming land, only to see her hard-won gains snatched away. Only by firmly holding the land deed in her hand could she ensure the best outcome. A woman of action, Qin Ruo made her decision and immediately set off for the village entrance. As she left, old Madame Qin was leading Qin Zimu on a barren slope near the Qin house, swinging her hoe with great effort. After waiting 3 days and seeing no movement from the villagers, old Madame Qin finally lost patience. Early in the morning, she had taken Qin Zimu straight to the barren slope behind the house. When she and Qin Zimu went out, Qin Ruo was still in bed, and she didn't call her. Over these days, old Madame Qin had somewhat grasped Qin Ruo's temperament. If Qin Ruo didn't want to do something, no amount of persuasion would sway her. But what she wanted to do, she pursued without any prompting. On the other hand, perhaps old Madame Qin had a sudden pang of conscience, no longer nagging Qin Ruo to earn money, as before, unable to bear seeing her idle. For these few days, Qin Ruo enjoyed the peace. This respite had noticeably improved her complexion. Old Madame Qin stared at Qin Ruo's retreating figure, muttered to herself, then threw down her hoe and flopped to the ground, panting heavily. She and Qin Zimu had been working on the barren slope for half an hour, clearing only a small patch. In the days when Qin Huaijing was still alive, he spent most of his time hunting in the mountains, often gone for days. The longest stretch even lasted over 10 days. At that time, the original Qin Ruo and Qin Zian were still young, and Shun had to take on embroidery work, leaving her no time to spare. Old Madame Qin had her hands full managing the family's few acres of thin fields and dry land. When the villagers were reclaiming wasteland, only the Qin family did not participate. Thus, reclamation was a first for old Madame Qin. Old Madame Qin chose the barren slope behind the house because the wasteland near water sources had long been fully developed. Other areas lacked water sources or were far from them. The patch old Madame Qin had chosen was no exception. Her reasoning was that although this slope lacked water, its proximity to home made management convenient. The house had a well which would ease later irrigation. At worst, she could carry water herself, making a few extra trips. Unfortunately, the slope before her was thick with brambles and wild trees with roots deep and tangled, and the ground strewn with gravel. In just over half an hour, the palms of the grandmother and grandson were already chafed red. Yet this hardship paled in comparison to the pangs of hunger. After a brief rest, old Madame Qin again urged Qin Zimu, who was also sprawled on the ground, to get back to work. By the time Qin Ruo reached the Taihe County Yamen, it was already noon. Coincidentally, Captain Yu was there. Through several encounters, Captain Yu had grown familiar with Qin Ruo. Seeing her, he stepped forward to greet her warmly. Learning that Qin Ruo intended to buy wasteland in Changhe village, Captain Yu, without overthinking, led her to Secretary Qian, who handled land transactions. When Secretary Qian heard that Qin Ruo wanted to buy wasteland, he looked at her as if she were a walking slab of fat meat. Among the dozen counties of Ganzhou, Taihe County had the most barren hills and wasteland, and was the poorest. When Magistrate Jiang first took office, he was eager to make his mark and vigorously encouraged the people to reclaim wasteland. But progress had been sluggish, with little to show. Most ordinary people feared risk, preferring to be tenant farmers rather than reclaim land. Seeds and tools were a heavy expense for farmers, and taxes added to the burden. Newly reclaimed land yielded no short-term returns. Even after the soil matured, poor harvests, or even total crop failure, were common, and taxes remained a crushing weight on the farmers. This had long been a headache for Magistrate Jiang and Secretary Qian. Secretary Qian had visited Changhe village. The barren slopes there had poor soil, were far from water sources, and reclamation was extraordinarily difficult. That someone would voluntarily offer to buy wasteland for reclamation was a godsend for Secretary Qian. In the end, Qin Ruo purchased 20 mu of wasteland in Changhe village at 300 won per mu. Having secured the land deed, she now awaited Secretary Qian's arrival the next day to survey the land. After leaving the government office, Qin Ruo found herself with only 6 silver taels left. 20 acres of barren land cost merely 6 silver taels, which was indeed not expensive. But it had consumed half of her savings, and Qin Ruo still felt a pang of reluctance. Instead of returning directly to Datong village, she strolled along the street for a while before stopping in front of a medical hall called Xinglin Hall. Before coming to Taihe County, she had already planned to visit a medical hall. On her last trip to Tuofing Mountain, besides game, she had discovered a large number of medicinal herbs in the mountains. Tuofing Mountain could be said to be a vast treasure trove. Xinglin Hall was the largest and most reputable medical hall in Taihe County, normally employing 3 resident physicians. Qin Ruo stopped at the entrance of Xinglin Hall in no hurry to enter. Today there were not many people in the medical hall. Inside, only one physician, about 50 years old, clad in a white robe, was diagnosing patients. Several young medicine boys, aged 11 or 12, were busy gathering and preparing herbs, a scene of bustling activity. Half an hour later, only after the last customer had left, did Qin Ruo step into the medical hall. A quick-witted young medicine boy spotted Qin Ruo and immediately welcomed her warmly. "Miss, may I ask if you are here to get some medicine or to see a physician?" The young medicine boy asked with a beaming smile. "I heard that Xinglin Hall purchases medicinal herbs regularly, so I thought I'd come and inquire." "Yes, miss, our Xinglin Hall does buy herbs. However, we have extremely high standards for quality, and we do not accept ordinary herbs at the moment." The medicine boy's expression remained unchanged as he replied with a smile. "But if you walk along this street for about the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, you'll see a herb shop that buys herbs. Miss, you might try asking there," the young medicine boy added politely and warmly. The young medicine boy had seen many common folk come to Xinglin Hall to sell herbs, and most of the herbs they brought were ordinary, of generally low quality, with only a very few trades actually concluded. So he didn't bother to ask what herbs Qin Ruo wanted to sell. "Then I wonder if your medical hall would accept this item I have here." Qin Ruo unhurriedly took out 2 bundles wrapped in coarse cloth from her basket and placed them on the counter. She casually opened the bundle and pointed at the contents. Qin Ruo knew about the herb shop on this street that the medicine boy mentioned. Oh, she had just passed by there. "Is this fleece flower root and iron-covered dendrobium?" The medicine boy, clearly knowledgeable about herbs, couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Dr. Feng, who was sorting prescriptions at a desk, had not noticed Qin Ruo at first. Hearing the medicine boy's voice, he immediately stood up and walked over quickly. Without a word, he picked up the 2 items from the counter, examined them carefully, his expression subtly excited. That piece of fleece flower root weighed 5 jin, and one that could grow so large, and in a human shape, must be at least 100 years old. In the great Sheng Dynasty, fleece flower root was honored as one of the 4 great immortal herbs. Such a large fleece flower root was something he had never seen before. As for that small bundle of iron-covered dendrobium, it was equally rare. Iron-covered dendrobium is a top-grade medicinal herb renowned among the people as the life-saving immortal herb. In all his years in Taihe County, this was the first time he had seen anyone bring iron-covered dendrobium here to sell. "Miss, are you really selling these herbs?" Dr. Feng, suppressing his inner excitement, asked Qin Ruo seriously. Qin Ruo nodded and smiled. "Naturally I am selling them. I just wondered if your medical hall would accept my fleece flower root and iron-covered dendrobium." "Of course we accept them. Miss, please follow me." Dr. Feng made a gesture of invitation and led Qin Ruo toward the back courtyard of the medical hall, while also glaring at the young medicine boy, who was still standing there stunned. "Kongqing, you clueless little thing, why don't you quickly serve tea to this honored guest?" Oh, yes, Master Feng." The medicine boy, named Kongqing, as if waking from a dream, wiped his brow and hurriedly followed. Dr. Feng snorted, thinking to himself, "Thank goodness I was here today." With that blockhead Kongqing, he nearly drove the esteemed guest away to another place. Qin Ruo followed Dr. Feng into the back courtyard of Xinglin Hall. The environment here was quiet and secluded, a stark contrast to the front hall. Several medicine boys were standing in front of wooden racks, carefully drying basket after basket of medicinal herbs. The entire yard was filled with waves of medicinal fragrance. "Miss, may I ask, where did these herbs come from?" After seating Qin Ruo, Dr. Feng's first question was about the source of the herbs. "I obtained them by chance in the mountains, and the source is legitimate. I came in good faith to sell herbs, but you, Dr. Feng, do not seem to be genuinely interested in buying. In that case, I'll take my leave today." She saw through Dr. Feng's probing at a glance. Qin Ruo's smile remained unchanged, but she pretended to get up and leave. "Miss, please stay." It was this old man's momentary curiosity that led to my discourteous words. "These 2 items are of excellent quality, and Xinglin Hall is certainly sincere in wanting to buy them. May I ask what price you have in mind?" Dr. Feng abandoned his probing and hastily stood up to bow to Qin Ruo. "I am not sure of the price, so perhaps you, Dr. Feng, could make an offer first. If the price is right, our opportunities for future cooperation will surely be long-lasting." Qin Ruo sat back down, took a sip of the tea that Kongqing had served, and spoke with implication. The herbs she had brought were samples she had taken from Qin Tao to test the waters. Before coming to Xinglin Hall, she had already walked around several streets in Taihe County, gaining a clear understanding of the number and scale of the local herb shops and medical halls. She chose Xinglin Hall precisely because it was the largest and most renowned. With its strong strength and deep heritage, Xinglin Hall in Taihe County was undoubtedly the best choice for long-term stable cooperation. But business depends on mutual willingness. Questions about the source of the herbs were not within the scope of her answers. "Miss, would you be willing to wait for this old man for half an hour? These herbs are quite rare, and I cannot decide the price on my own. I must report to the owner for a decision." Dr. Feng spoke sincerely and straightforwardly. Just now seeing Qin Ruo's attire, which was no different from an ordinary commoner, yet she produced such precious herbs, he had indeed harbored some suspicion. But Qin Ruo's demeanor made him inwardly alarmed. Though the young lady was young, her negotiating stance was not inferior to anyone's, and his attitude instantly became more respectful. He also clearly understood the meaning in Qin Ruo's words. If today's deal was concluded, there would be opportunities for continued cooperation. Since she could produce such precious items, it was likely she had other rare herbs as well. With these 2 items as the hall's treasures, Xinglin Hall's reputation would be even greater. Therefore, when Qin Ruo had risen to leave, Dr. Feng was truly anxious. Regardless of who that young lady was, even these 2 items alone were enough to stir his desire. "No matter, I will wait here for your news, Dr. Feng." Qin Ruo smiled and waved her hand. It was still early, and she had nothing else to do. Waiting half an hour was no trouble. "Kongqing, take good care of this esteemed guest." Dr. Feng instructed Kongqing a few words before hurrying out of the medical hall. He personally drove the carriage toward the direction of the Xie residence on East Street. Half an hour later, Dr. Feng indeed returned as he had promised. A beaming smile lit his face as he stepped into the backyard, and he said to Qin Ruo with a laugh, "Miss, I have reported to my master. The 2 medicinal herbs you brought today are Xinglin Hall, will accept them all. Our master's offered price totals 800 silver taels. Are you satisfied with this price, miss? Furthermore, our master has instructed that if you ever have any herbs to sell in the future, you may bring them straight to Xinglin Hall. As long as the quality is good, we will accept all of them. Do you also accept ordinary herbs such as atractylodes and gastrodia?" Qin Ruo paused slightly as she held her teacup, but her expression remained calm. She did not answer Dr. Feng's question about whether she was satisfied with the price. The 800 taels he offered was far beyond her expectations. Her original estimation for the Qiuxi was only about 150 taels, and for the Qiuxi 100 taels already exceeded her expectations. Surely the master of Xinglin Hall was not running a charity. An anomaly must have a cause. We accept them, we accept them. Miss, if you ever gather more herbs in the future, feel free to bring them to Xinglin Hall. Dr. Feng replied with a full smile, responding eagerly. Even he could not quite fathom his master's actions. 300 taels for the Qiuxi and Qiuxi was already a fair price in Taya County. Of course, if taken to the capital, the price could go even higher. The public face of Xinglin Hall was young Master Shui. If he were present, the transaction would be handled by him. But as young Master Shui happened to be away from Taihe County these days, Dr. Feng could not bear to miss the fine items Qin Ruo had brought. So he rode to the Xie Mansion on East Street to seek the counsel of Si Heng, the true master behind Xinglin Hall. When he reported to the Xie Mansion, Si Heng's initial attitude was indifferent. Upon hearing that the seller had Qiuxi and Qiuxi, he simply instructed Dr. Feng to proceed with the market price. If the seller was dissatisfied, the price could be raised slightly. It was only when Dr. Feng casually mentioned that the seller was a young woman of seemingly modest age that the master suddenly took an interest. He not only inquired in detail about the girl's appearance, but also asked about her surname and place of registration. When Dr. Feng had first tested Qin Ruo earlier, he had already incurred her displeasure. Before coming to the Xie Mansion, he had not actually asked about her identity. But since his master asked, he could only describe her based on his recollection. After listening, the master pondered for a moment, and then instructed him to offer Qin Ruo 800 silver taels directly. The master also said that if she was not satisfied, further negotiation was possible. Logically, given the master's reaction, he should not have known the girl. Though Dr. Feng had doubts, he dared not overstep and interfere in his master's affairs. Having received the definitive instruction, he hurried back to the clinic and began faithfully relaying Si Heng's words. "Thank you, Dr. Feng. But this price truly exceeds my expectations. May I ask, if it is convenient, what is your master's surname?" The thought that had flashed through Qin Ruo's mind turned over several times. Her first guess was whether Xinglin Hall was opened by the Xie Mansion. Had they deliberately raised the price as an arrangement by old Madame Xie for the ginseng she had sent earlier? "I suppose you are not from Taya County, miss. The master of our Xinglin Hall is surnamed Shui. That is no secret." Dr. Feng answered her question readily. The fact that young Master Shui was the owner of Xinglin Hall was indeed widely known in Taya County. Before he came, the master had also instructed him that if she asked about the owner of Xinglin Hall, he could tell her without hesitation. Dr. Feng marveled inwardly at how uncannily his master had predicted this. He had even anticipated what questions this young lady would ask. "My surname is Qin, and I live at the end of Changhe Village, Datong Township. Please thank your master for his generosity. I will accept the price he offered." Qin Ruo smiled and nodded. Upon hearing that the master of Xinglin Hall was surnamed Shui, she stopped dwelling on it. Since he was willing to buy at such a high price, perhaps he wanted to extend a favor. Why refuse money when it came her way? As for his true intentions, she would learn them in time. "Then it's settled, Miss Qin." Dr. Feng beamed as he pulled several banknotes from his sleeve and handed them to Qin Ruo with both hands. "When I came, I thought that carrying so much silver might be inconvenient for you, miss. So I specifically brought banknotes. These can be exchanged at any money house in our great Sheng." "Thank you for your thoughtfulness, Dr. Feng." Qin Ruo stood up to accept the banknotes, offering a smile of gratitude. The feeling of sudden wealth was rather pleasant. Qin Ruo planned to go immediately to the money house to exchange the banknotes. What were light, flimsy paper notes compared to the satisfying weight of solid silver? After all, this was the first big sum she had earned in the great Sheng dynasty. The banknotes Dr. Feng gave her were in denominations of 100 taels, each 8 in total. Qin Ruo confirmed the amount and discreetly stored the notes in her space. Then she took her leave from Dr. Feng, intending to exchange the silver and return to Datong Township. Having only 6 taels left on her moments ago, she now had another 800 in hand. Qin Ruo was in exceptionally high spirits. As Qin Ruo looked down at the banknotes, she completely failed to notice Dr. Feng subtly raising his head to glance at a slightly open window on the second floor of the backyard. The person standing by the window made a gesture toward Dr. Feng. Dr. Feng gave an almost imperceptible nod. That person was none other than Sheng of the Xie mansion. He had come along with Dr. Feng and had quietly entered through another door to the second floor. From there he had a full view of everything that had just transpired in the backyard of Xinglin Hall. "Miss Qin, please wait a moment. An old acquaintance of yours invites you to share a cup of tea. Would you be so kind as to step up to the second floor?" Dr. Feng hurried forward and called out to Qin Ruo, who was about to leave. As if sensing something, Qin Ruo looked up toward the second floor. Her gaze fell upon a young man draped in a large crimson cloak, his raven hair cascading like a waterfall, his face as bewitching as a demon's. He leaned languidly against the window frame, half his head poking out, a strange smile curling on his lips. "Long time no see, Miss Qin. I trust you have been well. Would you do me the honor of coming up for a humble cup of tea?" Qin Ruo's mind buzzed. Wasn't this young man one of the two she had encountered in the woods? What a convenient long time no see. This person was indeed an old acquaintance. "Since you so graciously invite me, young master, I dare not decline." With an unreadable expression, Qin Ruo offered a faint smile to the person upstairs before quickly averting her gaze. "Miss Qin, this way, please." She gave a slight nod and followed Dr. Feng, slowly ascending to the second floor of the backyard of Xinglin Hall. Her lowered brows and lashes perfectly concealed the flicker of coldness that passed through her eyes. Dr. Feng guided Qin Ruo to the entrance of the second-floor reception hall, announced her arrival to those inside, and then withdrew. Qin Ruo stepped into the room with a cold expression. The hall before her was elegantly furnished in an antique style, with a faint fragrance of tea wafting through the air. At the center of the room stood a tea table, beside which a young gentleman clad in a luxurious crimson cloak sat with his head bowed, meticulously preparing tea. At this moment, Qin Ruo finally grasped the true meaning behind the phrase describing someone with the face of Song Yu and the looks of Panin. The person before her possessed breathtaking beauty, with ink-black hair cascading carelessly over his chest, his countenance as exquisite as a painted portrait. Yet she had no inclination to admire such beauty, now her eyes reflecting only coldness. The man's invitation, under the guise of an old acquaintance, was simply an open acknowledgement that he held leverage over her. Judging by how the man addressed her, it was clear he had thoroughly investigated her past. Qin Ruo's mind raced with 1,000 thoughts as she remained motionless. "Miss Qin, do come sit. Taste the tea I have prepared," Sheng said, without looking up, greeting her with the ease of an old friend. "I will forego the tea. Just tell me what you want." Qin Ruo took a seat across from him, her gaze fixed on him with an indifferent expression. Sheng paused mid-motion, lifting his head to reveal a languid smile, though his eyes took on a teasing quality. "Miss Qin, you flatter me. I merely encountered an old acquaintance and wished to reconnect. You are a man of noble standing, while I am but a country woman. I fail to see how we could be acquainted, or what there might be to discuss," Qin Ruo stated, plainly showing no hesitation. Finding his veiled insinuations as annoying as flicking at a pet, she felt a strong aversion and had no desire to engage further. After dealing with Zhao Dalai, she had anticipated confronting something like this. She had simply not expected this confrontation to arrive so swiftly. "What is there to be nervous about, Miss Qin? If you say we are not old acquaintances, then we are not. Since you have come, will you not at least accept a cup of tea before departing?" Sheng seemed unperturbed by her cold demeanor. He gracefully slid a white, jade teacup toward her, gesturing for her to taste. Gazing at the young woman before him, bristling with defensiveness like a hedgehog, Sheng found himself unexpectedly intrigued. During their previous encounter in the woods, Qin Ruo's face had been covered in blood, preventing him from properly seeing her features. Now she appeared in simple attire, adorned with nothing whatsoever. Her small face exuded a chilling aloofness that pushed others away. Though her features were still developing, the proportions were exquisite, promising a beauty that would surpass the ordinary. Despite being merely a village girl, she carried an aura entirely incongruous with her rural origins. Following that encounter, he had dispatched Song Jiao to investigate further, and the findings remained unchanged. A country girl with no connections beyond Taya County, her entry into the Xie residence purely coincidental. Yet Si Hung could not shake the unsettling memory of that day. He had momentarily wondered if his suspicions were overblown, perhaps attributing significance where none existed. Subsequently, pressing matters required his departure from Taihe County for several days, during which he temporarily diverted his attention away from Qin Ruo. Upon his return after resolving those affairs, the reports from Songjiu immediately drew his focus back to her. The string of bizarre occurrences in Changhe village, reports of snakes and wolves, confirmed what he had suspected. The events he and Songjiu witnessed in the mountains that day were far from coincidence. Who Qin Ruo had killed that day was of no concern to him. It was not his affair. As he had told Songjiu, everyone has their own destined path. After all, should he face similar threats, his methods would prove even more ruthless than hers. An inexplicable urge compelled him to unravel the mysteries surrounding her. Today, when Dr. Feng reported to him that someone had come to Xinglantang to sell rare medicinal herbs and mentioned the seller was a young woman, Si Hung took note. A sense of certainty told him this woman was Qin Ruo, so he accompanied Dr. Feng to the clinic. His suspicions were confirmed. An old acquaintance from the mountains. Do you intend to report this to the authorities? Qin Ruo asked, her expression cold as she left her tea untouched. Even if he chose to report her, she had her own means of escape. What troubled her most was the sense of being controlled by having leverage in another's hands. With that in mind, she decided to lay her cards on the table. Being alone, her best strategy was to flee if necessary. She only regretted the 20 acres of wasteland she had just purchased. Report to the authorities. For what? Someone has died, and deservedly so at that. What does this have to do with me? Si Heng's playful expression faded, his gaze growing unreadable. Qin Ruo could not discern the truth in his words. Regardless, she would remain still until he made the first move. The venerable madam of the Xie residence is my aunt. On her behalf, I thank you for the ginseng you so graciously provided. Xinglantang belongs to the Xie family, so should you have any quality medicinal herbs in the future, please bring them. Seeing Qin Ruo remain silent, Si Hung chose candor, revealing his connection to the Xie family as a gesture of good faith. From the moment she entered, her wariness had been palpable. He could easily imagine the countless ways she might have contemplated silencing him permanently. In their shared desire to eliminate threats permanently, Si Hung recognized a similarity between them. The Xie residence. Qin Ruo was momentarily stunned, her guarded expression softening. No wonder Dr. Feng had offered 800 taels. Dr. Feng has already paid, the transaction is complete. There is no need for thanks, Qin Ruo replied in her characteristic cool tone, though the murderous intent within her had significantly diminished. Her initial motive for entering the Xie residence had been genuine, to build connections through the old madam. Her subsequent gift of ginseng had been sincere as well. She had merely not anticipated this additional connection to the Xie family. I have been searching for a medicinal herb called blood crystal grass, but to no avail. Si Hung paused here, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes. My invitation today is simply to request your assistance in this search. His tone suggested a conviction that she could indeed locate this herb. Blood crystal grass was indeed one of the crucial ingredients for antidotes, something Qin Ruo knew well. The powerful families were indeed riddled with secrets. As the ancient saying went, medicine and poison were two sides of the same coin. While Qin Ruo understood medicine, her true expertise lay in the art of poisoning. Blood crystal grass. I must confess my limited knowledge. I am unfamiliar with this herb. However, should you possess an illustration of it, I would be grateful to examine it. I shall keep an eye out henceforth. Qin Ruo furrowed her brow, feigning reluctance. No matter. This matter depends entirely on fortune. Miss Qin need only do her best. Si Hung readily perceived her evasion and quickly added, should you find blood crystal grass, consider it a favor owed to me, Si Hung. Miss Qin, please accept this tea. If you agree, then from this day forward consider us strangers meeting for the first time. Was he negotiating terms? This sea fellow was indeed a cunning fox. A favor from the Xie residents. Such a transaction hardly seemed unfavorable. Qin Ruo lifted the white jade teacup to her lips, masking the faint smile tugging at the corners of her mouth. Since the other party is not here regarding the Zhao Dalai matter, that is easily settled. All the bustling crowds in this world come for profit, and all the rushing throngs go for gain. One should not fear being used by others, but rather fear being useless oneself. It is merely a matter of mutual benefit. Half an hour later, Qin Ruo walked out of Xinglin Hall with a contract for the purchase and sale of medicinal herbs that she had just signed with Si Heng, her steps light and cheerful. After passing through the bustling East Main Street, she turned a corner onto Southgate Street in Taya County and headed straight for the most imposing establishment on that street, the King Fengji Tea House. The last time Qin Ruo had come to Taya County, she had still been worrying over mere pennies. She had neither the leisure to appreciate the scenery nor the money to enjoy life. Now she had money, 800 taels in fact. The average commoner's annual income was barely 1 or 2 dozen taels. Having earned in a single day what others might spend decades trying to accumulate, she naturally felt she deserved to reward herself. Qin Ruo did not care whether her plain cloth garments and simple wooden hairpin were out of place in such a tea house. With money in her purse, her confidence was unshakable. Upon entering the tea house, she made her way straight upstairs and found a window-side seat, ordering the waiter to brew a pot of fine tea, and then placing an order for half a dozen of King Fengju's signature pastries in one breath. Qin Zian, who had just finished packing up his stall on the West Street and was preparing to return to the academy, watched Qin Ruo step into the tea house, and waves of fury surged within him. He had worked hard at his stall on the West Street all morning, while someone else was here indulging in pleasure. What kind of place was King Fengju? It was a gathering place for literati and scholars, a venue where learned men exchanged knowledge. What business did a crude and ignorant woman like Qiuxi have there? Was she going to teach people how to farm, or share experience about hunting in the mountains? The flames of anger in Qin Zian's heart burned fiercely and grew ever stronger. His mood had already been ruined by the unsuccessful morning at the stall, and seeing Qin Ruo actually enter King Fengju was what sent him into such a fury. In Qin Zian's eyes, Qin Ruo's behavior was nothing less than recklessly squandering the Qin family's wealth. The Qin family's money was his money. She was squandering money that belonged to him. He would not allow it. Brother Qin, your complexion is quite poor. Are you unwell? It doesn't matter that we earn no money today. Once you've been stationed on the West Street long enough, people will surely come to you to write letters for them. Standing beside Qin Zian was a scholar named Zhou Yuanshu, his classmate at the academy. Seeing Qin Zian's dark expression, he assumed Qin Zian was in low spirits because he had not earned any silver, and quickly spoke words of comfort. Zhou Yuanshu's words did not comfort Qin Zian at all. Instead, they made his expression even worse. That morning, he and Zhou Yuanshu had gone to the West Street together. During those half a day, Zhou Yuanshu beside his stall had earned more than 30 cash coins, while Qin Zian had not earned a single copper. Qin Zian felt that Zhou Yuanshu was not comforting him, but mocking him. Since returning home on leave last time, and being mocked by Qin Ruo for earning not a single copper coin, Qin Zian's pride had been deeply wounded. After returning to the academy, the more he thought about it, the harder it was to swallow that indignation. Qin Zian wanted to prove through action that he was not incapable of earning money, but simply refused to degrade himself to earning a few copper coins through brute labor like Qin Ruo. So after returning to the academy, he set aside time and went to the bookshops with confidence, preparing to copy texts like other scholarly students. Looming Academy had many students from wealthy families, but there were equally many who came from ordinary backgrounds and studied only through the sacrifice of their entire families. Students from impoverished families would often go to bookshops to copy texts in their daily lives, earning compensation to ease their family's burdens. Previously, earning money had never been his concern, and Qin Zian had never cared about it. He felt that if he wanted to earn it would be no trouble at all. But reality dealt him a harsh blow. He had gone with high spirits and returned thoroughly dispirited. Taihe County had 4 or 5 bookshops, but they all had their regular cooperating scholars and professional copyists on hand. Upon learning that Qin Zian had no experience copying text, the bookshop manager did not even give him a chance to try and dismissed him directly. Having suffered this setback, Qin Zian had no choice but to seek another way. That way was to follow Zhou Yuanshu to set up a stall on the West Street, writing letters for ordinary folk on their behalf. The West Street of Taihe County was not on the same level as the prosperity and prestige of East Main Street. Qin Zian prided himself on being a man of letters, and he looked down upon commoners from the bottom of his heart, holding even greater contempt for a few spare copper coins. To think that he, a student of Looming Academy, would be reduced to writing letters on the West Street for a few coppers. Although he managed to set up the stall with Zhou Yuanshu's help, he kept a sullen expression the entire time. As a result, not a single customer approached his stall all morning long. "Brother Zian, are you craving tea? If you don't mind, let me treat you today. We can go to the tea stall ahead and have a bowl before heading back. What do you say?" Zhou Yuanshu, seeing Qin Zian lost in thought, once more eagerly extended the invitation again. Qin Zian was somewhat proud and usually kept to himself, uninterested in socializing. But Zhou Yuanshu thought simply Qin Zian read better than he did, so it was natural for him to be a bit arrogant. Thus Zhou Yuanshu did not mind Qin Zian's attitude, and hoped that in the future, when free, Qin Zian would exchange some academic insights with him. Zhou Yuanshu came from a poor family and relied daily on writing letters for others to make ends meet. King Fengju was beyond his reach, but a bowl of coarse tea at the tea stall ahead for 2 copper coins was something he could manage. Qin Zian was in no mood to drink any tea at all. His mind was overwhelmed by surging rage and intense dissatisfaction. "Brother Zhou, thank you, but please go back first. I still have some matters to attend to. Let's gather another day." With a few perfunctory words, Qin Zian dispatched Zhou Yuanshu and walked straight into the King Fengju tea house. He knew perfectly well that Zhou Yuanshu could not afford King Fengju's prices. Here a pot of ordinary tea cost 61, and a plate of pastries easily ran 31 or more. He had accompanied a classmate from the academy to dine and drink tea here before, which was precisely why seeing Qin Ruo appear in King Fengju filled him with such rage. Could she possibly afford to enter this tea house? Look at that new outfit from head to toe. How much must that have cost? The Qin family's money, and Qiuxi had the audacity to squander it so recklessly. Qin Zian's mind was consumed entirely by thoughts of Qin Ruo spending what belonged to him, and in his fury reason deserted him. At the same time, he bitterly resented Qin Laotai as the matriarch of the household for lacking any assertiveness, unable to even control a mere young girl. Qin Zian scanned the entire main hall on the first floor, but found no sign of Qin Ruo, and his already boiling anger was pushed to the verge of eruption. King Fengju Tea House had 2 floors. The upper level offered private rooms and elegant seating with a minimum consumption starting at 301. Even though he had visited this tea house several times, his empty pockets had always confined him to the first floor. Blinded by anger, Qin Zian stamped his feet and rushed up to the second floor. Upon reaching upstairs, he immediately spotted Qin Ruo seated by the window, leisurely sipping her tea. Something he himself had never enjoyed, and she dared. Qin Zian's face darkened to an extreme as he took step after step toward Qin Ruo's seat. "Qiuxi, do you have any sense of self-awareness? Do you think this is a place you have the right to enter?" Qin Ruo glanced at the person who had suddenly appeared before her, and her good mood vanished instantly. Another fool. So infuriating. "Waiter, please move me to a private room. There's a dog barking here, ruining my mood." Without even casting a glance at Qin Zian, Qin Ruo summoned the waiter and instructed him to relocate her to a private chamber. "Yes, miss, please wait a moment. Coming right up." The waiter responded cheerfully, hastening to Qin Ruo's side. "This way, miss. Please follow me." The waiter deftly picked up the teapot from the table, ready to lead Qin Ruo to the private room. "Hold on. Are you not afraid she can't even afford the bill and is just here to freeload?" Qin Zian was deeply displeased, his face dark as he reached out to stop the waiter. Though the basic principle of the Qingfeng residence was to greet guests with a smile, even the waiter's expression turned sour at this point. "Are you waiting for someone, sir? Or here for tea? If you're looking for someone, please wait in the front hall. If you're here for tea, we have seats on the second floor. I'll arrange one for you shortly." With that, he turned and gestured for Qin Ruo to follow, leading her toward the private room. Qin Zian's face flushed crimson. The waiter's words were clearly a dismissal. Feeling the curious stares from other patrons upstairs, his face burned with embarrassment. He silently thanked his luck that none of his classmates were present today, otherwise the mockery would be unbearable. Fearing further entanglement would only humiliate him, Qin Ruo suppressed his anger with a cold snort and turned to descend the stairs. He decided to swallow his pride for now and settle the score with Qin Ruo later. Once downstairs, he found a corner seat, determined to wait for Qin Ruo to emerge. Even after switching to a private room, Qin Ruo no longer felt like staying. She saw through Qin Ruo's intentions clearly. He simply believed that everyone in the Qin family should revolve around him and sacrifice for him. He could come to the Qingfeng residence, but she had no right to. He could spend money, but she could not. This contemptible creature, did he even deserve it? Qin Ruo grew increasingly restless downstairs. Last time before returning, old Madame Qin had given him 200 coppers, repeatedly urging him to spend frugally. That Qiuxi had just ordered a whole table of dishes and a pot of fine tea. He himself had only taken 200 coppers. So what was the meaning of Qiuxi's lavish spending? Qin Ruo began to suspect that Qin Ruo had pocketed the money from selling game and the 2 taels from catching wolves. In the past, whenever there was new income, old Madame Qin would send Qiuxi to deliver it to him at the academy. Before returning to the academy, old Madame Qin had promised him that once Qiuxi brought back the silver, he would receive 2 taels for his own use to buy necessities. Now it seemed that Qiuxi had taken it upon herself to squander the money old Madame Qin had given her. In the span of a single incense stick's time, Qin Ruo had already conjured up several dramatic scenarios. When he finally saw Qin Ruo descending the stairs, he could no longer restrain himself. How dare Qiuxi spend the silver that grandmother had given him? Clenching his teeth, he rushed forward in a single stride, his eyes red as he growled, "Give me my money." Qin Ruo halted, looking at Qin Ruo as if he were a fool. "Your money? The tuition for your academy these past few years was earned by me. Every inch of your attire from head to toe, wasn't it bought with my silver? An empty head is one thing, but a waterlogged brain is a disease." Qin Ruo's words struck like a sharp sword, piercing Qin Ruo's heart. He had no ground for rebuttal. After all, everything Qin Ruo said was true. Had he known of the recent events in Changhe village, he would have long abandoned the idea of seeking trouble. Unfortunately, he had missed Qin Ruo's recent exploits, and still foolishly thought he could dominate her as before. "As a scholar, you can't even grasp your own position. I blush for you. If I were you, I'd dig a hole and bury my face in it." Qin Ruo's voice was not low, and there were quite a few patrons in the main hall. Many turned to look with curiosity. Qin Ruo cared not a whit for others' opinions. But Qin Ruo, accustomed to arrogance, found it unbearable. Better to fight with a sensible man than to argue with a fool. Qin Ruo felt it was pointless and moved to bypass Qin Ruo. "What's so great about the money you earn, eh? You'll always be stuck earning a few coppers with brute strength. What's there to be proud of?" Qin Ruo laughed in anger, thinking he had regained the upper hand, his words flowing more smoothly. "As a girl, you don't think of thrift and hard work, only of indulging in pleasure. Have you no shame?" Qin Ruo suddenly felt no urge to leave, since what Qin Ruo prized most was his so-called learning. She would defeat him with what he valued most. Let him see how his vaunted knowledge compared to hers, someone with only brute strength. "Oh, angry are we. Looks like you set up a stall today. Were you copying books at the bookshop or writing letters for others? Tell me, oh brilliant scholar, how much silver did you earn today?" "Enough for a pot of tea." While wandering around the Xinglin Hall, Qin Ruo had already spotted Qin Ruo with a sour face and an air of importance setting up a stall on West Street. Even if one paid, they'd have to endure his bad attitude. Who would patronize him? Qin Ruo could easily guess Qin Ruo's purpose in setting up the stall. He wanted to prove he could earn money, but all he proved was his own incompetence. Qin Ruo paused, then continued coldly. "As for me, who earns by brute force, I've made a little something. Enough to order a pot of tea and a few plates of pastries in a private room at the Qingfeng residence. I've been thinking, you say I only indulge in pleasure. So does that mean I should be eating chaff and swallowing wild herbs, and using my earnings to support your lavish lifestyle?" His innermost thoughts were laid bare by Qin Ruo. Qin Ruo's face alternated between pale and green. He believed himself as the eldest son and the only scholar, should be the priority for all family earnings. Was that not right? Hadn't it always been this way? I have the ability to earn money with brute strength, something you lack. I also have the ability to earn with my mind, something you also lack. What exactly are you so proud of? Qin Ruo glanced at Qin Zian expressionlessly, then walked to the most prominent table near the entrance of the Qingfeng residence. She bent over the chessboard set there casually fiddling with a few pieces. Then she turned to the waiter and called out, "Waiter, I've solved the chess puzzle. Please come collect the reward." As soon as Qin Ruo spoke, the tea house erupted in excitement. Master Mingjing's puzzle set 3 years ago has been solved. Patrons who had been sipping tea rose and surged toward her. Only Qin Zian stood rooted to the spot, his gaze filled with contempt and mockery. Having been mocked time and again by Qin Ruo's sharp words, Qin Zian could only wish for her to suffer humiliation in front of everyone. When he saw Qin Ruo casually flicking at the black and white pieces, brazenly claiming she could solve Master Mingjing's puzzle, Qin Zian did not stop her. He secretly longed to watch her embarrassed. He stood silently, by even refusing to glance at the board Qin Ruo had just played on. The residual game Master Mingjing had set up 3 years ago at Qingfeng Courtyard had stumped countless literati and scholars alike. He himself had tried, yet to this day no one had succeeded. It was precisely for this reason that Qingfeng Courtyard Tea House had risen to great fame. Now someone like Qiuxi, she who had never set foot in a school and barely knew a handful of characters, dared to boast of solving Master Mingjing's puzzle. How utterly ridiculous! Watching the crowd gradually converge, a vindictive thrill surged within Qin Zian. All notions of shared honor or dishonor were far from his mind. The spot where the chessboard was laid was already ringed shoulder to shoulder with onlookers. Feeling his moment had arrived, Qin Zian turned and scolded Qin Ruo in a harsh voice. "You may have vanity, but you've never attended a single day of school. What game could you possibly solve? Is this someplace for you to cause a disturbance?" The gathered crowd, eager to witness the spectacle, paid no mind to Qin Zian's outburst. Qin Ruo did not rush to refute Qin Zian. The eyes of the people are sharp and clear. Since someone had so willingly offered his dignity as a target today, she would oblige. Good heavens, she actually solved it. Who would have thought this young lady possesses such mastery of the game? Excellent. Excellent. Has Master Mingjing's puzzle truly been cracked by this maiden? Allow me through, allow me through. Let me take a look. Those in the crowd who spotted the solution first could not help but cry out their praise. Instantly, even more people crowded around the chessboard. Standing at the edge of the crowd, Qin Zian felt as though struck by a bolt from the blue upon hearing everyone declare that Qin Ruo had indeed solved the puzzle. Disbelief plastered across his face. He could not bring himself to believe Qin Ruo could have solved such a residual game, and he attempted to remind the crowd not to be deceived by appearances. A familiar voice suddenly rang in his ears. "Young lady, forgive the interruption. I find a few aspects of this puzzle somewhat unclear. Would you be so kind as to demonstrate the process you used to solve it once more? I should like to study it." A refined young gentleman radiating an air of scholarly elegance lifted his gaze from the board, his eyes burning with intense interest as he bowed respectfully to Qin Ruo. Qin Zian gazed at the humble and respectful figure bowing before Qin Ruo, his feet feeling as though they had stepped onto cotton, leaving him utterly weak. He recognized the man before him, Lu Jingchen, the celebrated figure of Looming Academy, 2 years his senior. Lu Jingchen was renowned for his extraordinary literary talent. The prefect who had visited the academy that year had praised his compositions. It was also common knowledge throughout the academy that Lu Jingchen held a deep passion for the game of Go. Amid his academic pursuits, Qingfeng Courtyard was the place he frequented most often. Given the attitude Lu Jingchen now displayed toward Qin Ruo, Qin Zian did not need to glance at the board to know the puzzle had truly been solved. How much greater could the blow be to Qin Zian than the fact that the Lu senior brother, who had always seemed as untouchable as a fallen star in the heavens, was now bowing and seeking instruction from Qin Ruo. "Greetings, senior brother Lu." Biting his teeth in secret, he stepped forward, clasped his hands in a formal salute, and bowed deeply to Lu Jingchen. Lu Jingchen merely nodded casually, his expectant gaze already returning to Qin Ruo. Qin Zian felt a bitter mix of humiliation and resentment, unwilling to concede. Seeing Lu Jingchen's attitude, he could only make a tactful retreat to the sidelines. "Not at all. Since you are interested, observe closely. I will only demonstrate once, Qin Ruo said with serene composure, quickly resetting the pieces and methodically reconstructing the earlier moves. In her past life, Qin Ruo possessed a photographic memory. When she entered Qingfeng courtyard, she had only glanced at the puzzle a few times, and it was already etched in her mind. Fortuitously, she discovered she could indeed solve it. So while in the private room, she had taken the opportunity to inquire with the waiter. The waiter told her that the reward for solving Master Mingjing's puzzle had risen steadily over the years from an initial 10 taels and now reached 100 taels. She did not care who Master Mingjing was. Hearing that solving the puzzle would earn her 100 taels of silver, she made her plan. Her intention had always been to pocket the 100 taels before departing. Qin Zian had nagged incessantly, so Qin Ruo seized the opportunity to strike at the pretentious scholar. Not only could she secure the silver, but she could also give Qin Zian a taste of his own medicine, a perfect 2-for-1. It was precisely to thoroughly humiliate Qin Zian, that dog already drowning in disgrace, that she readily agreed to Lu Jingchen's request to replay the solution. I understand now. Thank you for your guidance, young lady. May I ask who taught you? Your skill is truly remarkable. Lu Jingchen spoke with palpable excitement, his usual cold reserve entirely absent. Qin Ruo smiled faintly and placed the final piece upon the board. I merely observed others playing on a few occasions and fumbled through it myself. Your young lady's natural brilliance is truly admirable. Might I trouble you for a game? He did not let her plain cotton robes and simple hairpin diminish his respect in the slightest. Lu Jingchen assumed Qin Ruo simply found it inconvenient to speak of her background, so he tactfully shifted the topic. Indeed, he genuinely wished to play a game with her, hence his invitation. I am afraid I cannot, as you wish. I have urgent matters today. Senior brother Lu has invited you, so accept. What pretense do you think you are putting on? Qin Zian had long forgotten to question how Qin Ruo could play chess at all. Stepping forward, he sharply interrupted Qin Ruo. Lu Jingchen came from a distinguished family and excelled in literary composition. Qin Zian had once gone to great lengths to curry favor with Lu Jingchen, even specifically studying the game in hopes of finding common ground. Yet Lu Jingchen had remained aloof, neither warm nor cold toward him. Watching from the sidelines as Qin Ruo had completed the entire puzzle in merely moments, Qin Zian's heart ached with torment. What rankled him most was his belief that Qin Ruo's means of earning silver were unworthy. That person had simply solved Master Mingjing's puzzle, flicking pieces about casually, and pocketed 100 taels. Prideful in his status as a learned man, he knew of many proper ways to earn silver, yet not a single copper coin had come to him today. And now, even the proud senior brother Lu, who had always looked down upon others, regarded her with new eyes. Thinking of his own behavior mere moments prior, was he not the very picture of a clown? Qin Zian's heart swirled with untold complexity, torn between shame and rage. Upon hearing Qin Ruo decline Lu Jingchen, he could not restrain himself and cried out again. All he could think was that if Qin Ruo could seize this opportunity and please Lu Jingchen, she would be doing him a favor. With that connection between them, how could he not find a way to become close with senior brother Lu? The civil examination system of the great Sheng dynasty was divided into 4 tiers: the prefectural examination, the provincial examination, the metropolitan examination, and the palace examination. Qin Zian remained an ordinary student to this day. Only after passing the prefectural examination to earn the title of Qiuxi could he proceed to the next stage, the provincial examination. Lu Jingchen, at merely 19 years of age, had already attained the rank of Jiren. The following year he would travel to the capital to sit for the metropolitan examination. Securing the Jiren title meant one foot was already stepping into an official career. With just one more rung, Lu Jingchen would enter government service, with an unlimited future stretching before him. Lu Jingchen had only recently enrolled at Luming Academy the previous year, having come from a prominent noble family in Ganzhou. As for why he had forsaken the prefectural academy for Luming Academy in Taya County, its inner reasons remained unknown to him. This did not diminish Qin Zian's determination to curry favor with Lu Jingchen. His scheme was simple: if he could forge a friendship with Lu Jingchen, it would benefit both his studies and his future official career, with only gains and no losses. He had long sought an opportunity to draw closer to Lu Jingchen, yet never found the right approach. Now with Qin Ruo having the chance to bridge the distance between herself and Lu Jingchen, how could he not feel thrilled? Do not turn down a toast only to be forced to drink. Senior brother Lu is graciously extending an invitation. That alone is a sign of respect for you. Seeing Qin Ruo remain silent for so long, Qin Zian flew into a fit of righteous fury and began speaking without restraint. Junior brother, you must not force the issue. I have observed you harassing this young lady on multiple occasions, which is truly beneath the dignity of a scholar. You ought not behave this way. Lu Jingchen's brows drew together in displeasure as he cast a cold glance at Qin Zian, interrupting him with these words. He had heard whispers about this Qin Zian before. They had crossed paths several times within the academy, and while the man possessed a measure of talent, his impatient pursuit of quick success was hardly commendable. Now witnessing Qin Zian's aggressive and overbearing demeanor, Lu Jingchen felt genuine revulsion. His tone carried heavy weight laced with an authority that brooked no argument. Qin Zian was taken aback. He opened his mouth to offer a defense, but by then Lu Jingchen had already turned and bowed respectfully toward Qin Ruo. Miss, I apologize. I failed to consider the matter thoroughly. When you have a moment in the days ahead, I shall return to seek your guidance. Qin Ruo offered a gentle nod to Lu Jingchen, acknowledging his words. Meanwhile, the innkeeper at King Fengzhu, upon hearing his server report that someone had cracked the chess puzzle, was overjoyed. From this day forward, the reputation of King Fengzhu would undoubtedly rise even higher. Once Lu Jingchen finished speaking with Qin Ruo, the innkeeper hurried forward carrying a tray laden with heavy silver. The innkeeper first bowed respectfully to Lu Jingchen, then turned to Qin Ruo with effusive warmth. Congratulations, young miss, on successfully unraveling the exquisite chess arrangement. Here is a reward of 100 taels of silver. There is another matter. Master Mingjing stated beforehand that anyone who solves the chess puzzle may make one request provided it does not violate his personal principles and morality. Could you leave your name and address, miss? When Master Mingjing returns, I shall inform you, so you may come pay your respects. No sooner had the innkeeper finished speaking than the onlookers were filled with envy. 100 taels of silver was certainly tempting, but the opportunity to make a request of Master Mingjing was truly what made one's mouth water. A single promise from Master Mingjing was something countless people dreamed of. Master Mingjing was a renowned Confucian scholar of the great Sheng Dynasty, held in the highest esteem. His scholarship and character were deeply revered throughout the world. His words were celebrated as golden rules, and his writings hailed as the finest beneath the heavens. To make a request of Master Mingjing was almost a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Qin Ruo, however, did not even know whether Master Mingjing was male or female, young or old. Based on the title and the reactions of those around her, she could guess that whoever Master Mingjing was, they must be quite influential. Yet she felt no particular interest in that one request. She would find her own way to obtain what she desired. In her past life, Qin Ruo had been just as confident and proud, and she remained so now. Qin Zian almost wished he could rush forward himself to answer the innkeeper's question on her behalf. However, Lu Jingchen was still present. He had already warned him earlier. Moreover, with so many people around, he also needed to preserve his dignity, so he could only stand by in silence. In his heart, he prayed that Qin Ruo would be more reasonable. She had already declined Lu Jingchen once, squandering a splendid opportunity. If she could only connect with Master Mingjing, he was certain she would soar to greatness, her career flourishing and her fortune prospering. Qin Ruo cared not what Qin Zian thought. She pocketed the silver, smiled faintly, and shook her head. My surname is Qin. Solving the chess puzzle was merely coincidence. As for Master Mingjing's promise, I appreciate it, but I shall have no use for it. Both the innkeeper and the crowd were deeply astonished, expressing their regret openly. Even Lu Jingchen cast a surprised glance at Qin Ruo. He had not expected Qin Ruo to be so resolute, abandoning the opportunity to make a request of Master Mingjing without the slightest hesitation. Lu Jingchen gazed at Qin Ruo's serene and composed demeanor, and an inexplicable ripple stirred within his heart. Meanwhile, Qin Zian was on the verge of madness. What do you mean you don't need it? Does she even know who Master Mingjing is? Just because she doesn't need it, does that mean I don't need it? Shut up. You're talking utter nonsense. Do you have any idea who Master Mingjing is? Stripped of all reason, Qin Zian roared at Qin Ruo, and reached out to grab her arm. Lu Jingchen, quick of eye and hand, stepped in front of Qin Ruo. "Junior brother, show some decency. How can you speak to Miss Qin in such a manner? What grievance do you hold against her?" Lu Jingchen reverted to his usual aloof countenance, his sharp gaze fixed unyieldingly upon Qin Zian. Lu Jingchen's words struck him like a bucket of cold water, instantly rousing him from his stupor. "Senior brother Lu, this is a misunderstanding. She and I." His throat tightened, and as he met Lu Jingchen's icy stare, the words died on his tongue. The great Sheng dynasty placed great emphasis on filial piety and propriety, upholding the proper order between elder and younger. And yet Qin Zian had failed to observe even the basic courtesy of addressing Qin Ruo with the appropriate respect. Given his behavior just now, if he were to reveal his relationship with Qin Ruo, the accusation of disrespecting his elder sister would spread, and that stigma alone would crush him beyond recovery. Lu Jingchen had heard Qin Ruo introduce herself to the innkeeper as surnamed Qin, and he had witnessed Qin Zian's repeated rudeness toward her. Qin Ruo and Qin Zian bore a faint resemblance in their features and expressions. He could guess the nature of their relationship to some extent. But since Qin Ruo had not chosen to clarify it, he deemed it inappropriate to speak. He had intervened simply because he genuinely looked down upon Qin Zian's conduct. "It matters not. They are insignificant figures who cannot affect me in the least. I shall take my leave now, and we shall meet again." Qin Ruo offered Lu Jingchen a respectful salute before departing with effortless grace. Qin Zian watched Qin Ruo's retreating figure, hollow-eyed and aimless like a puppet stripped of its strings. Under the bewildered stares of the crowd, he stumbled unsteadily out of King Fengju. His mind was consumed by Qin Ruo's cold expression and that final remark which echoed relentlessly within him. He had always assumed Qin Ruo was merely angry with him, but now he felt the true sting of her words. Qin Zian could not fathom it. Qin Ruo could be patient and gentle with Qin Zimu, that stuttering boy, yet treated him with relentless scorn and opposition. When their father had first passed, she had clearly promised to do everything in her power to fund his examinations and to protect him for life. Agony and indignation surged within Qin Zian's heart, and his eyes suddenly reddened. Qin Ruo left Qingfeng residence with a wonderful mood all the way. Another 100 taels of silver had come into her possession. Indeed, wealth cannot be restrained. In her past life, as an outstanding bounty hunter, there was not a single skill that could be acquired without effort. She was grateful that in her past life, she had had a good master who had disciplined her strictly. She had dabbled in various things, otherwise those 100 taels from Qingfeng residence would not have been so easy to obtain. Thinking of the fragments shared with her master in her past life, Qin Ruo grew somewhat melancholy. In the previous world, it had already been 4 years since she last saw her master. After that meeting, her master had vanished without a trace. Now even she herself had transmigrated into the great Sheng dynasty. If one day he returned and found she was gone, she wondered what kind of emotions he might feel. Lost in thought, Qin Ruo found herself unconsciously at a bustling market to the east of Taya County. Stalls of all kinds gathered here, vendors selling clothing and accessories, food and snacks, as well as various acrobatic performances that dazzled the eyes. The cheerful chatter of the crowd formed a sharp contrast with Qin Ruo's current loneliness. As Qin Ruo passed by a fortune-telling stall, an old Taoist priest wearing worn robes and sporting a handlebar mustache who exuded a certain air of immortality hastily rose and called out to her, "Miss, please wait. Might this humble Taoist divine a fortune for you?" Qin Ruo glanced back at the old priest with his face full of smiles and mercilessly strode away. But the old priest was undeterred. His eyes darted, and he quickly circled around to stand before Qin Ruo. "Miss, I perceive your destiny is extraordinary, your future immeasurable, but the path is winding." Qin Ruo stopped and gave the old priest a half-smiling, half-skeptical glance. If she hadn't seen through the fact that the old priest was wearing a false mustache and a fake face mask, she might have actually believed him. Fortunately, in her past life, she had studied disguise masks somewhat. At a glance, one couldn't tell. By the way, this mask was actually quite well crafted. Even her master from her past life would likely praise it. Qin Ruo thought to herself, is the fortune-telling industry so competitive now? Can't even attract customers without proper props and attire. She coldly interrupted the old priest. Next, you're probably going to say that I must endure many hardships before achieving enlightenment. The old priest's expression visibly stiffened. How was he supposed to respond to that? He forced a smile, and with a straight face continued his fabrication. Miss Jests. This humble Taoist is Taoist Qiuxi. I have studied fate since childhood, knowing the past life and the present life. I divine fortunes for those with destiny. Miss, why not sit down and let me explain in detail? Qin Ruo burst out laughing. She reached into her sleeve, pulled out a copper coin, and threw it accurately onto the old priest's stall. No need. My fate is determined by myself, not by heaven. With those words, Qin Ruo turned and left. Hey, Miss. The old priest bellowed loudly, his voice cracking with urgency. It was completely different from the solemn, aged voice he had deliberately adopted earlier. The old priest quickly covered his mouth, efficiently packed up his stall, and slipped into an unremarkable tea-house nearby. In the elegantly furnished tea-house room, the old priest sat across the table from a young man in green robes. At this moment, the old priest's eyes were filled with resentment and silent accusations, while the young man in green remained utterly composed. A graceful young master, gentle as jade. Those 8 characters were perfectly embodied in him. A faint smile played on the green-robed young man's lips as he calmly held his tea. Every gesture was as beautiful as a painted scroll. The old priest picked up the teapot on the table and poured it directly into his mouth, without any dignity. What's the rush? Aren't you afraid of burning yourself? This disguise of yours is too conspicuous. Change it. The young man in green pressed his brow helplessly, saying to the old priest. The old priest's eyes widened, glaring dissatisfied at the young man in green. Who do you think I'm doing this for? By the way, your little apprentice is truly stingy. I wasted half the day talking and only got 1 copper coin from him. The smile on the young man in green's lips became more pronounced. That's because you're foolish. Who else can you blame? The old priest retorted indignantly. Fine. Good. I'm the foolish one, all right. I'll leave so I'm not in your sight anymore. The old priest hurriedly left the tea-house's private room like the wind. The young man in green shook his head with a light smile. A quarter of an hour later, the old priest returned. When he came in again, he had transformed into a handsome young man of about 20, dressed in snow-white robes. The young man in green extended his hand and smiled, saying, Give it here. What? That copper coin. What was I saying just now? Your apprentice is a real miser. I take it back. At least he plucked a feather. But wrong, Mo, you don't pluck even one, yet you come to benefit from my feathers. Are you a sugar-coated rooster, or what? While Meng Lingxiu was disparaging Rong Mo, his hand faithfully took out the copper coin Qin Ruo had thrown at him and placed it in Rong Mo's palm. I just can't understand what you master and apprentice are up to. Can't you just go see her directly? Why be so roundabout? Rong Mo held the small copper coin, his expression unclear. After a long silence, he finally spoke. She has her own destiny and the path she must walk. Meeting. It's not yet time. Sigh, all right. You have your reasons, but next time can you arrange for me a handsome identity? I'm still the Lord of Uni Manor after all. It damages my image. Good. Their conversation gradually faded, and the private room of the tea-house slowly fell quiet. After the old priest's interruption, Qin Ruo's melancholy had vanished into thin air. Noticing it wasn't early anymore, she headed straight for the money exchange. When she left Xinglin Hall, she had already decided to go eat tea first, and then exchange the silver at the money exchange on her way back. Qin Ruo naturally knew that banknotes were more convenient to carry, but for someone with a spatial ability, there was little difference between banknotes and silver coins. She just wanted to feel the sensation of 800 taels of silver, no 900 taels. Upon entering the money exchange, Qin Ruo learned that converting either silver or banknotes into copper coins actually incurred a tax. But that small tax was nothing to Qin Ruo, who was now wealthy. At Baotong's silver house, Qin Ruo exchanged all her banknotes for patterned silver and some copper coins. After leaving the silver house, she found a secluded alley and tossed all that silver into her spatial storage. By the time Qin Ruo returned to the Qin family in Changhe village, it was already evening. As soon as she stepped into the room, old Madame Qin heard the noise and came out from the kitchen to chase after her. Why are you only back at this hour? I had to ask old Yang at the village entrance to find out you went to town. Don't you remember what sheriff you said when he came to the village last time? Those roaming criminals still haven't been caught. I know you're a person with big ideas, but you must also be careful. I have my own measures. Qin Zian, who arrived home a step later, stood outside the courtyard listening to the conversation between old Madame Qin and Qin Ruo, his heart churning with turbulent emotions. After being deeply humiliated at Qingfengju, Qin Zian returned to the academy, his heart growing more and more unsettled the more he thought about it. He could not focus on his books at all, so he simply asked the teacher for 2 days off. His purpose was to come back and tattle to Qin Laotai, as well as to clarify some doubts in his mind. When Qin Zian hurried to Datong Township, old Yang was already driving a donkey cart carrying Qin Ruo and the villagers away. He simply spent 31 to hire a donkey cart to return to Changhe village. Qin Zian did not begrudge the 31. After all, that amount was not even enough for a decent pot of tea at Qingfengju. Qin Zian stood outside the house listening woodenly to the conversation, inside a mixture of emotions churning in his heart. Alright, if you don't want to hear it, I'll stop talking. Adalong, why are you back? Seeing Qin Ruo's unwilling expression, Qin Laotai forced a smile and stopped talking. As soon as she stepped out of the house, she saw Qin Zian standing in the yard with a dark expression. What's wrong with you, child? Why aren't you saying anything? Did something happen? Qin Laotai hurried forward, looked Qin Zian up and down, and only breathed a sigh of relief after finding nothing unusual about him. I just wanted to come back. Grandma, if you don't want to see me, then I'll leave. Qin Zian radiated displeasure from head to toe, answering in a petulant tone. Oh, Dalong, don't be angry. If you don't want to talk, Grandma won't ask. Qin Laotai was at a loss, so she simply snatched the bundle from Qin Zian's shoulder and pushed him into the yard. Qin Zian followed behind Qin Laotai, watching the little old woman's obvious concern and indulgence, and felt his mood improve slightly. How could his status in Grandma's heart be compared to that of Qin Qiuxi? After Qin Laotai took Qin Zian's bundle into the house, she had no time to talk with him and hurried back to the kitchen. In the next room, Qin Ruo listened to the conversation between Qin Laotai and Qin Zian and raised an eyebrow in disdain. Was this waste coming back to complain? A quarter of an hour later, Qin Laotai shouted for Qin Zian and Qin Ruo to come out for dinner. Ever since Qin Ruo's first trip to Taya County, when she brought back a cartload of grain, Qin Laotai had taken over the cooking again. Back when Qin Ruo had just arrived, she had been wary of Qin Ruo wasting the family's resources. After the family acquired a large iron wok, Qin Laotai began to begrudge the cooking oil. Whenever Qin Ruo cooked, the amount of oil used in a single day was without exaggeration more than what had been used in 3 months before. In the past, they only had an earthenware pot for cooking, at most boiling or stewing directly. They would add a few drops of oil just to see a few flecks on the surface. That was how every household did it. Qin Laotai was used to poverty, and suddenly starting to live such a luxurious life made her feel uneasy. That was why she tried every means to keep the kitchen authority in her own hands. But after Qin Laotai had tasted the dishes Qin Ruo stir-fried a few times, going back to boiled and stewed food felt utterly bland. It is easy to go from frugality to luxury, but hard to go from luxury to frugality. Qin Laotai simply let go and did exactly as Qin Ruo instructed. Her main principle was to be obedient and not argue. Although Qin Ruo did not hand over the remaining silver, she gave Qin Laotai a little money every now and then to arrange the family meals. The standard of living had risen several notches, and Qin Laotai's cheeks had even grown rounder recently. Most importantly, during this period, Qin Laotai had quietly managed to save nearly 101 from the daily food expenses. Having tasted the sweetness, Qin Laotai became so enthusiastic about cooking that even Qin Zimu was stunned. It was a case of the willing being duped by the willing, one happy to give, the other happy to take. Qin Ruo was naturally happy to be free from the chore. As long as she occasionally gave Qin Laotai a little sweetness, the old woman would put all her ingenuity into making the meals exquisite. Qin Zian stared blankly at the table: braised fish, scrambled eggs with chives, and tofu with minced pork. The usual coarse grains and wild vegetable porridge had been replaced by white rice. His face grew even darker, feeling as if he was being subtly excluded. The privileges that had once been exclusively his now seemed to have been shared out to others. Looking at the expressions of everyone at the table, it was obvious they were used to this. This evening's meal was clearly not prepared for him. In other words, when he was not at home, they lived like this every day. Qin Zian even began to doubt his true standing in the family. He was to take the college entrance exam next year, followed by the provincial exam, the metropolitan exam, and even the palace exam. Had Grandma been bewitched by Qiuxi? Had she ever considered the travel expenses and social bribes he would need for the capital in the future? Qin Ruo remained calm, unmoved by Qin Zian's changing expressions. Qin Zimu ate, while secretly observing Qin Ruo's expression from the corner of his eye. When Qin Zian was not home, he would say a few words at the table, but now he just kept his head down and ate. Over the past 10+ days, the Qin family's meals had gone from 2 to 3 a day. Dishes with meat appeared at least once a day. Qin Zimu's previously sallow little face had visibly gained some flesh, and his complexion had become much rosier. He had grown noticeably more cheerful, but still feared Qin Zian from the bottom of his heart. Therefore, toward Qin Zian's sudden return, aside from a greeting, he had no second word to say. That day, Qin Laodai had taken Qin Zimu to open 2 ridges of land, and she was in high spirits. She had not even noticed that Qin Zian was in a bad mood. By the way, Dalong, I forgot to ask you. How did you get back? Qin Laodai asked casually. Hired a donkey cart. What did you expect me to walk? Qin Zian threw down his chopsticks and replied coldly. Although Qin Laodai was usually generous with Qin Zian's expenses, ever since Qin Ruo refused to hand over the money, she had only managed to scrape together 101 from what Qin Ruo gave her. Hearing that Qin Zian had hired a donkey cart, Qin Laodai was pained at heart. Riding old Yang's donkey cart usually cost only 3 won. How much would hiring a whole cart cost? What? You hired a donkey cart? How much did it cost? You child. Qin Zian suddenly stood up, his eyes red as he vented his resentment. Hiring a donkey cart is only 51. Is that too much? Are you still my grandmother? Don't be so partial. You eat and drink well at home every day, while some people spend hundreds of won at a tea house. Am I supposed to eat chaff and swallow weeds at the academy? Can't I even spend 51? That's right. I'm not as capable as your precious granddaughter, who can easily earn 100 taels at a tea house. No wonder you look down on me. Qin Zian's outburst left Qin Laodai completely stunned. She asked herself, among her 3 grandchildren, she could swear to heaven that she had never treated Qin Zian unfairly. And now this precious grandson of hers was accusing her of being partial and unjust. Shut up. Qin Laodai slammed the table hard, her eyes filled with deep disappointment. Qin Zian, do you think I have treated you unfairly? Ask yourself, since your father left, haven't you been the first to get the best food and clothes in this household? Before this, did you see anyone else in the family get new clothes or shoes? Wasn't every day just wild vegetable porridge? Coarse grain cakes. Over the years, whenever you made a request, I would go to great lengths to fulfill it. You say I favor your elder sister. Aren't you ashamed to say that? Do you think these fine grains and meats are only worthy of you? Your elder sister is not worthy, your younger brother is not worthy, even I, this old woman, am not worthy. Old Madame Qin no longer called him Dalang, the eldest son. Her voice was thick with a nasal tone, forcing back tears. Since your father left, I have truly been blinded by greed. Your younger brother and your elder sister can say that I have treated them unfairly because it is true. But you alone have no right to say I have wronged you. You say 51 is not much. Do you really think earning money is so easy? Do you know how many loads of firewood you have to sell to earn 51? Qin Zian, who had never seen old Madame Qin so angry before, was taken aback. He hung his head, his face ashen, not daring to meet old Madame Qin's eyes. He was not stupid, on the contrary, he was very intelligent, at least in his studies. He knew in his heart that compared to the others in the family, he was indeed the favored one. But today, after suffering repeated blows to his pride from Qin Ruo, he was merely venting his frustration. Old Madame Qin recalled the events of these days, and her nose tingled with sourness. After the incident with the Wang family, her relationship with old Madame Zhou gradually eased. When they met outside, they would chat for a while. Old Madame Zhou once said to her sincerely, "It is indeed difficult for us elders to be impartial and treat everyone equally. If you dote excessively on one child, what about the others who are not favored? Over time, it will inevitably chill their hearts. Since your Huaizheng passed away, look at what kind of life your younger son and your eldest daughter have been living. You have lived in a daze all these years. Grandma, Qin Zian was used to having everything his way in this household. For the first time he was rebuked by old Madame Qin with such a sharp tone, like countless invisible needles piercing his heart. He wanted to apologize to old Madame Qin, but his lofty pride prevented him from speaking. When he saw the mocking expression on Qin Ruo's face, he seemed to find an excuse to vent his anger. Qiuxi, are you laughing at me? You just rely on your luck to earn a little silver. What are you so proud of? Qiuxi has nothing to be proud of. After all, she was too foolish willing to wrong herself for so many years for an ungrateful wretch. I'm full, you all continue. Qin Ruo put down her chopsticks and left the table without looking back. I'm also full, Qin Zimu said softly, quickly following Qin Ruo's steps. Old Madame Qin came to her senses and looked at the half-eaten food on the table. Seeing Qin Zian standing there with a defiant look, her heart suddenly turned cold. She was wrong, terribly wrong. Old Madame Zhou next door was right. It was she who had spoiled Qin Zian into the disrespectful and unfraternal person he was today. Old Madame Qin, with a face full of exhaustion, slumped onto the stool. After a moment, she supported herself on the table with a numb expression and stood up again. Trembling with anger like a withered leaf in the cold wind, she said, "How dare you call her Qiuxi? She is your elder sister. I have indulged you too much in the past, and that's why you have grown into such an insolent and disrespectful person. Dalai, I know you have always been clever since you were young, but unfortunately, you have used your cleverness in the wrong place. You look down on your elder sister and your younger brother, and I suppose you also look down on this old woman in your heart. From now on, I will not worry about your school expenses, nor am I capable of doing so. If your father and mother in the underworld know, let them blame me. I will bear the consequences of my sins. When I die, I will go to the ancestors to confess my guilt." Grandma. Qin Zian's face was as pale as paper. He could hardly believe what he had heard. Did Grandma mean she would leave him to fend for himself? Your elder sister earns whatever silver she can. That's her ability. If you have the capability, you can earn it yourself. Old Madame Qin cut him off sharply, her eyes sorrowful, no longer having their former brightness. Your younger brother is several years younger than you, and he has suffered a lot of grievances because of you over the years. From today on, he only needs to be responsible for himself. You are already 15. At this age in our village, one can start a family and establish a career. From now on, I will not interfere in your path, lest I become a nuisance." Qin Zian watched old Madame Qin's departing figure, feeling his legs go weak. Did Grandma mean that she would never care for him again? The imperial examination was coming next year. If Grandma stopped supporting him, where would he get the money to continue studying? Qin Zian admitted that his words just now had been somewhat excessive, but he had never imagined that old Madame Qin, who had always doted on him, would say such heartless words. A wave of unprecedented panic surged in his heart. The pained and disappointed look in old Madame Qin's eyes as she left gave him a suffocating feeling. Qin Zian was in a daze, not even remembering how he had returned to his room. He looked around the room he had lived in for 3 years. It was clean and bright. The brand new bedding on the bed was neatly folded, clearly well cared for. Feeling suffocated, Qin Zian casually pushed open the window to get some air. Qin Zimu, who had just returned from the latrine, heard the sound behind him. He paused slightly, then without looking back ran to his own room. A heavy sense of frustration welled up in Qin Zian's heart. Was he so unwelcome in this household? Just as Qin Zian was lost in thought, a hand reached in through his window. Quickly it dropped a handful of copper coins onto the desk by the window. "This is the last time. Grandma." Qin Zian's voice was hoarse, his eyes reddened as he called out softly to old Madame Qin. But old Madame Qin acted as if she hadn't heard and quickly disappeared from his sight. Qin Zian counted the copper coins on the table. It was exactly 51. Earlier at the table, he had deliberately said 31 as 51. That was because in the past, for his extra expenses like transportation, old Madame Qin would quietly reimburse him. He had done such things of exaggerating expenses before. But now the 51 before him felt like a hot potato, making Qin Zian's face redden to the roots of his neck. Qin Zian slept little that night, and neither did the old madam, her heart heavy with worries. When they rose the next morning, both bore dark circles beneath their eyes. Each lost in their own thoughts, the grandmother lacked even the energy to consider reclaiming wasteland. Qin Zian wished to soften his stance toward her, yet could not bear to lose face. So he spent the morning hovering around her, pacing back and forth in silence, hoping to draw her attention through sheer persistence. The grandmother, growing increasingly annoyed, retreated to her room to avoid the irritation. It was not until midday that a villager suddenly arrived at the Qin household, urgently summoning her to the village entrance. It was said that Constable Yu had come with a public notice regarding the reclamation of wasteland in Changhe village. Upon hearing the matter concerned land reclamation, the old madam, past caring for her own sorrows, hurried toward the village entrance without delay. Qin Zian happened to step out of his room just as his grandmother was leaving, and he quickly followed. He had no interest in the land reclamation itself. Those words from last night still weighed heavily on his mind. After much deliberation, clinging to a sliver of hope, he believed his grandmother was merely angry and would cool off soon enough. As for the hurtful things she had said the night before, he simply chose to pretend he had never heard them. The old madam had no idea her grandson had magnanimously forgiven her. When she arrived at the village entrance in a flurry, Qin Ruo was leading Constable Yu, Clerk Qian, and their entourage toward the Qin family's direction, with a long procession of Changhe village villagers trailing behind. The old madam gazed at the crowd before her, utterly bewildered. Hadn't Constable Yu come bearing a notice about land reclamation? Why were they heading toward the rear of the village in the direction of her own home? Before she could speak, the surging crowd pushed her aside. One of the women who had previously come to the Qin household to help prepare noodles spotted the old madam standing motionless by the roadside and darted out from the crowd. She ran up to the old madam and warmly took hold of her arm. "Oh, Auntie, you finally arrived. What are you standing here for? Constable Yu and Clerk Qian are heading to your place to measure the wasteland. I say it is your daughter who has made a name for herself. She purchased 20 mu of wasteland in one go." "What? Do you mean my girl bought 20 mu of wasteland?" The old madam was stunned by this sudden news, her voice rising sharply as she cut off the woman mid-sentence. Auntie, so you did not know." Seeing the old madam's reaction, the woman awkwardly released her arm. I naturally knew. I was merely teasing you." The old madam forced a smile, attempting to save face. She felt far from pleased that Qin Ruo had purchased such a large amount of land without consulting her. Noticing the constant shifts in the old madam's expression, the woman chose not to press the matter and swiftly changed the subject. The fact that Qin Ruo and the old madam were not close was no secret in the village. Auntie, Constable Yu and Clerk Qian just said that any villager of Changhe village who completes the land deed process will own the reclaimed land as their own with 3 years of tax exemption. The notice is still posted at the village entrance. The old madam responded distractedly, her mind elsewhere. Her heart was preoccupied with the news of Qin Ruo buying land, and thinking of the troubles with Qin Zian from the previous night only deepened her gloom. Upon arriving at the destination, Constable Yu and his yamen runners began measuring the wasteland. Clerk Qian, meanwhile, wore a grin from ear to ear, for Qin Ruo had just added another 30 mu on a whim. The Qin family's boldness left the villagers momentarily stunned. Bitter envy stirred in their hearts. A typical Changhe village family earned barely 10 taels of silver in an entire year, barely enough to feed themselves. At the price Clerk Qian stated, 300 won per mu, the Qin family had spent 15 taels of silver alone on the wasteland. Every villager couldn't help but wonder just how much silver had Qin Ruo made on that mountain trip. Fellow villagers, all lands under heaven belong to the emperor. Only land for which you hold a deed and have reclaimed is truly your own. Within these 3 years, with careful tending, the wasteland will become fertile soil long before your taxes come due. And why worry about paying taxes in the future? This is merely the beginning of the new policy. The wasteland is sold at a symbolic 300 won per mu, but the terms may change in time. Clerk Qian excelled at manufacturing anxiety, and barely had he finished speaking when most of the villagers grew restless. After the downfall of Wang, the village chief, the villagers had not lacked the desire to reclaim wasteland. But haunted by past grievances, none dared act recklessly. Moreover, during the former village chief's tenure, no one in Changhe village had ever paid for wasteland. Furthermore, they had never been required to pay any taxes at all. Yet Clerk Qian's words held truth. Hadn't they suffered enough without proper land deeds? Seeing the Zhou family, the old Yang family, and several others, including Mistress Jiang, already lining up to register with Clerk Qian, the hesitant villagers bit their lips and joined the back of the queue. Fearful that the best plots would be claimed before them, they reasoned if the Qin family was unbothered about purchasing 50 mu, they too could scrape together enough to buy 1 or 2 mu. Human nature being what it is, as more villagers lined up to register, the crowd grew steadily larger. Only after Constable Yu and his party finished measuring the land and moved on to the next household did the old madam finally find an opportunity to speak with Qin Ruo. Ruo, why the sudden decision to buy so much wasteland? I know you have your own means of earning money, and though the court waives taxes for 3 years after that period arrives, should misfortune strike, I fear we may find ourselves unable to pay. The old madam's face was drawn with worry, yet she dared not shout at Qin Ruo as she might have with the original owner. She festered inwardly that Qin Ruo had purchased 50 mu of wasteland in silence, without a single word of consultation. Since I was able to purchase it, I have my reasons, Qin Ruo replied, coldly cutting her off without further explanation. Though the old madam's attitude had shifted considerably over time, Qin Ruo remained clear-headed. She was not Qiuxi, and the grandmother's sudden closeness meant little to her. As long as the old madam did not overstep, Qin Ruo saw no need to make things difficult for her. Then, the land deeds for these 50 mu. The old madam began timidly, forcing a smile. The deeds will naturally bear my name. You need not concern yourself with that. And do not attempt to coerce me with filial piety. Having died once, I no longer care for what others think. The old madam, in fact, had indeed harbored the thought of taking possession of the land deeds. Staring at this familiar yet strangely alien face before her, her lips quivered, her heart clutched tightly by an invisible hand, so agonized she nearly wept. Dalai resented her for her unfairness. Her eldest daughter had divorced and turned her heart away ere Lang kept her at arm's length. How had she come to this? She stood alone, her family fracturing around her. After returning home, old Madame Qin silently locked herself in her room, lost in thought. Qin Zian did not return until nearly 2 hours later, his aura heavy with despondency. Before he even reached the Qin residence, he could hear bursts of cheerful laughter echoing from his own courtyard. As Qin Zian stepped into the courtyard, he raised his gaze to see Qin Ruo squinting slightly, holding a long wooden bow aimed at a target made of bundled weeds. With several swift whooshing sounds, several sharpened bamboo arrows flew through the air, each striking precisely at the center of the target. The person before him radiated vigor and confidence, moving with the grace and prowess of a seasoned general. Qin Zian was momentarily transfixed. It was as though he had been transported back to that day at King Feng's tea house, where the other held a chess piece and defeated him completely with just a few well-chosen words. He recalled the fishing fork from over 10 days prior that had grazed his cheek. A mixture of confusion and subtle fear flickered in his eyes. "Sister, you are so amazing. Well, I want to try too, Sister Ruo." Qin Zimu and Zhou Erju, 2 boys of similar age, bounced up and down beside Qin Ruo. Their gazes toward Qin Ruo were filled with admiration and longing. Qin Zian watched as Qin Ruo stood beside Qin Zimu, and Zhou Erju, her lips curved in a gentle smile as she patiently explained archery techniques to them in soft words. His expression began to grow distant and unfocused. When father was still alive, she had smiled at him just like this, her gaze toward him equally gentle. Since when had the two of them grown so far apart? It seemed that ever since he had transferred from the village private school to Looming Academy in Taya County and been exposed to the prosperity beyond, his relationship with his elder sister had deteriorated irreparably. At first, when he began attending the academy, he would occasionally share stories of academy life and amusing incidents with his sister upon returning. Gradually, however, he lost the desire to speak of them. He disliked the timid, narrow-minded quality that marked his elder sister. She could never match the daughters of his fellow students, so poised, refined, and eloquent in conversation. He was embarrassed by how shabbily dressed his elder sister appeared when she brought him silver money, looking like a mere beggar and causing him to lose all face before his classmates. At the academy gates, a newly acquainted fellow student curiously asked him who that person was. He had answered him loudly at the time, "How would I know which little beggar she is? Perhaps she came begging for money." He had not even glanced at her, instead striding off with his classmates into King Fengju. Only after he finished his tea at King Fengju and emerged did his elder sister rush out from a corner, bumping into him as though by chance and pressing the silver money into his hands. From that day forward, his elder sister never came to Looming Academy again. Various emotions flickered across Qin Ruo's face as memories of days past flashed through his mind like scenes from a turning lantern. He had always prided himself on his intelligence, believing that the future glory of the Qin family depended entirely on him. It was only now that he realized how foolish such thoughts had been. Erling Erju, keep practicing. Qin Ruo glanced back at Qin Ruo, standing dazed at the courtyard entrance, furrowed her brows, and pressed the bow and arrows into Qin Zimu's hands before turning and heading back to her room. Be brother. Qin Zimu also noticed Qin Ruo at this moment and approached him, calling out softly. The smile that had just been on his face instantly faded away. The sudden voice pulled Qin Ruo back from his lengthy reverie into reality. He gazed at Qin Ruo's retreating figure and Qin Zimu standing before him with his head bowed. It seemed as though the cheerful laughter he had heard outside was merely an illusion. You go play with her, Zhu. Qin Ruo forced a smile and waved at Qin Zimu, though his expression was bitter. Qin Zimu let out an almost imperceptible sigh of relief. He had expected another scolding from his elder brother, only to have him dismiss it so lightly. He tugged subtly at Zhou Erju's sleeve, and the two exchanged a glance, understanding each other without words. One carried the long bow and bamboo arrows, while the other shouldered the target, and they scampered out of the Qin family courtyard toward the rear of the house. Qin Ruo had intended to call them back, but seeing the pair take off running, he could not bring himself to speak in time. He recalled what he had just learned from the villagers about the strange incidents that had recently occurred in Changhe village and Qin Ruo's various actions. He suddenly threw his head back and laughed loudly, laughing until tears came to his eyes. What else had he heard from the villagers just now? What good is it that the eldest son of the Qin family studied well? He can't carry a burden or lift anything, just all talk and no action. Old man Qin is too easy to fool. If it weren't for the Qin girl, I'd say the Qin family's eldest son wouldn't even be able to afford a proper meal, let alone attend that so-called academy. 50 acres. Even if we didn't eat or drink for a year, I doubt we could earn that much. That's natural. She's a person blessed by the gods. Otherwise, how could those several major parasites in our village have been struck down by heavenly retribution so quickly? Why don't we follow the Qin girl? Whatever she plants, we plant too. I have a feeling that following the Qin girl won't lead us astray. A constant stream of discussion echoed in his ears. When the villagers later spotted him, they fell silent and scattered in all directions. Only then did Qin Ruo realize how terrible an impression he had left on the villagers. Having thoroughly studied the 4 books and 5 classics, he naturally understood propriety and shame. The villagers' words struck him deeply, leaving him so mortified that he nearly wished for a hole to crawl into. The person he considered utterly worthless had effortlessly eliminated several of the village's worst parasites, gained the favor of the Xie mansion, and even defeated Master Mingjing at chess. Even the casual arrows she had shot just now were far superior to what he had seen from the young masters of wealthy families during their daily riding and archery practice at the academy. By what right had he considered Qin Ruo to be useless? The commotion outside the courtyard had also reached the ears of old Madame Qin inside the house. Though her words last night had been harsh, he was still her grandson, whom she had cherished for over a decade. By now her anger had largely subsided. Otherwise, she would not have been the one to awkwardly probe Qin Ruo about the land deed for those 50 acres of wasteland back when they were outside. Old Madame Qin was consumed with anxiety, wanting to rush out and comfort Qin Ruo several times. But when her hands touched the door handle, the scene of her argument with him the previous night flashed through her mind. Old Madame Qin felt as though a bucket of cold water had been thrown over her, and she instantly sobered up. I have lost my mind. How could I keep making the same mistake? Old Madame Qin raised her hand and slapped herself hard, then quickly retreated from the doorway to the side of the bed, burying her head under the blankets, as if she could not hear anything. Oh, is this person mad? Qin Ruo looked through the slightly open window of her room at Qin Ruo, standing in the courtyard, alternating between crying and laughing, feeling utterly baffled. She flashed into the spatial dimension, her heart soaring with delight as she gazed upon the newly unlocked area before her. It was as though someone had brought her a pillow the moment she felt drowsy, a blessing from heaven. On this newly emerged area of about 50 to 60 mu, various fruits and crops such as rice, corn, and peanuts grew in orderly abundance. Rows upon rows of sugar cane stood neatly aligned, stretching into a continuous expanse. Watermelons, strawberries, cherries, loquats, lychees, commonly seen in modern times, yet fruits of distinctly different seasons, all hung abundantly from the branches. On the grassy ground beneath the trees, chickens and geese strolled leisurely everywhere. Meanwhile, on another plot of land, peanuts, sweet potatoes, and soybeans were growing vigorously. The golden, heavy heads of rice bent the stalks low. Beside this field, a crystal-clear stream meandered, branching into countless rivulets that seeped into the soil. Beside this sudden new area stood a building that resembled a giant warehouse. Qin Ruo rubbed his eyes and quickly approached the nearest plot, a patch of cucumber vines dripping with emerald green. He casually plucked a cucumber, wiped it twice on his clothes, and bit into it with a crisp crack. Moss. Sister, this is real. It's not my imagination. What the heck, playing Happy Farm here? Just after Qin Ruo entered the space, and before she could exchange a word with Qin Ruo, she sensed a disturbance in the space. In a moment, this new area had appeared before her eyes. She glanced at the map on the giant stone. The place previously marked as an unknown region had turned into color. Qin Ruo, chewing on the cucumber, looked now at the plot covered in red chili peppers, now at the fish swimming joyfully in the stream, drooling copiously. Sister, I want to eat cucumber salad. No. I also want roasted sweet potatoes, roast chicken, and spicy grilled fish. Qin Ruo instantly felt his happiness return. Qin Ruo smiled and nodded. Gazing at the vast expanse of ripe crops, as she had done with the herbs in the space before, concentrated her will, and the ripe fruits and melons hanging from the branches indeed vanished. The golden waves of rice had been replaced by a patch of green seedlings. Qin Ruo walked into the large warehouse where the fruits, melons, and grains she had just harvested with her mind were neatly stacked. Sister, you used to be a bounty hunter. Shouldn't you have unlocked your weapon arsenal? Why is it all these worthless things? Are you going to take the path of a farm wife? Sigh, so pitiful. I'm afraid we'll never see the splendor of the great Sheng capital. Qin Ruo followed Qin Ruo happy for only 3 seconds, then started sighing again. All you ever talk about is the capital, the capital. Can the capital give you fruits that don't exist in this dynasty? Qin Ruo didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She reached out and flicked Qin Ruo's forehead. What's wrong with being a farm wife? Even if I'm a farm wife, this area in front of me will one day make me a wealthy one. This newly unlocked area is a godsend. Those 50 acres of wasteland now have a plan. With fruits and melons, roast chicken, and fish, Qin Ruo and Qin Ruo spent the entire afternoon in the space. The last time she was in Taya County, she had stuffed many things into the space when she went to Datong Township. With pots, pans, bowls, and jars, and ample oil, salt, sauce, and vinegar, the little kitchen was well stocked. It wasn't until dusk that Qin Ruo quietly emerged from the space. When Qin Zimu came to call her for dinner, Qin Ruo dismissed him with a few words. When old Madame Qin heard Qin Zimu's report that Qin Ruo wasn't hungry and didn't want dinner, her eyes dimmed. After returning from outside, she had already regretted asking Qin Ruo for the land deed. Now, seeing that Qin Ruo wouldn't even eat dinner, old Madame Qin felt that Qin Ruo was truly angry with her. She deeply regretted how she had lost her head at that moment. The relationship, which had finally eased, had instantly regressed to what it was before. Qin Ruo was still unaware that because she had skipped dinner due to being too full, old Madame Qin had staged a whole drama in her mind. She was lying in bed thinking about how to arrange the 50 acres of wasteland when she heard a hearty laugh coming from her own courtyard. Is Miss Ruo here? Come out quickly and take a look at these new pieces of furniture. See if there's anything that needs to be changed. In the courtyard, old man Zhou was directing Father Zhou and his 2 sons to carry a newly made canopy bed, 2 stools, and a clothing chest into the Qin family's yard. Hearing the commotion, Qin Ruo went out and looked at the new furniture in astonishment. Grandpa Zhou, have you delivered to the wrong place? I didn't order any furniture. No mistake. It's for you, lass. Your second brother already paid the silver. He specifically told me to keep quiet and give you a surprise once it was done. Old man Zhou replied with a beaming smile. Sister, this is the new bed I asked Grandpa Zhou to make. Do Do you like it, eh? Qin Zimu, who had been eating, put down his bowl and chopsticks and ran out looking nervously at Qin Ruo. After old Madame Qin returned the one tael of silver to him, he had gone straight to old man Zhou and ordered a new bed. Qin Ruo had long wanted to replace the original owner's shabby bed. She had intended to ask old man Zhou to make one, but unexpectedly Qin Zimu had taken the initiative first. She truly appreciated Qin Zimu's thoughtfulness. Sister really likes it. Thank you, early. Qin Ruo reached out and patted Qin Zimu's shoulder, her eyes softening. Hearing Qin Ruo's reply, Qin Zimu finally loosened his grip on his clothes, a smile spreading across his lips. Qin Ruo pulled Qin Zimu aside and asked a few more questions. Then she went to old man Zhou and pointed at the other two items, smiling. Grandpa Zhou, what about these stools and the clothing chest? There was some extra wood at home, no use keeping it. If left too long it would get worm-eaten, so I simply made 2 stools and a clothing chest. Figured you might find them useful. These are gifts, no charge. Old man Zhou pointed at the furniture, still smiling. Ever since Zhou Daju returned from Taihe County, the Zhou family had wanted to give Qin Ruo something in return. But whatever the Zhou family had, Qin Ruo didn't lack, which had left them worried. Now, borrowing this opportunity, they could give Qin Ruo something she could use. The wood was from their own home, it just took some effort. Qin Ruo naturally understood that this was the Zhou family's goodwill. She had just asked Qin Zimu. The Zhou family had only charged him 51. These items were far worth more than 51. Then thank you for your kindness, Grandpa Zhou. What a coincidence. I happen to have a matter for which I wanted to ask your family for help. Don't keep thanking me, lass. If there's anything the Zhou family can help with, just say the word. Old man Zhou quickly waved his hand. Qin Ruo smiled faintly. I've just bought 50 acres of wasteland. I can't do it all by myself. I was thinking of asking your family to help clear the vegetation and some rubble from the land. I'm not sure if 6 taels of silver is acceptable to you. If it's all right, I can first pay your family a deposit of 3 taels. Last, you really want our family to reclaim the land. More than enough. More than enough. Old man Zhou exclaimed excitedly, and Father Zhou and the others were also beaming with joy. The villagers of Changhe village who went to town for odd jobs could earn at most 30 to 50 won a day. How could this Qin girl be asking for their help? This was clearly giving the Zhou family silver. When old man Zhou and the others stepped out of the Qin residence with those 3 taels of silver, they walked as though in a dream, their steps uneven. 50 mu may sound like a great deal, but the Zhou family had 8 members, and even the 2 youngest granddaughters were already 7 and 9 years old enough to help with light work. Moreover, what Qin Ruo had requested was remarkably simple, merely clearing the surface vegetation and loose stones from these 50 mu of wasteland. It was essentially a gift of silver to the Zhou family. They simply needed to clear a firebreak first, then burn away the weeds, shrubs, and trees on the wasteland. At most, it would require some extra effort to clear the ground, but with the entire family working together, a month should suffice. After registering at Scribe Qian's office, the Zhou family paid 600 cash coins on the spot to purchase the wasteland behind their house. These 600 coins were what they had scraped together from the tightest of budgets. They had nothing more. Upon returning home, the Zhou family unanimously decided to use the silver to purchase another 8 mu the following day, which combined with the 2 mu they had previously bought would total exactly 10 mu. This was because before they left, Qin Ruo had specifically mentioned that if the Zhou family were not so short on funds, they might consider purchasing a few additional mu of wasteland. She had not said further. The Zhou brothers placed absolute trust in Qin Ruo and were the first to voice their agreement. That girl has always been kind and generous, as she has never failed to think of our family when there were benefits to be had. It is merely clearing vegetation and stones. Let alone 6 taels of silver. If someone offered even 1 tael in our village, there would be plenty who would fight for the chance. She has been so generous to our family that we cannot let her down. Listen well. None of you are to cut corners on this land clearing work. Stay diligent. Old matriarch Zhou spoke sternly, laying down the law to all members of the Zhou family. Mother, what kind of people do you take us for? Do you not have us to watch over? Rest assured, the Zhou parents were upright and honest people. Upon their mother's words, they immediately agreed. The Zhou brothers and 2 younger sisters nodded enthusiastically. Meanwhile, at the Qin residence, after the Zhou family departed, old matriarch Qin remained seated in the courtyard, lost in thought. Previously, she had believed that her indulgence and attentiveness toward Qin Ruo over the past, while had been sufficient to demonstrate a senior's care for a junior. Old matriarch Qin had considered herself to have been more than kind enough to Qin Ruo. Now reflecting back, she realized her kindness had merely been words spoken, no real action had followed. The furniture the Zhou family had sent made her feel deeply ashamed. Qin Ruo's bed was so worn and tattered that even Erlang had wished to replace it with a new one. Even outsiders had thought to provide her with a stool and a clothes chest, yet she, their own grandmother, had only ever spoken of it in words. Did the Qin family truly not have the means to replace even a single bed? Of course not. It was simply that old matriarch Qin had grown accustomed to devising ways to satisfy Qin Zian's needs. As for Qin Ruo and Qin Zimu, they had never once been part of her considerations. That night, she had watched helplessly as Qin Ruo casually dispersed another 3 taels of silver and eventually handed the land-clearing task to the Zhou family, all without a single word of objection from her. Her granddaughter treated those from the Zhou family more warmly than she herself, and this bitter realization lingered heavily in old matriarch Qin's heart. The following day, due to a restless night, she rose somewhat later than usual. Even after she had finished preparing the morning meal, Qin Ruo still had not appeared. She went to her room and knocked, but received no response. A sense of foreboding overwhelmed her. She pushed open the door and discovered the room was completely empty. She searched the interior and exterior of the house, but found no one, so she returned to Qin Ruo's room. Only then did old matriarch Qin notice a line of charcoal writing on the wall. She could not read what was written. Dalang, come here quickly." Her eyelid twitched nervously as she called out in a raised voice for Qin Zian to come and decipher the words on the wall. Hearing her alarmed cry, Qin Zimu rushed in from the outer room, first with Qin Zian close behind. "Your sister has disappeared somewhere. I have searched everywhere inside and out, but cannot find her." Dalang quickly read aloud what is written there. Old matriarch Qin's face remained composed, but the trembling note in her voice betrayed her inner turmoil. "She has gone out on business and has no need to be sought. Her return date is undecided." Qin Zian gazed at the characters on the wall and unconsciously read them aloud. "Well, what does that mean? Did your sister say where she is going? Did she say when she will return?" Old matriarch Qin heard every word clearly, yet she could not help but ask again, a faint shimmer of tears already gathering in her eyes. "She did not say. It simply states that she has affairs elsewhere and that her return date is uncertain." Qin Zian lowered his eyes and explained in a quiet voice. Old matriarch Qin suddenly covered her face and burst into tears. "Wah, I knew it. I knew your sister was truly angry with me. I should not have spoken yesterday. She is but a young girl. What important matter could she possibly have? In the past, even a trip to the township would be reported to me." Crying, old matriarch Qin searched through the clothes chest in the room only to find it completely empty. She even took her clothes. "She truly does not want our family anymore, Wah." Qin Zian had never seen such vulnerability in old matriarch Qin. Her weeping sliced through his heart like a blade. Since Qin Huaijing had left, the person Qin Zian had been closest to was old matriarch Qin. Seeing her sob uncontrollably, his heart ached as well, though he also harbored some resentment toward Qin Ruo for leaving without farewell. "She is not a child. She has hands and feet. She is only scaring you. Once her anger passes, she will return." Qin Zian blurted out dismissively, a hint of annoyance coloring his tone. "It is all your fault. All your fault. If it were not for you, sister, no, she would not have left." Qin Zimu suddenly flushed red-eyed, and like a startled leopard charged forward and slammed hard into Qin Zian, cutting him off mid-sentence. Qin Zian had also read the words on the wall. Hearing Qin Zian's heartless remark, he had long held back no longer. "Are you mad? Qin?" She chose to leave. "What does that have to do with me?" Startled by the collision, Qin Zian stumbled backward several steps and nearly fell. Steadying himself, he immediately roared at Qin Zimu. You are merely unable to bear that your sister excels at everything while you do not. You are plainly jealous. I loathe you. I loathe you to death." Qin Zimu wiped away his tears, turned on his heel, and fled out of the house. Erlang, come back." Old matriarch Qin cast a long, meaningful glance at Qin Zian before hurriedly giving chase. That gaze from old matriarch Qin left him suddenly at a loss. Qin Zimu ran to the hillside behind the house and sat down, burying his face in his knees as he stifled his sobs. Mother has abandoned me, father has abandoned me. And now, sister, you have abandoned me too. Erlang, why are you running? Old matriarch Qin, gasping for breath, finally caught up. Seeing that small figure sitting on the ground with its back to her shoulders, trembling slightly, she looked so helpless and pitiful. Old matriarch Qin had not yet finished her words when tears spilled down her cheeks. The old Madame Qin felt deeply troubled. After hastily comforting Qin Zimu, she quietly made her way to the Zhou household. Qin Ruo had the closest daily contact with the Zhou family, and the only thing she could think of was that before leaving, Qin Ruo might have said something to them. To her surprise, when she asked around, the Zhou family knew nothing about the matter. When Madame Qin explained that perhaps Qin Ruo had left in anger after she requested the land deed, Madame Zhou looked utterly exasperated. You? How am I supposed to speak to you? Girl Ruo used to be gentle and submissive. It has only been recently that she finally stood on her own feet, and your family's life was clearly improving day by day. How could you fall into such folly again? You care only for that land deed, thinking merely of building up your eldest master's inheritance for his future. But have you ever given even a moment's thought to girl Ruo's own prospects? You are guarding against her. Are you not deliberately chilling her heart? It is not that she refuses to consider herself a member of the Qin family. It is that you refuse to treat her as one. With each word from Madame Zhou, the old Madame Qin's face grew paler. For Madame Zhou spoke only truths, as she had indeed asked about the land deed, truly harboring suspicions against Qin Ruo. She feared that one day Qin Ruo would truly abandon the Qin family and cease caring for its fate. Since the day Qin Ruo had stopped handing over her silver, a sense of crisis had taken root within her. She felt her granddaughter had grown estranged, no longer aligned with the Qin family. That night, she had openly reprimanded Qin Zian in front of Qin Ruo. Aside from being truly wounded by Qin Zian's behavior at the time, had she not also been performing for Qin Ruo's benefit? If she were truly willing to turn her back on Qin Zian, Madame Qin simply could not bring herself to do it. Later, upon hearing from Qin Zian that Qin Ruo possessed 100 taels of silver, she had entertained thoughts of keeping that money under her own control. She claimed it was to plan for the Qin family's livelihood, yet what she thought of most remained how to pave the way for Qin Zian's future. If I had a granddaughter as accomplished as girl Ruo, I would be tempted to enshrine her. You used to always say that girl Qin was heartless and thoughtless. If that were truly the case, would her earned silver burn her hands? Would she still need to present you with a silver hairpin? Madame Zhou's words struck straight at the old Madame Qin's heart. She was so ashamed she could barely lift her head. Enough. Do not worry too much. From what I see, girl Ruo is a sensible child. Perhaps she truly went about handling some matters. A clever girl like her will not come to any harm. After saying this, Madame Zhou sighed deeply and escorted the old Madame Qin out of her home. Upon returning from the Zhou household, Madame Qin remained in a daze. When she arrived home, she did not even hear Qin Zian calling out to her several times. Qin Zian had been in low spirits after being scolded so fiercely by his own younger brother for the first time. Now, seeing even grandmother Qin refuse to acknowledge him, the tightly strung cord within his heart suddenly snapped. Qin Zimu's single remark had undoubtedly torn away the last shred of his dignity. He looked at his elder sister, who had quietly grown and now loomed so brilliantly that he appeared utterly inadequate. In that moment, panic seized him. He feared the light radiating from Qin Ruo would gradually engulf and obscure him. He feared he would no longer be the singular focus of this family. Worse still, he dreaded that Qin Ruo would quietly replace him in Madame Qin's heart. Unwilling to acknowledge his own incompetence, he could only mask his inner guilt with rage. Grandmother, are you too blaming me? Can the Qin family not survive without Qin Qiuxi? Qin Zian's eyes red, he charged at Madame Qin like an enraged leopard, his tone aggressive and relentless. Madame Qin finally snapped out of her stupor. Staring in shock at the grandson who was now shouting at her, a wave of dizziness crashed over her. Eldest master, how reckless of you. Look at the words you are speaking. Forcing herself to steady her mind, she rebuked him. Qin Zian fixed his gaze firmly on Madame Qin, his face layered with mockery and arrogance. Grandmother, have you lost your wits? Does one Qin Qiuxi make you so disoriented? In the days to come it is I, not Qin Qiuxi, who will bring honor and distinction to the Qin family." Madame Qin trembled all over. In a swift motion, she raised her hand and delivered a heavy slap across Qin Zian's face. Amid Qin Zian's expression of utter disbelief, Madame Qin's body fell straight backward. When Madame Qin regained consciousness, nearly 2 hours had passed. The first thing she saw upon opening her eyes was Qin Zimu standing by her bedside, holding a bowl of medicinal decoction, his nose red and his eyes slightly puffy. "Second master, what has happened to me?" Madame Qin's head still felt dizzy, her entire body weak and lethargic. "Grandmother, you fainted just now. I have already sent for the village physician, who said it was a case of extreme frustration overwhelming your heart. You need to rest more. This is the medicine the physician prescribed, and I have already brewed it. Let me help you sit up and drink it." Qin Zimu helped Madame Qin rise from her bed and brought the bowl of decoction to her lips. Gazing at the slender, remarkably sensible Qin Zimu, Madame Qin's heart ached as though pierced by knives. What weighed heaviest on her mind was how over the years she had gradually and step by step brought this family to such a state. Recalling Qin Zian's gloomy demeanor from earlier, Madame Qin shuddered with dread. She now regretted deeply, with a sorrow that cut to the bone, her past indulgence and lack of principle toward Qin Zian. Madame Zhou had once advised her before, reminding her that a boy must not be spoiled excessively. At the time she had dismissed it, instead believing that Madame Zhou was sowing discord between her and her grandson, resentful of eldest master's success. Madame Qin had not failed to notice Qin Zian's attitude toward his older and younger siblings over the years. But she had been self-assured, thinking that a scholar naturally possessed a certain temper, nothing worth worrying about. Even on the night of the conflict, when Qin Zian had first returned home 2 days prior, Madame Qin still harbored some hope for him. Her ignoring him these past 2 days was merely a measure to let him cool down, not an intention to truly punish him. Only now did Madame Qin experience a sudden awakening. Her beloved grandson, the one she held dearest to her heart, was an arrogant, overbearing individual with a heart hard as stone. He could not see the sacrifices of his family members. He demanded only results, never considering the process. And simply because she had not stood by his side, as she always had to shield him this one time, he had turned against her without mercy. His own elder sister had left home, and he showed not the slightest concern. Instead, he was planting in her mind the notion that the Qin family should place him at the center, revere him above all else. Burdened with heavy thoughts, Madame Qin felt a chill spread through her entire body. Nothing is more mournful than a heart grown cold and dead. After taking the medicinal decoction and sleeping once more, Madame Qin did not improve. In fact, she grew only more listless and despondent. As she struggled to get out of bed, Qin Zian arrived. With a rigid expression, the first words he spoke to Madame Qin were, "Grandmother, if you are truly angry with me, just say so plainly. There is no need to frighten me with this act of feigning illness." Gazing at the grandson before her, once her pride, now wearing a face twisted with resentment, so alien she could scarcely recognize him, Madame Qin's complexion turned ashen. A wave of profound disappointment and endless desolation swept over her, and a bitter sweetness surged instantly to her throat. After vomiting a mouthful of blood, Madame Qin's eyes rolled back, and she fainted once more. Madame Qin fell seriously ill, the illness striking with sudden ferocity. Dr. Zhou, who had just been seen off by Qin Zimu, was summoned back to the Qin residence. Closing his eyes, the old physician pressed 3 fingers against Madame Qin's pulse, remaining silent for an exceedingly long time. Qin Zian stood aside, his heart pounding like war drums. Upon the front of his cyan garment, a conspicuous stain of blood marred the fabric, stark and jarring. A sheen of perspiration glistened across his brow and palms. His legs trembled visibly, betraying his anxiety. To Qin Zian, the notion was almost inconceivable. Madame Qin had always been as robust as an ox, her constitution rarely yielding to illness. He could never have imagined that a casual remark would drive Madame Qin to cough blood and faint. Watching the doctor's deeply furrowed brow, Qin Zian's heart sank ever lower. "Physician Zhou, how is my grandmother? When will she regain consciousness? Anger afflicts the liver, and the liver governs anger. Your grandmother's spirit has been constrained, her qi rising in chaotic rebellion, her liver qi stagnated and unsmooth. If this persisted, her very life may be at stake." The physician opened his eyes, exhaled a heavy sigh, and shook his head. A life at stake. Qin Zian's face drained of color, his knees buckling beneath him. Had Dr. Zhou not caught him in time, he would have collapsed to the floor. Gazing at Madame Qin, lying motionless on the bed, her complexion pale, as ash, Qin Zian shoved past the physician and stumbled from the room. Elder son of the Qin household, elder son. I haven't even written the prescription yet. Dr. Zhou muttered under his breath, watching helplessly as Qin Zian disappeared from view. With no alternative, he turned and called upon Qin Zimu, who had been waiting outside the door. Second son, I shall prepare 2 doses for your grandmother. Come with me to gather the herbs, then take them home and decoct 3 bowls down to 1. After carefully instructing Qin Zimu, Dr. Zhou shouldered his medicine chest and departed the Qin residence, shaking his head. Internally, the physician mused that while the eldest son was a learned scholar, it was the second son who truly proved capable. The doctor had made 2 visits to the Qin household that day, each time summoned by Qin Zimu. En route, he had learned of Madame Qin's hemoptysis and unconsciousness, and upon seeing the bloodstains on Qin Zian's garment, he could surmise the elderly woman and her grandson had fallen into some altercation. The village knew all too well how indulgently Madame Qin doted upon her grandson. For her to be provoked to such severity suggested the quarrel was far from trivial. Yet regardless of the circumstances, this remained a family matter for the Qins alone. As Qin Zimu stepped out with the prescribed herbs, he encountered several villagers residing near the physician's home. The villagers fixated on the medicine packets in his hands and approached with cheerful greetings. Qin Zimu merely nodded and hastened homeward. Before reaching the Qin residence, he spotted thick smoke billowing from the kitchen area of his courtyard. His immediate thought was that the stove had caught fire, so he sprinted home clutching the medicine bundles. By the time he arrived at the kitchen entrance, he realized it had been a false alarm. Through the rolling smoke, Qin Zimu saw his elder brother, the one who never let his hands touch household labor, crouching before the stove, clumsily stuffing firewood inside and coughing into his hand. The acrid smoke brought tears streaming down his face and a burning sensation in his throat. Cough, cough. Qin Zimu covered his mouth with his sleeve and pushed his brother aside without a word. He first removed some of the firewood, then gathered dry twigs and leaves to add to the stove, striking sparks from his flint to ignite the kindling. In the blink of an eye, the fire blazed to life. Qin Zian watched his younger brother, several years his junior, yet considerably shorter, stoke the flames with practiced ease, and tears welled in his eyes. Whether from the smoke or from fright over his grandmother's condition, Qin Zimu pressed his lips into a thin line and ordered his brother out of the kitchen. You, get out, you're in the way. The brother who had driven away their sister and collapsed their grandmother was someone Qin Zimu could barely stand to look at. Yet when he glanced at Qin Zian standing helplessly at the doorway, his fear suddenly lifted. Perhaps he wasn't entirely useless. After all, he knew how to start a fire and prepare medicine. His elder brother could only read, he couldn't even light a fire. Qin Zian was less capable than himself. Qin Zian stared blankly at his brother moving busily within the kitchen. The image of his grandmother collapsing after vomiting blood flashed through his mind, deepening his desolation. When Madame Qin fell, he had been truly terrified. Standing frozen beside her bed, he hadn't even moved a step. It wasn't until Qin Zimu heard the commotion and came running, settling his grandmother and summoning the physician, that Qin Zian finally snapped out of it. He dared not imagine how the household would fare without Madame Qin. Regret flooded his heart. He should never have provoked his grandmother so repeatedly. Watching Qin Zimu accompany the physician to collect the medicine, Qin Zian resolved to start the fire himself and prepare the decoction. He hoped this effort might ease his guilt and unease, but as he crouched by the stove until his legs went numb, the fire refused to catch, as though defying him. Let me prepare the medicine for grandmother. Qin Zian entered the kitchen once more, his voice heavy with humility. Do you understand the distinction between gentle and vigorous heat? Qin Zimu kept his gaze fixed on adding water to the pot. His grandmother's sudden illness filled him with terror as well, but he understood they could not depend on his elder brother. He would have to handle everything himself. If only his elder sister were still here. Qin Zimu turned away and quickly wiped his eyes. He must not weep. He was 11 years old now, a grown boy. His sister had taught him that tears were useless, incapable of solving any problems. Qin Zimu sniffled and forced back his tears. Qin Zian offered no argument, simply obeying as he left the kitchen. He moved into the courtyard, picking up a broom to sweep the floors both inside and out, mimicking the manner Madame Qin would have used. She was a woman who valued cleanliness above all. Each morning, whether Madame Qin or the original owner would ensure every corner was thoroughly cleaned. This morning, overwhelmed by the chaos that had unfolded, she hadn't had the chance. Beside the house, a wooden barrel at the well held a large basin of clothes soaking for washing. He had never considered such tasks difficult before. He had assumed anyone with hands could manage them. Yet after only a short while of sweeping, his back and waist ached and his arms grew so weary he could scarcely lift the broom. Once the sweeping was finished and he had caught his breath, he made his way to the well with its pulley, hoping to draw water for the laundry. The bucket descended smoothly and filled without difficulty. But as he hauled the bucket upward and reached for it, the pulley reversed suddenly, sending the bucket plunging back into the well and narrowly missing his hand. In that moment, Qin Zian had never felt more helpless. Qin Zian sat motionless by the well, tears tracing paths down his face. When Qin Zimu emerged from the kitchen with the medicinal broth, he saw Qin Zian sitting by the well, tears streaming down his face. What's there to cry about? Just by fetching water. I've been doing it for 3 years. Qin Zimu paused mid-step, rolled his eyes impatiently, then quickly averted his gaze. Pretending not to have seen Qin Zian, he carried the bowl of medicine toward Granny Qin's room. When he came out, Qin Zian had clearly composed himself. He stood stubbornly by the well, lowering the bucket and hauling it up over and over again. His defiant demeanor seemed to have locked horns with the well itself. Qin Zian had lost count of how many times he repeated the motion, yet regrettably not once had he succeeded. After setting down the medicine bowl, Qin Zimu walked over expressionlessly, effortlessly drew the water in a few swift motions and poured it into the large water tank nearby. His movements were fluid and seamless, stinging Qin Zian's eyes with bitterness. Throughout the entire process, Qin Zimu kept a stern face and said not a single word to him. Today was supposed to be the day Qin Zian returned to the academy, but given the current state of the Qin family, how could he leave? When a parent is ill, taste the medicine first, attend them day and night, never leave their bedside. The disciples' precepts made it abundantly clear. If he dared to leave today, the villagers of Chang'e village would drown him in spittle by tomorrow, not to mention that he was the one who had caused Granny Qin's collapse. It took Qin Zimu nearly half an hour to fill both water tanks. As he hoisted the last bucket from the well and wiped the sweat from his brow, Granny Zhou arrived. Erlang, what happened to your grandmother? Granny Zhou strode briskly into the Qin courtyard, her voice carrying a note of urgency. Qin Zimu, barely 11 years old, was still a child despite his earlier composure. His elder sister had left home, and his grandmother had yet to awaken. The brief half-day felt like half a year to Qin Zimu. He could only keep himself busy to distract his mind. Seeing Granny Zhou suddenly appear, his eyes reddened instantly, as if he had found a pillar of support. Silently, he lowered his head and led her into the house. Granny Zhou followed behind, and when she saw Qin Zimu's silence, her expression shifted repeatedly. Today, Uncle Zhou and Zhou Daju had gone to Taihe County to handle the land deed, while the others were all working in the fields. After Granny Qin had come to inquire about Qin Ruo, Granny Zhou had also gone out. It wasn't until dusk that she returned home early to prepare dinner. Passing by the village entrance, she overheard some villagers murmuring about something concerning the Qin family. She paused to listen and was shocked to hear that a major incident had occurred. Granny Qin was on the verge of death. Granny Zhou was terrified. Hadn't Granny Qin been perfectly fine this morning? How could she suddenly be so ill? She pulled aside those who had been discussing the matter, but none could give a clear answer. So without even returning home, she rushed straight to the Qin residence. In her youth, Granny Zhou had been close to Granny Qin, though their friendship had gradually waned due to the latter's difficult behavior. It was only recently, after Qin Ruo had arrived, that the two had begun to interact again. Hearing of such a grave incident, Granny Zhou was now frantic with worry. The eldest daughter of the Qin family had always been close to the Zhou household, especially after entrusting them with the reclamation of the wasteland last night. Granny Zhou wasn't overly concerned about Qin Ruo's departure. From recent events, she could vaguely discern that Qin Ruo was capable and intelligent, likely able to take care of herself. But if Granny Qin were to collapse, that would be a true crisis. The second son of the Qin family was still young, and the eldest son was unreliable. With a heavy heart, Granny Zhou stepped into Granny Qin's room. Only when she saw with her own eyes that Granny Qin lay breathing evenly and her complexion was fairly normal did she heave a great sigh of relief. "Erling, you child, you scared me to death." Granny Zhou patted her chest, then immediately became fierce again. "Bah! Those people are detestable. They see wind and take it for rain, see rain and take it for a storm. Next time I see them, I'll tear their foul mouths apart." She bent down to tuck Granny Qin's blanket and pulled Qin Zimu outside. After Granny Zhou learned the full story, she reached out and gently ruffled Qin Zimu's hair with a kind expression. "Erling, don't be afraid. You did well. Your grandmother will recover. Your sister isn't home, so if anything happens, come to Granny Zhou. I'll go back for a while and return later." Feeling the warmth on his head, Qin Zimu nodded firmly. As Granny Zhou left the Qin house, her steps were noticeably lighter. But before she reached her own doorstep, she was stopped by several inquisitive village women. "Old Annie, what's happened to Granny Qin? I heard. Is it really already?" "Shut up. Are you so bored you're making wild guesses? What nonsense are you spouting? Granny Qin is just a bit unwell." The younger ones were worried and went to the doctors a couple of times. "Where are your minds wandering? Don't speak recklessly. Slander will bring retribution. Remember what happened to that Tian woman." After the few troublesome troublemakers in the village had been dealt with, peace had finally settled in recent days. Now it's starting again. They truly don't learn from experience. Granny Zhou's eyes sharpened as she fixed her gaze on the women, cutting them off sternly. "Old Annie, you're too harsh. Oh, we're just concerned about the Qin family." "Concerned or just eager to watch the spectacle? Make yourselves clear." The women exchanged glances, let out awkward dry laughs, and quickly scattered. This nosy gathering had originated about an hour earlier. When Qin Zimu had gone to fetch the doctor twice, several villagers had noticed. After Qin Ruo bought dozens of mu of wasteland yesterday, the Qin family had become the hot topic in the village. Every ripple concerning the Qin family was closely watched by the village's gossips. The moment Qin Zimu stepped out of Dr. Zhou's house, someone slipped in to inquire about the Qin family's situation. Dr. Zhou, finding himself surrounded by villagers eager for gossip, was also exasperated. "Are you all that idle? Why not tend to the wasteland you bought yesterday instead of prying? People get occasional ailments when they're older. It's perfectly normal." Dr. Zhou, being quite professional, glared at the prying villagers and shooed them out. The onlookers, though unable to get useful information, were not deterred. They had vivid imaginations. If nothing serious had happened, would the Qin family be in such a hurry? Qin Zimu's shoes had practically smoked from his haste, and he had come twice. They had seen it clearly. From the doctor's tone, the sick one was Granny Qin. Surely she must be gravely ill. But since none of them had any close ties with the Qin family, it wasn't appropriate to visit and inquire. Thus word spread that Granny Qin was seriously ill, and Dr. Zhou had visited the Qin home twice that day. By evening it had escalated to claims that Granny Qin was on her deathbed and might not survive the night. Absolutely preposterous. Meanwhile, Qin Ruo and Qin Taio were in a stone cave on Tuofing Mountain, enjoying roasted chicken and cola, living a life of warmth and comfort. Qin Ruo was also aware that because of the line she had left behind, the Qin household was already in an uproar. Qin Ruo had not decided to enter the mountains on a whim this time. After returning from Taihe County, where she had signed the purchase agreement with Si Heng, she had been thinking about making a trip into the mountains. Although she had entered Tuofing Mountain twice since transmigrating here, each visit had been hasty, and she had not yet had the chance to explore the treasures of this great mountain. Those herbs she had spotted in the mountains last time were worth a fortune. Qin Ruo had originally intended to cultivate some medicinal herbs first after purchasing the land for reclamation, planning the rest gradually. Now that a new area of her spatial realm had been unlocked, her plans had shifted. She still needed to plant medicinal herbs, but the valuable items from her space naturally needed to be brought out as well. The question of where these goods originated, however, required a plausible explanation. After all, most of the items in her space had never appeared in the Great Sheng Dynasty. For instance, high-yield sweet potatoes, quality rice, and potatoes. In an era where 50 kilograms per mu of rice was already considered adequate, any of these would be considered extraordinary. In her previous life, Qin Ruo had been so accustomed to freedom that she never felt the need to report her whereabouts. The fact that she had left a single line of text this time was already a departure from her usual habits. More importantly, she simply could not bear to witness the endless back and forth between grandmother Qin and Qin Zian. So she decided to take advantage of this opportunity and retreat to Zhongshan for some peace and quiet. Qin Ruo had no intention of descending the mountains so soon. The 50 mu of wasteland had been entrusted to the Zhou family anyway. If all went as planned, she would begin quietly introducing the high-yield crops once spring arrived after the new year. When she had suggested that the Zhou family purchase a few more mu, it was with the intention of helping them in the future. It is better to teach a man to fish than to give him a fish. After all, Qin Ruo had high hopes for the Zhou brothers. Their character was sound, and they possessed a certain cleverness. With proper cultivation, they would become capable assistants in the years to come. Even old Yang, who drove the carriage this time, received a gentle reminder from her. After ascending Tuofeng Mountain, Qin Ruo brought Qin Taotao out. Time flew like a white pony passing a crevice, and before she knew it, over half a month had passed since Qin Ruo and Qin Taotao had been in the mountains. For the first few days in the mountains, the two had chased prey all over the slopes, reveling in the thrill of the hunt. Once they had played their fill, they began to gather what they could carry, and anything that caught their eye was swept into their space with a wave of their hand. These half a month had been the most comfortable and carefree days Qin Ruo had ever known. At this moment, beneath the mist-shrouded cliffs of Tuofeng Mountain, the land stretched out flat and open before them, with a babbling stream and rare flowers scattered about. A small wooden cabin had been temporarily erected with wisps of cooking smoke curling upward. Qin Ruo lay on a swing frame woven from wild vines, her eyes closed as she contentedly savored the crisp mountain air and the rare tranquility. Qin Taotao emerged from the cabin and gently pushed the swing, his face creased with an ingratiating smile. "Sister, I have prepared the chicken soup. Please get up and taste it. Whatever else you wish to eat tomorrow, I shall make it for you." "What's the matter? Are you so pleased here that you have no desire to return? Should I leave you behind?" Qin Ruo opened her eyes and humorously patted Qin Taotao's head. "Then when will I be able to live with you openly and above board? I have had enough of these furtive days." Qin Taotao hung his head listlessly. It was the first time he had emerged from the spatial realm since Qin Ruo had transmigrated to the great Sheng Dynasty. He could never get enough of playing. What did she mean by living together openly and above board? Why did that phrase sound so awkward? Qin Ruo stroked Qin Taotao's head, at a loss for whether to laugh or cry. In 2 more days it would be the winter solstice, and it was time to return. Half an hour later, Qin Ruo departed with Qin Taotao through a hidden exit. This trip into the mountains had been fruitful, and she had even stumbled upon such a fine place. Qin Ruo was in high spirits. Upon returning to Tuofeng Mountain, she brought Qin Taotao back into the spatial realm. She did not retrace her steps back to the Qin residence. Instead, she continued along the sprawling ridge of Tuofeng Mountain toward Taihe County. Crossing the easternmost end of the Tuofeng Mountain range would lead her directly to the outskirts of Taihe County. By the time Qin Ruo arrived in Taihe County, it was already midday. She headed straight for the brokerage. Today she intended to purchase a residence and incidentally look for a suitable shop. Upon hearing Qin Ruo's purpose, the broker's eyes lit up. He happened to have several properties and shops available, and if this deal went through, the commission would be substantial. The broker quickly organized the documents for the houses and shops, then eagerly led Qin Ruo to view the residence first. Qin Ruo was always a decisive person. After viewing 7 or 8 residences with the broker, she promptly settled on a 2-courtyard house located behind East Street. The residence was constructed of blue bricks and stone tiles, occupying nearly 2 mu of land. The previous owner had clearly maintained it well, as the gardens and trees inside showed signs of careful tending. Most importantly, the furnishings were complete with little need for repairs. A brief cleaning would make it ready for immediate occupancy. "Miss Qin, are you certain you do not wish to consult your family first?" The broker, noting Qin Ruo's youth, feared she might lack the authority to finalize the purchase, and her family might later back out, leaving him with nothing. "Please proceed with the procedures as required. There is no need to worry about anything else." Qin Ruo replied with uncommon patience. Hearing her response, the broker grew even more enthusiastic and immediately escorted Qin Ruo to the magistrate's office to complete the transfer formalities. Qin Ruo was something of a familiar face at the magistrate's office. Master Qian remained impressed by the young woman who had purchased 50 mu of land in a single transaction. On that previous occasion, under Qin Ruo's guidance, most of the villagers had acquired some wasteland, each to varying degrees. Having accompanied County Magistrate Jiang to Taya County for several years, he had never before witnessed such smooth progress in the reclamation efforts. The property transfer formalities were completed swiftly. After the broker departed, Master Qian detained Qin Ruo with a warm smile and asked, "I wonder if Miss Qin has made any planting plans for the 50 mu of wasteland you previously purchased?" A faint smile touched Qin Ruo's lips. It was truly the case that after seeking in vain, the answer came without effort. The opportunity had arrived. Qin Ruo pretended to ponder for a moment, adopting a somewhat embarrassed expression. "To be honest, this matter troubles me quite a bit. I purchased the wasteland hoping for favorable weather and a good harvest, merely seeking enough to sustain myself. However, the high cost of seeds is also a considerable burden. Therefore, some days ago, I ventured into the mountains to see if there were suitable crops for cultivation." Upon hearing this, Master Qian's brows furrowed, and he interrupted Qin Ruo. "Miss Qin, I recall that Changhe village was recently plagued by a vicious wolf attack. Why have you returned to the mountains?" "I had no choice but to enter. I had just sold some medicinal herbs to Xinglantang and had a bit of silver on hand. I emptied my savings to purchase the 50 mu of wasteland. One cannot simply watch it go to waste." Qin Ruo replied with a smile. Master Qian's lips twitched. He thought to himself, "Are you trying to fool me? Emptying your savings?" She had purchased a 2-courtyard residence for 90 taels without hesitation. Did she look like someone short of money? Qin Ruo pretended not to notice Master Qian's subtle expression and paused before continuing. "Actually, this trip into the mountains was not entirely in vain. I did manage to find several specimens of a sweet potato variety I had never seen before. The yield appears to be quite substantial, and I happen to need your expertise to assess them." "A previously unseen variety of sweet potato?" Master Qian's eyes lit up with sudden interest. "Tuber crops. Are they edible? Did you bring any of what you mentioned today?" Master Qian, upon hearing Qin Ruo's claim of discovering a new crop, could not afford to think of anything else, and eagerly wished to confirm. "In reply, Master, I have personally tasted it, and it can indeed satisfy hunger. Please wait for me for half an hour, and I will fetch it." Hearing this, Qin Ruo immediately put on a delighted expression. As long as what she presented today passed through the official channels of the yamen, everything else would be easier to handle later. Once the planting succeeded, Changhe village would most likely become a trial site for the new crop. Wouldn't irrigation projects then have to be undertaken? The water supply for her 50 acres of wasteland in the future could not be resolved by individual effort alone. When Master Qian asked about her planting plan, Qin Ruo had already quickly calculated in her mind. Upon hearing that the crop was extremely productive and had been confirmed edible, Master Qian readily agreed. Since the founding of the great Sheng Dynasty, the variety of crops had been limited, with only a few types of grain staples, such as rice, wheat, millet, and beans. Their yields were quite limited. Especially in recent years, with poor harvests, many ordinary people across the country were suffering from hunger. The common people of Taihe County frequently faced grain shortages. It was now considered the most impoverished county in the entire Ganzhou prefecture. If a new crop could be introduced to increase grain production, it would be a great benefit to the nation and its people. After leaving the yamen, Qin Ruo pretended to wander outside for a while, then selected 2 sweet potato vines laden with fruit from her space, placed them into a basket, and returned to the yamen. In the Taihe County yamen, Master Qian, the chief clerk, and several constables were waiting for Qin Ruo. Having heard about the discovery of a new crop, they all stayed to see the novelty. Master Qian, seeing Qin Ruo go out and return with a basket on her back, was the first to step forward and examine it. When he saw that it was merely a green vine-like plant, he was instantly disappointed. "Is this what Miss Qin was talking about?" Master Qian asked despite his disappointment. "Master Qian, don't be anxious. These are just vines, the secret lies beneath." Qin Ruo smiled and parted the top layers of leaves in the basket, carefully took out the 2 sweet potato plants with their vines, and laid them out on the ground. so that Master Qian and the others could see more clearly. Oh my heavens! What is this? On a single small vine there are so many fruits. Miss Qin, did you dig this up from the ground? Master Qian looked at the 2 sweet potato vines on the ground. The smallest one had at least 13 or 14 tubers. The larger ones even had 20 or 30 each, sweet potato appearing to weigh at least 2 liang. Master Qian was emotionally stirred, his heart burning with excitement. Yes, indeed. Look, they still have soil on them. This time I entered the mountains planning to stay only 2 days, but I accidentally got lost and strayed deep into the forest. The food I brought was insufficient, so I relied entirely on this to survive. As for what this is called, I have never seen it before. Its shape resembles a melon, and it was dug from the ground, so I simply call it ground melon digua. Thinking that this could satisfy hunger, I simply dug up the remaining few plants and brought them back, hoping to try planting them. Today, since you asked, Master, I thought you were knowledgeable and experienced, so I brought them to you for your appraisal and advice. Qin Ruo had already prepared her words, so when Master Qian asked, she spoke fluently. Her words covered several key points. First, she had indeed tried it, and it was edible. Second, she told Master Qian that the sweet potatoes came from the mountains and were not easily obtained. Master Qian looked at the vine laden with sweet potatoes, overjoyed, while the chief clerk and constables also wore expectant expressions. Upon hearing Qin Ruo's introduction that it could be eaten raw, none of them doubted the truth of her words. They all stepped forward, broke off a small piece, and put it in their mouths to taste. After all, in these times there were no commoners who dared to cause trouble in the yamen. Indeed, it was as sweet and crisp as Qin Ruo had said, and everyone praised it. After trying the raw sweet potato, Master Qian could not wait and ordered someone to bring out a pot, setting it up on the open ground in front of the building and starting a fire. Following Qin Ruo's instructions, he personally picked a few sweet potatoes, washed them, and put them into the pot to steam. Once the fire was lit, he also tossed a few into the glowing red embers. Several pairs of eyes nervously watched the sweet potatoes in the pot and the embers, all waiting to witness a miracle. After half an hour, both the steamed and roasted sweet potatoes were ready, and a special sweet fragrance filled the air. Master Qian could not wait. Ignoring the heat, he took out the sweet potatoes and began to taste them one by one. He first tried the steamed ones, finding them soft, glutinous, sweet, and melting in the mouth. As for the roasted ones, after peeling off the skin, the golden steaming flesh was revealed fragrant and sweet, starchy and soft. One bite warmed his entire body. Delicious. So delicious. Master Qian praised as he ate. The chief clerk and the constables each took half a piece, and their eyes sparkled with delight as they ate. After a quarter of an hour, finding that he and his colleagues had no adverse reactions, Master Qian burst into laughter. Ha! Excellent! Excellent! If this can be widely cultivated, it will surely alleviate the hunger of the people of Great Sheng in the future. Miss Qin, you are about to render a great service. Master Qian set aside 2 of the steamed and 2 of the roasted sweet potatoes and immediately sent someone to the back courtyard to invite County Magistrate Zhang. Having served under Magistrate Zhang in Taya County for these years, he naturally understood the difficulties the Great Sheng Dynasty was currently facing. Grain shortage had become a burning issue for the entire Great Sheng. Master Qian estimated that if this crop could be promoted on a large scale, the grain output of Great Sheng would increase dramatically. This would be a blessing for the realm, and especially for the common people. I stumbled upon this accidentally. First, I don't know if it is suitable for planting in Taya County. Second, I am not entirely sure about the method of cultivation. I need to study it further. Qin Ruo modestly said a few polite words, then fell silent, waiting for County Magistrate Zhang's arrival. No matter, no matter. Master Qian waved his hand at Qin Ruo. County Magistrate Zhang was dining with his family in the back courtyard when he received a report that a girl named Qin Ruo from Changhe village had discovered a new crop and brought it to Master Qian for appraisal. After Master Qian confirmed that what Qin Ruo brought was indeed edible and quite productive, Magistrate Zhang thought for a moment that he had misheard. The name Qin Ruo was not unfamiliar to Magistrate Zhang. He had heard it more than once. The girl from Changhe village who could hunt wolves was favored by the old madam of the Xie residence, sent noodles to the officials, and took the lead in buying 50 acres of wasteland. Magistrate Zhang remembered every single deed. He had long wanted to find an opportunity to meet this girl who had earned the respect of the old madam of the Xie residence and see what kind of person she was. However, due to certain reasons, he had never met her in person. Now hearing that this person was Qin Ruo, and that what she brought had amazed even Master Qin Magistrate Zheng, was both surprised and delighted. He dropped his chopsticks and hurriedly rushed toward the front hall. When County Magistrate Zheng arrived at the Yamen, Qin advisor, the chief clerk, and several Yamen runners were gathered around the sweet potatoes that Qin Ruo had brought, examining them with great interest. Upon seeing Magistrate Zheng enter, everyone rose to bow, and Qin Ruo also stood up. "I, a common woman, pay my respects to your honor. Miss Qin, no need for such formalities." Before Qin Ruo could even bend down, Magistrate Zheng stopped her. He set aside all etiquette, strode forward, picked up the sweet potato seedlings Qin Ruo had brought, and scrutinized them carefully. "Excellent. Excellent. This is truly something." After putting down the seedlings, Magistrate Zheng could not wait to taste the sweet potatoes that the advisor had brought in, and his praise was unceasing. Magistrate Zheng was a Jinshi graduate, nearly 40 years old, and hailed from the Zheng family in the capital. He had been appointed to Taihe County 5 years ago. Under the Great Sheng Dynasty, the term of a county magistrate was typically 5 years, after which one would usually be promoted or transferred. Now this was already the 6th year of Magistrate Zheng's tenure in Taihe County. Logically, Magistrate Zheng should have been due for a promotion, yet he had received neither promotion nor transfer. Aside from the political suppression by the capital's Zheng clan rivals, his own lack of outstanding achievements was also a major factor. Magistrate Zheng was not a man content with mediocrity. Naturally, he desired to climb the ranks. He had been striving hard over the years, but unfortunately Taihe County's soil was barren, grain yields were low, and heavy taxes had to be paid annually. The common folk could barely manage 2 meals a day, just enough to stave off hunger. Magistrate Zheng wished to change this situation and make his mark, but without a good strategy, returning to the capital seemed an ever-distant hope. Food is the foundation of the people are the foundation of the state is the foundation of the sovereign. The sweet potatoes that Qin Ruo brought today kindled a glimmer of hope in Magistrate Zheng's heart. "Miss Qin, where did you obtain these items? And do you know how to cultivate them?" Magistrate Zheng had arrived in haste and had not yet inquired about the origin of these things. He turned his gaze to Qin Ruo and asked eagerly. The young woman before him was simply dressed, her face slightly immature, yet her overall bearing was anything but ordinary. Somehow Magistrate Zheng had an instinct that Qin Ruo would bring him unexpected surprises. Qin Ruo had anticipated this question. With a composed demeanor, she repeated to Magistrate Zheng the same explanation she had given to Qin advisor and the others. When Magistrate Zheng heard that these items were obtained from the mountains and were scarce, and that she knew nothing of their cultivation methods, he could not help but feel disappointed. Originally, he had planned to send people into the mountains to search for more, but now it seemed that approach would not work. Moreover, Qin Ruo had made it clear that she only had a few plants. He could not very well snatch things from a commoner, could he? Acts of forcible seizure were simply not in his nature. "Thank you, esteemed sirs, for enlightening me today. I have mundane affairs to attend to and cannot stay longer. Your honor, perhaps you could wait for some time. If I succeed in trial cultivation, I will surely report to the Yamen without delay. If it proves suitable, you can then promote its cultivation. What do you think, your honor? Grain is the bedrock of national stability. If she offered this item to any powerful figure, she could be showered with immense wealth and status." But what Qin Ruo sought was not dependence, but mutual benefit. This was her first meeting with Magistrate Zheng, and she did not yet know his true character, but her initial impression was favorable. Whether to bestow a political achievement upon Magistrate Zheng remained to be seen. Having achieved her goal, Qin Ruo calmly took her leave from Magistrate Zheng and the others. "This is excellent. I shall await your good news, Miss Qin." In just a few minutes, Magistrate Zheng had adjusted his mindset. Overjoyed, he unconsciously dropped the formal title of this official and began using "I" instead. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Qin Ruo departed from the Yamen. About 15 minutes later, Qin Ruo returned to the gate of the newly purchased residence. The middleman who had previously received her was standing at the door waiting. "Miss Qin, you're back." The middleman greeted her with a beaming smile. Earlier at the Yamen, seeing that Qin Ruo was detained by Qin advisor, he had tactfully left first. Qin Ruo nodded slightly. The middleman had come to her so quickly, presumably about the shop she was looking for. Previously he had shown her several properties, but none had met her satisfaction. Since there was no rush, she had told him to come back when he found a suitable one. Miss Qin, the thing is, I just recalled that there is one shop in Taihe County that meets your requirements, but I'm not sure if you dare to take it. Oh, a shop that no one dares to take. Tell me about it. Qin Ruo's interest was piqued. Well, the Fumanlu restaurant in Taihe County. Have you heard of it, Miss Qin? Seeing that she was interested, the middleman quickly continued. Fumanlu. That restaurant is up for sale. Now it was Qin Ruo's turn to be surprised. Ever since her first visit to Taihe County to deliver game and manager Zhang had refused to accept it, she had paid little attention to that restaurant. Besides, she rarely visited Taihe County, so she truly had no idea what had happened to Fumanlu. But it had only been a little over a month since her last visit. That the restaurant was now unable to stay in business was indeed strange. Qin Ruo asked nonchalantly, You asked me if I dare to take it. What do you mean by that? To be honest, for some unknown reason, the original owner of Fumanlu suddenly withdrew. A few days ago, an outsider took over the restaurant. If it's already been taken over, why are you asking me if I dare to take it? Qin Ruo grew more confused and interrupted. Miss Qin, the thing is, the outsider did take it over, but the restaurant never opened. You remember that manager Zhang fellow who used to work at Fumanlu? After the outsider took over, manager Zhang led a group of people to cause trouble every day. The goal was to deliberately make it impossible for the outsider to operate, forcing him to sell at a low price. The middleman let out a long sigh before continuing. At first the outsider was tough, but after nearly half a month of harassment he could no longer bear it and wanted to transfer it. However, he was unwilling to sell it cheaply to manager Zhang's gang, so the matter is at a stalemate. Now the new owner is asking for a reasonable price. Only 180 taels of silver. But with this trouble, no one dares to take it for fear of getting involved. I think the location is good and the price is fair, so I rushed over to see what you think. The middleman was fairly honest. Earlier he had not intended to recommend Fumanlu to Qin Ruo. But after going to the yamen, he noticed that Qin Ruo seemed to have some influence there. He really didn't want to miss this deal, so he came back and waited for her. In any case, he had told her the truth. Whether to buy or not was up to her. This manager Zhang is so brazen. Does he have some powerful backing? Qin Ruo raised an eyebrow and asked casually. She had indeed taken a liking to the location of Fumanlu. Miss Qin, this lowly one is not sure, but I've heard that this manager Zhang is from Yunqing in Ganzhou and might have someone backing him. And the broker was respectful and hid nothing from Qin Ruo. And you are honest. Aren't you afraid this deal might fall through? And where did the original waiters of Fumanlu go? I recall there was a waiter named Qin Sheng at Fumantang. Do you know about him? Qin Ruo smiled and said, then changed the topic to ask about the whereabouts of the original staff of Fumanlu. Hearing Qin Ruo's words, the broker felt relieved. This deal might actually succeed. And Miss Qin flatters me. Business is about mutual willingness. I see that Miss Qin is a straightforward person, so naturally I wouldn't deceive you in these matters. And as for the former waiters of Fumanlu, I don't know about the others, but that young waiter Qiuxi you mentioned, I do know a bit about him. Speaking of him, he is a pitiful soul, an orphan without parents, renting a place in Dahuai Alley on West Street. But just a few days ago I heard he was expelled by manager Zhang for stealing from the restaurant, and even had one leg broken. And if you ask me, it must be manager Zhang's scheme. Qiuxi is a kind-hearted young man. Of stealing is not something he would do. Otherwise, he wouldn't regularly use his monthly wages to help the little beggars in the city. And the broker, who dealt with many people, indeed knew about Qiuxi. Seeing Qin Ruo ask about Qiuxi, he immediately took up Qiuxi's cause. Now, after hearing this, Qin Ruo had a clear understanding of Fumanlu's situation. She slightly furrowed her brows, calculating in her mind. And she was satisfied with Fumanlu's location, but now it seemed the situation was complicated. The broker saw Qin Ruo silent and did not disturb her, waiting quietly nearby. And since I'm free anyway, I might as well go take a look. And Qin Ruo did not want to give up this opportunity, so she decided to go and see. And although the original owner had dealt with Fumanlu countless times, each transaction of game meat was in the back alley, she wanted to see the interior structure of the restaurant. There were plenty of chickens, ducks, and fish from the space, as well as all kinds of fresh vegetables, she would definitely take over the restaurant sooner or later. Fumanlu had a good location and a large enough area meeting her requirements. The broker was overjoyed, secretly pleased. It seemed this deal was almost certain. He hastily replied, "The current owner of the restaurant is a merchant surnamed Li from out of town. He now lives in the restaurant. This lowly one will take Miss Qin there right away." Qin Ruo nodded and went with the broker to Fumanlu. Arriving at Fumanlu, they saw the restaurant's door tightly shut with a notice on it bearing the large characters, "Transfer." And the bustling scene of customers coming and going that she had seen last time was gone forever. The broker stepped forward and knocked. Soon the door opened a crack and a middle-aged man with a weary face poked his head out. And the man was the merchant surnamed Li mentioned by the broker manager Li. "Take a look yourselves and talk when you find it suitable. Let me make it clear I won't sell this restaurant for less than 180 taels. And manager Li opened the door and invited Qin Ruo and the broker inside, but his attitude was not very warm. Ever since he put out the news of the restaurant's transfer, batches of people had come to see it. Neither they tried to bargain the price down ridiculously low or just came out of curiosity. Manager Li had lost all hope. He was an outsider, having run a food shop in his hometown for over 20 years. And after saving up some capital, he conceived the idea of opening a restaurant. Leaving his hometown, he traveled around and finally chose Taya County. And manager Li had not been in Taya County long. He came across Fumanlu being transferred just as he arrived. Fumanlu was located in a bustling area of Taya County. The building had 2 floors, and its interior decoration was quite good. And since it was sold as a whole, all the furniture, tables, chairs, and kitchen equipment were complete. Manager Li barely hesitated and finally negotiated the price at 200 taels. And he planned to open the restaurant and then bring his family over later. After taking over Fumanlu, manager Li invested heavily and renovated the restaurant. And tables, chairs, stoves, and cooking utensils were all replaced. But before the restaurant could even open, it suffered a heavy blow. The accountant and cook he had previously agreed with all backed out, and on the day it was supposed to have a trial run, no one showed up. Later, manager Li learned that it was the younger brother-in-law of the former manager Zhang of Fumanlu who was scheming behind the scenes. This man gathered a group of loafers and threatened and bribed the staff manager Li had hired, who were afraid of getting into trouble and dared not come to the restaurant at all. Having just arrived in Taya County, manager Li was unfamiliar with the place. And to smooth things over, he had to humble himself and ask someone to arrange a few talks with manager Zhang. But manager Zhang took the opportunity to offer to take over this newly renovated restaurant for 60 taels of silver. And he also declared that no one else would dare buy this restaurant. Offering 60 taels was already the utmost kindness. In the future, he would even think twice about 10 taels. And the restaurant cost 200 taels to acquire, plus more than 10 taels for decoration. Not even a single day of business, and he would lose over 100 taels for nothing. And manager Li could not swallow this insult, but he had no way to deal with manager Zhang and his gang. Every day, manager Zhang's brother-in-law stood at the entrance with a bunch of loafers, causing ordinary people to flee in fear. Who would dare to enter? Even if manager Li wanted to sue at the county office, he could find no grounds. And they hadn't openly come in to rob or smash, so he couldn't accuse them of breaking the law. Disheartened, manager Li had no choice but to sell the restaurant at a loss. And however, given the previous example, no one dared to take it over. Manager Li was already considering whether to bow to manager Zhang. Na mighty dragon cannot suppress a local snake. He would take whatever he could get and consider it a lesson learned. He had no hope that this deal would go through with Qin Ruo and the broker. Qin Ruo walked around the restaurant, observing its structure and location, then went to the back kitchen to take a look. The restaurant had a good location, decent decoration, and complete furniture. Now, after taking over, a little tidying up would be enough to open. And the back kitchen was also fully equipped, saving a lot of trouble. Qin Ruo was satisfied. She turned to manager Li and said, "Manager Li, I've seen the overall condition of the restaurant. Your asking price of 180 taels is indeed not high. And, miss, I see you are young, and I don't want to cheat you. You probably don't know the inside story of this restaurant sale. You'd better think it over carefully." And manager Li, feeling irritated, waved his hand to interrupt Qin Ruo. "What? You mean you're not sincere about selling the restaurant?" If you're talking about Manager Zhang, that's nothing. I'm doing business honestly, it has nothing to do with him. Qin Ruo didn't mind Manager Li's attitude, walked over to sit down, and spoke calmly. Miss, what do you mean? Would you really dare to take this restaurant? And Manager Li stood up abruptly, his face full of disbelief. If you have no objections, Shopkeeper Li, we can sign the deed now. Qin Ruo had no intention of taking advantage of the situation. Without haggling, she settled the matter in a few words. As soon as Qin Ruo finished speaking, Shopkeeper Li, a tall man, instantly reddened his eyes. With a thud, he knelt before Qin Ruo. Miss, your great kindness is beyond my gratitude. Please accept my bow. There's no need for this. We are merely conducting a fair transaction. Qin Ruo swiftly stepped aside, signaling the middleman to help Shopkeeper Li up. He insisted on kowtowing 3 times before rising. This tavern had consumed nearly all his life savings, and before this he had been on the verge of despair. Yet just when all seemed lost, fortune smiled upon him. Not only did this young woman take over the tavern, but she also refrained from exploiting his predicament. To Shopkeeper Li, Qin Ruo's actions were a timely lifeline. Shopkeeper Li's attitude toward Qin Ruo did a complete 180. He first apologized for his earlier rudeness, then personally served tea and invited her to sit. Qin Ruo did not hold his earlier discourtesy against him, cornered as he was who could remain calm. As for Manager Zhang and his crew, they were not even within her consideration. Countermeasures with measures, a mere manager was nothing to fear for Qin Ruo. Shopkeeper Li signed the deed on the spot, producing the tavern's land title property deed and an inventory of all items within, handing them over to Qin Ruo. Having smoothly received the silver from Qin Ruo, a long-lost smile finally returned to Shopkeeper Li's face. Miss Qin, until we meet again. Take care. If ever you come to Yang and Sangzhou, I shall certainly host you with great hospitality. After securing the money, Shopkeeper Li promptly packed his belongings and came to bid Qin Ruo farewell. Before leaving, he did not forget to warn Qin Ruo to be wary of Manager Zhang and his lot. He was truly terrified those people would stop at nothing. He had elders to support and children to raise. He simply could not afford such risks. Qin Ruo smiled, nonchalantly nodded, and after bidding Shopkeeper Li goodbye, left Fumin Restaurant with the middleman. After stepping out, Qin Ruo did not head straight home. Instead, following the address given by the middleman, she went to Dahui Lane in West Street. Dahui Lane nestled in the residential area behind West Street, narrow and deep, with filthy water flowing everywhere. This area was a melting pot of all sorts, mostly inhabited by the impoverished. Qin Ruo reached the spot indicated by the middleman, but Qin Sheng was not there. After inquiring with neighbors, she learned that Qin Sheng had been evicted for failing to pay rent. A neighbor said he had likely taken shelter in a dilapidated temple on the outskirts. Leaving Dahui Lane, Qin Ruo hurried to a ruined temple halfway up a hill outside Taya County. When she arrived at the temple of the earth god, several ragged children were busy weaving straw sandals. Seeing Qin Ruo halt, the children paused their work, none daring to approach. The eldest among them, a boy of about 11 or 12 clad in a patched gray coat, stepped forward and pulled the other 2 younger children behind him. He stared at Qin Ruo with wary eyes and demanded, "Who are you? What do you want?" Qin Ruo found the boy bristling like a cornered cat rather amusing. Without a word, she pulled out a packet of candy, opened it in her palm, and gestured for the children to come forward. Immediately the sound of swallowing saliva filled the air. The 2 younger ones clearly deferred to the gray-clad boy. Since he remained silent, they did not move, only stared longingly at the candy in her hand, swallowing hard. "Does Qin Sheng live here?" Qin Ruo asked with a smile. "What Qin Sheng? I don't know him. Go away, go away." The gray-clad boy suddenly grew agitated, shooing her away. The other 2 children instantly became guarded, their eyes filled with hostility. Qin Ruo understood. It seemed Qin Sheng had been in considerable trouble lately. She paid no heed to the children's rudeness and stepped forward to enter the temple. "Stop, you can't go in." The gray-clad boy panicked, reaching out to block her, while the other 2 children gathered courage and surrounded her. "Huzi, what's happening? Don't be afraid." An anxious voice came from inside the house. It was Qin Sheng. Qin Sheng, with one leg clumsily bound with branches and a wooden stick as a crutch, hopped out of the house on one foot. He spotted Qin Ruo surrounded by Huzi and the others. "Ah, Miss Qin, is that you? Huzi, don't be rude. Invite the guest in." Sheng was surprised to see Qin Ruo there. Though he did not know why she had come, he was genuinely glad. Qiuxi and the others immediately stepped aside looking sheepish. Qin Ruo did not mind. She handed the candy to the children and followed Sheng into the temple. The temple of the earth god was dilapidated with wind blowing through cracks in the walls. In a corner lay a pile of straw hemp and vines used for weaving sandals. On the other side of the floor lay several worn-out mats, thickly padded with weeds. This was clearly where Sheng and the others lived. Sheng invited Qin Ruo inside, then realized he had not even a decent stool to offer. With a look of awkwardness, he instructed Qiuxi to fetch a tree stump from outside, and politely asked Qin Ruo to sit. "This place is crude. I apologize for the discomfort, Miss Qin. May I ask what brings you here today?" Sheng inquired politely once she was seated. "You all live here? That leg of yours looks seriously injured. Haven't you seen a doctor?" Qin Ruo sidestepped the question, frowning as she looked at his bandaged foot. "Circumstances force us to make do. Even a roof over our heads is a blessing. As for this leg, a kind neighbor found some herbs to apply, or it should be fine. You seem to be doing well lately, Miss Qin." Sheng brushed off her concern lightly. He noticed her attire was different from the last time they met. It seemed Qin Ruo's recent days had been good, and he was happy for her. The gloom of the past days lifted somewhat. Sheng was used to the fickleness of the world. Everyone struggled in these times. Sheng did not expect Qin Ruo to come today to pull him out of the mire. They had only met a few times. He was already content that she had come to see him. "Sheng, are you willing to rot here forever? I ask you only this: do you want to rise above and no longer be bullied? Do you want them to never suffer cold or hunger again?" Qin Ruo pointed at the thinly clad Qiuxi and the others outside, speaking calmly. Before coming, she had already inquired about Sheng's character. A man who would risk his life to protect a little beggar with no blood relation to him showed that Sheng was kind-hearted and loyal. He simply lacked an opportunity to change his fate. Stand out from the crowd. Live without a care. Of course he wanted that. Dreamed of it every night. Every word from Qin Ruo set Sheng's blood ablaze. But what could he possibly do? He could barely save himself. How could he hope to rise above his station? Sheng gazed at his shattered leg and managed a bitter smile. "Miss Qin, please don't mock me. I have nothing to my name, can barely afford food and clothing. What prospect of success could I possibly have?" Qin Ruo observed the self-mocking and helpless look in his eyes, and a soft sigh escaped her. She knew there were countless Shengs in this world, crushed beneath the weight of fate, wanting to rebel, yet powerless to do so. She was no savior, as she could not save everyone. But she had seen something in him, his sincerity and loyalty. The first time they met, he had specially come to remind her to seek another path, that was kindness. Using his meager earnings to care for beggars weaker and more helpless than himself, even risking his life to protect them, that was righteousness. Qin Ruo did not answer immediately. Instead, she reached into her sleeve, drew out a silver ingot, and pressed it into Sheng's hand. "This temple is no longer livable. It grows colder each passing day. Take this silver and go to a pharmacy to have a physician treat your leg. With what remains, rent a room elsewhere. Staying in this temple will get us nowhere." Sheng dared not reach out to take the silver, shock and confusion flashing across his face. "Miss Qin, this simply won't do. You yourself have it hard. I cannot accept charity when I have done nothing in return." His voice trembled. He could not fathom Qin Ruo's motives. He gazed at Qin Ruo, as if hoping to read something hidden beneath her composure. Since their last meeting, he had not seen her again. Though her attire had improved markedly since then, Sheng knew the dangers of a hunter's profession. One misstep could cost a life. He also knew something of Qin Huaixing's affairs, and being an orphan himself, felt a kinship with the original host. "This money is not a gift, it is a loan. The Fulman Lu where you used to work, I have just taken over the lease. If you are willing, once you recover, you can come help at the restaurant. I will deduct the amount from your monthly wages." Qin Ruo interrupted him with a calm voice. "Miss Qin, you mean you've taken over Fulman Lu? From Manager Li? Miss Qin, you've acted rashly. Do you realize that Manager Zhang and his gang are no ordinary folk?" Sheng broke into a cold sweat upon hearing that she had acquired the restaurant. His concerns had been entirely consumed by the matter of Fulman Lu. A single Manager Zhang, nothing to fear. Now tell me what happened to your leg. Seeing Qin Ruo's tranquil expression, Sheng suddenly calmed himself. If she dared to take over Fulman Lu and had sought him out, how could she be unaware of these matters? He had been clouded by worry. Looking at his broken leg, the fist within his sleeve clenched involuntarily. A flicker of humiliation and sorrow passed across his face. Before you came, Miss Qin, you must have heard something of what happened. My leg was indeed broken by Manager Zhang. I was blind and fell into his trap. Qin Ruo nodded, signaling him to continue. Ever since Manager Zhang arrived, he arbitrarily docked the wages of Fulman Lu's staff and abused us servants, both physically and verbally. Most of the other staff left, but I had nowhere to go. As he spoke, Sheng's tone shifted. He pointed toward the entrance where Qiuxi and the others were weaving straw sandals, a faint smile touching his face. I was once a beggar myself. I know well the torment of never knowing where your next meal will come from. Qiuxi was the first younger brother I took in. Lao San and Lao Si followed me last year. They are young, but remarkably sensible. Sheng sighed and continued. Manager Zhang may have been harsh, but working at Fulman Lu at least provided a monthly wage of 1 tael of silver. If we were frugal, it was enough for us brothers to scrape by. If I abandoned them, they would truly have nowhere to turn. But 10 days ago, the original owner of Fulman Lu gave up the lease and put the restaurant up for rent. Manager Zhang asked me to stay and handle a few remaining matters, promising an extra 100 won coins. But when that day came, Manager Zhang accused me of stealing from the restaurant. Not only did he withhold my wages, but he also forced me to sign a debt note for 50 taels. As he spoke, hatred blazed in Sheng's eyes, his chest heaving with agitated breaths. Unable to contain my anger, I confronted Manager Zhang, and he had his men break my leg. He even threatened that if I could not repay the 50 taels within half a month, he would take my 3rd and 4th brothers to settle the debt. It was only later that I learned Manager Zhang harbors unnatural desires for young men. He targeted my 3rd and 4th brothers and deliberately set this trap for me. Sheng could not bring himself to speak the words aloud before Qin Ruo, fearing to defile her ears. My 3rd and 4th brothers are only 7 years old. That beast is worse than human. Tears welled in Sheng's eyes, his voice cracking with emotion. Qin Ruo's understanding deepened. She had previously thought Manager Zhang was merely greedy, but never imagined he was also a lustful predator who showed no mercy even to children, truly worse than an animal. A cold glint flashed in Qin Ruo's eyes. She had always despised those who bullied the weak and committed evils without restraint. She gently patted Sheng's shoulder in comfort. Do you trust me? Would you like to see Manager Zhang and his gang pay for what they've done? Qin Ruo's voice was soft, yet to Sheng it sounded like a tonic that steadied his heart. Sheng suddenly raised his head, as if making a momentous decision. Miss Qin, I do not know why you wish to help me. But if you can protect my younger brothers, Sheng will serve you without hesitation, even at the cost of my life. Qin Ruo suddenly laughed. What use would I have for your life? Do not mistake my words for cruelty. Your life holds little value to me. You are only useful to me alive. Follow me, and I will protect you and your brothers. But I have one condition: you must sign an indenture contract with me. 10 years. When the term expires, you may choose to remain in my service or seek your own path. Either way, you will not be mistreated. I have only one requirement: loyalty. Absolute loyalty. Qin Ruo stared steadily at Sheng and spoke calmly. She considered herself no savior. Sheng was pitiable, but she would not support those who could contribute nothing. Miss Qin, I trust you. I accept your terms. Sheng did not hesitate for a moment. Qin Ruo was willing to protect his younger brothers. This kindness he would repay with his very life, if necessary. Moreover, signing a 10-year indenture contract was a small price to pay. He was willing. As Qin Ruo left the Earth Temple, snow began to fall from the sky. It was the first snow she had witnessed since transmigrating to the Great Sheng Dynasty. And Qin Ruo, unaware of what lay ahead, did not yet know that the Qin family household in Changhe village was already shrouded in gloom, thrown into utter chaos. The Qin household in Changhe village. Over the past half-month-old Madame Qin had coughed up blood several more times. Now she lay on her bed, her face grown wan and gaunt, her lips grayish-white, her chest rising and falling with the faintest breath. In just over 10 days, she seemed to have become a completely different person. The entire Zhou family was gathered, each face drawn and grave. No one could have imagined that old Madame Qin, who had always been robust, would fall ill so suddenly and so dangerously. The village doctor had quietly told old Madame Zhou that old Madame Qin might not survive these coming days. Old Madame Zhou gazed at her friend on the bed, breathing faintly, and her nose stung with unshed tears. The eldest daughter of the Qin family had still not returned. Qin Erlang was too young. As for Qin Dalong, the Qin family had endured enough hardship over the years. Just as things were finally looking up, yet another storm arose. Qin Zian and Qin Zimu, the two brothers, knelt side by side before old Madame Qin's bed, tears streaming unceasingly. Qin Zian held her hand, his fingers trembling uncontrollably. Before he could utter a word, his tears fell first. "Grandmother, please wake up, I beg you. Grandmother, it is your grandson, who has been unfilial. For these past years I have been blinded by greed and ambition, arrogant and conceited, disrespectful to my elders, discordant with my siblings. I deserve to die." Qin Zian suddenly rose to his feet, sobbing uncontrollably, and raised his hand to slap himself fiercely several times. Then he dropped back to his knees and began bowing his head forcefully against the ground, thud after thud. He was truly repentant. At this moment, Qin Zian's regret cut to the bone. He regretted how step by step he had been bewitched by the outside world and lost his true self, pushing his loved ones away one by one. He regretted his narrow heart, his selfishness, his willingness to abandon righteousness for profit, unfit in the slightest to call himself a man of learning. Throughout these past weeks, facing the sudden upheaval in the Qin household, Qin Zian had for the first time realized his own incompetence and ignorance. In the past, with old Madame Qin's protection and Qin Qiuxi's silent devotion, Qin Zian had scarcely known hardship. Whether earning money or handling household chores, he never had to worry about anything. Now that old Madame Qin had fallen ill, and without Qin Ruo, he lived each day in chaos and exhaustion. Before, when Qin Qiuxi was here, and old Madame Qin was well, everything in the house had run smoothly. Meals were warm, clothes were clean, and whenever he needed silver, all he had to do was ask. He had never known there were so many endless household chores to be done. Every morning, he had to start the fire and cook, sweep the courtyard, wash clothes, and carry water to fill the vats. He also had to wait for fair weather to haul firewood cut and dried from the mountains, then split it into pieces and stack it properly for storage. So the weeds in the vegetable patch needed weeding, watering, and fertilizing. If not for the Zhou family's help, he feared he wouldn't have survived even 2 days. When he had pressed his demands upon old Madame Qin, he had convinced himself that whether Qin Qiuxi was there or not made no difference to the Qin household whatsoever. Now he was forced to admit, without Qin Qiuxi in this house, he was nothing at all. Over these past days, he had learned to cook and wash clothes. When his hands broke out in chilblains, the stinging itch burned itself into his memory. He stared for a long time at Qin Zimu's hands, dark, rough, cracked, riddled with old wounds. Qin Zian had never noticed such things before. He strained his memory, trying to recall what he had been doing at Qin Zimu's age. He remembered. Back then he was still studying at a private school in Datong Township. Every few days old Madame Qin would come over to bring him clean clothes and take away the dirty ones. But once he entered Luming Academy in Taihe County, far from Changhe village, it was no longer convenient. He began paying a laundry woman 1 copper coin per garment to clean and press his clothes. Even though Qin Zimu had shouldered most of the work during this time, Qin Zian was still so exhausted he could nearly fall asleep standing upright. When he managed to find a moment of spare time and reached for a book, his body's fatigue rendered him unable to absorb a single character. On the first day after waking, old Madame Qin had managed a few steps on her feet, but it was merely a brief respite. On the second day, she coughed up blood once more and sank into a prolonged slumber. Occasionally, upon waking, she would open her mouth and ask, "Has the eldest daughter returned?" Upon learning that Qin Ruo had not come back, she would weep bitterly again, lying on the bed with vacant eyes fixed on the ceiling, unwilling to speak. The village doctor Zhou had come several times, each time shaking his head. He said this was a sickness of the heart beyond the reach of any medicine. Qin Zian had never felt such terror within himself. At first, it was only fear of being branded unfilial, and deeper still, fear of losing old Madame Qin as his pillar of support. He could not believe that someone as healthy as old Madame Qin could in the blink of an eye reach the brink of utter exhaustion. He thought of Qin Ruo, those cold words, and those indifferent eyes. For the first time, Qin Zian faced himself squarely and discovered that all these years he had been living like a jest. Loneliness and helplessness were like great beasts in the deep sea slowly devouring his heart. Qin Zian's frantic behavior in that moment frightened not only Qin Zimu, but also everyone from the Zhou family present. The women among them cried out in alarm and rushed forward to restrain him. When the Zhou patriarch and his 3 sons pulled Qin Zian to his feet, blood had already seeped from his forehead. Qin Zimu forced his tears back, steeled his heart, and turned his head away. Toward his elder brother, Qin Zimu harbored both resentment and hatred. Seeing Qin Zian with blood streaming from his forehead, he felt a sliver of satisfaction mingled with discomfort. The emotions were complicated. Qin Zimu gripped the hem of his clothes tightly, biting his lip in silence. Eldest daughter, eldest daughter. From the bed came a faint voice. Old Madame Qin had awakened. Qin Zian hurried across the room in 3 strides, grasping old Madame Qin's hand. The depression that had weighed on him for these past days finally eased somewhat. Grandmother, Qin Zian called softly. Old Madame Qin struggled to open her eyes and looked around the room at those present. The faint light of hope that had once flickered in her gaze had vanished entirely. She gazed at the blood on Qin Zian's forehead, trembled as she raised one hand and gently wiped the tears from his eyes. Then she let out a long sigh. She patted the head of Qin Zimu, who lay sobbing against the bed. Erling, do not cry. You've grown so thin. Finally, old Madame Qin beckoned old Madame Zhou closer, gesturing for her to approach, then waved for the others to leave first. Good sister, do not say another word. Rest and nurture yourself. You will recover. Old Madame Zhou, fighting back tears, forced a smile and stepped forward, patting old Madame Qin's hand gently. It has already snowed. Is winter solstice approaching? Last year, the eldest daughter did not get to eat dumplings. This year, I wonder whether she will be able to eat them wherever she is. Old Madame Qin struggled to reach out and brush the snow from old Madame Zhou's shoulders accumulated along her journey from the Zhou household. A moment later, she suddenly gripped old Madame Zhou's hand tightly, and a flicker of clarity flashed through her clouded eyes. If Roar returns one day, please tell her on my behalf that I am sorry. When Qin Ruo departed from the ruined temple, Qin Sheng, Qiuxi, and a few others left with her. Since an agreement had been reached, there was no reason for Qin Ruo to keep Qin Sheng and the others at the dilapidated temple. She instructed the 4 brothers under Qin Sheng to accompany her back to the newly purchased residence first, and only move out once Qin Sheng found a suitable place. Upon arriving at Qin Ruo's new residence, Qin Sheng, along with Qiuxi and his 2 younger brothers, voluntarily took up quarters in the rear chambers. Not long after their return, the physician from the medical hall arrived. On the way down the mountain, Qin Ruo had sent Qiuxi to the medical hall to invite a physician to treat Qin Sheng's leg. The visitors were Dr. Feng from Xinglin Hall and his young apprentice Kong Qing. Surprised to see Qin Ruo here, Dr. Feng stepped forward with a warm smile. Miss Qin, it's good to see you again. How have you been? Dr. Feng, it's been a long time. Thank you for your concern. I'm doing well, Qin Ruo replied, returning the courtesy with a graceful nod and a polite smile. Upon learning this was Qin Ruo's newly acquired residence, Dr. Feng hastened to offer some felicitous words. After the pleasantries, his gaze fell upon Qin Sheng. Noticing Qin Sheng's pallid complexion and the makeshift splint on his leg, Dr. Feng already had a good idea of what lay beneath. He carefully removed the crude wooden supports and proceeded to palpate the injured limb with practiced hands. Qin Sheng's face contorted in agony, yet he bore the pain in silence without a single cry. This young man has considerable fortitude, Dr. Feng observed. However, your haphazard splinting has caused the bones to heal misaligned. They must be set properly. If you had waited any longer, I fear we might have had to amputate. As Dr. Feng examined him, Qin Ruo watched closely from the side and could see that Qin Sheng's leg was indeed in the condition he described. Qin Ruo gave a subtle nod of approval. Dr. Feng's medical skills were certainly competent. Of course, she herself could have treated Qin Sheng's injury, but she had never considered handling such minor matters personally. Just let Qin Sheng cooperate with you for the treatment, Qin Ruo said. As for the cost, please name your price. If it's insufficient, do let me know. Qin Ruo handed over 10 taels of silver that she had prepared in advance. Before Dr. Feng could respond, Qin Sheng grew anxious. Young mistress, this is too much. Qin Sheng waved his hands frantically, his eyes gradually reddening. He had seen clearly that Qin Ruo had offered 10 taels of silver. It was more than he was worth. Even selling himself would not fetch such a sum. He had already been endlessly grateful that Qin Ruo had agreed to protect Qiuxi and the others. Yet Qin Ruo had not only provided ample silver for him to rent a new residence, but had also summoned a physician to treat his leg. What merit did he deserve? The fact that his mistress had spent 10 taels on him in one gesture made Qin Sheng feel that he could never repay his debt to Qin Ruo in this lifetime. Though life may be as humble as an ant, one should still harbor ambitions as lofty as a swan. Though fate may be as frail as thin paper, the spirit need never bend. Money is but money, it can be earned again. Do not undervalue yourself, it is only because you have not yet found the place where you truly belong. Qin Ruo glanced at the restless Qin Sheng and offered a gentle smile. She read people well. Given the right opportunity, Qin Sheng would undoubtedly achieve great things. After all, Qin Sheng was barely 16 years old. Since the age of 6, he had grown up among beggars, surviving on the streets with nothing but the wind and rain for shelter. By the age of 11 or 12, he had taken a position as a waiter in a tavern, and as the de facto head of a household, he had taken in Qiuxi, Xiao Nan, and Xiao Bei. Without a measure of resilience and capability, how could one accomplish such things? How could one endure for so long? Thank you, young mistress. Tears welled up in Qin Sheng's eyes. He was profoundly moved by Qin Ruo's words. For someone who had always teetered on the edge of starvation, already considered as worthless as an ant, it was the first time he had ever heard someone tell him that he could be a person of value. He had feared Master Zhang and his gang, even contemplated taking them all down with him. But just then Qin Ruo had appeared, like a beam of light piercing through the darkness, pulling him out of the muck. This kindness he would carry in his heart for the rest of his life. Qin Sheng quietly made a resolution. Regardless of what the future held, he would remain loyal to Qin Ruo as his mistress henceforth. Dr. Feng studied Qin Ruo with a glint of admiration in his eyes. Having practiced medicine for many years and witnessed too much of human coldness and warmth, he found it rare to see someone so devoted and righteous toward a servant. Stroking his graying beard, he turned to Qin Ruo with grave sincerity. Miss Qin, rest assured, this old physician will spare no effort in healing this young man's leg. As for the payment, there is no rush. I shall settle with you once the treatment is complete. Though Dr. Feng did not know Qin Ruo's origins, combining the memory of that day at Xinglin Hall, when she had produced such precious medicinal herbs, with his master Sheng's attitude toward her, he could guess at least something of the truth. This young woman must have something exceptional about her in his master's eyes. Otherwise, given his master's unsociable nature, he would never have personally met with Qin Ruo, let alone the fact that he had ultimately signed a preferential contract of unprecedented terms. The contract stipulated that all medicinal herbs Qin Ruo brought to sell in the future would be purchased at a price 10% above the market rate, and there would be no interference with her freedom to sell to others. It was clear that his master truly valued Qin Ruo. Since Dr. Feng had spoken, thus Qin Ruo made no further pretense of refusal. She smiled, nodded, and put away the silver. Old Master Feng turned and instructed Kong Qing to fetch the medicinal salves and splints from the medicine chest, then began treating Qin Sheng's leg. Yes, master, Kong Qing replied in a bright voice, and quickly went to retrieve the supplies. After the burning of a single incense stick, Dr. Feng had already applied the medicine and secured the splints anew. After offering a few final instructions, he bid Qin Ruo farewell politely and departed with his young apprentice. At that moment, Qin Sheng's face was ashen and drenched in sweat, his clothes completely soaked through as though he had been pulled from water. When Dr. Feng had realigned his leg, Qin Sheng had been biting down on a piece of wood, his teeth nearly shattering from the effort. Yet even so, Qin Sheng had not uttered a single cry of pain. Take this medicine. Consume 1 pill every 4 hours. Rest and recover peacefully. I will return home tomorrow. Handle the rest as you see fit. Qin Ruo calmly handed Sheng a small vial containing a dozen or so pills. A trace of appreciation crossed her features. There had been no anesthesia throughout the entire procedure. Only those who can endure what ordinary men cannot endure shall enjoy what ordinary men cannot enjoy. Thank you, young mistress. Without hesitation, Sheng's trembling hands took the vial, poured out a pill, and swallowed it in one go. Whether it was his imagination or not, within a mere quarter of an hour Sheng felt that his leg truly hurt less. Just as Qin Ruo was about to depart after giving her instructions, Qiuxi suddenly dragged Xiao Nan and Xiao Bei to the ground and knelt before her. Miss Qin, please accept Xiao Nan, Xiao Bei, and myself. We are willing to follow you as our mistress and remain forever loyal. Qin Ruo looked at the few immature faces before her, a flicker of surprise in her eyes. She had taken in Sheng precisely because she valued his loyalty and kindness. Now this unexpected buy one get three free deal caught her off guard. She remained expressionless as she gazed at the young faces and spoke calmly, there's no need for this. Since I promised to protect you all, I will not break my word. Master, please take in Qiuxi and the others. Though young, they are sharp-witted and will not cause you trouble. From now on, my brothers and I belong to you. We will go through fire and water without a second thought. Seeing Qin Ruo silent, Sheng hurriedly spoke up, his face pleading. It had been agreed earlier that Qiuxi, Xiao Nan, and Xiao Bei would sign the contract with Qin Ruo together. Had it not been for Qin Ruo's appearance, he and the others would still be cowering in that dilapidated temple. Sheng's reasoning was simple. Qin Ruo treated people generously and would not treat them harshly. He was also gambling, hoping to secure a future for Qiuxi and the others. The incident with Steward Zhang had taught him a lesson: the weak are always bullied. He wanted to grow strong, never again to be at the mercy of others. Rise. We'll discuss this later. Qin Ruo did not immediately agree, but told them to get up. She was no saint. Saving the world was not her concern. Ordinary servants could be bought with silver. She wanted not puppets, but people of value. Subordinates and companions who could fight alongside her in the future. Qiuxi led Xiao Nan and Xiao Bei to their feet. Seeing that Qin Ruo had no intention of taking them, and disappointment flickered across their faces. He was 11 years old. When he had fallen into the beggar's den, he had suffered nothing but contempt and abuse. If not for Sheng taking him in, he would have lost his life long ago. He had no other thoughts. If big brother Sheng was willing to acknowledge a master, then that person would be his master too. Xiao Nan and Xiao Bei stood helplessly, not knowing how to make Qin Ruo change her mind. Both looked dejected, believing that their own uselessness was why Qin Ruo had not accepted them. Qin Ruo paid them no further heed. After giving a few more instructions, she left with a composed expression. The next day after breakfast, Qin Ruo drove the newly purchased carriage back to Changhe village. She had bought the carriage yesterday upon returning to the residence. In the days ahead, she would need to travel frequently between Changhe village and Taihe County, and relying on old Yang's donkey cart was not a viable option. After leaving Fumin yesterday, she had asked the broker to take her to the horse market. She spent 40 taels of silver on a horse and a simple carriage, making future trips more convenient. It was still early when she returned to Changhe village, and she met no one along the way. As she drove the carriage up to the courtyard, she heard crying coming from inside the house. What are they crying about so early? Qin Ruo glanced inside, then jumped nimbly down from the carriage. Old Madame Zhou, hearing the commotion outside, hurried out of the house and immediately spotted Qin Ruo alighting from the carriage. Ruo, is it really you? Ruo is back. Ruo is back. Old Madame Zhou exclaimed in surprise and joy, shouting toward the house. Instantly a clatter of hurried footsteps echoed from within, and several figures burst out. Qin girl. Ruo sister. Sister. In the courtyard, joyful cries rang out one after another. Qin Ruo looked up and saw old Master Zhou's father and mother and Zhou Daju and his brothers. The entire Zhou family gathered in her yard. But the expressions on every face were strange, their eyes tinged with a faint sorrow. Qin Zimu stood at a distance, his face streaked with tears, staring fixedly at her with an expression of disbelief. Qin Zian, who had remained silent all along, wore a faded, threadbare set of clothes and was emaciated. His face was etched with exhaustion, as if a gust of wind could knock him over. Looking at the scene before her, a wave of unease rose in Qin Ruo's heart. She took a closer look and finally understood where that strange feeling came from. The usually boisterous old Madame Qin was not there. Without time to dwell on it, Qin Ruo turned and beckoned to Qin Zimu Erlang. Qin Zimu could no longer hold back. He rushed forward and hugged Qin Ruo tightly, refusing to let go. The smile on Qin Ruo's face froze. Since her rebirth, she had felt no attachment to the Qin family, but she had always been kind to Qin Zimu. In her previous life, abandoned by those who called themselves family, she had wandered alone and survived countless brushes with death, forging a cold and indifferent heart that knew nothing of familial affection. Qin Zimu's behavior now left her at a loss. She looked down at the small head and the trembling body, and her nose inexplicably stung. She had initially intended to push him away, but instead her hand gently landed on his head. "Erling, what's wrong? What happened?" she asked softly. Qin Zimu did not answer, but only tightened his grip on her, as if afraid she would disappear again. "All right, Erling." Old Madame Zhou pulled Qin Zimu away from Qin Ruo, wiped her tears, and turned to her. "Ruo girl, you've come back just in time. Go see your grandmother. She's fallen ill." Qin Ruo's heart sank. She had been fine when she left. How could she be ill now? "Grandma Zhou, what happened? Please tell me everything." Qin Ruo calmly walked toward the house, asking old Madame Zhou to explain the matter. "Your grandmother fell ill a few days ago, and she hasn't gotten up since." Old Madame Zhou gave a brief account of what had happened to old Madame Qin after Qin Ruo left. Only when she entered old Madame Qin's room did Qin Ruo realize how much more serious it was than she had imagined. The old woman lying on the bed was emaciated, her face sallow, and her breath faint. At first glance, she hardly looked alive. A surge of inexplicable emotions rose in Qin Ruo's heart: grief, helplessness, loss, and a hint of reluctance and release. Her hands moved uncontrollably, reaching out and gently resting on old Madame Qin's gaunt face. "Grandmother," she whispered. Unbeknownst to her, tears had already streamed down her cheeks. Old Madame Qin, who had been in a deep sleep since last night, seemed to sense something. Her body trembled, and then she slowly opened her eyes, staring at the figure before her. First there was astonishment, then slowly her eyes filled with joy mingled with a trace of sorrow. As if suddenly filled with strength, she grasped the slender fair wrist tightly. Her lips moved, and after a long while she murmured softly, "Qiuxi. Qiuxi girl, is it you? Have you come back? Qiuxi, my dear, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, child." Old Madame Qin tightly grasped Qin Ruo's wrist, tears slowly spilling from the corners of her eyes. Qin Ruo suddenly snapped back to reality, and the sour swelling sensation in her chest vanished. She calmly withdrew her hand from old Madame Qin's grasp. She gazed quietly at old Madame Qin lying on the bed, her eyes as deep and unfathomable as a cold pool. "Rest well. A good sleep will make everything better," Qin Ruo said indifferently. That moment of uncontrollable reaction had instantly made her realize it was the original owner's emotions acting up again. She had transmigrated into the great Sheng Dynasty less than 2 months ago, and still occasionally felt the lingering influence of the original owner's will. The inability to fully control this body stirred a flicker of irritation within Qin Ruo. She had been neglecting this issue not because she didn't want to deal with it, but because she hadn't yet found a solution, so she had to set it aside. Today her body had lost control again, acting in such an abnormal manner which sparked a sense of crisis within her. Although she knew the chance of the original owner returning was almost impossible, being constantly constrained by the residual emotions of the original owner meant many things would be tied down. She truly disliked this sudden feeling of being controlled. Old Madame Qin stared blankly at Qin Ruo. The sudden emptiness in her palm filled her with immense loss. Her lips trembled as if she wanted to say something, but in the end only a low sob escaped. Like a final flicker of life, old Madame Qin closed her eyes again. Qin Ruo took a deep breath, then turned to old Madame Zhou. "Grandma Zhou, I entrust my grandmother to you. Please watch over her for a moment, or I'll be right back." Old Madame Zhou quickly nodded in agreement. Seeing old Madame Qin regain consciousness, she breathed a great sigh of relief and sighed. She knew about the rift between Qin Ruo and old Madame Qin. Old Madame Zhou sincerely hoped that the grandmother and granddaughter could resolve their conflicts quickly. But seeing Qin Ruo's distant demeanor, she refrained from offering advice. After all, it was the Qin family's affair. It was truly inappropriate for an outsider like her to interfere. She also understood the principle that a thick sheet of ice is not formed in a single day's frost. She could not blame Qin Ruo for being cold toward old Madame Qin. It was all the result of the old woman's past misdeeds. Old Madame Zhou could only sigh deeply in her heart. Qin Ruo returned shortly holding a medicine bottle. She poured out a pill and handed it to old Madame Zhou, asking her to feed it to old Madame Qin. I happened to obtain a few good pills on my travels recently. They should be of some use to grandmother's health. Qin Ruo's expression remained unreadable. Old Madame Qin's abilities were known to old Madame Zhou. Hearing this, she didn't doubt it, simply assuming that some noble acquaintance had gifted them to Qin Ruo. She took the pill and quickly administered it to old Madame Qin. Given the old woman's current condition, it was a desperate measure, treating a dead horse as if it were alive. Old Madame Zhou had been on tenterhooks all night, fearing that old Madame Qin wouldn't make it through. She had already quietly instructed her son to prepare for the old woman's funeral arrangements. When old Madame Zhou saw that old Madame Qin's breathing had gradually steadied, she was overcome with excitement. As Qin Ruo and old Madame Zhou emerged from the room again, the Zhou family members along with Qin Zian and Qin Zimu were still waiting outside. During the time Qin Ruo and old Madame Zhou had been inside, Zhou Dezhu and his brothers had unharnessed the carriage and tied the horse under a tree by the yard. Seeing Qin Ruo come out, several people immediately gathered around. Each of them had 1,000 words to say, but seeing her weary expression, they held back. Thank you all for taking care of my grandmother during this time. Qin Ruo bowed to the Zhou family. Oh child, don't stand on ceremony with us. If anyone should give thanks, it's our Zhou family who owes you. If you need any help, just say the word. Old man Zhou quickly interjected, and the rest of the Zhou family echoed his words. Exactly. Don't keep thanking us, child. I can see you've just returned and must be tired. Go to your room and rest for a while. We'll keep an eye on things here, and don't worry. Old Madame Zhou waved her hand briskly at Qin Ruo. After taking the medicine, old Madame Qin seemed much better, and old Madame Zhou's tone lightened. Seeing Qin Ruo's exhausted look, she quickly urged her to go to her room and rest. Qin Ruo nodded and walked toward her own room. She was well aware of old Madame Qin's condition. Just now the old woman had taken her self-made restorative pill. Her body would naturally recover slowly. She had never failed when it came to snatching a life from the clutches of death. In the room just now, from old Madame Qin's reaction, Qin Ruo understood that the old woman had more or less guessed something. There had been a moment when she wondered whether she should save old Madame Qin. If she hadn't intervened, the old woman would have surely died. But during that moment of losing control, she had clearly sensed that the original owner still harbored some indescribable, ambiguous feelings toward old Madame Qin. Since that was the case, she might as well fulfill the original owner's wish. Since coming to this world, her heart had grown softer. Qin Ruo smiled wryly to herself and stepped toward her room. Sister. Just as she was about to enter her room, a hoarse voice called out from behind her. Qin Ruo stopped and turned around calmly, watching Qin Zian approach her step by step. Old Madame Zhou hadn't explicitly stated why old Madame Qin had fallen ill, only vaguely mentioning that she might have had a quarrel with Qin Zian, leading to a depressed state of mind. But Qin Ruo saw through it at a glance. Old Madame Qin had clearly suffered from a surge of anger. In other words, she had been angered. Something on your mind, Doi. She thought Qin Zian would once again irrationally shift the blame, as he often did. Yet to her surprise, he bowed deeply to her with solemnity. Sister. I'm sorry. Have you taken the wrong medicine? If you've nothing to do, go about your business. Don't disturb me. Damn it. That sour, swelling, uncontrollable sensation was rising again. Qin Ruo lowered her eyelids, concealing the emotions in her eyes. She waved irritably at Qin Zian and entered her room. Qin Zian stared at the closed door, bitterness swelling in his heart. During this time, Qin Zian seemed to have matured overnight. The arrogance and recklessness that once marked his face were gone. He showed neither anger nor sarcasm in response to Qin Ruo's cold attitude. At this moment, Qin Zian's heart was filled only with endless torment and pain. After returning to her room, Qin Ruo's mind suddenly went blank and a wave of drowsiness washed over her. She lay down on the bed and fell asleep the moment her head touched the pillow. In her dream, Qin Ruo found herself in a thick fog, unable to find her way out. Suddenly, she noticed a girl not far ahead walking away with her back to her. Qin Ruo, without thinking, immediately followed. No matter how hard she chased, she could never catch up. The figure moved sometimes fast, sometimes slow, clearly waiting for her, yet deliberately keeping a certain distance. Until she reached a fork in the road, the girl stopped. Slowly turning around, she smiled gently at Qin Ruo. Only then did Qin Ruo see clearly. The girl before her had a face identical to that of Qiuxi. "Are you Qiuxi?" Qin Ruo tentatively called out to the girl. "I am Qiuxi. Thank you. Thank you for living another life for me." The girl smiled and nodded. "Do you not bear any resentment?" Qin Ruo fixed her gaze on Qiuxi's eyes, asking softly. "I once did, but now I don't. Grandma once cherished me too, and Dalong was not always like this." Qiuxi smiled radiantly, her eyes filled with tenderness as she recalled the past. "I have said all I needed to say. I must go now. May your days be smooth and joyful, forever carefree." The Qiuxi in the dream waved lightly at Qin Ruo. "Qiuxi, where are you going?" Qin Ruo stepped forward, reaching out to grab her, but her hand passed through Qiuxi's figure. She watched helplessly as Qiuxi's silhouette gradually faded, eventually dissolving into the mist. Qiuxi. Qin Ruo suddenly woke from the dream. She sat up in bed, the sudden wave of exhaustion that had gripped her earlier now gone. Qin Ruo sat on the bed in a daze for a long while before she finally confirmed that the last trace of the original owner Qiuxi's consciousness had completely vanished from this body. Morning and evening, year after year, be at peace. "Farewell, Qiuxi." Qin Ruo murmured softly. At noon, old Madame Qin awoke again. Her mental state had improved considerably, and the heavy aura of death that had clung to her had been swept away. However, still weak, she remained in bed recuperating. Old Madame Zhou clasped her hands together, murmuring prayers. She had already prepared herself for the worst, but unexpectedly Qin Ruo had returned. That tiny pill had pulled old Madame Qin back from the brink of death. The shadow that had loomed over the Qin household for days vanished in an instant. Because of old Madame Qin's illness, the Zhou family had been constantly busy helping out, and the bond between the two families had grown closer. Although old Madame Qin had already awakened, no one left. Old Man Zhou and Zhou father were building a shed in the courtyard. Qin Ruo had bought a horse, but the Qin family had no stable, so the horse was tied under a tree. The weather was cold and snowy. Even if it wasn't their own horse, it pained them to see it. Old Man Zhou took the initiative to call Zhou father to help build a simple shelter for the horse. Zhou Daju and his brother assisted, utterly delighted with the horse Qin Ruo had brought back. With her permission, they even touched the horse, their hearts filled with envy. Elder sister Qin was clever, skilled at hunting, and could earn money. These were talents beyond their envy. They only hoped that one day Qin Ruo would offer them some guidance. Old Madame Zhou and her daughter-in-law were busy rolling out dumpling wrappers in the Qin family kitchen. It was the winter solstice, and with old Madame Qin just regaining consciousness, Qin Ruo had invited the Zhou family to dine together that evening. Old Madame Zhou did not decline, as she accepted immediately, knowing that refusing would only create distance. Both women were diligent and capable, tidying the Qin kitchen neatly. Qin Zimu followed Qin Ruo around incessantly. His tense little face had finally relaxed into a smile. His grandmother was recovering, and his elder sister had returned. The gloom that had weighed on his heart for days had dissipated. "Elder sister, can you not leave again? I will work hard from now on. I promise I won't cause you any trouble." Qin Zimu tugged at Qin Ruo's sleeve, his eyes filled with hope, and asked cautiously. He did not ask where she had been afraid of displeasing her. During the days Qin Ruo had been away, Qin Zimu had been consumed by self-reproach. He believed that his stutter made him a burden, a trouble to his elder sister. He thought she had left because she was disappointed in the family. He wanted to grow stronger, to one day protect Qin Ruo. While caring for old Madame Qin, he had secretly practiced countless times in private. He hoped that if Qin Ruo returned, she would see his change and acknowledge his efforts. "All right, I promise you." The lingering consciousness of the original owner had faded, and the matter that had troubled Qin Ruo's heart was resolved. At this moment, she was in a good mood. Looking at the anxious Qin Zimu, Qin Ruo smiled and patted his head. His speech was slow, but he no longer struggled to stammer out a sentence for half a day as before. In just over 10 days, Qin Zimu's stutter had improved considerably. It seemed that old Madame Qin's illness had indeed helped him mature. She realized that she was gradually accepting the people who had been close to the original owner, slowly integrating into life in the Dashing dynasty. The Zhou family respected her boundaries and never asked about her whereabouts. They only kindly inquired whether she had encountered any trouble during the half-month she had been away, and if she was feeling unwell. Qin Ruo watched the Zhou family bustling in the yard, a warmth spreading in her heart. The moment Qin Ruo's hand landed on his head, Qin Zimu's eyes sparkled with light. Somehow he felt that after Qin Ruo's return, she had become more approachable. When old Madame Zhou and her daughter-in-law finished rolling the dumpling wrappers and came out of the kitchen, old man Qin also took a break to rest. A group of people sat in the Qin family hall chatting and laughing. The only one who remained gloomy was Qin Zian, who had been silent all along. Gazing at Qin Ruo, who was smiling among the Zhou family members, Qin Zian looked dejected, lost in thought. Dalong, don't just stand there. Come sit. Old Madame Zhou noticed Qin Zian's detachment and patted the stool beside her, inviting him with a smile. Since old Madame Qin's illness, Qin Zian had not returned to the academy. Old Madame Zhou had observed the changes in Qin Zian during this period. The boy had shed his former arrogance, grown thinner, but also more grounded. Qin Ruo's gaze swept over the crowd and rested on Qin Zian. Recalling the words Qiuxi had spoken to her in the dream, her expression grew complicated. Suddenly becoming the center of attention, Qin Zian felt extremely uncomfortable. Especially when his eyes met Qin Ruo's, he almost flinched and hurriedly lowered his head. No need. I have things to do. You all talk. Qin Zian fled. In the next room, old Madame Qin, who had awakened, listened to the laughter outside and could not stop the tears from streaming down her face. She covered her mouth tightly, afraid to sob. She had just had a long dream seeing Qiuxi being pushed onto a boulder by Zhao Dalai, her head bleeding. Later she dreamed of her eldest granddaughter smiling as she came to bid farewell. She said she was leaving, going to a place far, far away. She said she no longer blamed old Madame Qin or Qin Dalong. Little did old Madame Qin know Qin Zian would also have the same dream. After Qin Zian left, the crowd fell into an instant silence, the atmosphere tinged with awkwardness. Elder Zhou, a man of great discernment, watched Qin Ruo remain silent and sighed inwardly, realizing that his old wife had once again been overly enthusiastic. By inviting the eldest son of the Qin family over, the old woman had merely intended to mend the rift between the siblings. Yet, as the saying goes, the knot must be undone by the one who tied it. The affairs of the Qin siblings were not something that could be resolved with a few words. Although the Zhou family were outsiders acting with goodwill, it was ultimately a family matter, and meddling too deeply was inappropriate. Moreover, the eldest son of the Qin family deserved a lesson. Had Qin Ruo not returned in time, heaven knows what would have become of the Qin family. Hopefully after this ordeal, the eldest son of the Qin family would gain some maturity. Elder Zhou had grown rather fond of the current Qin Ruo, sharp-witted, measured in conduct, and a child with a warm heart. Compared to Qin Zian's future elder, Zhou actually held greater regard for Qin Ruo. He quietly nudged old Madame Zhou's arm and gave a slight shake of his head. As a couple who had spent decades together, old Madame Zhou instantly understood his hint. Embarrassed, she lowered her head, silently reproaching herself for overstepping. Her expression grew more cautious. Ruo girl, the wasteland you entrusted us to cultivate is already half done. I reckon another half-month of work and it will all be finished. I wonder what you plan to plant, Ruo girl. Elder Zhou's tone was deliberately light as he chuckled, breaking the silence. This topic sparked a renewed energy among those present. Attention was instantly drawn, and over a dozen pairs of eyes fixed on Qin Ruo. Some time ago, after advisor Qian had visited, most villagers had purchased some wasteland. During the days Qin Ruo was away, the villagers had been steadily reclaiming the land. As for what to plant, no one had a clear idea. In previous years, even fertile fields yielded poorly, and the barren soil of the wasteland would produce even less. The villagers were covertly watching the Qin family's moves, for they had bought the most wasteland. Even the Zhou family, who had purchased 10 acres of wasteland, had no confidence. So they seized this opportunity to ask Qin Ruo's plans to prepare themselves. Thank you for your hard work. There's no rush for the remaining land to be reclaimed. It just needs to be ready before next spring's planting. As for what to plant, I do have some plans. If successful, the grain yield next year might double. Before Qin Ruo could finish, the crowd erupted into commotion. The prospect of doubling the yield stirred excitement. Only those who had endured hunger truly understood the importance of food. Ruo girl, are you serious? Can the yield really double? Do you have new crop seeds? Elder Zhou's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Qin Ruo, his hands trembling slightly. Ruo girl, wonderful. Wonderful. From now on we won't have to go hungry. Old Madame Zhou could no longer contain herself. Upon hearing the yield could double, she cheered repeatedly. Qin Ruo smiled and nodded. Seeing the hopeful eyes fixed on her, her heart stirred slightly. Of course, she was not content with merely doubling the yield. That was a conservative statement for the Zhou family. In this dynasty, even the common folk at the bottom could barely afford to eat their fill, a stark contrast to the world she had once known. As for what exactly to plan, I cannot tell you clearly for now. You will know in due time. But there are risks. The new crops could double your grain yield, yet there is also the possibility of a complete failure. You must think carefully before deciding to follow me. I make no guarantees about the outcome. Qin Ruo paused, waiting to see the Zhou family's reaction. She genuinely wished to help the Zhou family, but she needed to clarify the pros and cons first. Sister Eruo, you worry too much. Our Zhou family is not ungrateful. We will always remember your kindness to us. I believe in you. Whatever you plant, we will follow. We will bear the consequences, good or bad. Even if it ends in total failure, we will accept it. We have endured hard times before. The Zhou family is willing to take this gamble. Zhou Dazhu stood up and spoke solemnly. Children of the poor learn early. Though Zhou Dazhu was only 13 at that moment, he seemed as mature as an adult capable of bearing the family's responsibilities. The Zhou family was democratic in nature. Although old Madame Zhou was the head, everyday matters were discussed and decided together. Zhou Dazhu, steady and hardworking, naturally had a voice in the family. Exactly, Ruo girl, you need not worry. The Zhou family are not ingrates. Dazhu may be young, but his words represent our stance. Old Madame Zhou was the first to express her support after Zhou Dazhu spoke. Ruo girl, you're being too distant. Dazhu's words are our words. Don't burden yourself with guilt. Our Zhou family will simply wait for your news. Elder Zhou quickly chimed in to make his position clear. Zhou's father and mother nodded in agreement beside them. The couple were hard-working but taciturn folks. Since their elders and son were all in agreement, they had no objections. Very well. Since you say so, I won't beat around the bush. You will not regret this decision today. Qin Ruo smiled faintly. The Zhou family were not short-sighted, and their choice did not surprise her. Good, good. We'll wait for your news. The Zhou family nodded eagerly in unison. Although Qin Ruo had not explicitly stated it, the Zhou family vaguely understood that the increase in yield was likely to be successful in the Qin girl's hands. I recall there used to be an abandoned fish pond in the village. I intend to buy it. I've been away for a while, and I'm not sure if there's a new village head now. Qin Ruo looked at the smiling faces before her and shifted the topic. Ruo girl, if you hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten to tell you. Changhe village does have a new village head now. It's Qin Huaixing who lives at the head of the village. But that fish pond has been abandoned for over a decade. The village tried to raise fish a few times before, but they all died, and even the cost of the fry was lost. Ruo girl, I know you are capable, but that fish pond is really not worth it. Earning silver in these times is no easy feat. Ruo girl, please think it over carefully. Elder Zhou let out a long sigh, hoping to dissuade Qin Ruo. No matter. I know what I'm doing. If you are free tomorrow, could you accompany me to see the village head? What do you think? Qin Ruo did not immediately refute Elder Zhou. She understood his concerns. They were truly for her own good. She had indeed set her sights on that fish pond. As for the fish not surviving, that was not a problem for her. However, thinking of Qin Huaixing, Qin Ruo searched her memory for this figure, and her brow furrowed. Hearing that Qin Ruo's mind was made up, Elder Zhou felt it inappropriate to press the matter further. That fish pond. Let alone raising fish, some villagers had once tried growing vegetables in the abandoned pond, but even the crops failed to thrive. Since Qin Ruo had already made her decision, Elder Zhou prayed from the bottom of his heart that she already had a solution for that abandoned fish pond. After finalizing with the Zhou family the hour to visit the village head's residence, the next day, both families returned to their respective chores. At that moment, several carriages were arriving one after another at Changhe village, heading toward the Qin residence. The first to arrive was the manager of Qingfeng restaurant. Watching him step down from the carriage, Qin Ruo felt genuinely surprised. Though she had met him only once, her memory served her well. She recognized him at a glance and stepped forward with a warm smile. Manager Lin, it's been a while. I wonder what brings you here today. Miss Qin, how wonderful to see you again. I have come on behalf of the Dowager Lady of the Xie residence, bearing a complete meal prepared by Qingfeng Restaurant for your consideration. Manager Lin descended from the carriage and approached Qin Ruo with obvious enthusiasm to explain his purpose. The Xie residence. A trace of surprise flickered across Qin Ruo's face. She had not returned to the Xie residence since their initial meeting shortly after she transmigrated. First, she simply had no time, and second, upon learning of the relationship between Sheng and the Dowager Lady, she had deliberately avoided it. Previously, she had considered cultivating a relationship with the Dowager Lady as a valuable connection. But after Sheng appeared, she abandoned that notion. The man surnamed Si was clearly wary of her. Desperately pursuing a connection would only undermine her position. Although she had signed a contractual agreement with Xinglin Hall for the herb trade and promised to find that particular blood crystal grass for Sheng, she intended to avoid meeting him whenever possible. Dealing with individuals as cunning as an old fox left Qin Ruo mentally exhausted. The androgynous face flashed through her mind once more, along with those piercing eyes that seemed to perceive everything, and her expression grew distant. Miss Qin. Miss Qin. Seeing Qin Ruo furrow her brow in silent contemplation, Manager Lin of Qingfeng Restaurant grew immediately alarmed. This was a distinguished guest of the Xie residence. Manager Lin hastily scrutinized his own conduct, worrying whether he had committed some impropriety. My apologies, Manager Lin. Your mention of the Xie residence startled me into reverie. The weather is bitterly cold. You have taken considerable trouble making this journey personally. Miss Qin is too kind. This is but my duty. The Dowager Lady has been constantly inquiring after you, hoping you might find time to visit the Xie residence for tea whenever convenient. Manager Lin's demeanor instantly relaxed, and he beamed at Qin Ruo. Please come inside, Manager Lin. You have traveled far. Let us offer you tea and warm water first. Qin Zian gestured courteously toward the residence. Qin Zian had emerged from somewhere unseen. Though he did not know Manager Lin personally, he naturally recognized the name Qingfeng Restaurant. Taking the initiative to welcome the guest inside, he offered Manager Lin a seat and had hot water served, then quietly withdrew to let Qin Ruo resume control of the conversation. Manager Lin exchanged polite remarks with Qin Zian, then turned back to Qin Ruo. Miss Qin, half a month ago the Dowager Lady already had Steward Rin come to Qingfeng Restaurant to reserve this entire banquet in advance. Today fate aligned favorably. Steward Rin was unable to leave. He charged me with repeated exhortations to arrive early. Fortunately, we made it in time. Watching the diligent staff of Qingfeng Restaurant carefully carry dish after dish into the room, Qin Ruo felt a swirl of complex emotions. The round trip from Taihe County to Changhe Village took nearly 2 hours. To prevent the freshly prepared dishes from cooling, small charcoal stoves had been placed beneath each pot. Manager Lin had been remarkably thorough. Manager Lin, please convey my sincere gratitude to the Dowager Lady for her generous thoughtfulness. I shall personally visit the Xie residence on another occasion to return the courtesy. Qin Ruo spoke solemnly to Manager Lin. The Dowager Lady had orchestrated this arrangement, making it clear she could not afford to sever ties with the Xie residence. Though they were strangers bound by but a single encounter, the Dowager Lady had arranged for Qingfeng Restaurant to deliver this lavish meal on the winter solstice, a gesture of genuine warmth that Qin Ruo deeply appreciated. Upon hearing Qin Ruo's words, Manager Lin felt a heavy stone lift from his heart, and a broader smile spread across his face. By the way, in addition to this commission from the Dowager Lady, I have also brought a modest gift of fabric for you, Miss Qin. The Dowager Lady remarked that the colors of these fabrics are rather vibrant and not suited to her taste, but would be most becoming on a young lady such as yourself. She hopes you will accept them graciously. Upon Manager Lin's words, he signaled the accompanying servants to unload over a dozen bolts of fine cloth in various styles from another carriage. Qin Ruo recalled the Dowager Lady's gaze during their first meeting at the Xie residence. Affectionate, yet tinged with pity. What else could it signify? The Dowager Lady feared she might harbor reservations about accepting a gift So she wrapped her generosity in the pretext that the fabric's colors were unsuitable for herself, better suiting a young woman like Qin Ruo. In her past life, countless people had vied to present her with gifts. Yet here in the great Sheng dynasty, she had become merely a humble peasant girl with no power or influence. And yet the dowager lady, in the capacity of an elder friend transcending generational boundaries, continued to bestow silver, food, and fabric. In this moment, Qin Ruo truly felt the sincerity of the dowager lady's affection toward her. "Miss Qin, thank you for your hospitality. I must return now to report to the dowager lady. Our restaurant has recently introduced several new dishes. When you have leisure, you are most welcome to come and taste them." Manager Lin politely took his leave and departed with his entire staff in impressive fashion. "Sister, let me help you inventory these items first. Every favor and gift must be properly recorded and repaid in due course." Qin Zian, sensing his sister might not fully grasp the nuances of such social proprieties, gently reminded her in a low voice. "Very well, go ahead." Qin Ruo observed the transformed Qin Zian and offered no cutting remark. Qin Zian had already prepared himself to endure her barbs, but upon hearing her response, his eyes lit up and a renewed vitality seemed to course through him. The Zhou family members, who had been busy with work, had sensibly kept their distance upon seeing Manager Lin's party arrive. Now that they had departed, they promptly gathered around. "This cloth is plainly expensive, at least several taels of silver per bolt. The dowager lady of the Xie residence is extraordinarily generous." Zhou Laotai gazed at the stack of over a dozen bolts of fabric piled nearby, her face awestruck. The quality of these fabrics was unmistakably luxurious. She had only seen such in the homes of wealthy families in the township. Qin Ruo pressed her lips into a faint smile. Qin Zian had been right about one thing. Every favor and gift must be properly reciprocated. "Everyone stop what you are doing and rest for a moment. The weather grows late. Shall we have our meal now?" Gazing at the splendid array of dishes upon the table, the Zhou family members felt it would be most impolite to agree so readily. Qin Ruo had firmly insisted they stay for dinner at the Qin residence. Originally, the plan had been to make dumplings together and prepare 2 additional dishes. For the Zhou family, this was already an exceedingly lavish feast. Dumplings alone, if not during the Spring Festival or other major holidays, were a rare delicacy in ordinary Zhou household diets. Moreover, the filling was generously packed with meat. Qin Ruo had even sent Qin Erlang to the village entrance to purchase several jin of pork specifically for the filling. Now this entire banquet, specially gifted by the Xie residents to Qin Ruo, must have cost several taels of silver. It was nearly equivalent to half a year's income for an ordinary family. "Well, Miss Ruo, this was specially sent to you by the Xie mansion. How can we always take advantage of you? We'll just have the dumplings." Old Madame Zhou spoke up first, politely declining Qin Ruo's kindness. The Zhou family members all nodded vigorously, like pounding garlic, unanimously echoing old Madame Zhou's words. "Don't be so distant. With so many dishes, how can our few in the Qin family finish them all? The weather is cold, so even if the dumplings are wrapped, it's fine. Whatever is left can be frozen. During this time, you've been running around for our family, and now you've built me a shed without asking for anything. If you keep being so polite, I'll have to calculate how much silver I owe you." Qin Ruo knew how to handle the Zhou family. Her words immediately silenced them. "Oh dear, Miss Ruo, why talk about silver? All right. Today we'll take advantage of your kindness and taste the dishes from Qingfeng restaurant." Old Madame Zhou took Qin Ruo's hand, patted its back, and said with a smile. The Zhou family had 8 members, and together with the Qin family, there were 12 people in total, so one table was not enough. Zhou Daju's father Zhou Cheng and his wife, Bai Shi, took the initiative to bring another table into the main hall, planning to split into 2 tables. Just as old Madame Zhou was about to help old Madame Qin out of the house, Zhou Erju, carrying a basket, ran in from the courtyard, panting heavily. "Grandma, Sister Ruo, I'm afraid we can't have this meal anymore." "Speak properly. What happened?" Old Madame Zhou slapped Zhou Erju on the head. This child had been sent home to fetch bowls and chopsticks, yet he returned so quickly and spoke strangely. "Look for yourselves, another carriage is coming." Zhou Erju, holding his head, waved at Qin Ruo and old Madame Zhou, pointing outside and shouting. Everyone rose from their seats and followed him out. Looking up, they saw 3 carriages slowly approaching the entrance of the Qin family courtyard. The crowd was momentarily stunned. It seemed they were here for Qin Ruo again. Guests have arrived. Dalong, go prepare some tea quickly. Daju, go lend a hand. Old Madame Zhou reacted quickly and gave the order. Zhou Daju and Qin Zian nodded in acknowledgement and hurried to the kitchen. Qin Ruo herself was also puzzled. Oh, she had just sent off shopkeeper Lin, so why were there more visitors? When she saw the shopkeeper of Qing Feng residence, Dr. Feng from Xinglin Hall, and Song Jiao, who had been accompanying Si Heng, and whom she had met in the mountains earlier, alighting from the two carriages, her expression became subtle. The several people greeted Qin Ruo and exchanged pleasantries. The shopkeeper of Qing Feng residence smiled and said, Miss Qin, we apologize for the intrusion. Earlier, when Master Mingjing learned that Miss Qin had solved the chess problem, he has been longing to meet you. Unfortunately, Master Mingjing is in another place and hasn't been able to return yet. As luck would have it, today is the winter solstice, so I have prepared a small gift for Miss Qin. Please accept it. As if fearing Qin Ruo would refuse, the shopkeeper turned around and ordered his accompanying attendant to unload the items from the carriage. First, a square wooden box was brought up, followed by a basket of fresh fruits and melons, and finally, a huge food basket. Miss Qin, this set of white jade chess and the fruits were specially brought back by Master Mingjing's messenger. Master Mingjing said that the chess is given to a kindred spirit, and as for the fruits, they were all grown on his own estate. Well, this food basket contains some signature pastries from Qing Feng residence and 2 jin of tea. This is a small token of my regard. I sincerely hope you will accept it. Miss Qin, please don't refuse, or I will have trouble reporting back to Master Mingjing. The shopkeeper was extremely tactful, cutting off any refusal before Qin Ruo could speak. Thank you, shopkeeper. Please also convey my gratitude to Master Mingjing. I would be honored to welcome Master Mingjing to my humble home at any time. Qin Ruo responded to the shopkeeper's words with grace and without any hint of awkwardness. Qin Zian watched from the side as his sister chatted easily with the shopkeeper, his feelings mixed. In fact, his worry that Qin Ruo wouldn't know how to socialize or observe etiquette was completely unfounded. After delivering the gifts, the shopkeeper of Qing Feng residence didn't even take a sip of water before immediately heading back. Before leaving, the shopkeeper couldn't help but glance at Qin Ruo again. On his way to deliver the gift today, he happened to meet Dr. Feng from Xinglin Hall and Song Jiao from the Xian Mansion, so they simply came together. Just now at the village entrance, they also encountered shopkeeper Lin from Qing Feng Restaurant, who was heading back to Taya County. After a brief conversation, they learned that they were all going to visit the Qin family's young lady. He thought to himself that this young Miss Qin was truly no ordinary person. Meanwhile, old Madame Qin, lying in bed listening to the commotion outside, could no longer remain still. She struggled to get out of bed, slowly walked to the door, and leaned against the wall, gazing absently at the 2 carriages parked in the courtyard, and at Qin Ruo, who was exchanging pleasantries with the doctor from Xinglin Hall. Oh my dear old lady, why did you come out on your own? You've only just recovered a little. What if you fall? Old Madame Zhou with sharp eyes was the first to notice old Madame Qin and hurried over to help her to a nearby stool to sit down. Qin Ruo, who was exchanging polite words with Dr. Feng, turned her head and glanced at old Madame Qin. As soon as old Madame Qin met Qin Ruo's gaze, she forced a smile. Well, Miss Ruo, I just felt stifled in bed and wanted to take a walk. I'll go back now. Old Madame Qin's humble, ingratiating smile made Qin Ruo feel rather uncomfortable. There was no need for that. Since the original owner didn't blame old Madame Qin, she herself wouldn't continue to be obstinate. Since you're already up, don't go back. It's not good to lie in bed all day. Since Dr. Feng from Xinglin Hall is here, it would be good to have him take a look at you. Qin Ruo said calmly. Is this appropriate? Old Madame Qin looked at Qin Ruo, tears welling in her eyes. Oh dear sister-in-law, why wouldn't it be appropriate? It's a small matter. Miss Qin is a valued guest of our Xinglin Hall. It's my honor to serve her. Dr. Feng approached cheerfully, first observing old Madame Qin's complexion, then reaching out to take her pulse. This old lady clearly looked like she had just recovered from a serious illness, exuding a sense of weakness. Dr. Feng's expression was normal at first, but once his fingers touched old Madame Qin's pulse, his face began to shift into an inscrutable look. To put it bluntly, this old lady should have been in a state of utter exhaustion. Dr. Feng paused mid-sentence and turned his gaze to Qin Ruo. Could old Madame Qin's condition have changed? The Zhou family members and the Qin brothers heard Dr. Feng's half-finished sentence, their hearts pounding and hardly daring to breathe. There's no need to be nervous. The old lady is fortunate, as she must have taken a miraculous medicine a few hours ago. Now her life flame has been rekindled, and she has snatched back her life. Later, just drink some tonic decoction to strengthen her vitality, and she'll gradually recover. Qin Ruo raised an eyebrow at Dr. Feng's words. This Dr. Feng really had some skill. He had accurately described most of old Madame Qin's condition. After finishing the pulse-taking, Dr. Feng cupped his hands to Qin Ruo and said respectfully, "May I ask, Miss Qin, would you be willing to show me the medicine your grandmother took? I obtained it by chance, and there was only one pill." "I'm sorry, Dr. Feng." Qin Ruo replied with a smile. "Only one pill? Of course not." Old Madame Zhou had personally seen Qin Ruo take out a medicine bottle. Since Qin Ruo said so, she naturally wouldn't blurt out anything and cause trouble for Qin Ruo. No, it was presumptuous of me." Dr. Feng, looking somewhat disappointed, quickly apologized. Song Jiao, who had been silent all along, twitched the corner of his mouth. Was Miss Qin fooling the ghosts? "By the way, I have come here at the behest of young Master C of the Xie Mansion. He heard that you, Miss Qin, have purchased 50 acres of barren land and assumed you might still be short of farming tools in the near future. He specially instructed me and Song Jiao to deliver these. Young Master C also had the broker select 2 plow oxen, but today came too hastily. Tomorrow I will arrange for the broker to send them over." Physician Feng, seeing that Qin Ruo was clearly unwilling to discuss the medicine taken by old Madame Qin, found it difficult to press the matter. He immediately changed the subject with a smile. Song Jiao, who had been playing the invisible man all along, promptly began unloading the items from the carriage one by one. The crowd stared at the pile of iron farming tools on the ground, and everyone except Qin Ruo drew in a sharp breath. Everyone knew that iron products in the great Sheng dynasty were exorbitantly expensive. The ordinary peasants considered themselves fortunate to possess bronze tools. Daily farming mostly relied on tools made of wood, stone, or bone. This collection of hoes, shovels, sickles, and plowshares. These were things only seen in the households of the wealthy or nobility. Iron plows and oxen-drawn farming were beyond even imagination. The onlookers' eyes gleamed, for as true farmers who lived off the land, this batch of tools was invaluable. Compared to the sumptuous dishes and fine silks, these tools held far more appeal. Old Zhou crouched down, excitedly caressing the farming implements, unable to tear his gaze away. Good tools meant a substantial boost in productivity, making cultivation far more efficient. With ironware so scarce in the great Sheng dynasty, this batch of tools was a grand gift. Not to mention that Physician Feng had also promised 2 plow oxen would arrive tomorrow. Young Master C is indeed generous, but this gift is too precious. The Qin family cannot accept it. Please take it back, Physician Feng. Qin Ruo's face showed no expression, yet her tone had turned distinctly cold. Miss Qin, please do not refuse. This was prepared personally by my master for you. Song Jiao, who had remained silent until now, stepped forward and cupped his hands, cutting off Qin Ruo's words before Physician Feng could speak. Qin Ruo turned to look at Song Jiao, recalling the strange sensation she had felt in Taya County, and her expression grew even colder. This guard who accompanied Si Heng was no ordinary man. Though he appeared affable and easygoing, his sharp, eagle-like gaze revealed an unsettling depth. Si Heng's guard. Shadow guard. Everyone, could you please step aside for a moment? My master has entrusted me with a few words for Miss Qin. The people present had already sensed the tension. Qin Ruo had been all smiles with the innkeepers of Qingfeng Restaurant and Breeze Pavilion, and had been polite to Physician Feng as well. But as soon as this man spoke, Qin Ruo's tone turned frosty, her attitude markedly unfriendly. Old Zhou rose from the ground. Song Jiao's words did not make the crowd disperse. Instead, they drew closer, intent on shielding Qin Ruo. Even Qin Zian quietly positioned himself beside Qin Ruo. This Song Jiao was nothing like the innkeepers of Qingfeng Restaurant and Breeze Pavilion. He exuded an inexplicable pressure. Song Jiao smiled wryly and turned his gaze to Qin Ruo. It's all right, you can go about your business. I'll have a word with him. Qin Ruo spoke, gently calming those around her. Upon hearing this, the Zhou family and the Qin Zian brothers reluctantly retreated to a distance. In an instant, only Qin Ruo and Song Jiao remained. Congratulations on acquiring the Fulu restaurant and the new residence, Miss Qin. My master wishes to discuss a matter and invites you to Taihe County for a meeting at your earliest convenience. Song Jiu had already investigated that Qin Ruo's relationship with the Qin family was strained. He considered that matters like purchasing the Fulu and the residence were probably not something she wanted the Qin family to know, so he had tactfully avoided the Qin and Zhou family members. Little did he expect that this would cause a misunderstanding, souring Qin Ruo's attitude. Song Jiu's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly clarified his intentions. So it was you who has been watching me these past days. Guess how sure I am that I could snap your neck the next time I strike. Go back and tell your master I, Qin Ruo, have always been free-spirited and dislike being watched. Qin Ruo's eyes turned icy, devoid of any warmth, her demeanor arrogantly defiant. No wonder she had felt that someone was watching her from the shadows yesterday in Taihe County. She had dismissed it, then suspecting it might be that old fox Hong, but she hadn't been certain. She had only purchased the restaurant and residence yesterday, and this C found out immediately. Now that he had come to her doorstep, she was ready to vent her pent-up anger. Qin Ruo was seething inside. By openly acknowledging this, wasn't that man C blatantly telling her that he had her every move under his control? At most, she and C were merely partners. Who could be pleased with being constantly shadowed? It was like having a surveillance camera installed on one's person in modern times. Where was the privacy? Who didn't have secrets? Qin Ruo was deeply displeased with Si Heng's transgressive behavior. Qin Ruo's chilling gaze now seemed to regard a corpse. Song Jiu felt a chill run down his spine. He rubbed his nose and guiltily averted his eyes. Miss Qin, please calm down. My master, he. Song Jiu stammered, unable to form a coherent sentence. During this period, Si Heng had indeed not ceased his curiosity about Qin Ruo, keeping Song Jiu watching her. He was naturally aware of her absence from Changhe village. He knew everything she had done upon returning to Taihe County. The Xie mansion, though low-key, possessed an extensive intelligence network, and they were practically omniscient about Qin Ruo's movements. If you doubt someone, don't employ them. If you employ them, don't doubt them. If your master is not serious about cooperation, then let this be the end. Take everything you brought back with you. Miss Qin, you overstate the matter. First, allow me to offer my apologies. Rest assured, I will certainly convey your sentiments to my master. Seeing Qin Ruo genuinely angered, Song Jiu hastily assured her. He knew how Si Heng regarded Qin Ruo. Otherwise, why would he go to such lengths to send her these gifts? If this trip caused a rift between them, wouldn't his master flay him alive? Oh, master, you're so clever. You sit at home by the charcoal fire while I bear the brunt of Miss Qin's wrath. Song Jiu silently cursed his master. That would be best. Once I finish my affairs in the next couple of days, I will seek out your master for a meeting. Also tell your master that I will fulfill what I promised. He need not waste his men watching me. Qin Ruo, seeing Song Jiu's docile demeanor, withdrew her intimidating aura. Though she disliked being watched, she had her principles and had no intention of breaking her word. Feng Daifu and Song Jiu hurriedly left after dropping off those farming tools. Seeing Qin Ruo's calm expression, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. All right, don't just stand there. Come and eat. Qin Ruo smiled and invited everyone to the table. As for the little incident that had just occurred, it seemed to her as if it had never happened. The dumplings are here. Watch out, everyone move aside. Bai Shi brought out a basin of steaming dumplings and placed them on the table. If you don't eat dumplings on the winter solstice, your ears will freeze off, and no one will care. Granny Zhou cheerfully ladled some dumplings into everyone's bowls. Although the dishes sent by Qingfeng restaurant were sumptuous, the tradition of eating dumplings on the winter solstice was still upheld by every household in Changhe village. Those with better living conditions would make the filling more generous. Those with less means would buy half a caddy of pork and a basin of Chinese cabbage, yet still manage to wrap enough dumplings to fill the family's stomachs. Qin Ruo divided the dishes into 2 portions. Zhou's 2 daughters, Zhou Erju and Qin Zimu and Zhou Deu, sat at a small side table, while the rest sat at the main table. In an ordinary household, there were not many rules at the dinner table. For a rare moment of relaxation, the room was filled with laughter. Sister Eruo, the food at Qingfeng restaurant is so delicious. When I earn some silver, I'll definitely eat there every day. Zhou Erju, naturally lively, shouted loudly to Qin Ruo. You little rascal, what kind of daydream is that? Eating at Qingfeng restaurant every day? You should be grateful just to have white rice to fill your belly every day. Granny Zhou was both exasperated and amused, scolding Zhou Erju with a laugh. Grandma Zhou, I'm not so sure. Erju has ambition. I'm rooting for you. Qin Ruo smiled warmly in response to Zhou Erju. Zhou Erju immediately stood up, patted his chest, and promised earnestly, Sister Arrow, don't worry, I will work hard. Huh. Qin girl, don't mind him. In these times it's enough that the Zhou family can eat their fill. Elder Zhou was amused by Zhou Erju, then sighed with emotion. What Elder Zhou said was true. Not only he but the rest of the Zhou family also dismissed Zhou Erju's words. Little did they expect that Zhou Erju's dream would indeed come true. The dishes delivered by Qingfeng restaurant were diverse. Meat and poultry included roast goose, grilled lamb, chicken, and black bean sauce crab, meat lions, head dompa, pork elbow, and more. There were also soups such as tripe soup, Crucian carp soup, scallop, and tofu soup, as well as cold dishes. Fearing that the sudden rich feast might upset the Zhou family's stomachs, Qin Ruo had already asked Bai Shi to prepare a pot of digestion-promoting soup for everyone to drink after the meal. After eating and drinking their fill, no one in the Zhou family idled. They cleared the table and washed the dishes. Granny Qin showed fatigue after just coming out for the meal. Qin Zian and Qin Zimu helped her back to her room. Granny Zhou, on the other hand, placed the remaining uncooked dumplings on a bamboo tray to freeze outside. Just as the family was about to leave, an unexpected visitor arrived at the Qin residence. Staring at the disheveled man before them, whose hair and eyebrows were covered in snow, whose clothes were stained with mud, and who carried a bamboo box on his back, everyone was stunned. Master Lu, have you fled from a famine? Qin Ruo chuckled teasingly. Miss Qin, I apologize for the intrusion. Junior brother Zian hasn't come to the academy these days. As his senior, I thought I'd come to see him. As everyone's eyes fell on him, Lu Jingxin's face flushed bright red. Having failed to play a game of Go with Qin Ruo that day, he could neither eat nor sleep well. Undeterred, he wanted to use Qin Zian as a connection to personally seek out Qin Ruo. However, the academy's tutor informed him that Qin Zian had taken leave half a month ago due to family matters. He had waited for over a month. Until the eve of the winter solstice holiday, there was still no sign of Qin Zian. Lu Jingxin could no longer sit still. Since his own family was in another town and his relatives were not here, he simply hired a carriage and came straight to Changhe village. He should have arrived much earlier, but the carriage broke down halfway. Unwilling to return empty-handed, he dismissed the driver and walked the rest of the way. He walked for nearly half an hour, got lost, and even ended up in a neighboring village. When he finally reached Changhe village, he slipped on the icy road and fell, covering his clothes in mud. It's fine. Have you eaten? Recalling how Lu Jingxin had spoken up for her at Qingfeng residence, Qin Ruo treated him kindly. I've eaten. Lu Jingxin stammered, but his stomach growled inopportunely. He had only grabbed a quick bite at noon before setting out, so how could he have had dinner? The rumbling of his stomach made the tips of his ears turn red, as if they were about to drip blood. Granny Zhou, Auntie Zhou, it seems you won't be leaving just yet. A guest has arrived and Master Lu must be hungry after his long journey. Could you please cook him a bowl of dumplings? Seeing Lu Jingxin's embarrassment, Qin Ruo smiled and came to his rescue. Lu Jingxin had a delicate face and was dressed like a scholar. Since their own family was poor and couldn't afford to send Zhou Dezhu and Zhou Erju to school, Granny Zhou and her daughter-in-law held great respect for learned men. Moreover, since Qin Ruo was so friendly to this young gentleman, Granny Zhou and her daughter-in-law readily agreed. Erju, go call your elder brother out. Tell him that Master Lu has arrived. Qin Ruo then turned and instructed Qin Zimu to fetch him. Miss Qin. Lu Jingxin looked anxious, finding himself in a difficult position. The person he really wanted to see was Qin Ruo. He had only used seeing Qin Zian as an excuse. Now he had shot himself in the foot. As for the Go game, it's not urgent. You must first fill your stomach and tidy yourself up. Qin Ruo had long seen through Lu Jingxin's purpose in coming here. Miss Qin. Good. I'll do as you say. Lu Jingxin raised his head abruptly, his eyes sparkling. Senior brother Lu, what brings you here? When Qin Zian heard from Qin Zimu that another guest surnamed Lu had arrived, he immediately came out of his room. Seeing it was Lu Jingxin, he was astonished and quickly stepped forward to bow. Junior brother Zian, no need for formalities. Please take me to change clothes. Lu Jingshun lifted Qin Zian up and urged him to lead the way. After everything that had happened recently, Qin Zian had abandoned his former ambition to curry favor with the powerful. Recalling his past foolish behavior, he felt extremely awkward when meeting Lu Jingshun. Unable to guess Lu Jingshun's purpose and too embarrassed to ask, he led Lu Jingshun to his room with a heavy heart, then found some clean clothes for him. Lu Jingshun showed no disdain and immediately changed into the clothes. Qin Zian had never seen such a down-to-earth Lu Jingshun, and for a moment, he stood there dumbfounded. Junior brother Zian, this robe fits quite well. Thank you. Lu Jingshun hadn't forgotten the purpose of his visit. After changing into the clothes, he thanked Qin Zian and hurriedly left the room. Qin Zian didn't have time to reply. He only caught a glimpse of Lu Jingshun's robe corner as he vanished from sight like the wind. After a moment's hesitation, he braced himself and chased after him. When he stepped out of the room, he searched around but couldn't find Lu Jingshun. Finally, he discovered that Lu Jingshun was in their own kitchen ingratiating himself with old Madame Zhou and her daughter-in-law. Grandma Zhou, Aunt Zhou, your culinary skills are truly remarkable. Just from the aroma, I can tell it must be delicious. A simple bowl of dumplings is already on par with the restaurants outside. Grandma Zhou, you look so spirited and walk with steady steps. You must be well versed in the art of health preservation. Old Madame Zhou and her daughter-in-law were grinning from ear to ear. This young Master Lu, who looked like a scion of a wealthy family, was unexpectedly so approachable. Young Master Lu, you flatter us. If you like, please have more later. Old Madame Zhou's face was wreathed in smiles, the wrinkles deepening. She had just heard from Qin Ruo that Lu Jingshun was not only a schoolmate of Qin Zian, but had also already passed the provincial examination to become a Jiren scholar at a young age. He was to take the spring imperial examinations next year with boundless prospects ahead. Miss Qin and Zian both call you Grandma Zhou, so you all don't need to call me young master either. It feels rather awkward. Just call me Xiao Lu. He immediately spoke up, his eyes full of protest and objection. Oh dear young Master Lu, you are now a Jiren master. How can I, a countrywoman, do that? Grandma Zhou. All right, as you wish. Then Xiao Lu, this kitchen is filled with smoke and fire. Go out and sit for a while. The dumplings will be ready soon. Although Lu Jingshun was easygoing, old Madame Zhou's class consciousness was deeply ingrained. The words Xiao Lu seemed to burn her mouth, uttered indistinctly. Qin Zian was dumbfounded. The Lu Jingshun before him completely overturned his previous impression. If he wasn't mistaken, was his senior brother just acting spoiled? In the past, Lu Jingshun was always serious and unsmiling, carrying an air of aloofness and pride. Now he seemed possessed by a ghost, actually chatting about everyday matters with old Madame Zhou and her daughter-in-law. What made Qin Zian feel even more bewildered was that after leaving the kitchen, Lu Jingshun immediately started chatting with Qin Zimu and Zhou Erju, and they were getting along quite enthusiastically. The ice-cold image of Lu Jingshun from before instantly crumbled in Qin Zian's heart. Meanwhile, Qin Ruo was in the room organizing the items sent by the Xie family and others. The other members of the Zhou family had gone back, leaving only Qin Zian and a few others outside the courtyard. Qin Zian forced a smile and called out to Lu Jingshun, who was deeply engaged in conversation. Senior brother Lu, would you like to take a rest and come have a cup of hot tea? Just then old Madame Zhou came out of the kitchen carrying the freshly cooked dumplings. Lu Jingshun flashed a warm smile, strode over quickly, and lavished more praise on old Madame Zhou, and by sure. Qin Zian, listening on the side, felt his scalp tingle, and his expression gradually cracked. Inside the room, Qin Ruo, busy with her tasks, heard the commotion outside, and a faint smile appeared at the corners of her mouth. When she first met Lu Jingshun, he seemed a man of few words. Unexpectedly, he turned out to be a social butterfly. The contrast was quite amusing. Old Madame Zhou said goodbye to Qin Ruo and returned to the Zhou home with her daughter-in-law, by sure dragging along the reluctant Zhou Erju. Lu Jingshun ate dumplings while occasionally chatting with the Qin brothers. Qin Zian sat beside him like a man on pins and needles, answering Lu Jingshun's questions stiffly. As the sky grew darker, Lu Jingshun's movements remained leisurely, taking a full half-hour to finish his bowl of dumplings. Qin Zian tentatively spoke. Senior brother Lu, I see it's getting late. Have you arranged for a carriage to pick you up? He hinted that it was already late. Lu Jingshun replied, I hadn't even noticed. I was in such a hurry when I came that I forgot to instruct the coachman. What should I do now? He put down his chopsticks, his brows knitted together. Qin Zimu, seeing Lu Jingxin's troubled expression, softly suggested, Brother Jingxin, why not? Stay at our place tonight. He had only chatted with Lu Jingxin for a short while, and he was not sure how Lu Jingxin had managed to get him to address him as brother. Lu Jingxin said, All right, since Zimu has said so, I'll stay. Tonight I'll share a bed with Zimu. He spoke as if afraid Qin Zimu might change his mind, cutting him off in one breath. Qin Zian quickly interjected, Senior brother Lu, don't listen to my little brother's nonsense. Our humble home is too simple. I'm afraid it will be unworthy of you. He thought to himself, did senior brother agree too quickly? He had a feeling that senior brother had intended to stay at the Qin home all along. This place is fine. No need to say more, but settled. Lu Jingxin waved a hand at Qin Zian and picked up his bowl again. On the contrary, Qin Zimu was overjoyed to hear that Lu Jingxin would stay, as he quite liked this newly met older brother. When Qin Ruo came out of the room, Lu Jingxin had just finished his dumplings. He immediately stood up, smiled, and clasped his hands in greeting. Miss Qin, I've finished eating. He trailed off. You see. Qin Ruo looked at the somewhat obsequious smile on his face, her expression turning subtle. All right, but let me make it clear first, only 3 rounds. Lu Jingxin, overjoyed, said, Good, it's a deal. He immediately got up and rushed over to the box he had brought. Qin Zian watched helplessly as his senior brother, who had just been talking about discussing studies with him, while eating dumplings, now turned around, took out a chessboard, set it on the dining table, and gestured for Qin Ruo to play. Qin Ruo nodded and took her seat. Lu Jingxin took the black stones and made the first move. They quickly fell into the game. Their playing styles were completely different. Lu Jingxin's style was bold and aggressive, each move imbued with attack. Qin Ruo, on the other hand, played defensively, fortifying her position step by step. At first, Lu Jingxin was confident, playing almost without hesitation, and seemed to have the upper hand. But after a quarter of an hour, Lu Jingxin's pace slowed noticeably. Sweat beaded on his nose, and he held a piece for a long time without placing it. After he finally placed the black stone, Qin Ruo's white stone followed immediately. Lu Jingxin's moves grew slower each time. Looking at the board, Lu Jingxin's black stones were already cornered by Qin Ruo's white stones, perilous and nearly hopeless. At this moment, Lu Jingxin's intense concentration stood in stark contrast to Qin Ruo's casual, effortless movements. Qin Zian grew increasingly astonished. He had acknowledged that Qin Ruo had some skill in chess, but he had thought that her previous victory over Master Mingjing's puzzle was just a stroke of luck or some coincidence. Lu Jingxin, known as a prodigy, was also a top-tier player, yet he was being reduced to such a sorry state by Qin Ruo. As Lu Jingxin placed another stone, Qin Ruo's white stone immediately followed. Qin Ruo declared, You've lost, young Master Lu. Lu Jingxin clasped his hands in praise, saying, Miss Qin, excellent play. Again. But his eyes betrayed a strong unwillingness to accept defeat. Qin Ruo gave a faint smile and said nothing more. The first game ended in half an hour with Lu Jingxin defeated. After another half hour, Lu Jingxin lost again in the second game. As Lu Jingxin, his breath uneven, prepared to start another game, Qin Ruo spoke up. Young Master Lu, do not rush when facing a win through steadiness. Your mind is troubled. As for this round, perhaps we should postpone it to another day. Miss Qin, you are absolutely right. Thank you for your guidance. Lu Jingxin rose to his feet, smiling as he bowed to Qin Ruo with even greater humility and courtesy. Qin Ruo sidestepped to avoid the bow, replying with polite formality, You are too kind, Master Lu. It was hardly guidance, just a mutual exchange of skills. It's getting late, you should retire early. In truth, Lu Jingxin's skill at chess was quite commendable. However, compared to Qin Ruo, he was on an entirely different level. Had she not been concerned about embarrassing him, she would not have prolonged the first game so much. After dealing with several waves of gift bearers, that day Qin Ruo was already feeling fatigued. Tomorrow she still needed to discuss the village fish pond with the new village head, so she truly had no leisure for such diversions. Thus in the second game, she held back nothing and swiftly concluded the match. Very well, Miss Qin. Let us schedule another game on another day. Seeing that Qin Ruo disliked excessive formality, Lu Jingxin did not press further and responded with alacrity. Qin Ruo gave a faint smile, waved her hand at him, and returned to her own room. Gazing at the figure who turned away without the slightest hesitation, Lu Jingchen felt momentarily stunned. Compared to the noble ladies of the capital, whose every move, every word, and every gesture adhered to rigid standards of uniformity, Qin Ruo's casualness and disregard for convention struck him as refreshingly novel. At Qingfeng residence, when Qin Zian had stirred up trouble, Qin Ruo's expression remained impassive. When asked about their relationship, she responded coldly, calling him an inconsequential person. Today, when he suddenly appeared at the Qin household, Qin Ruo showed not the slightest awkwardness, maintaining her same indifferent demeanor. It seemed as though nothing could stir the depths of her heart. Could it be that Miss Qin does not regard me as an outsider? Lu Jingchen thought to himself, and the corners of his mouth involuntarily lifted. He turned to look at Qin Zian, only to find the other man staring back at him with an enigmatic glint in his eyes. Zian, let's discuss academic matters another day. Lu Jingchen averted his gaze from Qin Zian, a hint of guilt in his voice. Senior brother Lu, no. Before he could finish saying the word matter, Lu Jingchen had already vanished like the wind, leaving Qin Zian with nothing but a receding silhouette and a corner of his robe fluttering in the breeze. Watching Lu Jingchen and Qin Zimu walk away chatting and laughing, Qin Zian's face darkened. What? Am I not even worthy of finishing a single sentence? Brother Jingchen is my sister. Impressive. Qin Zimu's eyes shone with admiration when he mentioned Qin Ruo. He had been present during the chess match between Lu Jingchen and Qin Ruo. Impressive. She is far more than impressive. Lu Jingchen nodded with a smile, a peculiar gleam flickering in his eyes. During the first game, Qin Ruo's moves had been quite conventional, and he had not noticed her holding back. It was only in the second game, when her style abruptly changed and she swiftly ended the match, that he realized she was not only skilled in defense, but also excelled at attack. Suddenly it dawned on him that the first game had been Qin Ruo's way of letting him off easy. He naturally understood that there was no need for a third game. Hearing Lu Jingchen's reply, a sense of pride welled up in Qin Zimu's eyes. His heart swelled with pride. His sister knew so many things. Anyone who praised his sister was a good person, and Qin Zimu's attitude toward Lu Jingchen warmed considerably. As soon as Qin Ruo returned to her room, she slipped into the space. During the time they had spent in the mountains, she and Qin Taio had built a simple wooden cabin in the space for occasional rest. The most delightful surprise was that at the far end of the newly developed area there was also a hot spring pool. For Qin Ruo, it was an overwhelming joy. Since arriving in the great Sheng Dynasty, she had despised having to heat only a single bucket of hot water for each bath. Even more disconcerting was the local custom, and winter people did not bathe every day. They bathed only once every 3 to 5 days, and on ordinary days they merely washed their feet and wiped down their bodies. Although Qin Ruo understood that this was ancient times where winter insulation was inadequate and a slight misstep could lead to a chill, making bathing truly dangerous, she still found it unbearable. For someone who in her previous life had bathed every single day, this was utterly intolerable. Since arriving at the Qin household, bathing every other day had already pushed her to her limit. Since the space had a hot spring, why not indulge in life? Upon entering the space, Qin Ruo discovered that in just over 10 days the crops in the space were nearly ripe again. The wondrous nature of this space lay in the fact that everything planted grew dozens of times faster than outside. Moreover, regardless of when they were sown, the crops had the best taste and nutritional value. After inspecting the crops, Qin Ruo went to check on the fish pond. The fry were growing well and would soon be ready for harvest. Watching the fish swimming freely in the water, Qin Ruo felt immensely satisfied. She had acquired Full Fortune Restaurant with the intention of specializing in fish dishes, using Taia County as a starting point to build a culinary brand. Sour cabbage fish, grilled fish with fresh green Sichuan pepper, lemon fish, tomato fish. There were so many possibilities. The space was abundant with ingredients. All she needed was the right opportunity to bring them out into the open. The restaurant was just one part of the plan. The ultimate goal was to become the largest supplier of new ingredients in the Great Sheng Dynasty. Given the current growth rate of the crops in the space, the large warehouse would soon be filled to the brim. Although the space had a preservation function, only by circulating the goods could their true value be realized. Sister, now that you've bought a house, can I go out soon? Qin Taio had been hovering around Qin Ruo, unable to hide his excitement. Of course. Why else do you think I bought a house? Qin Ruo laughed and patted Qin Taio's head. Sister, you are as beautiful as you are kind. There is no one in the world better than you. Qin Taio immediately began to flatter her. All right, aren't you embarrassed saying that? Qin Ruo rolled her eyes at Qin Taio. Buying a house was only the first step. She had new plans. After the new year, a new house would have to be built in Changhe village. Once the money-making plan began, there would be no shortage of comings and goings. The current Qin household was simply too small. Wasn't the purpose of earning silver to enjoy a more comfortable life? Besides, Qin Taio would inevitably be by her side often. Even though she had a space, she had to keep up appearances. Sister, I saw it. Qin Taio suddenly turned sulky, as if remembering something. He crossed his arms, turned his head away, and puffed out his cheeks like a frog's bulging belly. What did you see? What are you so angry about? Qin Ruo looked at the fuming Qin Taio with amusement and helplessly pressed her forehead. I saw you pat that Qin Erling's head too, and you're not even his real sister. I have a head too. If you want to pat mine. Qin Taio said, eagerly offering his head and placing Qin Ruo's hand on top of his own. See, sister, isn't my head nice? Qin Taio grumbled, somewhat aggrieved. Qin Ruo gritted her teeth and ruffled his hair vigorously. How childish are you? How old are you? A little creature who has lived for over 1,000 years, and you're not ashamed to vie for affection with a 10-year-old boy from the outside world. That's more like it, sister. What do I need face for? I don't rely on my looks to make a living. Pacified by Qin Ruo, Qin Taio immediately felt content and wore a smug expression. In Taihe County, at the Xia Manor, Sheng was in his own courtyard listening to Song Jiu's vivid account of what had happened in Changhe village, his expression shifting unpredictably. The Xia Manor had far-reaching influence in Changhe County. It was no difficult matter to learn every move of that young lady. Buying wasteland, purchasing a residence, and acquiring a tavern were hardly secrets. Anyone could find out with a little inquiry. It seemed she was upset that he had sent Ajio to follow her. Ever since he learned that she had no connection with the capital, he had set aside his hostility. Otherwise, why would he go to such trouble to send her those farming tools? As he had thought, even that old fellow Lin Mingjing was eager to send gifts. What other abilities was this girl hiding that he did not know? Sheng's fingertips tapped the table absent-mindedly, making Song Jiu nervous. Whenever his master made this gesture, it meant he was about to come up with some bad idea. Master, what about Miss Qin? Song Jiu observed Sheng's expression and ventured to ask. Forget it. You don't need to follow her anymore. After all, we will meet often in the future. Sheng's hand that had been tapping the table stopped, his eyes full of interest. From Song Jiu's description, that little wildcat with her claws out seemed quite amusing. Then, should we still send the plow oxen? Song Jiu was overjoyed and let out a long sigh of relief. He truly did not want to go to Changhe village again. When facing Qin Ruo, her eyes that seemed to see through everything made him feel inexplicably guilty. Recalling her warning, he felt a chill run down his neck. Send them, of course. What did you think we'd bring the cattle back to the manor, and have you become a coward? Sheng glanced at Song Jiu and said coolly, All right, then I'll go with the broker again tomorrow. Song Jiu was dejected, looking utterly defeated. What's good about that? I didn't ask you to go. I'll go myself tomorrow. Sheng's eyes flickered, ripples of amusement spreading from the depths of his gaze. Master, you're going. Song Jiu stared at Sheng, his eyes nearly popping out. He was genuinely worried that if his master and Miss Qin met, they would start fighting at the slightest disagreement. Although they had only had 2 brief encounters, he could tell that Miss Qin was not one to suffer even the slightest loss. Do I look like I'm joking? Sheng narrowed his eyes and withdrew his smile. Master, whatever makes you happy. Song Jiu was about to cry. In his heart, he quietly added, May the heavens have mercy on you. What? You think I can't manage such a trivial matter as sending 2 plow oxen? Sheng put on a stern face. No. When you handle things, I'm naturally at ease. Song Jiu quickly waved his hands, speaking with a flattering expression. All right. That's enough. Sheng waved his hand impatiently, signaling Song Jiu to withdraw. Song Jiu had only taken a few steps when he suddenly remembered something he hadn't reported to Sheng. Master, the old madam also sent someone to deliver festival gifts to the Qin family today. Should we inform the old madam? After all, Miss Qin is now in a cooperative relationship with us. Is this something you need to inform her about? Let her send her gifts, and I'll send mine. When shopkeeper Lin encountered you and Dr. Feng, do you think he wouldn't mention it to Steward Ren? Use your blockhead to think. Do such trivial matters need to be specifically reported to my aunt? Si Heng chuckled and reached out to knock Song Jiu on the head. Song Jiu held his head and said nothing, feeling that he was being unfairly blamed all day. Miss Qin's tone was sharp and his master was no better. It was as if they had coordinated their attitudes. Inside the huffing residence of old Madame Xie, the charcoal fire in the basin burned vigorously. I wonder if the things I sent meet Ruo's liking. If my health were better, I would go to Changhe village myself. Cooped up in the manor all day, it's driving this old bones crazy. Old Madame Xie picked up the teacup beside her, took a gentle sip, and a hint of nostalgia appeared on her face. Ever since Qin Ruo's visit after drinking the lemon leaf tea infusion for a few days, her cough had not recurred. Steward Ren had just reported that the items entrusted to shopkeeper Lin of Qingfeng Tavern had all been delivered to Qin Ruo. He also mentioned that while delivering the gifts to Changhe village, shopkeeper Lin had encountered Song Jiu, Dr. Feng, and the shopkeeper of Qingfeng residence on his way back. Steward Ren specifically noted that all of them were there for Qin Ruo. That child is clearly intelligent. How could she not recognize your kindness? If you wish to go out for a stroll once the weather warms up, this old servant will accompany you. Nanny Zhang gently massaged old Madame Xie's shoulders as she replied with a smile. Qiuxi, you've forgotten what I said again. Old Madame Xie patted the hands on her shoulder, sighed deeply, and shook her head. Oh dear, at my age. Look at my brain, always forgetting things. All right. I know I was wrong. Nanny Zhang understood and immediately changed her tone, coaxing old Madame Xie softly. What do you think Hunger is thinking? A while ago he was so wary of Roar, and now he sent Song Jiu and Dr. Feng with gifts. What is that child up to? Nanny Zhang smiled slightly, choosing her words carefully, and said soothingly, Old Madam, please don't worry. In my opinion, the young master probably has some business plans. Old Madame Xie nodded, but felt something was off. Hunger has never been patient with business matters. When have you seen him so attentive to any deal? And he sent Agio and Dr. Feng on a personal trip. Nanny Zhang was speechless. She really hadn't thought that far. Her young master's attention to this Miss Qin did seem beyond the ordinary. But she couldn't presume to guess the young master's thoughts, so she simply went along with old Madame Xie. Have you forgotten, madam? Doesn't Miss Qin understand medical principles? Perhaps she has something the young master needs. When old Madame Xie heard this, a glimmer of hope suddenly lit up her eyes. Qiuxi, go to Xinglin Hall yourself tomorrow and invite Dr. Feng to the manor. Matters concerning Si Heng were so urgent that if it weren't getting late, old Madame Xie would have wanted Dr. Feng to come immediately. The shackles on Si Heng were like a sword hanging over his head. With wolves ahead and tigers behind, this child had suffered too much over the years. Thinking of this, old Madame Xie's eyes quietly reddened. All right, I'll go first thing tomorrow. It's getting late now, you should rest. The old madam felt sorry for Si Heng, and didn't she feel the same? The child she had watched grow up had carried far too much on his journey. Nanny Zhang pretended not to notice old Madame Xie's unusual expression and responded with a smile. After helping old Madame Xie to the couch, Nanny Zhang curtsied and turned to leave.